Beast Head Mountain was a famous evil mountain near the Yen-Xin city, filled with vicious beasts that had a cultivation around 7th grade. Normal spirit cultivator didn't dare to approach, but the spirit cores of these vicious beasts could often be sold for quite a high price. A 7th grade vicious beast's spirit core was worth at least 300,000 profound coins on the market, and an 8th grade vicious beast was close to $1 million. Suyin walked around the mountain a few times and killed a few 7th grade vicious beasts. Under the siege of the everlasting sword technique, these vicious beasts had almost no way to escape. Staying on Beast Head Mountain for 7 days, Suyin went straight down the mountain and headed south. It was about time to investigate the situation regarding the Suicide Valley. Suyin secretly clenched his fist. As he thought about how long Xinli had been killed by the Suicide Valley, his eyes couldn't help but turn red as boundless resentment swirled in his heart. Even now, he still found it difficult to accept. He didn't know if Long Xinli's soul was still present, but if she was probably in the valley. Suyin carried the death sword on his back, carried the sword sheath, removed the black hood from his head, and walked on the mountain path forward. This walk lasted for several days. After crossing this mountain, there was a quiet canyon. Other than the wind, there was nothing else in the canyon. Suyin sped up and urged the profound chi forward, but not long after, a strange smell of blood came out of the wind. The stench of blood was extremely complex. It seemed to be the blood of several people. Suyin frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, stepped on the sword, and quickly flew along the smell. However, after flying for a short while, he saw a large number of spirit cultivators appearing in the center of the valley. There were about 30 of them. There were only a few people on one side and 20 on the other side. These people did not have high cultivation bases. Even the highest among them were only at the 7th grade of Spirit Master. They were not considered powerful. Suyin looked at these people, saw that it had nothing to do with him, so he decided to just leave. At every moment in the ultimate martial world, there were spirit cultivators fighting each other. Everyone was either fighting for revenge or for their own benefits. There was no such thing as good or bad. Suyin was not a bad person, but he was not a good person either. Moreover, he did not know which of the two sides was good and which side was bad, so of course, he would not interfere. However, just as Suyin was about to leave, an angry shout came from the people fighting below. "I will not give up, Suicide Valley. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The girl wore a brown sword uniform and held a shiny longsword in her hand. Her lower abdomen was dyed red with blood, and there were bloodstains on the corner of her mouth. She had been seriously injured long ago, and her companions had surrounded her, staring fixedly at the people who were closing in on her. The people from the Suicide Valley? Suyun's eyes instantly became cold. His nerves twitched, then he suddenly turned around and fell towards the group of people. Dawn! He did not hesitate to stand in the middle of the crowd like a meteorite falling from the sky. The moment he landed on the ground, the surrounding people immediately became vigilant. The disciples of the Suicide Valley immediately retreated, anxiously looking at the person who had suddenly appeared. "Who is this?" One of the tall and skinny men shouted loudly. Sharp swords and cold blades were pointed at him. "Let me ask you, are you guys from Suicide Valley?" Suyin didn't answer that person's question and instead asked a question. "So what if I am?" The man raised his eyebrows and grunted. "You bastards of the Suicide Valley killed my parents and destroyed my Tsang family. I will not let you off." At this moment, the short-haired woman shouted in anger once again and charged forward with her shiny sword. However, she was only the 6th grade of Spirit Master. How could she be a match for this 7th rank existence? The tall and skinny man directly lifted his leg and kicked out with a speed that was as fast as a shadow. The girl flew straight up and fiercely crashed onto the ground, once again spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Mississippi. When the others saw this, they immediately ran over nervously. "Ha, The remnants of the Tsung family, do you think you can go against our Suicide Valley? You're simply looking for your own death. We didn't come looking for you, but you actually delivered to us. Very good, we'll take this opportunity to exterminate the remnants of your Tsung family. Wait till I decapitate you and then I'll go to the Valley Master and receive my reward. The tall, skinny man snorted with laughter, then waved his hand and shouted, "Do it!" Yes. All of the disciples of Suicide Valley rushed over. However, as these disciples rushed over, the sword sheath on Suyun's waist suddenly exploded. Immediately after, over 1,000 flying swords flew out, slashing towards the surrounding disciples like locusts. In the blink of an eye, the world was filled with the shadow of swords. A large number of sharp swords pierced through the chests of the disciples of the Suicide Valley. What? When he saw the scene, the tall and skinny man's face instantly paled. He turned his head to look at Suyun but heard the sound of his robe flapping. A figure instantly appeared in front of him. That person was startled and immediately pressed the blood-red dagger in his hand forward. Dang! A clear sound rang out, but the power that fell from the sword exceeded the lanky man's imagination. He suddenly knelt on the ground, as though his entire body was being crushed by that power. What a powerful force! The man gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. He was struggling very hard, and the arm holding the dagger began to tremble. Clang! Clang! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. The man was shocked. He raised his eyes and saw Suyun suddenly take out a pale white sword from his sword sheath and swung it at his arm without a word. 2 swords? The man's nerves were on the verge of breaking. Ah! Ah! The man let out a miserable scream, and the dagger supporting the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword immediately softened. Suyun didn't hold back and swung his sword again. Poochie! The man's other arm had also been cut off. Suyun took advantage of the situation and fiercely stabbed the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword into his chest, nailing him to the ground. You are from the Suicide Valley? In that case, you know everything about the Valley of Life and Death? Suyun stepped on that person's body and coldly questioned, "Let me ask you, was Long Xinli killed by someone from your Suicide Valley? Where is her body? Where is her soul? Speak! Speak! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 522. Chapter 522 Tsang Yin. The man was in so much pain. His breath was rapid, and the profound qi in his body had also dispersed. Facing the question from Suyun, how could he answer? Ah! Ah! At this moment, the other disciples of the Suicide Valley surrounded them with the intention of attacking Suyun to save that man. However, before they could get close, their heads were cut off by flying swords and their lives were taken. The flying swords turned the place into hell, and no one was able to escape the dense mass of flying swords. As for the short-haired girl and her companions, they stared in astonishment at the countless flying swords that were like locusts. The shock was written all over their faces as they realized that these flying swords did not attack them. Those from the Suicide Valley were in a flurry as they tried to deal with the flying swords. However, none of them was able to stop the flying swords. Very quickly, they all fell to the ground, dying one after another. The sharp sword automatically flew into Suyun's sword sheath and with a swishing sound, it quickly disappeared. Suyun himself stepped on the chest of the tall and skinny man and interrogated him with a ferocious expression. I don't know. I've never heard of Long Xinli. I don't know anything about her. The person from the Suicide Valley cried out mournfully. Don't know? Suyun's face turned cold. He pulled out the Tribulation's fire sword and hacked towards his neck. Because of what happened with Long Xinli, Suyun didn't have any good feelings toward the people from the Suicide Valley. Instead, it was filled with disgust and hatred. Although he knew he couldn't be affected by this emotion, this feeling became more and more difficult to control due to the devilishness in his body. Following a clear sound, the tall and skinny man fell to the ground and died. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. His soul flew out but was devoured by the blazing tribulation fire sword and disappeared forever. Seeing Su-Yun's cruel methods, the short-haired woman's face was a bit pale, and the people behind her retreated to the side in fear. They had the urge to immediately escape. After this person died, Su-Yun pulled out the sword from his chest, then turned around and looked at the people behind him. "Why are you guys being chased by the people from the Suicide Valley?" Su-Yun recovered from his vicious expression and seriously asked the woman with short hair. The woman's face was a bit ugly, as if she was scared by Su-Yun's killing intent. She took a step back and said, "The people from the Suicide Valley killed my parents. This time, we came to avenge my parents." Hearing this, Su-Yun frowned. "How many people did you guys bring?" 370 people. Su-Yun looked at the people behind the woman. "You're the only ones who came back? Has the suicide witch appeared yet?" Su-Yun asked again. No, only her eldest disciple has appeared." "Has her head disciple made his move?" No, the girl's pale face flushed red. She looked embarrassed, but there was also an unconcealable trace of anger. "If that's the case, then your strength is too weak, and you are not a match for Suicide Valley. If that's the case, how are you going to take revenge on the Suicide Valley?" Su-Yun shook his head. The young girl clenched her fists tightly. Her silver teeth were almost about to shatter, but she did not say anything. His companions worriedly looked at the girl and Su-Yun, but no one dared to make a sound. This strange atmosphere began to fill the entire Bloody Valley. "Do you want revenge?" At that moment, Su-Yun suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, the girl abruptly raised her head and looked at Su-Yun in shock. Soon after, her eyes were filled with an uncontrollable heat. "Yes, of course, I yearn this, my lord. Could it be that you are willing to help me? The Suicide Valley is a tumor within Beiyang. One more day it exists, the threat will increase. If you can get rid of this tumor, not only will you get your revenge, you will also benefit spirit cultivators within the borders of Beiyang." Su-Yun said with a serious expression. "Yes, of course, I do. I am thinking all the time, sir, as long as you are willing to avenge me, I am willing to do anything." The young girl's voice was filled with impatience. She wished that Su-Yun would lead her into the Suicide Valley right now. Feeling the young master's eager gaze, Su-Yun let out a sigh of relief. "I will help you take revenge, but at the moment, you need to tell me everything you know about the Suicide Valley and let me analyze the possibility of your revenge, as well as what we need to do." "None of this is a problem." The young girl nodded. After a simple self-introduction, the girl knew Su-Yun's name, and Su-Yun also knew a few things about the girl. The young girl's name was Tsong Yen, and she was the daughter of the master of a small chamber of commerce in Beiyang. However, this Tsong's chamber of commerce was destroyed 4 years ago, and the reason for the destruction of the Tsong's chamber of commerce was very simple. The master of the Tsong's chamber of commerce did not pay the profound coins within the sect on time, so Suicide Witch was furious and dispatched the disciples to destroy the Tsong's chamber of commerce. Back then, Song Yen had followed her supreme expert to cultivate. When she returned home, she found that her family had changed. Everything was different from before. Song Yen was furious and immediately turned to her master for help. However, when her master found out that the other party was Suicide Witch, she immediately found an excuse to leave Beiyang and claimed not to be involved in this matter. However, Song Yen could understand. After all, even her master was not a match for the Suicide Witch. However, she did not give up. She gathered the experts from the Tsong family in exile, and after discussing the matter of revenge, she ran around the entire Beiyang, searching for all the scattered people. Fortunately, these experts still had gratitude towards the Tsong family, and they all expressed their willingness to help Song Yen deal with Suicide Valley together. However, Song Yen was still too young, and she believed that she could contend against the Suicide Valley by herself. That was why she suffered such a miserable defeat today. However, after today's battle, she also understood how powerful Suicide Valley was. The Suicide Valley is roughly 700 miles away from here. With our speed, we can arrive in half a day. We do not know how many people are in the Suicide Valley, but it can be speculated that the eldest disciple of Suicide Witch is at least at the Sky Spirit Master. However, the thing that people fear the most is not the Suicide Witch but the strange terrain of Suicide Valley. It's an unpredictable trap. Almost half of the people I brought with me died in the trap. At this point, Song Yan's face was filled with rage. When Su Yun heard this, he silently nodded his head. When he heard about the trap mechanisms of the Suicide Valley, everyone had said that it was extremely terrifying. It seemed that they were not lying. Do you remember where those traps were located? Su Yun asked. Yes, but there's no use in remembering. Song Yan gritted her teeth. This old fox, Suicide Witch, had already expected that someone would break her traps in magical formations. Thus, when she set up these traps, she purposely added spirit to them, making each trap into a spiritual trap. That is to say, all the traps in the Suicide Valley can move. They are at this location today, and tomorrow they will probably be at another location. Furthermore, there are probably thousands of traps in the Suicide Valley. However, we have only come into contact with a portion of them. There are still many traps that we do not know of. Therefore, even if we draw them out, it will be useless. So that's how it is. Su Yun rubbed his chin and began to think. Sir, Song Yan dared to ask, what is your cultivation level? You can easily kill those beasts from Suicide Valley, but I'm afraid if you will be able to do it. If you help us, milord, then we can immediately kill back the Suicide Valley and kill that old fox. Song Yan said. Don't worry, we will definitely help you deal with the Suicide Witch, but we can't fight back now. Before we know where those traps are located, we won't be able to do anything to Suicide Witch. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get into the valley. Su Yun thought to himself, they still needed to give these people some confidence. They might be able to become a force to deal with the Suicide Witch and not let their hearts go cold. Then, he said, there are only two ways to slay the Suicide Witch. 1. We can sneak into Suicide Valley. 2. Lure her out of the valley and wait for an opportunity to make a move. We can't sneak into the valley. Song Yan shook her head and said, when you join the Suicide Valley, Suicide Witch would light up the blood of every single person in the valley. After she lights up, those people would be able to use the transfer array outside the valley and enter directly into the valley, and those who haven't lit up would not be able to use it. As for luring the Suicide Witch out, that is even more difficult. She has always been a cunning person, always hiding in the valley. If there's nothing important, she definitely won't leave the valley. If Song Yan could sneak into the sect, she would have already captured a few people from the valley and tried to figure out a way to sneak in. Then we can only lure this old fox out of the valley. Su Yun said calmly. Does Milord have any ideas? Yes, but it's not a good idea. Su Yun thought for a moment and said, currently, I don't know much about the Suicide Valley, so I need to do some research. We also need to prepare, but with just me and you, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with Suicide Valley. If only we had someone else to help us. Even if that's the case, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find someone else to help. Song Yan said, after my father's accident, I contacted some of my father's business friends, but when they found out that I wanted to deal with Suicide Witch, they immediately closed their doors and refused to see me. Although each and every one of them wished to skin and extract her bones, none of them dared to defy the Suicide Witch. With so many Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang being viciously attacked by the Suicide Valley, how could the other Chamber of Commerce dare to go against them? When Su Yun heard this, he shook his head incessantly. If Huairo Zhangjian was like the Chamber of Commerce, then there wouldn't be the Huairo family today. However, the fact that these Chamber of Commerce did not resist proved that the Suicide Valley had not forced them to resist. Su-Yun rolled his eyes. Seeming to have thought of something, he waved his hand at Song Yen and said, "I have a method that I can give it a try." Song Yen, listen carefully, do as I say. "My lord, what ingenious plan do you have?" Song Yen hurriedly came over and listened attentively. Because she was so close, the fragrance that overflowed from the young lady's body directly entered Su-Yun's nasal cavity. Su-Yun rubbed his nose. He didn't dare to care, and directly said what he was thinking. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 523. Chapter 523 Block the entrance. After telling Song Yen what to do, Su-Yun headed back to the Suicide Valley, while Song Yen headed towards the nearest city. She split up her remaining subordinates and told them to do as Su-Yun said. Towards Su-Yun, Song Yen and the others had a kind of heartfelt trust and respect. In a life-and-death situation, the person who came out to save them would always be the person he was most grateful to in his heart, because he had practically given his life a second time. With Song Yen helping him, Su-Yun felt very relaxed. After all, a person's strength could never compare to the strength of two people. Although Song Yan's own strength was not strong, her connections were incomparable. Following the direction Song Yen had indicated, Su-Yun flew quickly on his flying sword and finally arrived in front of the Suicide Valley that was filled with a dark green aura. In front of the valley was a vast and boundless wasteland. There was nothing in this wasteland, even vicious beasts could not be seen. The Valley of Death was at the edge of the wasteland, and it was even more desolate. Su-Yun walked around the periphery of Suicide Valley and quickly found the transportation formation that Song Yen had mentioned earlier. This magical formation was located on the upper right side of the entrance to the Suicide Valley. It was a magical formation that was completely filled with blood. It could not be considered a very profound magical formation. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered an ordinary magical formation. Even if it was damaged, it could still be repaired in less than half a day. Su-Yun stared at the formation for a moment, then started to wander around. Enter the valley? The dense poisonous gas at the entrance of the Suicide Valley was enough to make things difficult for him, not to mention the thousands of traps. Even though he was at the 8th grade of Spirit Master, it was impossible for him to enter the valley. Also, it would not be easy to sneak in. This magical formation only recognized blood, not the people of the valley. So the only thing he can do right now is one thing: trapping the Suicide Witch out of the valley. Su-Yun took out the items that he had obtained from the Chamber of Commerce in Xin City and began to set up array marks on the outside of the formation. The Devil Seal Array that amplified one's profound chi and power. The Devil Landing Array. The Devil Kill God Array. Right now, Su-Yun's cultivation level was very high. It was extremely easy for him to lay down the Devil Sex 8 Absolute Arrays. After 2 days, the 13 great arrays had been fully set up, and a great deal of his profound chi had been consumed. Swallowing a chi boosting pill, Su-Yun sat down at the front of the array and waited quietly. About 3 days later, a figure hurriedly ran out of the valley and headed straight for the array. When he saw Su-Yun standing next to the blood array, he was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Where did this wild rat come from? Do you know where this is? If you don't want to die, then scram. Don't anger Grandpa, scram." With the reputation of the Suicide Valley, ordinary people would not dare to come. However, this person's scolding had no effect. Su-Yun was still motionless. He only raised his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. A pair of slightly reddened eyes could be seen beneath the pitch-black hood. It was like the eye of the netherworld ghost. That person's face was a bit ugly, and his expression was sullen as if he was annoyed by Su-Yun's disregard. However, he was not stupid. This person was standing here for no reason, so he was probably no ordinary person. Immediately, he gathered his breath and increased his speed to rush towards the blood array, intending to enter the valley first. However, just as he neared the blood array, a blood-red longsword came slashing straight towards him. The sharp sword chi was like a steel needle stabbing into that person's skin and flesh. That person was startled and quickly retreated, avoiding the flying sword. Judging from his abilities, he must be at least at the 6th grade of Spirit Master. "Who the hell are you? Do you want to go against my Suicide Valley? Do you know what will happen?" the man said through clenched teeth. "I ask you only once." Suyun calmly said, "Other than using this blood array, are there any other ways to enter the Suicide Valley?" That person grunted and said, "Of course, you can just enter the valley yourself." "Oh?" Suyun's brows twitched as he stared at this person, but he didn't say anything. But just at that time, the person took action. He only saw that he took out 2 green balls that were like eggs from an unknown place and quickly threw them in front of Suyun. The balls exploded and a large amount of mist floated out and immediately filled the air. "Die!" That person threw out the deadly poison and immediately rushed over. He took out 2 daggers of blood with both hands and fiercely stabbed towards Suyun's head. The extremely fierce attack was so fast that it was hard to imagine. It was as if from the start, that person already had plans to sneak attack Suyun. But he could not see through Suyun's strength, nor could he deduce Suyun's current cultivation. Although he was caught off guard by everything, in Suyun's eyes, that speed was abnormally slow. Suyun held his breath and focused his mind. Using his profound chi, he formed a membrane on the surface of his body to prevent the poisonous gas from seeping into his body. Then, he raised the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and slashed with astonishing speed. The sword seemed to disappear. Before the person could react, his eyes flashed and a shadow flashed by. Then, his 2 arms suddenly disappeared. He turned his head to look and discovered that his 2 arms had been cut off at an unknown time. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the cuts were very uniform. Even the bones could be clearly seen. Because he was too fast, the pain came too late. When the pain hit his heart, he cried out miserably. His eyes were wide open as he looked at his arms in shock. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and he could not believe what had just happened. He wanted to say something, but a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the neck, throwing him to the ground and holding him down tightly. Even the ground was cracked, showing just how powerful the opponent was. That person wanted to struggle, but both of his arms were cut off and his cultivation was not even equal to Suyun's. He had no way of resisting. "Can you talk properly now?" Suyun said in a deep voice, "Other than this blood formation, are there any other ways to enter Suicide Valley?" I don't know. I usually only use this blood light array to enter the valley. I really don't know if there are any other ways to enter," said the person from the valley. He breathed heavily. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. The power that Suyun had displayed had already completely shocked him. He never would have thought that his opponent's strength would be so terrifying. Suyun stared at this person's eyes and realized that this person's gaze was not evasive. It was only filled with fear, so he said, "Looking at how quickly you rushed into the valley, is there a reason? Tell me about it." This, the man's voice trembled with hesitation. A metallic sound was heard, and in the next second, the blood-red sword was pressed against his neck. "If you don't say it, I can only accept your soul," Suyun said expressionlessly. That person was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly shouted, I went back to the valley because I have something to report to the Valley Master." "Something important?" "It's like this. I was originally sent by the Suicide Valley of Destiny to Ligao City and was responsible for monitoring movements of Ligao City as well as the surrounding forces and Chamber of Commerce. However, in these 2 days, for some unknown reason, rumors regarding the additions to the Suicide Valley had appeared in the city. They said that the valley had issued an order that all the Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang must contribute 50% of their monthly profits to Suicide Valley. This immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of a large number of people, but as soon as I heard this news, I knew that it was false, because if the Valley Master really wanted to do so, she would first send someone to notify us, and then we would send an order to the various Chamber of Commerce, but we did not receive any news at all, so from this, it seems that someone framed our Valley Master, so I returned to the Valley Master, intending to inform him of this matter. The man whispered. But after he said that, Suyun smiled strangely. I don't think you need to tell the Suicide Witch. Why? Because it was me who made the rumor. Suyun said and grabbed him and carried him to the side. Using the rope he prepared, Suyun immediately tied him up. He was not in a hurry to kill these people. It would be useless to kill them. What he needed to do now was to wait for the people from the Suicide Valley to report back to him. After the disciple that returned from Li Gao City was captured by Su Yun, in the following days, Su Yun captured nearly 40 scout disciples from the Suicide Valley. These people were all tied up by Su Yun and placed on the ground 3 miles away from the entrance of the valley. More than 40 people were leaning against their backs, constantly struggling under the restraints of the spirit cultivator's ropes. The scene was quite spectacular. During this time, there were many disciples that came out of the valley, but as expected, they were all captured by Su Yun. Very quickly, the number of people increased to over 100. Because the Suicide Witch stayed in the valley all year round, she didn't notice any unusual movements at the entrance of the valley, so she didn't know anything about her disciples being captured. However, the strangeness at the entrance of the valley had aroused the suspicion of the Suicide Witch's disciples, and when Su Yun captured the 101st person, the blood formation started to flicker one after another, and then a group of 12 people walked out from the valley. Judging from his initial judgment, the leader's cultivation was around the 8th grade of Spirit Master. With cultivation, Su Yun already lost. However, this was not a battle of cultivation. When these people walked out of the blood array, they immediately dispersed and wanted to check around the valley. However, Su Yun didn't wait for them to leave and directly walked out. When the leader saw the cloaked person, he immediately waved his hand, indicating for everyone to return, and then stared at Su Yun. "Who are you?" A cold voice sounded. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 524 Come Here. Chapter 524 Come Here. Su Yun held onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and looked at the 12 people in front of him. The expression under his hood did not change. He only asked softly, "I only asked you one thing, did Long Xianli die in the hands of the people from your Suicide Valley?" Long Xianli? That person's lips curved up in a smile. "Who is this person?" "We've never heard of it, but I have to tell you, we killed people every day in the valley. We killed 1,000 people every day, or at least 800. Maybe we accidentally killed this person, but we don't know either, so we can't answer your question at all." Su Yun's eyes turned red. "So, you killed?" "Perhaps, killed," the man said casually. The moment his voice fell, a burst of mocking laughter resounded in the surroundings. "Senior brother, it seems like this is another guy who came here to take revenge. We can just take care of him. We still have the task at hand, so we can't waste any time here," a purple-haired woman said impatiently while hugging her bulging chest. "Sister, don't worry. We won't be spending much time here. Brother will take care of it right away." He then raised his hand and a 5 feet long shiny blade appeared on his right hand. As he spoke, he walked towards Su Yun, and his killing intent began to flow towards Su Yun. "Hey, if my guess is correct, Long Xianli should be dead. Perhaps I was the one who killed this person. Then, do you want revenge?" A trace of a smile gradually appeared on the man's calm face. Slowly, this smile turned into a sinister and terrifying crazed expression. He walked forward step by step, each step appearing extremely frivolous. However, when he arrived in front of Su Yun, this frivolity suddenly became extremely heavy. That was because the terrifying blade in his hand had already been lifted up. Under the blazing sun, the cold light of the long blade shot out in all directions. The cold energy on the blade seemed to want to freeze the blazing sun. Whiz! Flowing light flashed, the blade fell. Dang! Dang! The moment the blade came down, a clear sound echoed in the valley. The man's eyes widened slightly as he lifted his head to look. He saw that this scarily pale fellow, who wore a cloak, had unknowingly raised the blood-red longsword in his hand and accurately gripped the longsword. He blocked very easily. He did not even raise his head, and his breathing did not even change. He didn't use his full strength at all. It seems like you are quite capable. The man narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. However, what he received instead was a sentence, "All right, it's over." Su Yun said this with an unusually calm voice. At almost the same instant he said those words, the man was shocked to see that there were at least several thousands of sharp and terrifying flying swords surrounding him. When did these swords appear? What were these swords? The man was sweating profusely. His entire body was trembling, and his heart was beating crazily. The fear brought about by this sudden turn of events was almost enough to shatter his courage. Su Yun raised his hand and gently moved his fingers. In an instant, thousands of swords shot out at the same time, with the man as the center. They used all their strength to travel back and forth, piercing straight towards his heart. The whistling sword wind made people shudder. The man quickly pulled out his blade to block, but the speed of the thousand swords was unimaginably fast. One after another, phantoms flashed in front of his eyes, and before he could even react, over 100 sword scars appeared on his body. Don't look down on me. 3 Origin Treasure Armor. The man roared and activated his magic treasure. His entire body was immediately protected by a shining 3-colored armor. The 1,000 swords instantly let out crackling sounds, but they were unable to shatter the armor. Tribulation Fire. Su Yun let out a low shout and pulled out the white-hot sword. He stared at the man surrounded by the 1,000 swords, his eyes locked onto the man's heart, and his sword pierced forward. That pale white spot was like a shooting star that cut through the sky in the pitch-black night sky. Crack! The blazing tribulation fire stabbed onto the armor, and the terrifying temperature began to heat up like lava pouring down. In the end, the tricolored armor turned into magma and began to melt. The man also let out miserable cries, his expression filled with incomparable pain. Senior Marshal Brother. The people who were standing were stunned. Each and every one of their faces were pale and cold sweat flowed out. They were dumbstruck as they watched the scene. Hurry up and save me! The man screamed hysterically. However, in the next second, a longsword pierced through his mouth, directly piercing through the head of the man, causing him to stop all his movements. The 1,000 swords continued to spin, and in less than 3 breaths' time, they were sliced into pieces. Dressed in a black cloak, Su Yun stood in the middle of these pieces of flesh and blood. The 1,000 swords, which were stained with blood, continued to revolve around him. The remaining 11 people were completely stunned. The 8th grade of Spirit Master had died so tragically? Was the other party someone from Sky Spirit Master? This was Su Yun's strength, and also the power of limitless sword arts. Even though they were both at the 8th grade of Spirit Master, in terms of sword skills and profound energy, Su Yun was at least several times stronger than that man. The man didn't underestimate his opponent, and Su Yun didn't either. It didn't mean that with the same cultivation level, there would be hundreds or thousands of battles. Cultivation did not represent strength. Come here. Su Yun held the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in one hand and the tribulation fire sword in the other. The 11 people trembled. Their bodies were trembling so badly that they could barely stand. Damn it! What do you think this place is? Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. He clenched his teeth and angrily roared as he charged forward. At the same time, the other people also responded. 5 spirit cultivators attacked at once. These 5 people had cultivations between the 6th grade and 7th grade of Spirit Master. They were not ordinary people. However, before they could get close to Su Yun, they were drowned by a wave of sword energy. The 6 people who were preparing to attack Su Yun together immediately stopped their actions and stared at the 5 people who were drowned by the sword energy. Within the flowing swords, the 5 figures could clearly be seen. However, their figures were like darkness swallowed by the light, shrinking, slowly and finally turning into nothingness. Completely disappearing and being destroyed by the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the torrent formed by the 5 experts once again whirled in the air and returned to Su Yun's side, like a steel dragon circling around him, its imposing manner like a rainbow. It was shockingly magnificent. The remaining 6 people's eyes were completely filled with fear. What kind of existence was this? What exactly was this strange sword skill? Where the hell did this guy come from? Let's go back. We need to use the blood array to get back to the valley. Finally, someone spoke. His voice was trembling, and also his entire body. However, in the next second, another voice emerged. Come here. It was so calm that it could not be any calmer. However, the commanding tone revealed within it made the 6 people tremble unquestionably as they stared at that person with terrified faces. His face was pale and bloodless. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were deep and profound. The haze that covered his hood made his eyes look extremely devil. Shall I repeat it for the 3rd time? He whispered, sounded like a mosquito. Ordering the enemy? Who would do such a thing? Not even Su Yun would do that, and the reason why he said that right now was that he didn't see those people as enemies. They are not worthy. Surprisingly. As these words were spoken, a thought appeared in the hearts of the 6 people at the same time. They couldn't escape, absolutely could not escape. Once you ran away, you would definitely be killed by him. Crack. One of them moved, he actually took a step forward uncontrollably. Everyone looked towards that person, only to discover that the person who had made the move was the person who had planned to use the blood array to return to the Suicide Valley. He walked forward shakily, 1 step, 2 steps, and each step seemed to be filled with all his strength. In the end, he walked to a place less than 5 meters away from Su Yun, sat down on the ground, hugged his head, and kept on shaking, while mumbling crazily, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Su Yun reached out an ice-cold hand and caressed his face. He said softly, "I won't kill you." He looked up at the other 5. This glance was like an electric current that pierced through the bodies of these people. Everyone's body trembled as they hurriedly ran over and knelt on the ground, yelling, "Don't kill me, I don't want to die." "Answer my question, I won't kill you." Su Yun said calmly. "Lord, we will tell you everything you need to know." The purple-haired woman with bulging breasts said in fear. Her face was full of tears. Due to extreme fear, her originally pretty face was now twisted beyond repair. The strength of a suicide witch, magic treasure, profound skill, tell me everything about her. Su Yun said plainly. He no longer wanted to ask who killed Long Xinli. At this point in time, there was no longer any meaning to this. We don't know much about Master, but I can tell you everything I know. As the young woman spoke, she told him everything she knew about the suicide witch. She was afraid that if she said it too late, she would be beheaded by this devil who killed people without blinking an eye. After Su Yun heard this, he secretly nodded his head with a thoughtful expression. These people didn't know what Su Yun was thinking either. Lord! At this moment, a voice came from afar. Su Yun turned his head to look and saw a few figures running over from the distance. He focused and saw that these people were Song Yan and the others. It looked like it was about time. Su Yun stared at the Suicide Valley, and a trace of heat flashed across his eyes. He turned around and stared at the 6 remaining people in front of him, saying indifferently, "Go back." "What?" The 6 people widened their eyes and looked at Su Yun in shock as if they didn't believe his words at all. "Go back." Su Yun repeated himself. His voice was neither soft nor heavy, but his pale face did not have the slightest hint of a joke. These 6 people exchanged glances with each other. Finally, one of them got up and backed off carefully. Finally, he got close to the blood array. He gritted his teeth and dashed into it. He then disappeared. When one of them left, the rest of them scrambled into the array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525 Hatred. Chapter 525 Hatred. An old woman sat cross-legged under a huge withered tree with her eyes closed, adjusting her breathing. Around her, there were all kinds of skull bones laid out. These bones were arranged in the shape of a flower, and right in the middle of the flower, some eerie white mist floated out from the bone, continuously seeping into the old woman's body. The old woman's face was covered in sweat and her breathing quickened. However, one could see that her expression was abnormally relaxed. Furthermore, there was a wondrous look of nostalgia for this feeling, as if she was experiencing something painful and happy. "Master!" At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded from behind her, and a low and deep voice floated over. The suicide witch slowly opened her sunken eyes, and her wrinkled face showed a hint of displeasure. She said in a deep voice, "Zidu, didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I was cultivating? Did you forget what I said?" When the person heard this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "How dare Zidu forget Master's teachings? It's just that this matter is too urgent, and Zidu has no choice but to disturb Master." "Humph, say it, what's the matter?" the old woman said coldly. "Master, a disciple of the inner tree reported that junior brother Xia was killed outside the valley. Out of the 11 disciples that came with him, only 6 returned. Right now, the person who killed our disciple might still be at the entrance of the valley." Mu Zidu said respectfully. The old woman's face instantly turned cold when she heard those words. "What did you say? Who was killed?" "It's inner tree disciple Xia Bingkuan and the others." Mu Zidu replied, "Because we've sent many disciples out of the valley to do things, only to see that no one has entered or left, and we haven't received any news from the outside world for almost half a month. Therefore, I suspect that someone is up to no good, and perhaps he intentionally blocked our communication with the outside world, so that's why I sent Xia Bingkuan and the others out of the valley to investigate the situation. I didn't expect the enemy to be so arrogant that they were ambushed at the entrance of the valley. How strong is the other party? How many people?" the old woman asked calmly. According to the 6 people who came back, there was only one person who was extremely powerful. "Oh?" The old woman's yellow eyes suddenly widened as she glanced at Mu Zidu. After a moment of silence, she waved her hand and said, "Call those 6 people over." "Yes, Master." Mu Zidu immediately went down to summon the 6 people. The 6 of them walked into the old woman's training ground, looking at the old woman sitting in front of the withered tree. They hurriedly kneeled down and yelled, "Greetings, Valley Master." "Yes." The suicide witch nodded, slightly opening her eyes and glanced around the 6 of them, then asked, "Who is that person? How was his cultivation? Why must he go against my suicide valley? Do you know? That person is wearing a hood, we can't see his face very well. Plus, he has a shielding magic treasure, so we can't see through him. We're not too sure what he's here for," the 3 of them said shakily. "Oh?" The witch opened her eyes completely and asked in a low voice, "Then, why did 6 out of the 12 of you die? 6 live? Why did he let you in?" Disciple doesn't know either. He just told the disciples to return to the valley and the disciples came back. One of them said with a trembling voice. The old witch stared at that person for a while, a strange light flashed across her yellow eyes, then she turned her head to look at the others and asked, "Is that so?" "It is," the others hurriedly said, not daring to hesitate at all. In the next second, a green light whirred out like a blade of air, spreading out in all directions, and almost instantly devoured the 6 disciples of the Suicide Valley, wrapping around their corpses tightly. The green light lingered on their bodies for about 3 breaths of time, before dispersing, only to see that the 6 corpses had already turned into white bones and were lying on the ground, and even the soul disappeared without a trace. "Why would he let you back? Whatever the reason is, you must die. I will not allow spies in the Suicide Valley." Suicide Witch snorted coldly, then abruptly stood up, waved her withered hand, and shouted to the calm-looking Muzidu, "Zidu, come with me to the entrance of the valley to meet this guy." "Yes, master," Muzidu hurriedly said. The Suicide Witch was extremely fast, leaving the altar and dashing out of the valley. Her heart was filled with arrogance. Ever since the creation of the sect, she had never met with such a thing before. Not only that, she was blocked by a single person. If she didn't meet him, then what would happen to the face of Suicide Valley in the future? While the Suicide Witch was rushing outside, the eldest disciple Muziu also intended to inform the elite forces of Suicide Valley so that they could support the Suicide Witch, but when the witch found out, she immediately stopped him. "Just a single person, no need for this. What's more, I don't plan to, you can just go later. If you can't deal with it, I will make my move. If even I can't deal with it, then it won't matter how many people there are." However, she was worried that the other party might have some sort of trap in her heart. If there were too many people, it wouldn't be easy for her to escape. At the very least, it was enough for her to protect herself. Soon, the Suicide Witch, Muzidu, and a few other people from the Suicide Valley flew out of the blood array. The Suicide Witch then flew up into the air and scanned the area outside the array with her dim eyes. However, the scene outside the valley shocked her. At some point in time, over 1,000 people had appeared outside the valley. They were all divided into small groups, and each group had their own identities on their backs and on their bodies. Qingkai Chamber of Commerce, Dongguang Chamber of Commerce, Yuanshin Auction House. "They're from Chamber of Commerce?" The Suicide Witch was stunned. "Witch, you finally appeared." At this moment, a plump man walked out from among these Chamber of Commerce. He stared at the old witch, glared at her and yelled, "Today, either you will die, or I will die." "What? You want to rebel against me?" The Suicide Witch's face turned cold as she said in a deep voice. "You want to force us to death. If we don't rebel against you, how can we possibly survive?" Another chairman of a small chamber of commerce shouted, "Pay Profound Coins half of the monthly profits as tribute. You're asking for our lives. Since you are doing this to us, why don't we stand up and fight you? We are also human beings, not fish that you can slaughter. You devil. Today, we will be here because of you. Suicide Witch, you must realize your fate. Don't be afraid of this person. Let's all unite together and fight her. Why should we fear her?" Roaring continuously, these people who had been dealing with goods and profound coins for many years finally found the arrogance and self-respect that spirit cultivators should have. All of this was resurrected today. Roaring roars came from all directions, making the old witch's cold face freeze. She frowned, while her muddy eyes scanned the surroundings, and her heart was filled with doubt. From what these people said, she heard something unusual. What does it mean to pay half the profits of a month as a tribute? Could it be that each chamber of commerce had to pay half of the profit each month as a tribute to the Suicide Valley? When had she ever given such an order? Suicide Witch silently let out a humph of relief, and suddenly understood the cause and effect of this matter. First, they sent people to create rumors, using the status as the Suicide Valley to force all the Chamber of Commerce to release this news. They had no other choice but to fight back and then use their own methods to seal off the communication between the valley and the outer world, making it impossible for the Suicide Valley know of this matter in time. It seemed that all this had been carefully planned. You guys don't want to cause trouble here. What, paying half of the monthly profits as a tribute? I have never given this order. It must be someone deliberately framed my Suicide Valley. You guys should disperse. The tribute is still in accordance with the previous amount. This old woman will not increase the amount of tribute to you. The Suicide Witch spoke solemnly. However, this was supposed to be a clear explanation, but it was pushed back by another word that suddenly popped out from the crowd. Everyone, don't believe that Suicide Witch. Who is she? She's just a despicable, shameless person. Lies are easy for her to make, but if everyone believes her and breaks up, then the Suicide Witch will definitely secretly attack all of you and destroy you. By that time, it will be too late. As the sound of his voice faded, many people nodded in agreement. How many people would be willing to believe her at this point in time? What's more, the reason why everyone was gathered here at this moment was not that of the huge increase in the number of contribution points they received. In the end, it was all because of the pressure from the Suicide Valley on the various Chamber of Commerce. Everyone had had enough and did not want to let their hard-earned profound coins fall into the hands of others for no reason. Everyone was eager to take care of the troubled Suicide Valley, and today, more than 100 Chamber of Commerce were gathered here. This was an opportunity. Therefore, whatever the Suicide Witch said today, no one would just leave like that. This was because they had already made up their minds to kill this Suicide Witch for their freedom. Seeing the looks in these people's eyes, the Suicide Witch's face became more and more unsightly. She noticed that the fighting spirit in the eyes of these people exploded out from the accumulated hatred, terrifying beyond compare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526 Contradiction Intensified. Chapter 526 Contradiction Intensified. In fact, it was not just a rumor. It was more like a spark that ignited the dry prairie in everyone's hearts, causing the huge fire to be unstoppable. In ultimate martial world, it was common for the strong to suppress the weak and plunder the resources of the weak. Often, the weak would not be exploited and stand up against the strong, but this would most likely end with the weak being killed by the strong. It wasn't that the weak were too weak, but the strong were too strong. Since she dared to exploit these people, the Suicide Witch was definitely proud of her methods. Good. Very good. Very good. Since you've decided to go against me, are you prepared to face my wrath? The Suicide Witch's eyes sparkled with anger. She said coldly, then abruptly raised the cane in her hand and waved it straight down. In that instant, a dark green wind appeared out of nowhere and engulfed the entire Suicide Valley. A cold wind blew, and people felt a huge mountain pressing down on their backs. Every part of their bones and flesh felt very uncomfortable, and the chi meridian and spirit core felt as if they were being blocked by a foreign object. It was very uncomfortable. This is the old witch's profound skill. Someone shouted. Damn it! I feel that my profound chi circulation has become more difficult than usual. We have to break this strange profound skill. As matters stand, we have no way out. Everyone, let's go! A person shouted loudly. Following that, a master of Chamber of Commerce took out his magic treasure and loudly shouted, for the sake of freedom and for the sake of our dignity as spirit cultivator, kill. This voice ignited a wave of passion for everyone. Kill. The spirit cultivators under him began to roar one after another. All of a sudden, a small group of people rushed out from the crowd, directly colliding with the Suicide Witch. With one person in the lead, there would be a second person, a third person, and a fourth person. As the first person took the lead, the people behind him seemed to be encouraged, as they defeated their fear, overcoming the fear that the Suicide Witch brought upon them. On one side was a huge army brimming with killing intent, and on the other side was an old woman who looked like she was in her last years. This scene was extremely strange, but in fact, she was strong and the weak one was the other side. Soaring Eagle Flash. 6 Tai Godly Palm. Take my wood energy profound arts. Taste the power of my ultimate skill, piercing heaven and earth. The spirit cultivators who were nearing the suicide witch all unleashed their profound skills and launched their attacks at her without exhaustion. No one dared to hold back, and no one dared to be negligent, because the existence in front of them was an incredible one. To hold back was to strangle oneself. The profound skills were like fireworks as they flew towards the suicide witch. The violent destructive energies were like a tidal wave as they rushed towards her. The terrifying power caused people to feel a chill run down their spine and their hearts were terrified. However, the old woman lowered her eyes when faced with such an attack. She didn't even spare a glance as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. You're too arrogant. Do you really think your body can withstand the attacks of so many of us? A spirit cultivator's eyes exploded with light as he coldly shouted. But the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Just as these attacks were about to hit the old witch, the ground under the old witch suddenly cracked open, and immediately, a green light rushed out from the crack, instantly wrapping the old witch up tightly. Those terrifying profound skills were unable to shatter the green light, only leaving layers of ripples on the surface of the green light, unable to break the defense. Such a scene shocked everyone around. What? What is this light? This is impossible. Shocked shouts and incredulous sighs continued unabated. But most of all, it was astonishment that was hard to be concealed. Imperial equipment? In the dark, Su-yun, who was standing with Hei-yu, frowned and said in a low voice. Moreover, the rank isn't low either. No wonder the suicide witch is so confident. With her extraordinary cultivation level and an extremely high-grade imperial equipment, no one can easily break through her defense. Then she'll be safe. Fatty Hei-yu said. That's right. Su-yun nodded, then turned his head, clasped his hands towards Hei-yu and said, Master Hei-yu, thank you very much for this matter. If not for your personal appearance and your help, this little rumor that I let Song Yen pass would not have been so easily accepted by these people from the Chamber of Commerce. If they did not show up, I would have been the only one and definitely can't fight against the suicide witch. When Fatty heard this, he shook his head and then cupped his fist towards Su-yun. Lord Su-yun, please do not say thank you. In fact, not only do you not need to say thank you, but you should instead accept our thanks. Lord Su-yun, do you know how much we look forward to such a day? Merchants are shrewd, and none of the merchants here are a fool. There are many things that cannot be hidden from them, but sometimes they would rather believe that this is true. This time, however, the story that you created happened to hit exactly on the weak points of everyone, making it impossible for everyone to accept it. This time, half of the people here actually doubted the authenticity of this news, but they didn't try to verify it. Because what they need right now is this information. Why would they need to verify it? When Su-yun heard this, he was slightly surprised. However, he was relieved after a moment. It seemed that he was in the right time, as the relationship between these merchants and the suicide witch was already very dangerous, and he was only a catalyst. Without the help of these Chamber of Commerce and experts, Su-yun would not be a match for the suicide witch. With their help, the destruction of the valley would no longer be a fantasy. Lord Su-yun, Master Hei-yu, don't hesitate anymore. Let's go up and take advantage of the suicide witch's confusion to kill her in one go. Once the suicide witch dies, the valley will collapse and be wiped out by us. At this time, an anxious voice called out from the side. Su-yun turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Song Yen. At this moment, hatred flashed in her eyes. Her tan-colored face was filled with an unconcealable anger and impatience. She really wanted to kill the old witch herself to avenge the Song family. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she not take it in her own hands? Song Yen, don't act recklessly. You are only at the 6th grade of Spirit Master. It is simply a suicide to go. Su-Yun shook his head. But if I have to wait, I'd rather die. Song Yen clenched her fists and said while gritting her teeth. If you really want to die, I won't stop you. It's a pity that the last bit of the Song family's bloodline has been wasted. Don't you want to see the suicide witch die in front of you? Su-Yun said. When Song Yen heard this, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but was unable to say anything. In the end, she could only dejectedly lower her head and say, Then, milord, what should we do now? Just watch from the side? Of course not. Su-Yun shook his head, find an opportunity. I don't understand the old witch's fighting style, her profound chi, nor her profound skill. So, I need to take a look. I have prepared in my heart so that I can fight against her. What about the old witch's cultivation? She is wearing a magic treasure, you won't be able to see through it. Su-Yun said. Lord's cultivation should be higher than hers, right? Song Yen said. Su-Yun did not say anything, but Heiyu asked curiously, Master Su-Yun, aren't you also at the 6th grade of Spirit Master? Why did you plan to fight against the suicide witch? Isn't this too dangerous? What? 6th grade of Spirit Master? Song Yen was instantly dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she stared at Su-Yun in a daze. How could she have thought that Su-Yun was only at the 6th grade of Spirit Master? Wait. Song Yen suddenly thought of the methods that Su-Yun had displayed when he had killed those disciples of the Suicide Valley. It did not seem like the strength that the 6th grade of Spirit Master should possess. Master Heiyu, you're wrong. I'm already at the 8th grade of Spirit Master. Su-Yun laughed. The profound coins I earned from the chaotic battlefield gave me quite a bit of cultivation. Is that so? Heiyu was surprised. He didn't expect Su-Yun to advance so quickly. Hearing this, Song Yen also understood. The 8th grade of Spirit Master, no wonder. However, even 8th grade of Spirit Master probably not be able to contend against the Suicide Witch. Sir, don't you have cultivation base of Sky Spirit Master? Song Yen hesitated for a moment, and could not help but ask. I'm afraid there's still a long way to Sky Spirit Master. Su-Yun said. We cannot see through the Suicide Witch's strength, but we can know that she must have a cultivation level above Sky Spirit Master. Lord, if it is said that fighting with her will cost my life, then you, Song Yen, stop talking. Su-Yun understood her words, and also understood her worries. She had placed all her hopes on Su-Yun, but now Su-Yun's strength was not as high as she had expected. It was so low that it was hard for people to accept it, and she was more or less disappointed in her heart. Su-Yun didn't explain anything and just said, so, we need to observe and know each other, only then we can win. If we rush forward, we will die. But, can 8th grade of Spirit Master really fight against the Suicide Witch? This is simply a fantasy story. Who knew how many 8th grades of Spirit Master experts are present? Song Yen muttered in her heart. Song Yen, if you want revenge, just wait quietly and hold your temper. Su-Yun said plainly once again. Song Yen bit her lips and took a deep breath. She suppressed the restlessness in her heart and nodded seriously at Su-Yun before standing to the side without saying anything. Although Su-Yun's cultivation level wasn't as high as she had expected, she didn't dare to have any complaints against Su-Yun. If it wasn't Su-Yun, there would be no such a battle. How could she possibly see the hope of killing the Suicide Witch? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527 Either you die or I die. Chapter 527 Either you die or I die. The fierce fighting continued on outside of the Suicide Valley. The sky above the valley was already obscured by colorful profound skills, while the ground below the valley was dyed red with a large amount of blood and corpses. A spirit cultivator fell from the sky. Some were heavily injured and passed out, while others died tragically. The Suicide Witch quickly waved the voodoo staff in her hand, and a terrifying number of ghostly green faces emerged from the staff and started to bite around her. Once a spirit cultivator was bitten, his body would immediately be torn apart, and the profound chi in his body would be devoured, and part of it would be converted to replenish the old witch's body. This strange magic skill made the profound chi in the old witch's body flow ceaselessly. She could fight against hundreds or thousands of people by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that, Suyun couldn't help but frown. After all, in years, the reason why the suicide witch could dominate Bai Yang was due to her own ability. It seemed that defeating her was not an easy task. Chirp, 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 chirp. At this moment, strange sounds came out. Soon after, the formation connecting the inside and outside of the valley suddenly bloomed with eye-burning red lights. A large number of figures appeared from the formation. Everyone looked over and discovered that these people were experts from Suicide Valley. "Master, we are here to help you." The leader, Mu Zidu, shouted loudly as he took the lead and charged into the group of spirit cultivators that had surrounded and attacked the Suicide Witch. When the people of the Suicide Valley saw this, their morale was raised and they began to fight in unison. For a time, the two groups of people were like a paste, not separating. The scene was very noisy and chaotic. With the help of a powerful warrior from the Suicide Valley, the pressure exerted to the Suicide Witch was greatly reduced. Although she was powerful, she couldn't withstand the encirclement of so many people. The rapid consumption of profound chi was a fatal factor. The expression of people from the Chamber of Commerce was heavy, none of them was good-looking. "Since you have chosen to make me your enemy, don't blame me for being heartless. Today, I will have all the people from the Chamber of Commerce at present be buried outside my Suicide Valley." The Suicide Witch spoke in a low voice. Her hoarse voice was like stones rubbing against each other, making people's eardrums quiver. "Release the magic treasure." Head of the Chamber of Commerce shouted. This ancient bell was about 2 meters tall, and its surface appeared to be covered in rust. On the outside of the clock was carved a hovering dragon, which was full of spirit and spirituality, and although the rust marks obscured a part of its spirit, the radiance it was covering within could not be concealed. With just a glance, it gave off a feeling that it was about to say something. Ancient Dragon Divine Bell. The three people with the ancient bell put down the shelves, and then they all chanted an incantation together, each extending their hands to slap the ancient bell. The profound chi poured into the ancient bell, and in an instant, the ancient bell trembled, causing a large amount of rust to peel off the ancient bell. Roar! The silver dragon roared angrily, its voice like a wave that spread in all directions. Its body suddenly twitched, and it directly rushed out of the ancient bell, soaring into the 9 heavens. It waved its slender body, and along with its roar, a silver light flew towards the Suicide Witch. The old witch was wrapped up in the silver light, and her ears were assaulted by the roar. She suddenly stopped moving, and her dim yellow eyes became misty as if she had fallen into a fantasy for a short time. This ancient dragon divine bell is an extremely powerful imperial equipment. It can attack and defend, but it has even stronger illusions. The light of the silver dragon can confuse the vision of others, and its roar can bewitch the ears of others. I'm sure this Suicide Witch will not be able to withstand the power of this magic treasure of mine. Everyone now has a chance. Attack! Kill that Suicide Witch! The Chamber of Commerce leader shouted loudly. As he said the last sentence, he used all of his strength. Ah! Ah! Hundreds and thousands of spirit cultivators from all directions were shouting. At this moment, everyone had activated their final profound skills. Endless dark light. Experience the true sword chi. Great stone blade technique. Nether ghost poison. At this moment, everyone felt as if shouting those words would cause harm to the Suicide Witch. At this moment, everyone wanted to slaughter this evil woman immediately. In less than 5 breaths of time, thousands of attacks flew towards Old Witch in the shape of rings, each of them as colorful and gorgeous as a rainbow halo. Let's see how you can hold on this time. Heiyu said in a low voice, while his bean-sized eyes stared at the Suicide Witch. The magnificent profound skills rushed out like a tidal wave, encircling the suicide witch as the expectation of countless people. This strike most likely determined the victor or loser of this battle. However, just as the innermost circle of profound skills was about to hit the stooped old woman, a ring of dark green light suddenly exploded from her body. This light was different from the Imperial equipment protecting her body. It was a light green light screen. What was strange was that on the surface of the light screen, there were a large number of terrifying, malevolent and devilish faces. When the profound skills came crashing down on them, these evil ghost faces seemed to have noticed them and all turned their heads around, crazily roaring at the profound skills. Large amounts of engravings spread out, after which an unforgettable scene appeared for everyone present. Those profound skills that were aimed at the suicide witch halted all of a sudden after hearing the roars of those evil spirits and stopped. What? Fatty Hayu was stunned. What's going on? Could it have been broken? Is this the old witch's profound skill? Impossible. It's impossible for those who have been fooled by my ancient dragon divine bell to use any profound skill. Impossible. The head of Chamber of Commerce immediately cried out in alarm, as if he had been petrified. But the next second, a hoarse laughter drifted over from the old witch's side. Ha 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 ha, such insignificant tricks, and you're trying to trap me? All of you are looking down on this valley master of the Suicide Valley. The old witch couldn't stop laughing, and her hunched body started to move. They saw her raise her withered hand like a tree bark, and with a snap of her fingers, the silver dragon hovering above her shattered into pieces and vanished. At the same time, the three spirit cultivators who had activated the ancient dragon divine bell also fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Then, their bodies began to slowly rot and a large amount of white smoke rose up. The corpses immediately shriveled up. After a while, green and red-eyed little snakes crawled out from their bodies. Ha! Upon seeing this, the leader's expression changed. This is an old witch's curse. The person beside him gnashed his teeth and said angrily, when your imperial equipment was taken out by them, Old Witch used her spiritual power as a medium and cast a curse on the three users of the imperial equipment. Old Witch's cultivation is powerful and terrifying. They will definitely not be able to withstand it. How crafty, this old witch has been keeping an eye on each of our leaders. That person clenched his fists tightly, staring at the suicide witch with great hatred. Kill me? You are too naive. Now, let me show you the true power of Suicide Witch. Suddenly, her pair of hollow eyes opened wide, and a slender yellow snake appeared in her muddy pupils. This snake instantly flew out of her pupils, quickly circled around her body, and only saw those attacks, which had been frozen around her, instantly moved again, and each and every one of them rushed back in the opposite direction while howling. So. The sounds of various profound skills flying through the air could be heard once again. However, unlike the casting, the spellcasters only felt that the sound was getting closer. Each profound skill was actually directly countered by the person who used the profound skill. Thorn Divine Technique. The suicide witch shouted hoarsely. Bang! 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 Boundless explosions occurred outside of the Suicide Valley. People never expected this. In addition, quite a few people used profound skill cost a large amount of profound chi. How could they avoid this profound skill that suddenly returned? The majority of the people were hit by the attack and died tragically from their own profound skill. A small portion of them reacted in a hurry or used their magic treasure to block or desperately dodged, finally dodging the attack. However, the move of Suicide Witch was something that no one could react to. It directly determined the outcome of the battle between the Chamber of Commerce and the Suicide Valley. All the warriors who had been fighting against the Suicide Witch were defeated by this move, and even if they didn't die, they didn't have much fighting strength left. Other than those who were fighting against the experts of the Suicide Valley, everyone else was either dead or injured. The chairman of Qingkai Chamber of Commerce was stunned. The chairman of Dongguan Chamber of Commerce was also stunned. Yuanshin Auction House, Red Road Chamber of Commerce, and even the fat chairman of the Blackfish Chamber of Commerce were all dumbfounded as they stared at the suicide witch, their fat faces covered in cold sweat. I never thought that suicide witch would have such a godly skill. With this profound skill, she's not afraid of us at all. Damn it, damn it. This old witch had been planning to use this move the entire time, so she pretended to be under the control of the ancient dragon Divine Bell and activated it unexpectedly. She's too crafty, this old fox. Song Yen was so angry that her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with hatred. Her entire body was trembling as if she couldn't control her body and rushed forward to fight the suicide witch. However, before she could move, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Song Yen was stunned. She glanced over and saw that Su Yun, who was wearing a cloak, was walking over with the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hand. Don't go up. He then took out his long sword and stepped on it. Lord Su Yun, what are you doing? Song Yen asked in a daze. Kill the old witch. The 3 words floated down from the heavens. If he didn't act now, it would be too late. No matter how powerful the old witch was, he had to fight her now. Su Yun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gradually turning red. As he thought of Long Shenli's charming face and her warm memories, the hatred in his heart grew stronger. The blood in his body also couldn't help but become restless. Today, either you die, or I die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528 Giants. Limitless Sword God. C528. Add to library. C528. Chapter 528 Giants. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Looking at the dead bodies and the seriously injured, the old witch let out a high-pitched laugh. Ha, a bunch of unruly people, I don't know where you got the nerve to come to my suicide valley and behave so wildly. Do you know how powerful this witch is today? The suicide witch narrowed her muddy eyes, looking at those souls floating up from the dead bodies. As a punishment, I will accept your souls. I will let the world know what will happen to those who resist me, the suicide witch. As soon as her voice fell, the suicide witch turned her body to the side and flew towards that direction like a lightning bolt. Looking at this scene, the remaining people could only stand on the spot in fear and despair. They didn't dare to resist, as the power displayed by the suicide witch had already made them forget what to do. Who could fight against such an expert? It seems that we are still too naive. The suicide witch is not someone we can fight against, and I wonder how she will treat us in the future after today's incident. Hey, you said with an ugly expression. He was the leader and had no way out. At this time, if they couldn't defeat the suicide witch, the Blackfish Chamber of Commerce would be wiped out by the Suicide Valley. Not only that, after today's incident, the suicide witch would definitely clean up all Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang City. A new catastrophe was about to occur. I can only fight it out with her. Song Yen was about to grind her teeth. She looked towards Su Yun, who was dashing towards Suicide Witch, and made up her mind. She stood up and flew over. Lord Su Yun is also the existence of Spirit Master. Since he has the courage to fight this witch at this time, why wouldn't I dare? That witch killed my parents, so I must make her pay with her blood. Song Yen furiously thought, her small face contorted. However, what happened next stunned her. She only saw Su Yun quickly rushing towards the suicide witch on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Su Yun took off Long Zhen's wristband, and his profound chi overflowed. All the power in his body could be seen by those people with high cultivation levels. The old witch could see Su Yun's strength with just a glance. What was there to be wary of a mere 8th grade of Spirit Master? You are very brave, I admire you, but I still want to teach you a lesson and let you know that sometimes people must know their own limits. The suicide witch laughed in a low voice, then raised the cane in her hand and waved it towards Su Yun. A dark green corrosive power blew towards Su Yun. Waves of wind and poisonous gas filled the air. Inside the dark green gas, ghostly faces appeared. They opened their bloody mouths and charged toward Soo-Yun to bite him. Soo-Yun stared at it, and without any hesitation, he activated his 7th-tier Imperial equipment and charged directly at it. When those ghost faces collided with the chi barrier, they were instantly defeated. They were unstoppable and attacked directly. Imperial equipment? And this aura, must be of an extremely high grade. That's great. This is great. Ha 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 ha. The old witch's cultivation level was extremely high, and she was instantly able to sense the magic treasure that Soo-Yun using. Furthermore, she could smell that the grade of the magic treasure was not low. From this, it could be seen that she should be dealing with Imperial equipment all year round. However, when she found out that Soo-Yun's Imperial equipment was of a high grade, the suicide witches didn't show any worry on her face. Instead, she had a face full of joy. It seemed that he already thought that the Imperial equipment was hers. Give me your soul and your treasure. The suicide witch let go of those souls, turned her head around and rushed towards Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun calmly flipped his body in the air and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword turned into a red light flying shuttle. Dang! The long sword pierced into the suicide witch's chest, but it couldn't break through her defense. The old witch's body was surrounded by a layer of green mist, and no matter how powerful the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was, it couldn't break through this strange aura. Imperial equipment. It wasn't just Soo-Yun who had them, the old witch had too. This magical Imperial equipment that blocked the 1,000-spirit cultivator probably wasn't of a low grade either. However, at this moment, a large number of sharp swords suddenly flew out from the sword sheath behind Soo-Yun. They swarmed towards the suicide witch like a swarm of locusts, forming a powerful storm of gorgeous colors. The flying sword cut right through the suicide witch's body, and clanging sounds could be heard. A large amount of sword intent and sword chi dispersed, and sparks flew in all directions in the storm, while profound chi exploded. Seeing so many flying swords fly out all of a sudden, the suicide witch was extremely shocked. A profound art that was able to control so many flying swords was definitely not an ordinary sword riding technique. However, although Soo-Yun's moves were strange, he did not make her afraid. What was there to be worried about if a tiny 8th grade of Spirit Master could not even break through her Imperial equipment and protective chi? Who? At this moment, a strange wind blew from the sky, followed by a dark haze that covered the sky. A suffocating pressure began to pour down from above. This feeling was terrifying. The suicide witch's face changed drastically. She abruptly raised her head and looked above. However, she discovered that unknowingly, an incomparably gigantic devil bone giant appeared around her. The giant stared at Suicide Witch with a pair of blood-red eyes, then smashed down with both of his hands without saying a word. Those flying swords that were spinning at high speeds were directly knocked away by the fist. Their fists were unstoppable as they descended from the sky, directly smashing onto the Suicide Witch's body, smashing her onto the ground with all their might. It was as if the sky had shattered and the earth itself had collapsed. A loud sound rang out and shook the entire Suicide Valley, while the mountains and earth outside the Suicide Valley shook and trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. The earth below the source of the shock was torn apart, and numerous deep, abyss-like crevices appeared. The aftershocks spread out in all directions along with the earth. Mountains cracked and trees were flattened. The power was astonishing. It was simply unimaginable for anyone. Everyone present was shocked. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in astonishment at this extraordinary scene. These giants again? Heiyu's fat face was full of surprise as he stared at Soo-Yun. For some reason, he felt that this giant was different from the one he saw on the battlefield. At this moment, the giant seemed to be even more terrifying and ferocious. What was going on? Heiyu frowned. As for Zhang Yan, she was completely stunned. Such a terrifying attack was definitely not something that 8th grade of Spirit Master could achieve. Such dense devil chi? What is this? Who is that man in the black cloak? Is this a puppet magic tool? However, the grade of this puppet magic tool seems to be quite high. Even I cannot see through its strength. That person seems to be only at the 8th grade of Spirit Master, right? If this magical equipment was summoned by that person, how could it only be of the 8th rank? Who is that person? Shouts of astonishment and difference arose from all sides. However, the gazes of the crowd towards Su-Yun were filled with a bit of hope. But there was only one thing, because what was more worrying than hope was whether this puppet magic tool alone would be able to defeat the suicide witch. Roar! At this moment, that devil bone giant suddenly let out a deep roar. Then, its 2 arms started to tremble lightly, and the fists that fiercely smashed onto the ground started to gradually rise upwards. Everyone's breathing tightened, and their eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets. Could it be that the old witch isn't dead yet? With such a high-intensity attack, even if ordinary spirit cultivators don't die, they should at least be seriously injured, right? Shocked exclamations could be heard. They only saw the fist being slowly propped up. Then, they saw a hunched figure holding a withered cane high up in the air as she activated the dark green-colored profound chi and slowly raised the fist that was as big as a mountain above her head. That person was the suicide witch. At this moment, her face was covered in dust. Her face was slightly pale and her breathing was a lot faster than before. While supporting the green gas, she turned her head and stared at Su-Yun. Her eyes were all open, and a large number of flames of anger seeped out from her muddy eyes. Kid, no wonder you dare to challenge me. So you actually have such a thing. But do you think you can contend with me? You're courting death. With a low roar, the suicide witch formed a seal with her left hand, releasing a rippling green light that crashed into the fist of the demon bone giant above her. Ding! A crisp sound came from the tip of the giant's fist. A green light flashed and the giant's fist was reflected back. In almost an instant, the suicide witch rid of the giant's fist held the staff in her hand and rushed towards Su-Yun like a shooting star. Die! The old witch roared. The staff in her hand released a circle of green light. The green light instantly broke into millions of pieces when it got close to Su-Yun, concentrated as rain, and fiercely attacked Su-Yun. The dense rain of attacks made everyone's scalp tingle. In addition to the strong sense of profound chi from the suicide witch, every single strand of her mysterious power gave people a sense of fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. No ordinary person would be a match for her. However, facing this attack, Su-Yun didn't put up any defense, nor did he have any intention of dodging. He slowly stretched out his hand and touched his back, pulling out the black sword that was pinned in the sheath. His eyes were filled with killing intent, coldly staring at the dashing suicide witch. The decisiveness in his eyes could be clearly seen. Ha! The suicide witch's heart skipped a beat as she sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why was the other party so calm? Forget it. This stinking brat, he had to be eliminated quickly. The suicide witch thought to herself and pushed her profound chi to its maximum. Her aura was like a rainbow, unstoppable in her attacks. However, at this critical moment, Don. A huge bone foot stomped over viciously, directly stepping on the ground along with Old Witch's attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529 Intense Fighting. Chapter 529 Intense Fighting. Proofreader at Vongala 10. The ground and the mountains were shaking. The crevices were bigger now, as if the land had been shattered, and the people were still in shock, unable to extricate themselves from the confusion. Upon closer inspection, another 100-meter-tall devil bone giant appeared beside Su-Yun. This giant was exactly the same as the other giant. The only difference was the symbol on his forehead. The previous one looked like a glove, but this one was a boot symbol. The giant let out a roar like an ancient evil god, fiercely pressing his pale feet down, and could no longer see the suicide witch. Su-Yun held onto the death sword and walked towards the devil bone giant. His eyes also started to turn red, the blood in his body had long been burning, and his expression was filled with madness. At this moment, the foot of the devil bone giant began to tremble once again. Following that, it gradually raised it upwards, and a green light overflowed from the bottom of its foot. Once again, the suicide witch with the absolute power used her brute force to fight against the attack. However, the devil bone giant didn't just stand there and watch. It roared angrily and rushed over. When it got close to the giant, it raised its fist and ferociously smashed it down at its feet. Bang! The pair of fists fiercely smashed on the devil bone giant's feet, releasing a terrifying power. The suicide witch was just about to get up was once again forcibly thrown into the ground, and that astonishing power crazily tore her body up, making her feel very uncomfortable. Two of them. How was this possible? How could an existence of the 8th grade of Spirit Master be able to control 2 puppets' magical equipment of this level? I will kill you. The suicide witch was extremely enraged, crazily roaring while her voice came out from under the giant's feet. This repeated losses had completely disgraced her. This was something she could not tolerate. The power of the 2 giants was terrifyingly great. They crazily pressed down with their fists and kicks, but even the suicide witch could not resist. The profound chi in her body was fully released, but it could not force this power to retreat. Both sides were deadlocked. The huge rocks around shattered, and the mountains crumbled. Some of the nearby mystics were pushed back several hundred meters by the force and were simply unable to get close to him. After a stalemate of about 10 breaths' time, the suicide witch knew that she wasn't a match for these 2 giants and gave up on the idea of fighting head-on. However, under this kind of attack, her body could not hold on for too long. Right now, the only thing she needed to do was to break away from this kind of suppression. The suicide witch clenched her teeth, abruptly shifted all the forces around, and flew in the opposite direction, directly launching them down from the ground. In an instant. Voila! The ground immediately collapsed, and the 2 giants fell to the ground, completely losing their balance. The old witch took advantage of this opportunity, drilled into the ground to get rid of the giant's control, broke out of the ground again, and instantly dashed in front of Su-Yun. The old witch didn't use any fancy moves, she only moved her wrinkled skin and lips, quickly moved a few sentences, and a strange-looking brown cane quickly turned into a dark green color and quickly reached towards Su-Yun's head. It looked like an ordinary attack and didn't seem very powerful. Furthermore, this was a staff, so it didn't seem to be very lethal. A circle of faint aura formed around Su-Yun, and when the staff collided with the aura formed by the Imperial equipment, it instantly created a spider web of ripples that completely covered the chi cover. Soon after, Su-Yun could clearly see the chi cover of the Imperial equipment was trembling crazily, feeling as if it was about to break. Suicide witch was indeed extraordinary. If this attack landed on his body, she would probably be able to knock his body into the air. Whiz! Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. The suicide witch raised her head and saw that the chi cover suddenly disappeared. Have you given up the defense? Right, although this Imperial equipment of yours is powerful, it's like a piece of paper under my unbreakable thousands meter strike. I'm not afraid at all. Now, die. The suicide witch shouted in a low voice, and then the scepter smashed towards Su-Yun's head. However, at this moment, Su-Yun raised his right hand into a fist and swung it at the terrifying scepter. What? You're actually going to use your fist to fight me? The old witch's eyes tightened, and her heart started beating quickly. She felt that something was wrong, but since things had already come to this point, how could she stop now? The other party was the 8th grade of Spirit Master. How could she be afraid? The fist quickly made contact with the staff. With a bang, a wave of black profound energy exploded from the front of Su-Yun's fist. A snake-like, slender existence vaguely circled around in front of Su-Yun's fist, and the power coming from the tip of the staff crashed into the snake-like existence. Bang! A muffled sound came from the suicide witch's body, after which, her hunched body trembled violently, and the skin all over her body turned dark green as if she had been poisoned. She trembled uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of dark green blood. Her eyes were filled with shock. "You actually gave my profound skill back to me? What profound skill is this?" The suicide witch was shocked. Although Sprite Shadow was a product of the Sky Martial continent, in terms of its grade, it was still considered a divine object. Even in the ultimate martial world, the 72 consummate techniques were very practical, especially the reverse yin-yang dragon art, which played a decisive role in critical moments. Su Yun did not hesitate. The suicide witch was far more powerful than him, and from the beginning to the end, he was determined to fight her seriously. When the power of reverse yin-yang dragon art was successfully used on the old suicide witch's body, Su Yun completely activated the divine windsword technique. Like a phantom, he circled around the old suicide witch's body, crazily slashing the old witch's bent body with his deathly sword. A large amount of evil chi blossomed at the cutting point like fireworks. The pitch-black longsword was like an evil soul's claw, tearing apart that thick and strange profound energy and directly leaving a sword mark on the suicide witch's skin. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 swords fell down, and this peerlessly swift and violent speed completely mesmerized everyone around. What a fast speed! Is this the speed a spirit cultivator should have? He seems to have entered a completely new level of the ethereal realm. Everyone, can you see that? His sword's movements have already broken through the restraints of inertia, completely allowing him to do as he pleased. Even though his cultivation isn't too high, he is still able to easily accomplish those movements. Faster is more strange than more. The weird thing is that this person's cultivation isn't high, but he has such skills. He'll be a supreme expert in the future. The wounded men on the ground stared at the fierce battle in the sky, muttering to themselves. "Lord Heiyu, is this Lord Su Yun's strength?" When she spoke, Song Yan's mouth was only moving. At this moment, all of her postures was focused on Su Yun, who was fighting with Suicide Witch. "This is," Heiyu recovered and said with a breath of air. "Is this still the power of the 8th grade of Spirit Master? This might have long surpassed the 9th grade, might be the 10th grade, even the 10th grade existences might not be a match for Lord Su Yun. With such a high speed of movement and attack, coupled with the 2 colossi assisting in the attack, the amount of profound chi required is unprecedented. A normal 8th grade of Spirit Master would definitely not be able to withstand it. I'm afraid they will soon run out of profound chi and faint." Heiyu stared at Su Yun. "I wonder how long Lord Su Yun can last?" When Song Yin heard this, her face was filled with deep worry. Even though Lord Su Yun had obtained the upper hand in this fight, the suicide witch was no ordinary people. How could she be defeated so easily? Moreover, the suicide witch was cunning. Before she fought those spirit cultivators, she pretended that she was no match for them, and then used trickery to instantly turn the situation around. Now that she was being suppressed by Su Yun, was she deliberately showing weakness and then making a miraculous move to win? Whiz! Suddenly, the suicide witch finally made her move. She did not defend, nor did she counterattack. In terms of speed, this young man whose strength was much lower than hers completely defeated her. Thus, she chose to use other methods to welcome Su Yun. People only saw her holding the staff in her hand and gently waving it. In an instant, the suicide witch vanished, and when she reappeared, she was already standing thousands of meters above in the sky. Su Yun lost his target, stopped and stared at the sky with the death sword in hand. "Kid, you surprised me. To think that a person of the 8th grade of Spirit Master actually has such power. Amazing, amazing, your talent is several times stronger than my new disciple by Yenshan, especially your toughness. It probably won't be inferior to hers." A trace of admiration flashed across the old witch's eyes as she said, "Kid, if you are willing to put down the weapon in your hands now, give me your imperial equipment, the items that control this puppet equipment. Perhaps, I can consider taking you as my disciple, how about it?" Will you? The old witch spoke very softly, not showing any sincerity. However, her words were filled with temptation. The Suicide Valley's influence and position within Beiyang borders were not ordinary, and as a disciple of the Suicide Witch, one could hold an extraordinary position within the sect. Once becoming a disciple of the sect, one wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Not only did this represent endless wealth and glory, but it also represented the unique training conditions and unparalleled power. If ordinary spirit cultivators heard this, they would most likely kneel down, kowtow, and bow their heads in worship. After all, the Suicide Witch wouldn't accept a disciple so easily. After she said that, everyone on the scene stared at Suyun nervously, and their eyes were filled with terror. Once Suyun agrees to it, the last hope that lit up in their hearts would be completely destroyed. However, Suyun didn't immediately answer the old witch's question. Instead, he raised his pale face, stared at the old witch with his blood-red pupils, and coldly said, "I only ask you one question, did you kill Long Xianli? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 530 Madness. Chapter 530 Madness. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Long Xianli? The Suicide Witch's eyebrows creased. So you came here to go against me because of Long Xianli? Suyun didn't say anything, but he tightened his grip on the sword. From the looks of it, the Suicide Witch have known about Long Xianli. In that case, the Emperor Palace had not lied to him, but he had hoped that the Emperor Palace had lied to him along the way. The news he had received from the Niao Lu was not real, but he had never expected it to be so cruel. What? Are you going to avenge her? The corners of the Suicide Witch's wrinkled mouth abruptly raised up as she said in a teasing tone. Is her soul still there? Suyun lowered his eyes and asked. His eyes became even redder. It's gone. I have long cultivated it into a medicinal pill and ate it into my stomach. The Suicide Witch laughed sinisterly, a spirit cultivator with extraordinary talent after all. That taste is really delicious. Even now, I can't forget that taste. TSK, 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 it's amazing. It's simply amazing. I can't forget it. Suyun suddenly raised his head. His eyes were already bloodshot, so red that it was impossible to see his pupils. A large amount of evil and charming aura overflowed from his body. His pale face filled with a burst of black veins, and his entire body began to tremble crazily. Ha! Seeing the change in Suyun's expression, the Suicide Witch's face slightly tightened, feeling that something was wrong. What's wrong with this kid? You just said that you refined Long Xianli's soul into a medicinal pill and ate it into your stomach? Suyun raised his head and looked at the Suicide Witch quietly with his blood-red eyes. His tone was very calm, like a quiet valley without wind, making people's hair stand on end. Yes, if you want revenge, then you'd better use all of your strength. Otherwise, this old woman will have to find your soul to taste. The Suicide Witch licked her dry lips, smiled and said, Your talent is not inferior to Long Xianli's, I believe it's also an endless delicacy. Ha ha ha, this old lady has her blessings today, ha 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 ha. But in the next second, Suyun moved. He did not charge towards the Suicide Witch, nor did he store up any profound technique to attack. Instead, he lifted his hand, raised the death sword in his hand, and made a very simple action. The pitch-black edge of the death sword slanted towards the sky. The blood-red word die on the sword began to bloom with red light. The ferocious power was like a broken dam, crazily gushing out like a flood, releasing all the power of the death sword, without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human, he whispered. Ho, the number of people who boast in front of me all these years is not even 1,000, at least 800. There are even countless people who say they want to kill me, but in the end, they only have one ending. Let's see if you have the ability to do that. The suicide witch laughed coldly. Suyun didn't say anything, and the death sword in his hand began to release a thick dark evil chi. This evil aura became stronger as time passed, and the patterns surrounding Suyun's body also became darker. This aura was rising rapidly. Before this, the suicide witch was smiling, but now that she smelled Suyun's different aura, her face gradually turned ugly. This power. What magic treasure is this kid using? Why is his strength skyrocketing? And the speed and extent of the increase are so great. The suicide witch thought, could it be that this kid has some sort of incredible magic treasure on him? Heh, it looks like this old woman is going to make a fortune today. Whiz! At this time, a ray of white light flew out from the sword sheath behind Suyun and landed beside him. The white light overflowed and quickly took the shape of a person, finally changing into the shape of Ling Qingyu. At this moment, Ling Qingyu's face was full of anxiety. She twisted her neck to look at Suyun and asked anxiously, "Suyun, what are you doing? Stop it, it will be dangerous for you to continue like this. Stop quickly. This person is powerful. If I don't use all of my strength, I definitely wouldn't be her match. Today, I must kill her. I must avenge Xinli. As for me, I can only use this kind of power." Suyun began to pant and say a few words. His pale face began to sweat, and the dark patterns on his skin increased. But do you understand what power you're using? This is the power of the death sword. Aren't you afraid it will control your body and destroy it forever? Have you forgotten your old lesson? Ling Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears as she cried out hysterically. However, in the next second, her delicate body was suddenly hugged by Suyun. Ling Qingyu was stunned. His mind was blank, and his pair of beautiful eyes that were like the stars were dull and astonished. He could only hear the rapid and heavy breathing that came from beside his ear for an unknown period of time. "Qingyu, thank you, but I don't want to regret it," he said softly. Suddenly, a power overflowed from his hand and passed through his palm to Ling Qingyu's back, spreading through her delicate body with alarming speed. Being caught off guard, Ling Qingyu was hit by the power directly into her spirit core, chi meridian, and other vital points. When her breath stopped, she immediately fell down and fainted. Suyun supported her and secretly urged strength. Ling Qingyu immediately turned into a ray of white light. Suyun controlled the last of his consciousness and strenuously sent Ling Qingyu back into the sword sheath. At this moment, he felt that the blood in his body was no longer fresh blood, but balls of flames, continuously roasting his chi meridian, spirit core, heart, dantian, and other vital areas, as if he was about to explode. The power of the death sword in his hand was still wildly surging into his body. He felt his head getting hotter and hotter as if a strange power was controlling him. The monarch occult force circulated crazily, and every inch of the chi meridians in his body was filled with a large amount of profound chi from the death sword. And at the end of the chi meridians, the spirit cores were also enveloped by a large amount of black chi at this moment, as if there was a change in the spirit core. All of them expanded in size and were filled with profound chi, giving off a refreshing feeling. Suyun's entire body was filled with countless spirit cores, and his body was completely filled, without leaving a single gap. He was simply excavating the limits of his body. A crazy obsession began to rise up in his mind. This obsession gave him an indescribable madness. Kill her. Kill the suicide witch. Destroy the suicide valley. He didn't know when this strange thought had started to take control of his mind, but his face started to turn ugly, his face twisted like a wild beast's, staring at the suicide witch. Not good. If this continued, his thoughts would be completely controlled by this death sword that he had already released its strength. Suyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he maintained the last sliver of clarity. What was shocking was that this strange obsession and madness stopped at this moment. It no longer occupied Suyun's consciousness, as if it was leaving this last bit of thought to Suyun. However, the power on the death sword did not stop. Suyun was stunned. He raised his eyes that were even fiercer than fierce beasts and looked at the sword in his hand. A hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. Very quickly, he explained this strange phenomenon of the death sword. "Perhaps you wish me revenge, too?" Su Yun muttered softly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the green wind attacked and a fog-like gas covered Su Yun, instantly covering him. The earth and wood around Su Yun were all corroded into gas and disappeared, forming a vacuum. However, Su Yun used this last bit of his consciousness to forcefully prop up a 7th-tier Imperial equipment. Su Yun, who was given power by the Death Sword, opened the 7th-tier Imperial equipment easily. Moreover, it's easier to control this Imperial equipment. It did not consume much profound chi. And once it consumed some profound chi, the Death Sword would immediately fill up this small gap in his body, and it would always remain in its best condition. Seeing this scene, a vicious light bloomed in the old witch's eyes, and a trace of jealousy appeared on her old face. "I didn't expect you to possess such a good magic treasure." An existence of the 8th grade of Spirit Master can rise to above the Sky Spirit Master. It's not simple. This must be an ancient treasure. It must be something from an immortal god. "Kid, give it to me, give it to me." The Suicide Witch shouted. She yearned for power and had already made up her mind to kill Su Yun and take all the treasures he had. Poison Storm. The poison gas that surrounded Su Yun started to swirl, turning into a poisonous dragon that crazily revolved around Su Yun. The poisonous dragon roared, crazily bit at the chi cover, and corroded the barrier, but was powerless to do anything about it. The profound chi in Su Yun's body was consumed crazily due to the attack on 7th-tier Imperial equipment, but the Death Sword crazily added profound chi to Su Yun, keeping him in his best condition. Damn it! All of a sudden, the Suicide Witch reached out her withered hand and flipped it. A porcelain bowl with red, yellow and green symbols embossed on it appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes, mumbled to herself in a low voice, mumbled a few words, then threw the bowl into the air. That colorful bowl circled in the air, quickly landing on top of Su Yun. Then, Suicide Witch raised her hand. Clang! The bowl exploded in the air. Almost at the same instant, the colorful bowl exploded. The chi cover of the 7th grade area instantly vanished. Along with it was the poison dragon that revolved around the Imperial equipment. Equipment to break all spells. The Suicide Witch let out a low growl. Su Yun, who was full of evil chi, tried his best to catch his breath. His 7th-tier Imperial equipment was temporarily sealed and could no longer be activated. However, he didn't just keep on activating Imperial equipment, but stared at the old witch, his face becoming more and more ferocious. "Without the Imperial equipment, let's see how you can withstand my attack." The Suicide Witch sneered again and again. She suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already above Su Yun. She held the stick with both hands and swung it towards him. The seemingly ordinary staff's tip suddenly shone with a golden light. A terrifying destructive aura descended as if the blazing sun was falling to the ground. The terrifying power was unimaginably strong. However, just as the cane was about to land on the ground, a black beam of light suddenly swooshed over, flashing right in front of the old witch's eyes like a black bolt of lightning, followed by which, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed out. The old witch felt a sharp pain in her heart, and an empty feeling rushed up to her head. She saw that the cane was broken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531 Suicide Valley Part 1. Chapter 531 Suicide Valley Part 1. What kind of divine object was the withered vine staff? The Suicide Witch knew very well that this was a powerful magic treasure made from the branches and leaves of the 10,000 years old divine tree on the peak of ultimate martial. What kind of weapon was that? Why was it so powerful? The Suicide Witch's eyes were wide open, her face was filled with astonishment. She had never expected that the other party would have a weapon that was even stronger than hers. The withered vine staff was the life magic treasure of Suicide Witch. Now that her magic treasure had been destroyed, the Suicide Witch's body had naturally suffered a great deal of damage, and blood had also seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She fiercely stared at Su Yun and didn't dare to move forward. Instead, she kept on backing away. How could Su Yun, who had already released all of the power of the Death Sword, let her go? With a low roar, he rushed over like a dragon, using the Divine Windsword technique. Outside the entire Suicide Valley, a dark evil wind suddenly blew, the sky became dark clouds covered the sky, not even the sun could be seen, the entire atmosphere was very strange, the temperature also began to drop crazily. A large number of sword shadows flew out from Su Yun's body, directly surrounding the Suicide Witch. The sword shadows superimposed and were extremely dense, and were so fast that it was impossible to tell how fast they were. With the enhancement of the Death Sword's power, the profound energy in Su Yun's body increased explosively. With the support of the demonic nature of the devil blood, he seemed to have entered an unprecedented crazed state, and the number of swings in a second also increased from 1,000 to 1,200. However, one should not underestimate these 200 sword strikes. At the level of 1 second and 1,000 sword strikes, it would be extremely difficult to even lift up a single sword strike, let alone 200 sword strikes. Furthermore, at such a terrifying frequency, the addition of one sword strike would create a huge pressure on the opponent. At this moment, even though it was the Suicide Witch, she still appeared extremely strenuous. She raised her withered hand and continuously swung it in the air, her palm overflowing with a lot of dark green gas. After the gas seeped out of her palm, it quickly gathered together, forming a thick wall, blocking the fast and almost indiscernible Death Sword. However, although the old witch's cultivation was high, in terms of speed, she was definitely no match for Su Yun. Although she had blocked many attacks, new wounds still appeared on her body, and the sword chi and evil chi in the wounds were like living creatures, beginning to erode her body, making her feel very uncomfortable. You can be considered capable, for forcing me to this state even with a mere 8th grade of Spirit Master. But don't be too complacent. This old lady has far more tricks up her sleeves than that. The Suicide Witch's face darkened, and she suddenly let out a loud roar. Her body suddenly burst out a huge wave of air, shaking all directions. Su Yun, who was quickly swinging the sword, was not prepared and was directly blown away by this chi wave. Chance! The Suicide Witch's yellow eyes suddenly opened, and her lips quickly moved. A magical chant flowed out from her mouth. Then, she suddenly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her skinny arm and held it horizontally in front of her eyes. On her thin arm, there was an old tree pattern, but this old tree was very sturdy, almost filling the old witch's arm to the brim. However, what was most frightening was that the old witch's arm was completely covered in leaves. The ancient tree didn't bear any fruit. Instead, it bore a large number of skulls. Along with the old witch's chant, those skulls released waves of light and started swaying ceaselessly. The jaws of the skull bumped against each other, making a series of click-clack sounds. Let me see how I will turn you into a fruit on this human bone tree. The old witch yelled coldly and was about to launch her profound skill. At this critical moment, a pair of gigantic fists descended from the sky, directly smashing towards the old witch's head. The old witch was surprised for a second. She immediately thought of those devil bone giants and didn't dare to hesitate. She used her profound chi protection. A dense poisonous gas formed a thick wall above her head. Although this wall could not completely block the devil bone giant's attack, it could delay it for a bit longer. This amount of time was enough for the Suicide Witch to complete the activation of this spell and end Su Yun's life. However, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Several whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and an even thicker pressure descended from the sky. The Suicide Witch's expression changed drastically. She abruptly raised her head and looked towards the sky. However, with just a single glance, her entire body turned as stiff as a wooden chicken. Several huge fists descended from the sky. Each fist contained a boundless destructive power that could flatten high mountains and shatter the earth. The old witch's eyeballs flashed up, and when she saw the number of fists clearly, she looked as if she had been petrified. 7. The old witch murmured. There were at least 7 such terrifying devil bone giant, could it be true? While the suicide witch lost in her thoughts, the attacks launched by the 7 devil bone giants had already fallen down, and the protective profound chi released by the old witch was instantly shattered into pieces. Huge amounts of mountain-like fists fiercely smashed on her thin and hunched body, and a terrifying power spread across her entire body, crazily tearing her entire body apart. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The 7 giants crazily punched around the old witch, their violent powers causing the entire Suicide Valley to shake. The ground was completely broken into pieces, and there were almost no intact parts of the valley. The sky-rending roar and unparalleled power shocked all the spirit cultivators in present. Even the experts of the Suicide Valley were thoroughly intimidated by this scene. Their eyes were filled with fear and began to tremble. That aloof and invincible suicide witch was already in such a sorry state, and they could see the old woman struggling to resist this power in that huge, chaotic fist strike. However, she was not as strong as her heart, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. The power given by the giant made her almost unable to maintain her balance. The profound chi within her body was dispersed, and her defenses were also destroyed. Her hunched body began to tear apart as frightening cracks began to appear on her body. In the end, the suicide witch was still the suicide witch, which meant that her physical body was even more powerful than ordinary people's bodies. This was not simple at all. If it was any ordinary spirit cultivator, they would have long since run out of flesh in the face of this terrifying storm of energy. Suyin let out a sigh of relief, supported by his last bit of consciousness, and rushed towards Suicide Witch, who was in the middle of a chaotic fight. With the help of the 7 devil bone giants, the Suicide Witch had more than enough self-defense, but her attacks were insufficient. This was the best time to take her life. As Suyin thought this, his body was like a shadow falling into a mess of fists. The mournful death sword stabbed out, and the sword was so fast that it was breathtakingly beautiful. Ha! The Suicide Witch was shocked. She never thought that Suyin dared to charge in. After all, he was not immune to the giant fist. He could not guarantee that the giant would not hurt him. However, the reality shocked the Suicide Witch. In order to maintain the might of the sword, Suyin did not intentionally move his body to avoid the giant's fist. Instead, he forcefully held the giant's fist and fiercely attacked. In order to kill the old witch, Suyin had sacrificed everything. Bastard! The Suicide Witch raised both of her palms and blocked the black sword that was thrusting towards her. Her elderly face was filled with malevolence, and because of her anger and resentment, her entire face was twisted, making it look extremely ugly. The old witch's withered hands kept shaking. While enduring the attacks of the 7 devil bone giants, she also had to deal with Suyun's strange sword, making her feel that she was struggling even more. But at that moment, under the black cloak, his blood-red eyes suddenly curved as a strange smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the Suicide Witch's heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was wrong. The black sword suddenly began to tremble, and then an ear-piercing sword hum erupted from the blade. The evil chi circling around the sword condensed into a mournful evil soul, and a pair of sharp claws smashed towards Suicide Witch. The Suicide Witch didn't even have time to react. How could she have imagined that such a terrifying evil soul would emerge from this sword? Poochie! 3 deep claw marks appeared on the Suicide Witch's head. Ah! Ah! The Suicide Witch let out a shrill scream and was pushed back again and again. Her profound chi was in chaos. Suyin took advantage of this and stabbed the Suicide Witch's chest with the death sword. The Suicide Witch completely lost the power to resist. The 7 giants' fists landed, Suicide Witch's body was instantly smashed into an uneven, broken state, and she was on the verge of death. It's over. A trace of fierceness flashed across Suyun's bloodshot eyes. He raised his death sword and slashed towards the old witch's chest. If you devour the soul of Long Xianli, then her soul should be in your body, right? You won't object if I take everything out of your body and devour your soul, right? Su Yun's voice was full of devilishness. It no longer sounded like something a person should say. Fear finally emerged from the suicide witch's dark eyes. She discovered that the person fighting her was completely different from the person she had seen before. It had only been a short period of time, but what had happened to him? Whoosh! The death sword transformed into a half-moon, chopping straight towards her. The violent sword cheese seemed to be able to cut through everything. Ah! Ah! The suicide witch shouted in rage, stretching out both of her arms, using her flesh and blood to block the death sword. Poochie! The death sword cut down 2 arms. However, the suicide witch took advantage of this moment to cast some kind of magic and disappeared abruptly. How could an old fox like Suicide Witch not have a magic treasure to flee for her life? A beam of red light suddenly flew through the sky, before swiftly heading towards the Suicide Valley. Judging from that aura, it was definitely the Suicide Witch. Su Yun's sword hit nothing but air, but the killing intent in his eyes did not fade. He coldly stared at the depths of the valley and said solemnly, "You think you can escape?" As soon as his voice fell, he flew straight towards that direction. The 7 devil bone giants followed closely, and the ground was trampled by the giants with dong-dong sounds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532 Suicide Valley Part 2. Proofreader at Vongola 10. Naturally, those from the Suicide Valley wanted to escape when they saw the Suicide Witch was defeated, but the people from the Chamber of Commerce didn't want them to leave so easily. Over the years, the people from the major Chamber of Commerce had suffered many exploits from the people from the Suicide Valley, and today was a good opportunity for them to vent their anger. The news of the Suicide Valley's war spread across entire Beiyang region, and soon enough, more and more people came rushing over to join the various major Chamber of Commerce. Outside the valley, the silhouettes of a large number of spirit cultivators could be seen in the sky. This was the best chance to get rid of a tumor, Suicide Valley. If they missed this day, it would be difficult to get rid of the Suicide Witch again. With Su Yun's 8th grade of Spirit Master cultivation, he had made the old witch look down on him, making her think less. In the end, he had made a surprise attack. But in the future, when she fought against Su Yun again, the Suicide Witch would use all of her strength. At that time, it would be much more difficult for Su Yun to defeat the old witch. Therefore, now that they had rushed into the valley, killing the Suicide Witch who was seriously injured was the only thing they had to do. As they watched Su Yun lead the 7 devil bone giants towards the Suicide Valley, Song Yan and He Yu were both dumbstruck. It wasn't easy for them to recover from their shock. "Master He Yu, where is this Lord Su Yun from? Why have I never heard of such a character?" Song Yan's face was little pale, as if she was shocked by the crazy power of Su Yun. The peerlessly powerful Suicide Witch has actually been forced to flee in panic after her hands had been cut off by this man. Was that true? Not to mention you, even I have never heard of this person. It's like he just appeared in Beiyang out of nowhere. Maybe he is someone from a big power out of Beiyang, but no matter what, he has done a great service for Beiyang this time. The Suicide Witch is injured, and she's not far from death. All the Chamber of Commerce and Spirit cultivators in Beiyang will be grateful to this lord. He Yu said. Song Yan nodded. At this moment, He Yu spoke up with a solemn expression. "However, there is something that I do not know." "What?" Song Yan looked at him. He Yu worriedly looked in the direction of the Suicide Valley. He said in a deep voice, "The reason why the old witch was able to do evil in Beiyang region was because she relied on these strange traps of her Suicide Valley. Every time she failed to defeat others, she would hide in the valley, and no one would be able to do anything to her. Now that the Suicide Witch has hidden inside after being wounded, I wonder if she has any backup plans, or if there will be some sort of trap in the valley. Lord Su Yun will still be in trouble." "That's right." Song Yan woke up and nodded. "This is the old witch's lair. She must have some other methods." Lord Heyu, we must organize everyone and slaughter our way into Suicide Valley to assist Lord Suyun. That's right. We can't let Lord Suyun enter alone. I'll go make the arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, Heyu went aside. The outside of the Suicide Valley was still boiling with excitement, and the remaining experts of the valley had already begun to retreat. They all rushed towards the blood-red formation at the center, but there was a limit to the number of people that could be transported. The crowd from the Chamber of Commerce began to destroy the formation to prevent the experts from escaping. They had been in a stalemate for less than 2 hours, and the formation was finally broken. The remaining people couldn't return in time, so they had no choice but to surrender to the Chamber of Commerce in order to preserve their lives. After the chaos ended, an unprecedented loud sound rang out within the Suicide Valley. Within the depths of the valley, several enormous figures could be seen swaying. Heyu surveyed the depths of the valley, then flew into the air and began shouting at the people around him. Everyone, at this moment, the Suicide Witch is on the verge of death. At this moment, it is our great chance to destroy the Suicide Valley and to get rid of this tumor. Now, with such a supreme expert leading us into the Suicide Valley, how can we let this opportunity slip by? Everyone, charge with me. Let us follow Lord Suyun's footsteps in charge into Suicide Valley. Although Heiyu's appearance was rather comical, his words were extremely solemn and his blood boiled. With these words spoken, the noisy surroundings immediately became even more boisterous, as if a pot had exploded. Right, at this time, we can't just let this Suicide Witch go. This is our chance to retaliate. Let's fight our way into the Suicide Valley. Kill. Follow Lord Suyun and charge in. Kill. Kill. The angry roars didn't stop, and there was one person whose voice was especially joyful. It was a tall, skinny, bald man. His name was Li Chongguang, and he was the president of the new Chamber of Commerce. His position in the Beiyang region was extremely high, and even Heyu had to give him some face. Seeing both Heyu and Li Chongguang say this, everyone felt their blood boil with passion, and all of them felt like their hearts were on fire. The experts of the new Chamber of Commerce led by Li Chongguang took the lead and rushed into the valley. At this moment, deep in the valley, Suyun used the 7 Devil Bone Giants as a barrier and continued to step forward. The Devil Bone Giants were made of extraordinary materials and possessed astonishing defense. Even if they triggered some simple traps, they wouldn't be harmed. Moreover, this giant didn't have any life characteristics. It was similar to a poisonous gas trap. Of course, this did not mean that they could not do anything to the Devil Bone Giants. Among the hundreds and thousands of traps, there were also some extremely terrifying traps, such as the Death Kill formation, which had amazing destructive power, would be extremely difficult to escape from if it fell into the array. The array would overflow with a large amount of destructive aura, and it would cause the bones and flesh to peel off, the armor to rot, and even the body of the Devil Bone Giant would find it difficult to resist. Fortunately, only 2 of the Devil Bone Giants fell into the formation. Suyun and the other 5 giants worked together to destroy the formation and break it open. In the Suicide Valley, the news spread rapidly outside of the valley. When the disciples who were still training in the valley learned of this, they were all in a mess. Especially the matter of the Suicide Witch's defeat was like a bolt from the blue as it struck the hearts of every single disciple of Suicide Valley. Their comfortable lives of all these years had been given to them by the Suicide Witch. Now that Old Witch had been challenged and fled in such a sorry state, their beautiful lives vanished like the mist in the mirror. Under the ancient tree in the Old Witch's training ground, she leaned against the ancient tree and coughed violently. The broken hands were slowly growing, but the newly reborn hands were clearly unable to be used in battle. The sword marks on her chest were the source of the Old Witch's pain, and the evil power on them seemed to be stuck there, making it extremely difficult to clear the cough sound. It sounded like she was trying her best to cough out her heart. A large number of experts from the Suicide Valley walked to the ancient tree. When they saw the Old Witch was in such a sorry state, their expressions changed. "Master, are you alright? Muzita quickly walked over and asked worriedly. I'm fine, I'm fine. Cough, 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 cough. The old witch raised her hand and started to cough with all her might. When everyone saw this, they looked like they wanted to say something, but no one said anything. Master, a large number of the Chamber of Commerce experts are heading towards our valley. We have to think of a way, or else if they break the trap, we'll be finished. At this time, a disciple could not help but ask worriedly. Don't worry, the traps I've set up for nearly 1,000 years won't be so easy to break. The suicide witch raised her head and said coldly, now, all you have to do is gather everyone and prepare to face the enemy. Humph, this bunch of people actually dare to come to Suicide Valley. This time I will make sure they have no way to return, and let them know the methods of the valley. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison and they were running to separately. Old witch, although your words are clear, they may not be as simple as they sound. Right now, the person controlling the puppet equipment is breaking your traps and rushing towards the Suicide Valley, and the Alliance army is following behind him. Today, the crisis of Suicide Valley will be the most dangerous one in many years. If you don't deal with it well, the valley will be finished. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the training grounds. Everyone looked over and saw a few people walking towards them. The person in the lead was a man wearing a brown cloak. The man purposely covered his face so that no one could see his face. Even his voice had been treated by the profound technique and was not the original voice. With regards to this man's arrival, most of the experts of the Suicide Valley had a strange and surprised expression on their faces as if this was the first time they had seen this man. However, the suicide witch didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, she smiled with a relaxed face. Although the situation outside is not looking good, for you to be able to come here, I think the one laughing at the end will definitely be me, the suicide witch. A person called Suyun popped up out of nowhere and gathered all these Chamber of Commerce with different thoughts. This is not a big problem. In the Suicide Valley, it's easy to separate them, as long as those Chamber of Commerce fight among themselves, then it will be much easier for us to get rid of these people. That person said solemnly, but, old witch, you have to bear in mind that no matter how much resentment you have in your heart, you will not destroy the leaders of these Chamber of Commerce. Our goal is to control them and obtain more benefits. Once they die and the Chamber of Commerce will be destroyed, we will suffer even more losses. Wouldn't it be better to kill them and let your Chamber of Commerce dominate them? At this time, the old witch said something that would shock anyone with her words. As the sound of her voice faded, the hearts of the crowd were filled with terror. So, this person was actually a member of the Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang. However, that person shook his head and said blandly, if I wanted to rule the entire Beiyang, I would have done it long ago, but you don't understand one thing. The ultimate martial world is huge, so big that it is hard to imagine, and there are many experts from outside the world. The situation is very good, but once I become the strongest, I will definitely attract the dissatisfaction of some experts. I don't want to become the target. Wouldn't it be better for me to silently make a fortune like that? With these words, the old witch pondered for a while, then let out a series of laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533 Suicide Valley Part 3. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Inside the dark room, a woman wearing dark green clothes sat quietly. Her face was like that of an orchid, her hair like black silk, her eyes like that of the stars, her eyebrows like willow leaves, and her figure like a beautiful woman. Sensing movement outside, she stood up, snapped her fingers, and walked straight out of the room. The place outside was in chaos. Many disciples of the Suicide Valley were running in panic, their faces filled with panic and bewilderment. Bai Yenshan stopped a disciple, and asked in a low voice, what happened? They're invading the valley. They are charging into the valley. Run! Run for your life! Run for your life! The disciple's voice was trembling and his face was pale as he shouted. He seemed to be scared silly and his body trembled non-stop. Clang! Clang! A long sword was placed directly on his neck, and Bai Yanshan's face turned ice cold as she said solemnly, "Speak properly." Looking at Bai Yanshan's face, he came back to his senses, took a few breaths, forced himself to calm down, and said, "Sister Bai, a supreme expert has come to kill." The Chamber of Commerce of Beiyan formed an alliance army. The Valley Master was seriously injured by that expert and is no longer able to hold herself back. "Senior sister, let's quickly flee." Supreme Expert, Chamber of Commerce Alliance? Bai Yanshan's small face stiffened as she asked solemnly, "Where is the Valley Master now?" "She has already returned to her place of cultivation. The elder and the disciple have all went there, but I think that the Valley Master will not be able to hold off this time. If you want to survive, you have to leave the Suicide Valley." "Senior sister, do you want to leave with me?" "If you don't come with me, I'll have to go by myself." With that person turned around and ran outside, not caring about Bai Yanshan. However, after a few steps, a thick green light came from the sky like an arrow flying across the sky, falling straight towards them. Dawn! The light fell to the ground and was immediately followed by a figure rushing out from the green light. The figure was clapping his hands several times towards the disciples of the Suicide Valley who were trying to escape with their lives. However, with a series of muffled popping sounds, the chests of the disciples of the Valley of Life and Death were filled with holes. Fresh blood spurted out crazily, and they fell straight to the ground, unable to get up. That person coldly said, "The Suicide Valley is facing a great enemy, we should all work together to fight it. At this time, the fugitives who are betraying the valley should all die." His voice was malevolent and ice-cold. When the other disciples of the Suicide Valley heard his words, they were all shocked and did not dare to move. Bai Yanshan looked at that person and discovered that this person was the second disciple of the Suicide Witch, Xiao Gong. Xiao Gong was not as proficient in sword techniques as Mu Zidu. He was most proficient in fist techniques. Even though his techniques were fists, they were not based on strength, but rather poison gas. Thus, people called Xiao Gong as Poison Fist. Seeing Bai Yanshan on the other side, Poison Fist Xiao Gong's ice-cold face immediately turned gentle. He took few steps forward and asked with deep concern, "Junior sister Bai, are you alright?" "Senior brother Xiao Gong, don't worry. Yanshan is unharmed." "But, what exactly happened here?" Bai Yanshan asked. "It's nothing, don't worry Junior. It's just that there's a traitor who harmed Master, but Master is also fine. After we've sorted everything out, we'll kill all of the invaders and let them know how powerful the Suicide Valley is. Junior sister, hide behind me. I will protect you." Xiao Gong said seriously. "I want to meet Master." Bai Yanshan said calmly. "Now. That's good too. Junior martial sister's ability isn't ordinary either. Perhaps Master will also entrust you with some important task." Xiao Gong nodded, then led Bai Yanshan to the outside. Bai Yanshan followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where the Suicide Witch trained. The man in the brown cloak had already left, and a group of people were surrounding the Suicide Witch, waiting for her orders. Seeing Bai Yanshan walking towards her, the Suicide Witch nodded with satisfaction. "Yanshan, you came at just the right time. When we fight with that supreme expert, you will stay by my side. Your talent is the best here, I will teach you all my moves. In a moment, you will display the 7 poison sword technique that your master taught you and help me kill that supreme expert together, understand?" Bai Yanshan didn't say anything. She only nodded lightly, and then stood to the side without saying anything else. Very quickly, the Suicide Witch started to move. And in the center of Suicide Valley, the 7 enormous Devil Bone Giants were still tearing down the traps. With the 7 Devil Bone Giants as the front row, it was much easier for the traps to break the formation. In addition, most of the elite trapmasters from the Chamber of Commerce of Beiyang had gathered here, so they all worked together. This was considered an extremely terrifying trap, but it was no longer as scary as it was before. The traps were repelled one by one, but the masters of the Chamber of Commerce wasn't stingy either. All kinds of magic treasures that could help in breaking the traps were taken out, revealing the Suicide Valley. There were all sorts of explosions as well as the ringing of items. Su Yun was still leading the charge. He felt his brain getting hotter and hotter. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the Suicide Witch and take revenge for Long Shanli. The 7 giants seemed to feel Su Yun's anger, and they attacked with almost no energy. Any trap was hit by their iron fists, and some fragile traps would shatter immediately. They didn't even have time to activate it. Voila! Just at this moment, a strange mist floated around the valley. In just a few breaths of time, it had already covered the entire valley, causing people's vision to drop so much that they couldn't even see a finger in front of them. Who released this profound skill? Someone shouted. I don't know. No one in our Chamber of Commerce has used such a profound skill. It must be the people from the Suicide Valley. Could any supreme expert clear this fog quickly? People's shouts came from the fog around them. Some people who controlled the wind attribute began to circulate their profound chi in order to blow away this chi. However, even after a long time, the chi still did not disperse. It didn't seem like ordinary fog. Su Yun's face sank as he stared at his surroundings. He closed his eyes and pushed his hearing to the limit to listen for any movement around him. What was disappointing was that there was no movement around him. Whiz! Suddenly, an extremely loud sound echoed from within the valley. Everyone's nerves tensed up. All that could be seen were the white fog suddenly twisting and turning, and then the thick fog gradually dissipated. Su Yun stared at the mist and suddenly realized that there was no one around him anymore. Even the 7 devil bone giants had disappeared. He tried to use the imprint to summon the 7 devil bone giants, but he found that the imprint seemed to have lost connection with the giant. No matter how he tried to activate it, he couldn't get any sense of it. What was going on? Su Yun, who was filled with killing intent, frowned. However, right at this moment, light footsteps rang out from the front, and soon after, 2 figures could be seen walking towards them. Su Yun hurriedly looked up, but with just a glance, his face revealed an extremely terrifying madness. All he saw was the Suicide Witch holding the cane with one hand, and on the top of the cane was a pale, white-clothed woman with a pained expression. Her eyes were lifeless, and her hair was disheveled as if she had been tortured by an inhuman being. And this person was Long Shanli. Let her go. Su Yun's nerves seemed to be moved, the blood in his eyes became even more intense, he tightly gripped the death sword, the dark black longsword trembled, as if it could fly at any time. Ha ha ha, let her go? What a beautiful thought. If I let her go, will you let go of my Suicide Valley? The old witch laughed. Since she's not dead, why should I deal with your Suicide Valley? I came here today solely for the sake of Long Shanli. If you don't let her go, or if anything happens to her, I will definitely kill you. Su Yun said while clenching his teeth. The reason why he did all this was all for the sake of Long Shanli. How could he care about the Suicide Valley? Ha ha, so you're actually an emotional man. Not bad, not bad, you can be considered to be a person of good character. This old woman likes you, but there's no evidence for words. Although your cultivation is low, the strength you're displaying is something I can't help but be wary of. The Suicide Witch said with a smile. So what are you going to do? Su Yun said solemnly. It's very simple. If you are willing to cripple your own cultivation and leave this place, I will let her go. No! Long Shanli shouted with all her might, don't listen to her. If you cripple your cultivation, we will definitely be killed by the Suicide Witch. Don't listen to her, don't do this. Long Shanli cried as she spoke, her voice heart-wrenching. "Do you want me to just leave?" Suyun stared at Long Xianli and clenched his teeth. "Indeed, there is loyalty." The suicide witch nodded. "It's a pity that you are my enemy today. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to accept you as my disciple. Kid, stop wasting your time. Quickly cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless." After she finished speaking, the cane held by the suicide witch heated up, as if she was going to smash Long Xianli's head to pieces at any moment. But now, Suyun didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the death sword rotated in his palm, and a jet-black aura gushed out from the sword. Seeing this, a strange light flashed across the suicide witch's eyes. She stared at the pitch-black sword as if waiting for it to pierce through Suyun's chest. However, in the next second, the sword disappeared. The old witch's nerves suddenly twitched and she felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down and was surprised to find that the pitch-black sword had already pierced into her chest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534 Attack. Proofreader at Vangala 10. Looking at the sword on her chest, the suicide witch wide-eyed, unable to believe her eyes. What are you doing? You don't care about Long Xianli's life?" The suicide witch screamed with all her might. "If you want to kill her, then kill her. I don't care. That's just an imposter. It has nothing to do with me whether she'll live or die. Why would I care?" Suyun's fury and madness completely disappeared as he shouted in a low voice. Long Xianli had been with him for many years. If Suyun didn't even have the ability of insight, then how could he save her? This person was lifeless and had no temperament at all. She was simply an imposter. Suyun could tell with a glance, and everything before was just acting. He snorted and dashed towards the suicide witch with strong killing intent. The old witch was alarmed and hurriedly threw away Long Xianli to retreat. The imposter's body started to dissipate, before gradually turning into particles and disappearing into thin air. And the suicide witch's appearance also changed. Her originally hunched body started to float up with strange fluorescent particles, then it disappeared completely. A man with a thin and pointed face appeared in front of Suyun. He was currently clutching his painful chest and running away in panic. So it was him. Suyun let out a cold snort and quickly formed a few seals with his fingers. The death sword in that man's chest immediately trembled and pierced through his chest. The flying sword charged towards him in the opposite direction. The power of the death sword was extremely great. That person had no way to resist and was forcibly pushed back by the sword. Suyun raised his hand, directly grabbed him by the neck and pressed him onto the ground. With a bang, that person was ruthlessly pressed down on the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to shatter. "Who are you?" Suyun shouted. "The suicide witch's third disciple, Tu Ho." That person grabbed Suyun's pale hands and said with great difficulty, "Where's the suicide witch?" Suyun said fiercely, "She's recuperating. I came here on my master's orders to stall you guys for more time for her. What's with this spell? This is only an illusion trap created by the master. I've been waiting here for a long time. As long as you come over, I will be able to open the illusion and drag you all into it. How to leave this illusion?" Suyun pulled out the death sword in his chest and said solemnly. That person's face immediately became hesitant. He looked uncertain, but soon, he suddenly grinned and said, "There's an array origin over there, break it, the illusion trap array will be broken." "Lord, please don't kill me, I'm just following the suicide witch's orders." "Oh? Array origin?" Suyun raised his bloodshot eyes and looked in that direction, but there was nothing there. "Where is the array origin?" "Over there." Tu Ho raised its hand with all its might and pointed towards a place not far away. Don't lie to me. My lord, how could I dare to lie to you? Tu-Ho revealed a smile. Su-Yun nodded, raised the death sword in his hand, and walked towards there. Tu-Ho was staring at Su-Yun. The moment he turned around, Tu-Ho suddenly took out a green dagger and stabbed towards Su-Yun's back. The dagger pierced into Su-Yun's back, but there was no sound of flesh being cut by a sharp weapon. There wasn't even such a feeling, as if the dagger had stabbed into the air. What? Tu-Ho's heart was beating fast and his face was full of astonishment. If my guess is correct, in order to break this array, I'm afraid only by killing you will be able to do so. Su-Yun's voice sounded behind Tu-Ho. He suddenly turned around and saw that Su-Yun had already stood behind him, and the pitch-black death sword was already pressed against his neck. Tu-Ho was dumbfounded. So fast. Was this an instantaneous movement? What kind of people do you think the suicide witch is? How could such a crafty person do things casually? The suicide valley is on the verge of death and most of the people in the valley are running away. You are the key to giving her time. If you escape, she will be in more danger. How can she prevent you from escaping? If the array origin is inside your body, you can only obediently guard the array, and obediently deal with me. You don't dare to be distracted, right? Su-Yun said calmly, then pressed his sword down. The head of Tu-Ho was immediately separated from his neck, and a large amount of dark green blood flowed out. His face was still in shock as if he couldn't die in peace. Judging by this strange color of blood, he seemed to have been poisoned. It seemed that the suicide witch had given him some poison to prevent him from escaping. The moment Tu-Ho died, space around began to distort. Soon, the 7 devil bone giants appeared next to Su-Yun. At this moment, they were as still as statues, only moved when people got out of the illusion. Su-Yun glanced at the mark and thought for a while. Perhaps that illusion didn't just change his vision, but his mind was affected as well. Otherwise, when he gave the order, how could they not receive it? After the illusion trap array was removed, the fog in the surroundings dissipated. Su-Yun and the others prepared to rush into the suicide valley again. However, the scene in front of him left him in shock. All of a sudden, all of the people of the Chamber of Commerce started to fight amongst themselves. Their faces were all red and filled with malevolence as they madly slashed at their opponents. The ground was covered in blood, and broken arms and legs were strewn all over the place. What was going on? These Chamber of Commerce, which had been a wholehearted alliance before, was now crazily killing each other like enemies. Lord Su-Yun! Hey you, Song Yan, and the others hurriedly flew over. However, when they saw Su-Yun who's covered in blood and evil chi, everyone still felt a bit of fear. Especially the 7 devil bone giants behind him, they felt too shocking. What happened? Su-Yun said with a deep voice. He was panting heavily. The power that the death sword gave him was actually very uncomfortable. We don't know either. It seems to be a trick of the suicide witch. At the beginning, we seem to have fallen victim to illusion magic. Then, a fight broke out between them. For some reason, it seemed as if the conflict between them had been provoked by someone. Now, we can't persuade them to stop, they just fight each other. Hey, you said solemnly. Ordinary illusion magic won't let 2 people fight against each other so easily. The only possibility is that the magic will stimulate the old enmity between the 2 sides, and these people are only here to fight against the suicide witch. Maybe the suicide witch used this to divide them. San Yan said. However, how does the suicide witch know about the grudge between these guys? Hey, you said solemnly. I'm not sure. San Yan shook her head. Perhaps, the suicide witch had been secretly monitoring all the major Chamber of Commerce, or maybe, there are people from these Chamber of Commerce who have colluded with the suicide witch and told the old witch what had happened between them. If you can know this, then using illusion magic to cause trouble and separate them would be very easy. Su-Yun gasped for breath, then turned around and said, since they can't continue forward, then forget it. I don't have much time left, I have to enter the valley as soon as possible. After saying that, Su-Yun rode the 7 devil bone giants and headed straight into the depths of the Suicide Valley. The giants walked forward, and the ground was once again stomped with dong-dong, only leaving behind a group of people from the Chamber of Commerce who were fighting and killing each other. Seeing this, Heiyu and Song Yan looked at each other, took a deep breath, and then led their people to follow Su-Yun in. Heiyu knew that Su-Yun had already lost his usual calmness. He was more direct in his actions and had a somewhat irritable personality, so he specifically sent people to detect traps in front of the giants. Blackfish Chamber of Commerce had the best trap array experts in the entire Beiyang, and with them leading the way, giants would suffer less damage. The Suicide Witch was truly worthy of her name. They had broken many traps along the way, and the thorny road ahead was still filled with traps, making it difficult for him to walk. Slowly, Su-Yun and the others got closer to the valley. At the far end of the valley, there was a huge door surrounded by vines, and in front of the door, there were countless disciples of the Suicide Valley. When they saw Su-Yun approach, the disciples of the Suicide Valley all began to move. Each of them took out their magic treasures and looked at the approaching giants with vigilance and nervousness. At this moment, a few spirit cultivators with extraordinary auras came out of the crowd. They looked at the people who were forcing their way over, and all of them had different expressions. One of them raised his hand and a giant barrier appeared in front of the gate. There were countless ripples on the barrier, and one by one, arrows shot out of the barrier and shot toward the gate. Billions of chi arrows were even denser than rain as they flooded over like a torrent. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Heiyu, Song Yan and the others changed drastically. How could an ordinary person withstand such a ferocious attack? Even if there were thousands of men and horses attacking it, it would still be difficult to break it. Hide behind the giants. Su-Yun shouted in a hoarse voice. When Heiyu and Song Yan heard this, they immediately rushed over without any hesitation. There were only the dang sounds. Dang! 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 The sounds kept ringing, and a large number of air arrows hit the giants' pale white bones, blasting out countless air currents. Everyone hid behind the giants, avoiding the rain of arrows. After an unknown amount of time, the rain of arrows did not show any signs of stopping and continued to pour down. It seems that we won't be able to stop this attack in a short period of time. We should immediately kill our way in and not give them too much time. Otherwise, if the Suicide Witch escapes, that would be the end of it. Heiyu said solemnly. Song Yan nodded in agreement. But at this moment, with a whoosh, a black silhouette suddenly flashed past their eyes. After which, the 7 giants simultaneously moved towards the entrance of the Suicide Valley, just like 7 mountains moving in the air. The 7 giants simultaneously dashed forward, their auras were terrifying. The one leading them was Su-Yun. He held the death sword in one hand and the command flag in the other as he rushed towards the door with a malevolent expression on his face. The crowd of disciples outside the door widened their eyes as they stared at the approaching figure with fear in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535 Kill into the Valley. Limitless Sword God. / C535. Add to library. C535. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Dawn. 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 The 7 devil bone giants were like meteorites as they fiercely collided with each other. The energy wall that was releasing billions of arrows suddenly shattered like glass shards and disappeared into the air. The arrows vanished into thin air. This mountain-like existence scared these disciples out of their wits. Each of their faces was deathly pale. Facing such a magnificent puppet artifact, almost no one had the courage to fight it out. Su-Yun rushed in, one hand holding the death sword, the other holding the Imperial Equipment Token flag. The chi cover wrapped around his body, and he crashed into the center of the crowd. Immediately after, the Imperial equipment was withdrawn, the Death Sword's edge was immediately exposed, and he viciously swung it around the crowd. A large amount of flesh and broken limbs flew out, and one by one, the disciples of the Suicide Valley fell under the pitch-black long swords. No one was able to withstand Su Yun's sword at this moment. This guy's cultivation is clearly not high. Why is he so powerful? The spirit cultivator who had been directing the air arrows stared at Su Yun, gritting his teeth, and couldn't help but retreat. This person was Poison Fist Xiaogong. This was already the last barrier of Suicide Valley. If they couldn't stop Su Yun here, then there wouldn't be any traps or arrays to stop Su Yun. Once the door was broken, everything in the valley could be seen. Hold it, hold it. We can't let this guy enter our Suicide Valley. The Poison Fist Xiaogong roared. As he spoke, he did not stay idle either. He threw out his fists, which were filled with green gas, and activated his poison fists. He stared at the surrounding disciples of the Suicide Valley. Once he noticed that someone was trying to escape, he would throw a punch without any hesitation, killing all the disciples that were trying to escape. Xiaogong's methods were extremely vicious. Anyone who got hit by his fist would immediately turn into a pool of blood, dying without any chance of survival. As the second disciple of the Suicide Witch, Xiaogong's cultivation level and strength were unquestionable. Seeing how Xiaogong was supervising the battle, how could the disciples of the Suicide Valley dare to run? They had no choice but to fight for their lives against Su Yun. Although Su Yun had obtained the power of the Death Sword and his devil power had increased, his consciousness was not completely under his control. From the beginning to the end, he had kept a thread of his consciousness to himself. Facing countless attacks from all directions, he pushed his speed to the limit and was moving like a ghost in the crowd. Every time he attacked, he would pierce through his body and smash into the disciples of the Suicide Valley, and when the disciples of the Death Valley surrounded him, the 7th-tier Imperial equipment would immediately help him resist the incoming damage. Sun Yun could be easily described as nimble and cunning. Facing these vicious people from the Suicide Valley, Su Yun did not show any mercy. The Death Sword crazily slashed at their necks. In these past few years, it was unknown how many spirit cultivators had died tragically in this Suicide Valley. Over years, countless people in the Beiyang region had been killed by the Suicide Valley. Now was the moment of reckoning. The 14 iron fists of the giants were like huge shovels that completely destroyed the entire area. The huge boulders were directly crushed into fine powder, and the ground was also cracked, making it almost impossible to find a complete place. The places that were hit by the fists were all filled with flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Blood spurted out. Accompanied by the cries of injuries, the sound of weapons clashing, and the sound of magic spells exploding, this place was like a purgatory that sent chills and shivers down one's spine. Seeing Su Yun madly fighting in the crowd and the disciples of the Suicide Valley falling one by one, Xiaogong was anxious, angry, and scared. After hesitating for a long time, he finally clenched his teeth, gathered up the poison gas in his fists, and rushed towards Su Yun. Su Yun! Xiaogong roared angrily as he threw out a punch. Feeling a very violent and complicated smell coming at him, Su Yun frowned. He turned around and saw a dark green fist coming at his face. He turned around and instantly appeared a few meters away, avoiding the punch. Xiaogong threw himself into the air, a little exasperated, but he was also secretly happy in his anger. Su Yun dodged? Could it be that he was afraid of my fists? Thinking up to here, Xiaogong took a deep breath, let out a furious roar, and rushed towards Su Yun. His fist was extremely fast and ferocious, with an unknown amount of power. However, one could tell that the poison contained within his fist was something no ordinary person could withstand. Although Xiaogong wasn't a quick-witted person, he was absolutely not a mediocre talent in the Suicide Valley. However, the current Su Yun was absolutely not someone he could challenge. Facing the relentless fists, Su Yun humped, raised his fist, and ferociously punched towards the incoming fists. What? Xiaogong was instantly shocked. Not only him, but even the disciples of the Suicide Valley were also shocked. "You actually dare to touch my fist with your physical body? How dare you?" Xiao Gong said in astonishment. However, he soon calmed down, and with a cold expression, he said, "Since that's the case, I will let you know how powerful Poison Fist Xiao Gong is so that you don't think that I am an unworthy person." As Xiao Gong shouted, he focused all the profound energy of his body on his right fist that was thrown out, using all of his strength to drink. It was as if he wanted to decide the victor between him and Su Yun from this punch. However, Su Yun's body shook and then suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, with a bang sound, Xiao Gong's entire body flew out and crashed into a rock behind him. He fell into it, his face covered in blood. This punch actually landed on Xiao Gong's face. People were stunned. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Su Yun did not plan to fight Xiao Gong head-on. He used his own advantage to pretend to fight Xiao Gong head-on, then used his speed to counterattack and directly slapped Xiao Gong in the face, catching him off guard. Although Xiao Gong's strength was not weak, his intelligence was still a far cry. Under certain circumstances, intelligence could also be considered a type of strength. Sometimes, the victor of a battle would come from his IQ being crushed. Su Yun suddenly retracted his hand, pulled out the death sword, and fiercely slashed at Xiao Gong, who hadn't even stood up yet. A large number of sword shadows transformed into a gigantic mouth of a ferocious beast, directly swallowing Xiao Gong. Xiao Gong hadn't even stood up when his body froze. The sword shadows pierced through his body, then vanished without a trace. Su Yun took a few steps back and then turned around to look at the disciples of the Suicide Valley. The body of Xiao Gong behind him started to gradually collapse, like a withered flower. The flesh on his body fell down bit by bit, finally turning into a pile of dead flesh and completely dying. "Senior brother Xiao Gong is dead?" The crowd were stunned as they stared at Xiao Gong's broken body in fear. "Xiao Gong is dead. Xiao Gong is dead. Even Xiao Gong wasn't his opponent, so how could we be his opponent? Run! Run!" The remaining people from the Suicide Valley no longer had the courage to fight against Su Yun. If Xiao Gong didn't force them with his iron will, they would have already fled long ago. How could they still fight with Su Yun? After all, in the Suicide Valley, Su Yun was an existence that was said to be able to fight against the Suicide Witch. How could they fight against such an existence? And now that Xiao Gong was dead, what else did they insist on? The remaining disciples of the Suicide Valley were all busy running for their lives. After killing a few people, Su Yun didn't pay any more attention to them. He controlled the 7 Devil Bone Giants to break the gate of Suicide Valley and continued to head inside. Only then did Heiyu, Song Yan, and the others arrive late. When they saw the damaged gate covered in blood and broken corpses, everyone was stunned. They stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Dawn! 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 The earth trembled slightly as if telling everyone in the Suicide Valley that an invader has arrived. So fast! Under the ancient tree, the Suicide Witch opened her eyes, looked into the distance and said in a deep voice. "According to the scouts' reports, there aren't many people who have come. There's only that strange person with the 8th grade of Spirit Master." The brown-cloaked man said. "Where are the other members of the Chamber of Commerce? They're still killing each other in the valley." However, Heiyu had seen through it. He had brought another group of people with him to support this 8th grade of Spirit Master. The Blackfish Chamber of Commerce's strength cannot be underestimated. It is not easy to deal with them. Don't take it lightly. The brown-cloaked man said solemnly. Don't worry, this is the Suicide Valley, my territory. How can I not deal with these ants? The Suicide Witch stood up, snorted with a serious face. I will send my 6 Annihilation Guards to help you. The brown-cloaked man waved his hand and the 6 red-clothed spirit cultivators walked over. All of them wore pale masks and only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. They seemed to be unfathomable. Hearing this, the suicide witch looked at these people, then laughed hoarsely and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, President, but there's no need. Compared to your experts, this old woman believes in my disciples more. It's better if the 6 Annihilation Guards stay here and protect you." After saying that, she turned her head towards the young girl standing there and said, "Yenshan." "Yes." Bai Yenshan stood out. "Follow me and kill the enemies." "Yes." Bai Yenshan nodded, a mysterious light flashing across her eyes, then she walked towards the suicide witch. When the brown-cloaked man heard this, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, "Then, I will wait here for your good news." "Just wait and see." The suicide witch laughed hoarsely, stomped her feet on the ground and flew out. Bai Yenshan held her dark green sword as she followed closely behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536 Poison Sword, Poison Array. Proofreader at Vongola 10. The traces of chi in the air were like bees guiding the way, bringing Su Yun deeper into the Suicide Valley. The 7 devil bone giants swept the way they came like a mountain. The people of Suicide Valley only looked at this aura and didn't dare to fight it anymore, so no one dared to stop Su Yun. The giant trampled through several cultivation pavilions and smashed the ancient tree in front of him. He then walked straight towards a narrow path that was filled with a dark green color. However, after a few steps, a clear voice drifted out from within the canyon. "Stop." The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and bright, giving off a refreshing feeling. Su Yun opened his bloodshot eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. A handsome man wearing a green robe appeared from the valley. He wasn't very tall, but his face was somewhat long. He had a pigtail on his back, making him look rather carefree. He held a sword and walked towards Su Yun. On one side was the Devil Bone Giants with its astonishing momentum, and on the other was Lone Spirit Cultivator. Just from the scene, it was already decided who would win, but Su Yun discovered that the other side's momentum was not inferior to the 7 Devil Bone Giants. "Master has ordered to stop you here." The man raised his sword and shouted loudly. "Don't you want to kill me?" Su Yun asked. However, he shook his head and said, "I can't kill you. I understand this, so I chose to stop you and buy some time for Master." After speaking that, he pointed his sword at Su Yun, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. Su Yun, hearing what he said, his eyebrows couldn't help but constrict. Earlier, that man called Tuho also wanted to stall me and buy some time for the suicide witch. Later, Xiaogong fought with me to buy time for her, and now, you have to buy some time for her. So, what is she doing now? Is she really healing herself? Or is she doing some sort of ritual against me right now? Has she found a way to deal with me? Su Yun said coldly. However, that person did not answer Su Yun. Instead, he directly raised the emerald green poisonous sword and rushed towards Su Yun. Su Yun stood where he was and watched silently as the man rushed over. When he was not using it, the light was visible but not real, and there was something fake about it. But it was different now, and his aura started to grow, and it was also extremely quick, and it crazily increased in an unimaginable speed. When he got closer and closer to Su Yun, the aura grew stronger and stronger, and finally, the so-called false name became real. Such momentum! The inside of this light sword was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. However, just as the sword was about to pierce into Su Yun's heart, Su Yun's body suddenly disappeared. That person's face froze. He suddenly looked up and saw a large number of huge bone fists coming from all directions. Forest Poison Array. That person hurriedly shouted, and a large amount of dark green snakes appeared from his body. These snakes immediately wrapped around his body, and when the iron fists came crashing down, the front of the fists all landed on these snakes, while those inside were completely unharmed. After the fists left, the python also slowly retreated, and that person's appearance once again appeared in Su Yun's line of sight. However, at this moment, Su-Yun already stood at the end of the dark green valley and was looking at that person. What speed! That person couldn't help but praise Su-Yun when he saw how far away he was. That attack just now also missed because of Su-Yun's speed. My name is Muzidu. I am the eldest disciple of the Valley Master, and the Valley Master is proficient in 1,000 weapons and 10,000 techniques in her life. As for her most famous sword, it is 2 swords, one is the suicide sword, the other is the poison sword, and I am the successor of this poison sword. Lord, I think you are also good at wielding your sword. Why don't you spar with me? Muzidu said. In the next second, he saw Su-Yun suddenly turn his head and charge into the depths of Suicide Valley, paying no more attention to him. Su-Yun was here to kill the Suicide Witch, not to spar with him. What's more, he had already said that he wanted to stall for Su-Yun's time, so why would Su-Yun waste time with him? However, from his performance in front of Su-Yun, he didn't seem to have a much higher IQ than Xiao Gong. However, to be able to be a top disciple, Muzidu should be able to use a bit of poison. Perhaps, there was something fishy going on here as well. Forget it. Su-Yun's face darkened. He pushed his speed to the limit and gave the Devil Bone Giants an order. After he dealt with Muzidu, he rushed over to help him. However, after a few seconds of flying, another long green valley appeared in front of Su-Yun. Clutching onto the death sword tightly, he stared at the valley with a cold expression. Looking around, he was surprised to find that this valley was exactly the same as the valley before. What was going on? Exactly the same? Was this the same place as before? But why didn't he see the Devil Bone Giant? I said that I will buy time for Master and stall you. If you think I got rid of it so easily, then you're wrong. A voice came from the depths of the valley. Su-Yun looked over and saw that the person who had just spoken was Muzidu. At this moment, it was no doubt that Su-Yun was powerful. Under the situation of full speed, Muzidu definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with Su-Yun, so how did he get here? Could there be a secret passage that connected the valley? But if there was a secret passageway, what was the point of building it? What's more, if Muzidu had escaped or died, the Devil Bone Giants should have sent him a message. Why wasn't there any movement at all? Su-Yun's face sank, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Muzidu. He didn't say anything else, but just raised the sword in his hand and rushed towards Su-Yun. That dark green sword was like a poisonous snake that opened its mouth, making people feel terrified. I won't be polite to you, Muzidu, whether you're a real Muzidu or a charlatan. Su-Yun secretly snorted. He moved like the wind, and with astonishing speed, he brushed past Muzidu. When he got close to him, he slashed out 1,281 times with his long sword, slicing Muzidu into thousands of pieces. By the time Su-Yun charged deep into the valley, the body of Muzidu had already split into pieces, and pieces of meat fell from the sky. Seeing this, Su-Yun turned around and walked towards the valley, leaving. He attempted to recall the Devil Bone Giants, but the Devil Bone Giants were still in battle. Could it be that they were still fighting against Muzidu? In other words, the Muzidu that he had just killed was a fake one? Perhaps even the one who Devil Bone Giants fighting with was a fake. What was going on? Could it be an illusion technique? Su-Yun was slightly startled as he focused on his thoughts. However, right at this moment, the scene before him caused him to be shocked once again. Just by looking at the entrance to the valley, one could see that it was empty. And on the opposite side of the empty land, there appeared another long, dark green valley, again. The evil chi around Su-Yun's body began to move restlessly. With a cold face, he walked forward. After a few steps, as expected, a voice floated over from the depths of the valley. Perhaps you have endless questions in your heart, but I will not answer them for you. Right now, I am fulfilling my duty. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. This clear and loud voice was from Muzidu. Seeing him appear again, Su-Yun's expression turned malevolent. You used an illusion technique on me? No. This is not an illusion technique. Milord, please don't insult Zidu, and even more so, don't insult yourself. How can a low-rank profound skill like an illusion technique appear between you and me? Mu Zidu said softly. Then what exactly is this? Suyin picked up his sword and flew towards Mu Zidu bit by bit. However, he saw Mu Zidu raise the poisoned sword in his hand, and with a slight wave of his hand, a light and playful expression appeared on his long face. This is poison technique. It was also a poison array. It was designed specifically for important figures like you. Poison array? Suyun's heart sank. In truth, everything you see is not an illusion, and it is real. However, the few I saw earlier were really fake me. They were poisonous puppets that used my own power to create. Their goal was to stack poison for you. Mu Zidu smiled faintly. Lord, please take a look at your wrist. When Suyin heard this, he immediately raised his wrist and looked over. He only saw 3 circular snake marks on his wrist. These snake marks were incredibly thin, and it was unknown when they appeared. Suyin stared at the circles of snake mark, turned his head and coldly stared at Mu Zidu, and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that your 3 puppets are the structure of this poison array?" "That's right." Mu Zidu nodded seriously. When you kill them or use profound energy in front of them, the poison source in their bodies will automatically operate, imperceptibly add a layer of snake mark circle on you. Now that you have been struck by 3 layers, as long as I can explode this poison, even if you don't die, you will at least be seriously injured. Then why didn't you explode the poison and kill me? Suyun asked. Didn't I tell you before? I only came here to stall for time for my master, not to mention that this poison won't kill you. As long as you don't die, I still have a chance to lose, so I chose to rely on this poison to control you. It's better than killing you. Anyways, I have successfully completed my task. Mu Zidu said, but his expression didn't change. When Suyin heard that, he took a deep breath, looked around, and then said, "Then, is there an antidote for this poison?" "Yes, but I won't give it to you. If I give you something in exchange, would you be willing to give me the antidote?" Suyun asked. When Mu Zidu heard this, he rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "That depends on what it is. If I'm interested, I'm not allowed to think about it." "Don't worry, you'll definitely be interested." "What's that?" "Your life," Suyin said calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537. Meet again. Proofreader at Vongola 10. After hearing these words, Mu Zidu stunned for a moment before he shook his head and smiled. "Milord, are you joking? Do you think so?" Suyin said seriously. "If you want to kill me, then please make your move. However, I must remind you, I did not win out over the 3 you killed earlier. Do you think that I am the real body?" Mu Zidu smiled. "Of course not." Suyin shook his head. "If my guess is correct, this sovereign might be hiding somewhere and activating the formation, supporting the operation of this formation, right?" Upon hearing those words, Mu Zidu's smile froze. Naturally, Suyun's strength was enough to contend against the Suicide Witch in the Suicide Valley. How could they face such a person head-on? Perhaps this poison can only stack up to 3 layers, otherwise you wouldn't tell me right now and threaten me. If I'm not wrong, this formation is actually only this big, and it's not some illusory realm, let alone a maze. Moreover, if you explode this poison, it might not necessarily cause me any serious injuries," Suyin said in a deep voice. "Oh? Don't tell me you want to try the power of my poison sword?" Mu Zidu's voice turned cold. "I'm guessing that your poison isn't powerful, but if you can avoid detonating it, then it's naturally the best. No one likes the taste of injury. Right now, I advise you not to act rashly, or else you'll be at a disadvantage. You're the one yourself," Suyin said solemnly. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Mu Zidu frowned as he scanned through Su Yun's entire body as if he wanted to find some clues. No. Su Yun held onto the death sword tightly and said coldly, but they do. As the voice fell, a large number of figures rushed over, led by Heiyu, San Yan, and the others. As the president of the Blackfish Chamber of Commerce, Heiyu's own magic treasure was extremely rare, and he had as many arrays breaking magic treasure as a cow's hair. This kind of array was a difficult problem for ordinary spirit cultivator, but it was not a problem for him. Mu Zidu? Poison sword? Your name has spread throughout entire Beiyang City. At times you are moody, at times you are gentle, at times you are warm and smiling, at times you are vicious. You are a standard person with honeyed mouth and dark heart. You tyrant, I don't know how many innocent people you have killed. To be able to kill you today is one of my greatest achievements. After finishing his words, Heiyu took out a huge copper mirror and threw it into the sky. The copper mirror flew into the sky and immediately lit up, scattering its radiance in all directions and covering the entire Suicide Valley. Momentarily, images flashed across the copper mirror. The majority of the images of Suicide Valley that were enveloped by the light were all reflected in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror suddenly froze, and immediately after, a long-faced spirit cultivator sat cross-legged on a large rock, and the images fell into the sight of Su Yun and the others. Southwest. Heiyu immediately shouted in a low voice. When Su Yun heard this, he was blown away like a gale. The person sitting on the big rock suddenly woke up, and immediately stood up, staring into the distance, only to see that person moving as fast as a flash of lightning, appearing in front of him in an instant. The evil energy from a pitch-black death sword had already enveloped him in a layer of tightly sealed poison, and Mu Zidu's shocked face finally revealed bitterness and helplessness. I miscalculated. I managed to restrain your puppet equipment and your strength, but I never took these people from the Chamber of Commerce into account. Miscalculated. Mu Zidu shook his head. Leave the antidote to me. Su Yun raised the death sword in his hand, pointed the tip of the sword at Mu Zidu and coldly said, If I don't take it, will you kill me? Mu Zidu turned around and asked. At the very least, I can promise you that I won't kill you if you give me the antidote. Su Yun's hostility in his eyes gradually became more serious, and the murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes became more and more intense. Upon seeing this, Mu Zidu's face revealed a strange smile. Your strength does not belong to you, but to external forces. Now that you are influenced by these external factors, your character and willpower have also changed. I think it must be very tiring for you to suppress the violence in your heart and control yourself to not kill me, right? Mu Zidu laughed softly. Su Yun raised his eyes and felt his right hand begin to tremble slightly. Since it's so tough, shouldn't you just stop enduring it? The moment his voice fell, his hands quickly formed several hand signs. The poisonous sword in his hand released a burst of light as the poison quickly rushed toward his hands with a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Su Yun felt a large amount of poison radiating from his handprints. This poison instantly spread to every corner of his body, and then, bang! Boom! Poison burst. A muffled sound surfaced in Su Yun's body. Mu Zidu's eyes were curved, and he looked at Su Yun in front of him with a smile. His eyes were filled with anticipation as if he was looking forward to this person's expression of fear, despair, and pain. However, Su Yun, the instant the poison exploded, the evil chi around Su Yun was like a cocoon that instantly enveloped him. This evil chi was very mysterious, and it quickly entered into Su Yun's body, spreading to every corner of his body in a shocking manner, and completely wrapping up the poison that was scattered all over his body. Mu Zidu heard the explosive sounds of poison from within Su Yun's body become softer and softer as if it was being wrapped up by something. Even the poison energy became faintly discernible. What? Mu Zidu was stunned as he stared at Su Yun. He could feel the poison in Su Yun's body being forcefully suppressed by Su Yun's power. This was a type of power that relied solely on the profound energy in his body to suppress. It was extremely domineering. Your strength is not bad, but there is one thing you might be wrong about. My current strength is not something you can contend with. With just this sort of poison, you can't do anything to me. Su-Yun raised his hand and expelled the evil power that was invading Su-Yun's body. A large amount of green gas mixed with the dark aura and seeped out from Su-Yun's skin. Seeing this, Mu Zidu was stunned for a moment before he revealed a bitter smile. You are indeed a supreme expert that can fight against my master. Just based on your methods, Zidu is convinced. So, are you ready? Su-Yun asked. From the moment Mu Zidu made his move, the two of them were already in a deadlock. Su-Yun didn't have any reason to let him live. Of course I'm ready. Mu Zidu closed his eyes gently and spread out his arms, as though he was embracing the other party. When Su-Yun saw this, he slowly raised his death sword. His eyes were already fixed on his neck. Whiz! The sharp sword cut straight down. The dark evil chi was like rippling evil spirits that crashed down along with Su-Yun's sword. But in that split second, a dark green poisonous sword struck towards Su-Yun's heart at the same time. This poisoned sword was like a venomous snake that was waiting to be shot. It suddenly attacked at an unbelievable speed. Compared to Mu Zidu's previous actions, it was much faster by leaps and bounds. When Su-Yun saw this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at Mu Zidu, only to see that his demeanor did not seem as calm and free as before. At this moment, there was only killing intent and laughter left in him, and this rich killing intent and laughter seemed to be the result of his long-hidden true thoughts. He yearned to turn the tide of the battle into victory. He held back and deliberately slowed down. At this critical moment, he increased his speed to the limit and caught Su-Yun off guard. But he was thinking too much. Two slender fingers suddenly stretched out, quickly and precisely pinching the poisonous sword. The ferocious poison sword came to a halt. The smile in Mu Zidu's eyes vanished, and he stared at the person in front of him in astonishment. He was actually pinching the sword with his fingers. This was not only about accuracy and speed, but also the perfect control of profound chi. Otherwise, the blade of this poisoned sword could easily tear Su-Yun's fingers apart. What kind of monster was this? Mu Zidu was astonished. Unknowingly, the pitch-black death sword had already been placed on his neck. After that, it was like the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning. The surrounding scene began to move quickly, and a familiar headless corpse appeared in his line of sight. Was this Su-Yun's speed? So fast. But when did he realize that he was being mischievous? And how fast was he? He could actually catch it. Mu Zidu's consciousness gradually dissipated. Before he died, his mind was constantly thinking about Su-Yun's unpredictable sword technique. The soul flew out of his body, but they were swallowed and burned by a blazing sword. They completely disappeared. This was Mu Zidu's soul. If you wanted to kill, you should have to kill them all. After killing Mu Zidu, the poisoned sword array began to collapse. The surrounding dark green colors dimmed and became extremely dejected. Some of the rocks were cracked as well. These were array artifacts that disguised themselves as stones. Su-Yun didn't pay attention to them. He called over the 7 devil bone giants and continued to move forward. Song Yan and Heiyu followed closely behind. The following road was very flat, and no one appeared to block Su-Yun's path. Slowly, Su-Yun's expression became ferocious. This was the scent of the suicide witch. It seemed like she was right there. Su-Yun looked around. It was a white flatland, surrounded by huge trees. Each tree was luxuriously leafy and lush, except for the tree in the middle, which was completely bare. There were 2 people standing under the tree. One of them, with a bent body, was holding a broken rattan cane and was staring at Su-Yun with pale yellow eyes. As for the other person, it was a young lady wearing green clothes. Su-Yun's eyes were slightly sunken. By Yenshan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538 Unexpected. Proofreader at Vongala 10. She had a head of long, black hair, and 2 rows of braids on her back. Her face was only the size of a palm, and her skin was snow white. When she saw the people, the girl's calm expression finally revealed a trace of astonishment. "Are you Su-Yun?" By Yenchan's good-looking eyebrows gently knitted together, she also recognized that the man's skin was extremely pale, without a trace of blood, and he was wearing a black cape. "What is it? Yenchan? You two know each other?" The suicide witch asked in a deep voice while holding a cane with a broken head. Bai Yenchan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, she gently nodded her head and replied, "I came from the Sky Martial continent with him, so naturally we know each other." "Oh, then are you on good terms with him?" The suicide witch asked with interest. Bai Yenchan was quiet for a long time. She looked at Su-Yun, and spoke after a long while, "He was my fiancé." "Oh?" The suicide witch's eyes lit up. "But then I rejected the marriage." Bai Yenchan immediately added another sentence and dispelled the thought of the suicide witch. The suicide witch nodded, "That's a pity. From what you have said, your relationship with him shouldn't be considered good, right? If it's a good relationship, I still want to recruit him into Suicide Valley." Bai Yenchan did not say anything. Her deep eyes flashed with a look of complication. Su-Yun frowned. "Bai Yenchan, what is your relationship with the suicide witch? She taught me profound techniques, gave me even better pills and arrays to cultivate with, and even gave me a power that I never thought of. Su-Yun, what do you think the relationship is between me and her?" Bai Yenchan looked at Su-Yun quietly and said, "I see." Su-Yun's face revealed a complicated sneer. "I never thought that you would actually become the suicide witch's disciple, Xiali and you are both from the Immortal Sword sect. Now that she has been killed by suicide witch, you do not want to take revenge for her, and instead recognize her as your master. Are you really doing this for the sake of strength?" Su-Yun never thought that Bai Yenchan and suicide witch has such a relationship, although at first, he knew that it was not only Long Xianli who was captured into Suicide Valley, but also Bai Yenchan. He never thought that Bai Yenchan did not die, but instead became suicide witch's disciple. Elder Long was killed by suicide witch? Bai Yenchan's face revealed a strange expression. She looked at Su-Yun and asked, "Where did you get the information from?" "Taoist priest Niao Lu from the Emperor Palace." Su-Yun said solemnly. "Taoist priest Niao Lu? Who is that?" Bai Yenchan's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, but she quickly shook her head and said, "Su-Yun, you might be wrong, Elder Long is not dead." "What?" Su-Yun was startled, and immediately said, "She is not dead?" "Yes." Bai Yenchan nodded. "Then where is she now?" Su-Yun asked anxiously. The killing intent in those blood-red eyes had faded a few times, and it was filled with an unparalleled eagerness. However, just as Bai Yenchan was about to speak, she was stopped by Suicide Witch. "She? Of course, she's in my Suicide Valley right now, and I'm keeping an eye on her." "You little brat Su-Yun, do you want to save your lover?" "Hee, if you want to force it, then you will lose your lover. Therefore, I advise you to be more obedient," Suicide Witch said with a smile. Bai Yenchan turned her head, only to see Suicide Witch staring straight at Su-Yun, her fingers gently tapping on her cane, as though she was sending some kind of message. Bai Yenchan's eyes became serious. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. "You want to use Long Xianli to threaten me?" Su-Yun held onto the death sword tightly, looked at Suicide Witch coldly and said, "I used her to threaten you, so what can you do?" Suicide Witch snorted and said in a teasing tone. Looking at Su-Yun's urgent expression, Old Witch knew that Long Xianli was Su-Yun's weakness. But this guy is really stupid. If he's here to save someone, how can I let him know what you're thinking? Otherwise, aren't we forcing the hostages to deal with you? The Old Witch thought to herself. "I'm sorry, but I might have to go all in." Just then, Su-Yun said coldly, and then all the chi in his body was pushed to the extreme, and his battle intent surged like a torrential river. At this very moment, it was as if he was going to use up all of the strength in his body, as if he was planning to not hold back even a single bit of his profound energy. Seeing that, Suicide Witch's face changed, and asked, "Su Yun, what are you doing? Are you going against me? Aren't you afraid that I will immediately order my men to kill Long Xinli and destroy her soul? Give the order." Su Yun's eyes revealed his insanity. The blood-red viciousness and extreme pain was extremely obvious. His face was twisted, and he looked incomparably miserable, but even so, he didn't show any signs of stopping. "Suicide Witch, although I, Su Yun, do not know you well, I understand that a person like you cannot tolerate any danger. You used Long Xinli to threaten me, and if I give in, I will die, and not only will Xinli die, I will also lose my life. Thus, in this situation, I can only bet everything on one throw. If you use Xinli, I will die with you." Su Yun bellowed, his sword directly striking over. The dense evil chi formed a pitch-black evil dragon, rushing towards the incoming attack. Suicide Witch was completely stunned. This Su Yun was completely out of line. Did she push him too far? However, she was the one who held his weakness. Why did the situation become like this? Suicide Witch was stunned, unable to make sense of what's going on. But seeing the incoming evil sword, she dared not be distracted, immediately activating her technique and striking towards the incoming evil sword. Dong! The cane that had its top cut off did not lose any strength as it blocked the incoming death sword. Evil force rippled out like ripples in the air. Suicide Witch only felt a berserk power flowing out from the death sword towards her body. When she was fighting Su Yun previously, she had already suffered greatly. Although she had been healed by medicinal pills, she had been in a rush and her injuries had not healed yet. Now that Su Yun was completely enraged, the pressure on her was extremely huge. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the earth began to shake violently again, and soon after, muffled sounds could be heard. Suicide Witch looked over to see that the 7 devil bone giants had already arrived to support Su Yun. Seeing that, Suicide Witch felt something was wrong. She turned her head and shouted, "Yenshan, quickly! Suicide Sword! End his life! Faster!" With that, Suicide Witch's hand suddenly released a large quantity of dark green vines. Each vine was extremely thick and sturdy, like a python. They were like living beings. They followed the death sword and extended towards Su Yun's arms, fiercely wrapping around his body. Su Yun immediately activated his strength to try and struggle free, but the vines were sturdy, as the Suicide Witch used her profound energy to cover them in a layer of dense profound energy, making it difficult to struggle free. Bai Yenshan was waving the dark green poison sword in her hand, releasing streams of starlight bright and resplendent poison aura onto the sword tip. Following that, she walked out with her beautiful lotus-like agility, dancing along. The entire scene caused everyone to feel intoxicated. It was extremely beautiful. But in this mesmerizing beauty, there was a terrifying and creepy killing intent. Very good. Seeing that, Suicide Witch's eyes had a look of admiration in her eyes, she could not help but nod her head, and laughed out loud. "I grew these 13 life and death trees 1,000 years ago. They were laid out by me, and even the growth attribute was adjusted by me. Their abilities are to strengthen a certain profound skill. The array is under my control, and has already increased the power of this technique of Yenshan's suicide sword arts by countless. Su Yun, after this attack, you will definitely turn into blood, and die for sure." Ha 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 ha. Suicide Witch laughed out loud, looking at Bai Yenshan who was rushing over, her eyes filled with pride. But just in that split second, a huge hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Yun who was being entangled by the vines. Suicide Witch's face froze. Looking towards where the hand came from, she realized that the big hand that grabbed Su Yun was from one of the devil bone giants. The 7 devil bone giants came at her in a tight encirclement, like 7 huge mountains, blocking Suicide Witch. It seemed this attack could not kill Su Yun. Suicide Witch gnashed her teeth with a look of unwillingness on her face. However, Bai Yenshan did not stop her attacks. She still kept her poisoned sword and rushed towards Su Yun like a rhinoceros, never stopping until the end. Yenshan, quickly stop. Retreat for now. With these 7 puppets, we are definitely not a match for him. Suicide Witch growled. But her words were useless. Bai Yenshan continued to rush towards the door. Bai Yenshan! Suicide Witch knitted her eyebrows, showing a displeased look on her face. But at this moment, Bai Yenshan, who was rushing towards Suyin, suddenly waved her hand, and the poison sword tip suddenly turned, directly striking towards Suicide Witch. Put! The dark green poisonous sword stabbed straight into Suicide Witch's emaciated chest. The old witch's body twitched, her gloomy eyes opened wide in shock, looking at the indifferent Bai Yenshan, the depths of her eyes filled with shock. The poison sword's venomous power instantly spread throughout Suicide Witch's body. Her skin turned green in the blink of an eye, the bright red veins on her body showing without a doubt. The old witch was well aware of the power of the suicide sword. She was well aware of the consequences of getting stabbed by it. Looking at Bai Yenshan, who was holding onto the poison sword, Suicide Witch was completely stunned. Suyin removed the vines that were binding him and looked over. When he saw the scene, he was startled. What was Bai Yenshan doing? Did she actually attack Suicide Witch? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539 Partners. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Suicide Witch's skin began to melt, and the blood vessels in her body began to crack bit by bit. Her internal organs started to weaken, and her spirit cores started to shatter from the sudden onslaught of the poisonous sword. Her spirit profound chi began to roil. Suicide Witch was holding onto the cane in one hand while holding onto the poisoned sword in Bai Yenshan's hand with the other. Her face was extremely ugly. Her facial features had already started to change. The sound coming out from her mouth was like stones. It was ear-piercing. Why? Bai Yenshan, I have been good to you. Why do you want to kill me? She grudgingly asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Because I am not your tool, not your puppet. I am a living person. Bai Yenshan said indifferently. Suicide Witch spat out a large amount of green blood, coughed a few times and asked in pain, "What do you mean by that?" I already knew that the reason you taught me the profound skills and gave me a lot of good pills and medicines was only to cultivate me to become a weapon for you to use against the Emperor Palace in the future and against your enemies. All these years, you have been searching for someone with extraordinary talent, just wanting to collect more talents for the Suicide Valley. But your calculations were wrong. Your so-called brainwashing actions have no effect on me at all. I, Bai Yenshan, am still Bai Yenshan, and I will pursue my martial path, but not the way you gave to me. In the end, I am still a person from the Immortal Sword sect. The so-called Suicide Valley is none of my business. If you hadn't forcefully kidnapped me here, I wouldn't be here today. However, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you forcing me, how could my cultivation have advanced by leaps and bounds? How could my strength be at the level of being able to fight against Sky Spirit Master? However, thanks are thanks. The debt between us still needs to be settled. With that said, Bai Yenshan twisted the sword hilt in her hand. The poisoned sword that had stabbed into Suicide Witch's body started to spin. So that's how it is. You treated me like your enemy from the beginning to the end. He. I didn't expect that I, Suicide Witch who have been smart all my life, would end up by a girl like you. I really didn't expect that. Ha 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 ha. Suicide Witch stopped laughing for a second, then let out a few pieces of meat out of her mouth and fell to the ground dead. Her corpse slowly shriveled up, and large amounts of green smoke rose from it. This evil person whose name could shake the entire Beiyang, this powerful being who had suppressed countless tyrants in Beiyang, had now fallen here, died in this miserable way. Bai Yenshan stood quietly in front of the Suicide Witch, quietly staring at the corpse. The suicide sword was extremely powerful and had terrifying poison power. Even the peak-level old witch would not be able to withstand a single attack from it. Not to mention the fact that the suicide witch was severely injured and the suicide sword had the support of the strange array she had set up and became even stronger. Therefore, killing the suicide witch in one sword strike was not a rare thing. After a long while, Bai Yanshan finally turned and looked at Su Yun. If you wanted to kill suicide witch, why wait till now? Su Yun looked at Bai Yanshan and asked indifferently. Because you want to kill her, I'll take care of her as well. Moreover, if I make move now, suicide witch will definitely be defenseless. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bai Yanshan said unhurriedly. Is that so? Su Yun took a deep breath, then jumped down from the giant's body and shouted, Since you killed Suicide Witch, then quickly bring me to save Shanley. You have been in Suicide Valley, you must know where the Suicide Witch is locking Shanley. Hearing that, Bai Yanshan turned and asked, Su Yun, why are you so concerned about Elder Long of my sect? Could it be that you came to Suicide Valley just to save Elder Long? Otherwise, do you think there is anything worth risking my life in this Suicide Valley? Su Yun said casually, and anxiously added, Alright, Bai Yanshan, stop with the nonsense, go save Long Shanley. Seeing Su Yun being so anxious, Bai Yanshan's heart started to ripple. I never thought that Su Yun would take such big risks for Elder Long's sake, going to Suicide Valley and going against the fearsome Suicide Witch. He is truly a person with loyalty. Bai Yanshan thought for a while, then said, Su Yun, you don't have to worry, the Elder is fine. In fact, she wasn't in Suicide Valley for a long time, and Suicide Witch lied to you before. She wanted to use Elder Long to restrain you, but luckily, you didn't fall for it. Hearing that, Su Yun was startled. Shanley is not in Suicide Valley? Why did Taoist priest Niao Lu say that both of you were captured by Suicide Witch into Suicide Valley and killed by her? Who is Taoist priest Niao Lu? You don't have to believe it. I don't know where Elder Long went, but I know that nothing will happen to her. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Bai Yanshan said. Hearing that, Su Yun's anxious heart was finally at ease. Although the gap between him and Bai Yanshan was not shallow, from the beginning till the end, Bai Yanshan had never lied to him. Furthermore, there was no need to lie about such things. Since Long Shanley was fine, Su Yun was relaxed now. He immediately released the Death Sword's power and kept it in the sword sheath, then sat down on the ground. He hurriedly took out some pills from his bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Once the pill entered his mouth, he started to chew without restraint, no longer paying attention to Bai Yanshan, and continued to recover himself. Seeing Su Yun like that, Bai Yanshan frowned, but she was not angry. She walked over and quietly sized Su Yun up. Her white face revealed waves of astonishment. From the strength that Su Yun had displayed, his cultivation was not weak, and even if he did not reach the Sky Spirit Master, he would soon step into the stage. Furthermore, the 7 Devil Bone Giants behind him were even more terrifying, each one's strength far surpassed that of the Sky Spirit Master. I never expected that we would meet here. Even more, I never expected that the current you have already reached such a terrifying level of strength. Bai Yanshan could not help but exclaim. Although she was confident and conceited, at that moment, she did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Facing the 7 giants, she did not have any strength to fight, much less Su Yun. You're not bad either. The sword attack you used to kill Suicide Witch was so powerful that I'm afraid I can't handle it. Su Yun opened his eyes and casually said. Bai Yanshan knew that this was only Su Yun's humble words. She didn't feel happy. Instead, she asked, where are you planning to go next? Since Shanley is fine, I will continue to look for my parents. Su Yun said indifferently. Parents? A trace of doubt flashed across Bai Yanshan's eyes. Su Yun did not say anything. Seeing that, Bai Yanshan did not ask. Although the two of them had some relation that was unclear, they did not have any feelings for each other. Speaking of feeling, Su Yun liked Long Shanley more, but towards Bai Yanshan, he could not feel anything. Since that's the case, then we will part ways here. I will return to the Emperor Palace and contact my sect leader. I hope that he can get the Emperor Palace's people to find Elder Long. Bai Yanshan said. Su Yun nodded and stood up, prepared to leave the Emperor Palace. But before the two parted, a large number of figures suddenly charged over. The auras of these people were violent and thick and filled with hostility. The moment they appeared, the two of them immediately gathered together. Each of them took out their weapons and vigilantly looked in every direction. 6 white figures appeared at an unknown time, surrounding Su Yun and Bai Yenshan from 6 different directions, surrounding the two of them. These 6 people all wore white robes with red edges and wore white masks. Their faces could not be seen, but all of their auras were astonishing, and they were already existences of Sky Spirit Master. How could so many experts suddenly appear? Were these people from Suicide Valley? Su Yun was stunned. At the moment, fighting with them would only result in a loss. He had just removed the Death Sword state, the power had already dissipated. It was impossible for him to activate the Death Sword's power, if not his already exhausted and withered body would be torn apart by the Death Sword's power. On the other hand, he could use the Heavenly Crystal to temporarily increase his strength, but it was not a long-term plan. I can't believe the dignified Suicide Witch would die in the hands of her beloved disciple. If this news got out, it would be a huge joke. Just then, a shout came out from the crowd dispersed and a man in a brown cape walked out, approaching Su Yun. Su Yun secretly sized him up, and realized that he had been disguised from start to finish. Even his voice was affected, as he did not know Su Yun's identity. "Who are you?" Su Yun asked. "He is someone who worked with Suicide Witch. I think he is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. All these years, it is because of him that Suicide Witch had been able to suppress all the major Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang territory. Otherwise, with Suicide Witch's strength, it would be a fantasy for her to suppress so many Chamber of Commerce." Bai Yenshan said softly. Outsiders might not know the power of Suicide Witch and thought that she was so powerful, but Bai Yenshan knew that Suicide Witch was not strong enough to suppress all of the experts in Beiyang, which was why she said those words. Although the various large Chamber of Commerce appeared strong on the surface, they actually had quite a lot of weak points. It was precisely because of this brown-robed man that Suicide Witch was able to easily control the various large Chamber of Commerce, making them submit. "Someone who works with Suicide Witch?" Su Yun frowned. "That's just the past." The brown-robed man walked over and then walked around Bai Yenshan and Su Yun. Under the hood, a pair of complicated eyes appeared. "Suicide Witch is dead, the collaboration had ended, I need a new partner. The two of you in front of me, regardless of scheming or strength, I am very satisfied. I hope to cooperate with you so that you can control Suicide Valley, which has no leader, and help me suppress Beiyang, and obtain endless amounts of treasures, power and authority. You too, are you willing?" The brown-robed person spoke in a low voice with a tempting tone. After Suicide Witch died, the brown-robed partner didn't show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he threw out an olive branch to the two of them. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 540. It's over. Proofreader at Vongala 10. Hearing his words, Su Yun and Bai Yenshan looked at each other. "What do you mean?" Bai Yenshan asked indifferently. "Nothing." The brown-robed man raised his head and said, "There is nothing between me and the Suicide Witch, it is just a simple matter of interest. I will provide her with information on all the major chambers of commerce, and she will use Suicide Valley to help me suppress them, squeeze all of them, and seek benefits from them. Now that Suicide Valley is dead, I naturally have to find a new partner, not to avenge her. You guys, who got rid of her, might be the best candidates, so I hope to work with you guys." "And if we refuse?" Without waiting for Bai Yenshan to speak, Su Yun cut in. The man looked at Su Yun and said, "If you reject, then I am afraid that the two of you will not leave this place so easily. After all, you already know my existence, so in order to continue hiding my identity, I can only choose to keep you quiet." "You want to kill us?" Bai Yenshan's eyes became serious. She had not expected that this man in brown would be so straightforward. With just a few words, he had made everything clear. Bai Yenshan gripped her poisoned sword tightly and looked at the people around her. Although her cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds during her time in Suicide Valley, it was still impossible for her to deal with so many experts in a short period of time. The atmosphere was tense. Those brown-robed men had already surrounded them, staring at the two of them. Suyun looked around and secretly inhaled, then suddenly spoke out, "Let's not beat around the bush. Talking with people like you is fun, but suddenly, you want us to cooperate with you. I think no matter who it is, it will be difficult for them to make a choice in a short period of time, no? After all, from the time you appeared until now, I'm afraid you haven't even burned a stick of incense. We don't know anything about cooperating with you, so I believe that our refusal is within reason." Hearing that, the brown-robed man's gaze landed on Suyun. "What you said is right. Suddenly asking you to do something that you do not understand yourself, you will definitely refuse, but now, you do not have the condition to refuse, nor do you need to understand everything, because what I want to know is, whether you choose to cooperate with me or reject me. I do not have much time left, the Chamber of Commerce will come soon. Before they arrive here, I need your answer, otherwise I will have to clear this place out." The brown-robed man was not an idiot. After saying that, Suyun completely gave up. He still hoped to stall for time to wait for Heiyu and Songyan's rescue, but he never expected that this person had already seen through his thoughts. "What if we say yes?" Suyun probed. "Eat this. After that, I will arrange everything for you." The brown-robed man reached out his hand, and 2 black pills appeared in his palm. "This is poison. Only I have the antidote. Won't we be in control if we eat this? This is just to prevent you from betraying me. Do you think we'll eat?" Bai Yenshan snorted. "Could it be that suicide witch was fed by you as well?" "Of course not." The brown-robed man shook his head. "Suicide witch's power is peerless, why would she eat this? If you guys cooperate and consume this medicinal pill, you will live a glorious life. If you do not cooperate, you will die, and all that is left of you will turn into dust. Hurry up and make up your minds, I will only give you 10 breaths of time, With that, the brown-robed man slowly closed his eyes, and waited quietly for Suyun and Bai Yenshan's reply. The scene became silent once again. They could only hear the flow of profound qi coming from the experts around them. Bai Yenshan secretly activated her profound qi. From her actions, it was as though she was prepared to reject the brown-robed man and break out of the encirclement. She quietly sized up the brown-robed man and then moved her gaze onto the experts around. She carefully sized up every single one of them and secretly tried to guess their profound qi attributes. 10 breaths later, the brown-robed man opened his eyes. The situation was urgent, so he could not waste too much time. He shifted his gaze onto Bai Yenshan. Bai Yenshan's eyes flashed with a strange light. She finally could not hold it back anymore. Ka-cha! The poisoned sword in her hand turned slightly, and her profound strength was about to rush to the sword body. "I promise." Just as Bai Yenshan was about to attack, Suyun suddenly shouted. With that, Bai Yenshan suddenly turned and looked at him in shock. "Oh?" The brown-robed man turned his head slightly. Suyun did not look at him but stared intently at the brown-robed man in front of him. He had a serious look on his face, and said, "I am willing to cooperate with you, but I hope you can comply with your words, and let us enjoy the same treatment as the old witch." Suyun said, "You will get more than the suicide witch." The brown-robed man nodded. "All right then," Suyun said, and then walked towards the man. The man extended his hand towards Suyun, and the 2 black pellets in his palm looked extremely strange under the green light. The brown-robed man's gaze was always on Suyun, never leaving, while Suyun's gaze was focused on the pill, only seeing him raise his head, his pale face appearing in front of everyone's eyes. He then extended his hand out and grabbed one of the pill, and placed it into his mouth. Before the pill could even reach his mouth, Suyun suddenly turned around, and suddenly released a gust of wind. Following that, a large number of sword images suddenly appeared in front of the brown-robed man, with terrifying speed. The brown-robed man's expression did not change as he immediately retreated. This fierce and quick attack was actually dodged by him. Only then did Bai Yenshan, who was at the side, regain her senses. For the sudden change, she was still caught off guard. Didn't Su Yun agree to cooperate with the brown-robed man? Why did they suddenly draw their swords and clash with each other? Also, wasn't the speed and reaction speed of the brown-robed man a bit too terrifying? Such a sudden sneak attack was actually avoided by him. Seeing that, Bai Yenshan did not stand there foolishly. Raising her poisoned sword, she rushed forward, her snow-white skin releasing a large amount of profound qi, and the moment the profound qi left her body, it immediately turned into a gloomy green poison mist. Like a large gust of wind blowing from the distance, it headed towards the brown-robed man's cage. The brown-robed man continued to retreat. It seems that all of you are determined not to cooperate with me. Since that's the case, then alright, I can only eradicate all of you. The brown-robed man's voice floated over. At this moment, his voice was filled with an indescribable gloominess. He had already lost his patience with the two of them. Kill them! The brown-robed man let out a low shout. All the experts in the area rushed over in an instant, like a whirl of dozens of whirlwinds. Bai Yenshan, you hold these people back, I will deal with this fellow. Su Yun bellowed, his body exploding. He moved, leaving afterimages in all directions. His speed was so fast that it was astonishing. The brown-robed man did not expect that after fighting the suicide witch, Su Yun, who was already exhausted, would still be able to show such terrifying speed. He continuously looked around, hoping to catch Su Yun's figure, but in the next moment, he saw Su Yun in front of him. With a thought, he was already behind, and the mournful death sword had already arrived. He was already very familiar with the divine wind sword technique. With regards to speed, Su Yun was extremely confident, but the reaction of the brown-robed man in front of him had exceeded his imagination. He should have been able to slash on this man, but his neck tilted, smoothly retreated half a step. He dodged it. The brown-robed man raised his head, his pitch-black eyes exposed as he pointed at Su Yun with his finger. The finger released blinding red light, and instantly struck Su Yun's abdomen, blowing him up. Su Yun flew into the air, and then fell back onto the ground. His abdomen had a huge hole in it, which was a mess of blood and flesh. It was extremely miserable. He tried his best to stand up, and could not stop coughing, as blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. This is bad. Seeing that, Bai Yenshan, who was struggling with her strength, could not help but become anxious. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Su Yun. It's over. The brown-robed man stared at Su Yun, who was struggling to stand up, and said indifferently. The current Su Yun did not have much fighting strength left. Upon activating the death sword, the various spirit cores and chi meridians in his body entered an extremely exhausted state. He would not be able to hold on for long, and now that he was injured, the situation became even worse. Yeah, it's over. Su Yun held onto his stomach and said. The brown-robed man frowned. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and several large hands stretched towards them. The brown-robed man was stunned. He turned his head to look, and in that instant, a dull expression flashed across his face. 7 devil bone giants had appeared around him. When did these puppet equipment appear? When did Su Yun put them next to him? The brown-robed man was stunned. Several large hands had already surrounded him. There was almost no gap between them, and not even a fly could fly. No matter how fast the brown-robed man's reaction was, it was impossible for him to escape. At that moment, the brown-robed man understood that Su Yun's previous attack was done to force him into this place. All of his focus was placed on his astonishing speed, and he ignored the terrifying puppet equipment. Dawn! A big hand slapped the brown-robed man onto the ground, then grabbed and held him. This sudden change nearly stunned everyone. Bai Yenshan was startled and stared at Su Yun. As for the remaining experts, they crazily charged towards the brown-robed man. From the looks of it, they wanted to besiege these devil bone giants. All of you, stop, otherwise I will turn your master into mincemeat and destroy his soul. Su Yun anxiously shouted. The moment he said this, the giant that was controlling the brown-robed man immediately raised the person in his hands up high. The brown-robed man was tightly gripped by the giant like an insect. He wanted to struggle, but his strength was inferior to the giant's. He was completely bound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541 Alliance. If you don't want to die, then quickly release our president. Otherwise, we will make sure you die without a trace, and you will never be reborn. The experts surrounded Su Yun and roared. Make me unable to reincarnate? That will depend on whether or not you have the ability. Su Yun gasped as he held his stomach. Those experts focused their eyes, their faces were full of anger. 6 masked experts walked out of the group, walked towards Su Yun, their bodies were releasing surging killing intent, the weapons in their hands were already ready to strike. Su Yun's action seemed to be extremely shocking to them. But when they got close to Su Yun, the other 6 devil bone giants stepped up too. The pressure exerted by a giant as large as a mountain was boundless. And this was not the end. Who the hell are you people? What do you have to do with Suicide Witch? Angry roars came from afar, and a large number of figures rushed over. These group of people turned their heads to look and saw He Yu and Song Yan leading many experts from the Chamber of Commerce rushing over. Thousands of powerful existences rushed over and immediately surrounded the brown-robed man and his henchmen, making it impossible for them to escape. These people actually came so fast? The expression of the brown-robed man, who was being held back by the giant, changed slightly. According to your assumption, they should come later, right? Unfortunately, the giant's movements had already caught their attention, which was why they were rushing over here so quickly. Su Yun laughed. With a tap of his feet, he landed on the giant's shoulder. I didn't expect to fall into your hands. Did I underestimate my opponent? The brown-robed man asked. You didn't look down on me, but you did look down on these 7 puppet equipments. Su Yun said indifferently. The brown-robed man didn't say anything. Is this guy the traitor who colluded with Suicide Witch? He Yu flew over, stared at the brown-robed man, and said with a deep voice, Who the hell are you? He Yu, I didn't expect that you would be the one who organized the attack on Suicide Valley. The brown-robed man said coldly. Upon hearing this, He Yu's expression turned serious. It seemed like this man was an acquaintance. He winked at the person beside him, who nodded in understanding and rushed towards the man in a brown robe, intending to take off his hood. When the 6 masked spirit cultivators saw this, they immediately rushed towards the man, wanting to block the others. However, the experts in the crowd also moved. A large number of profound skills flew towards the 6 people, directly attacking them. The 6 of them were shocked and immediately started to counterattack, but there were too many experts around. High cultivation ones were countless. The strength of the 6 of them was not weak. After resisting for a while, they were exhausted, and finally smashed into pieces by those profound skills. Seeing this, the brown-robed man's face became extremely ugly. The expert sent by He Yu landed beside the brown-robed man in a flash. He stretched out his hand and deflected the camouflage with his profound chi. The brown-robed man's true appearance was instantly exposed. This man looked old, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His skin was a bit dark, and his cheeks were thin. Li Chongguan? He Yu's face turned ugly when he saw this person. Isn't this the president of the new Chamber of Commerce, Li Chongguan? He actually colluded with Suicide Witch? This is too unbelievable. President Chongguang, what is going on? How could you collude with Suicide Witch? Astonished questions were being asked non-stop. Song Yan was completely stupefied. She still remembered, at the entrance of the valley, it was Li Chongguang who had organized everyone to charge into the valley and fight against Suicide Witch. Who would have thought that this fellow was the real mastermind? Li Changguang was a heavyweight figure in Bei Yang's business world. His influence in the business world could be said to be very important. Even He Yu had to show some respect to Li Changguang, which showed how powerful he was. However, no one could have expected that Li Changguang would collude with Suicide Witch and oppress all the chambers of commerce in Bei Yang. I really didn't expect that the person who caused this chaos in our business world was actually you, Li Changguang. Why did you do that? He Yu asked coldly with a dark expression. Why? To be the uncrowned king, to have more treasures, more profound coins, what about it? Are you satisfied with the answer? Li Changguang said indifferently. His handsome and mature face did not reveal much panic. Damn you, you're about to die and still so arrogant. Don't you understand your situation? When the others saw Li Changguang being so indifferent, they were instantly displeased and spoke up. Li Changguang, you are a scum of the business world. You actually colluded with Suicide Witch. What else do you have to say? I suggest that we immediately eliminate Li Changguang and destroy his soul, then divide up the new merchant guild. This will serve as an example to others. Someone stood out and cupped fists as he shouted. The moment he said this, someone else immediately echoed him. That's right, kill Li Changguang and make an example of him. Then we will divide up the new Chamber of Commerce and use them as compensation for us. We can't let Li Changguang off that easily. Kill him. There were constant whooshing and constant crying. Several pairs of heated eyes fell on Li Changguang. In the depths of everyone's eyes, a gleam of hatred and greed could be seen. These chambers of commerce were always suppressed by Suicide Valley. Now that they knew that it was Li Changguang who was behind the squeeze from Suicide Valley, their resentment soared to the skies. However, they were more looking forward to receiving the resources of new Chamber of Commerce. Since the new Chamber of Commerce was one of the top chambers of commerce in the entire Bei Yang, and it was an enormous amount of resources. If they could obtain it, then the benefits to their own chambers of commerce would be innumerable. Did you decide my position just like that? Aren't you looking down at me too simply? Li Changguang suddenly laughed coldly, a trace of unfathomable cunning flashing through the depths of his eyes. He Yu's expression turned serious upon hearing that. Li Changguang, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? The simple meaning is that you cannot capture me. Li Changguang laughed, and then his body released a circle of yellow light. Following that, a large number of yellow lines started to appear all over his body. Following that, his body started to slowly become blurry, and the part of his feet gradually vaporized, slowly extended upwards, bit by bit engulfing Li Changguang's body. What is this? Is it some kind of magic treasure of escaping? Space aura. *T, this fellow wants to escape. Stop him. The experts in the surroundings all moved and rushed at Li Changguang in unison. However, Li Changguang completely ignored them and continued activating the magic treasure. The crowd approached him, wanting to restrain his aura. However, they discovered that his entire body was covered by a strange iron cover of armor. No matter what, it was blocked by this iron cover of armor. We must shatter these covers formed from profound Qi, then we can touch his body. Otherwise, we cannot stop him from activating this technique. Song Yan's expression was solemn as she shouted. As soon as He Yu heard this, he immediately called for experts to attack and kill Li Changguang. However, it did not have any effect. The strength of the cover was beyond the imagination of normal people. Even the most terrifying attacks could not shatter the cover. Seeing that, Su Yan bellowed, "All of you stop wasting your energy. The cover around him is not made from his own profound Qi, but is a protective shield created from some treasure's profound energy. It is extremely difficult to break." This was probably an escape treasure prepared by Li Changguang. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce and the mastermind of Suicide Valley, how could he not prepare some escape routes for him? As expected, even everyone was attacking crazily for the time of burning an incense stick. They still couldn't break through this strange Qi cover. Just because I've lost today doesn't mean that I, Li Changguang, have lost. Anyone who participates in this matter, please wait quietly. I will go visit you in a fit of rage. Li Changguang said softly. His eyes calmly swept over every president present, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance of these people into his bones. Finally, the profound skill had finished. Li Changguang's body also turned into particles and dissipated into the air. No one knew where he had gone to. As Li Changguang left, the experts also stopped to catch their breath. After hearing Li Changguang's words, it could be said that no one had a pleasant expression. Seems like Li Changguang did not plan to let this matter rest. I originally thought that with Suicide Witch's death, Bei Yang will be at peace. I never expected that there would still be Li Changguang behind us, and it's unclear what his background is. If he is not only the president of the new Chamber of Commerce, then this matter will be troublesome. He Yu flew over and said solemnly. That's right, the meaning behind Li Changguang's words was clear. Today we take the Suicide Valley, causing its destruction. We cut off one of his arms, which was used to suppress us, so how can he let this go? Li Changguang is a narrow-minded man, and will not rest until he is done. I am afraid that our Chambers of Commerce's future days will be very difficult. Another leader said. What are you afraid of? If we can defeat him today, won't we be able to defeat him in the future? Everyone is a businessman, and we are all smart people. I also opened my mouth wide to speak, and today is just us joining hands. If we can still be like this in the future, defeating him, Li Changguang, won't be difficult, but in the future, will we be the same? Everyone's expressions turned ugly. Why are you all so conflicted? In that case, why don't you just maintain today's alliance state? Seeing the worry on everyone's faces, Sun Yan couldn't help but ask. Although she was born in a merchant family, she did not do business, so she did not know much about it. Miss Sun Yan, how could this be? When merchants enter into an alliance, the things involved are too complicated. This is not a small matter. The other leader said helplessly. I didn't ask you to form Chambers of Commerce into an alliance, but your strength, it's just fighting against Li Changguang, you think too much. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. All you need to do is choosing an alliance leader, stand up when something happens to the Chambers of Commerce in Bei Yang, and combine all of your power to fight against the enemy. Do you understand? Sun Yan added. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542. It's my time. Alliance leader? Everyone's eyes lit up. Some people's eyes even glowed with golden light as they became excited. This was an extraordinary position. If he really did as Sun Yan said, then this position of alliance leader would be extremely important. At this moment, all of the leaders of the various large chambers of commerce had their hearts in their throat. If this proposal was approved, then who would be the alliance leader? Miss Sun Yan, your proposal is good. Selecting a leader, in the face of danger, we will gather all the heroes to resist the enemy. However, if the leader is chosen, there will be many problems in all aspects, and the leader will be very difficult to elect in the near future. At this time, an old man walked out from the crowd. He was the president of the Xi'an Chamber of Commerce, although their strength wasn't considered strong in Bei Yang, but this old man had a lot of experience and connections. Yes, choosing a leader is still not practical. To put it bluntly, we are all merchants. I think everyone here would want to become the alliance leader. Without a fair and reasonable method, no one would be convinced by the choice of the alliance leader. At that time, there would only be more problems. I think it's better to maintain the current situation and wait for Li Changguang to arrive before we try to think of another way. Some people said. However, before the voice of these people could last for long, a deep bellow rang out. We can only deal with all kinds of problems at any time if we prepare early. If we don't want to think of a way to deal with Li Changguang now, when he come to destroy us one day, it would be too late. It was Hey You. His face was calm and he flew into the air, staring at the people around him, then shouted, I think that the position of alliance leader is very necessary, and I also think that everyone's concerns are unnecessary. You guys are worried that the alliance leader will not be chosen well, and the leader that you choose will only think about benefits. Actually, you don't have to worry at all. If the alliance leader that we chose isn't from the Chamber of Commerce, then wouldn't everything be fine? Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Indeed, if this person had nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce, so how could this person involve the interests of these people? Hey You took the opportunity and raised his hand, pointing at Suyun, who seated on a nearby boulder, gasped for breath and swallowed the medicine to recover, then said, Everyone, I think we should elect an alliance leader, and the position of alliance leader would definitely belong to Lord Suyun. What? Everyone was shocked. Suyun was startled. He opened his eyes and looked at Hey You. His face was filled with confusion. Why did they mention him? Hey You remained calm, and continued, this time's attack on Suicide Witch, the first meritorious general was Lord Suyun. If not for him fighting outside the valley and severely injuring the Suicide Witch, would everyone still be able to enter the valley so easily? If it were not for Lord Suyun leading the way, would everyone be able to handle the countless traps? If Lord Suyun had not risked his life to kill all the experts in Suicide Valley, would the valley have been destroyed? Can everyone still stand here safe and sound? That was why the main contributor to this battle was Lord Suyun. This position must belong to him. Hey You spoke passionately and righteously. A few people looked at him in astonishment. They wanted to say something, but found that they were unable to. The reason why Lord Suyun attacks Suicide Valley today is to respond to us. It is for Bei Yang's future, for Bei Yang's brightness. As far as I know, he is not a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and everything about Suicide Witch has nothing to do with him, but for the sake of the human life, he still stood out. I feel that if such a person cannot become the alliance leader, then who else can be the? Furthermore, Lord Suyun is not a weak man. Even Suicide Witch died in his hands. This power must be stronger than everyone here, right? Suicide Witch has suppressed us for so many years. Why can't we let Lord Suyun protect me? Hey You saw that everyone was deep in thought, then spoke again, stabilizing his idea. Hearing Hey You say that, if Suyun still did not understand, then he would be a fool. Hey You was intentionally hoping for Suyun to become the alliance leader. Firstly, current situation in Beiyang definitely required a person of high moral standing. The chambers of commerce contended for supremacy, and all these people were all pure merchants. No one would seriously cultivate after earning profound coins. They had a large amount of profound coins, but wanted more, then continue to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation of these merchants was not considered high. Most of them did not even reach the level of Sky Spirit Master. Lord Suyun? Hey Yu's words drew the attention of the old man, President Cyan, who was walking forward with a hunched back. He moved to Suyun's side and looked at Suyun seriously, then said, although this lord has killed Suicide Witch and found Li Changguang, his contributions are great. But we do not know anything about this Lord Suyun, his background, where is he from, his character, etc. We are not clear about any of these. If we were to carelessly let him be the alliance leader, it would not be appropriate. This. Hey You frowned and hesitated. Many people nodded when they heard this. I am from the Sky Martial continent. I have no sect or background. The reason I came to Beiyang is to look for someone. Just then, Suyun spoke out. He stopped meditating and jumped down from the stone. Step by step, he walked over to President Cyan and said in a serious tone, I believe that no one here is more suitable to have the position of alliance leader than me. I am not a member of the Chamber of Commerce, so I would not use this power to seek benefits, and I don't have any connections with Beiyang's business. Furthermore, I have the strength to fight against Suicide Witch. If you think that I am not worthy of being the leader, I hope that when you choose other candidate, you can let me have a martial arts competition with that person. If that person cannot even beat me, then must not have even reached the standard of Suicide Witch, so, how can that person become the alliance leader and protect Beiyang? Can you hope that the people who cause trouble in the future are all inferior to Suicide Witch? Su Yun stood up, looked around, and said earnestly. These words were filled with confidence, his current advantage and his domineering attitude. The last few words were Su Yun's confidence in his own strength, and could be said to be arrogant, but it was enough. After all, regardless of cultivation, he was strong enough to suppress everyone here, 7 devil bone giants, several origin swords, thousands of subordinate swords. With his sword art sign, he could even contend against existence of Sky Spirit Master. This was also what Su Yun hoped for. He had to obtain the position of the alliance leader. If he obtained it, it would be of great help in his search for parents. Hearing Su Yun's words, many people frowned. Doesn't this kid know how to be modest? Although his strength was not bad, but his cultivation was not high, not to mention that the people here were all presidents of Chamber of Commerce, all of them were important people in Beiyang. Did this guy not understand the situation? Lord Su Yun, do you think that the position of alliance leader is yours already? President Cyan said with some dissatisfaction. Of course not. These words are just a form of confidence in my own strength. Do you think there's anything wrong with my words? Su Yun turned around and asked. President Cyan was stunned and was somewhat speechless. If Li Changguan can find Suicide Witch to suppress you, then he can find an existence more cunning and more vicious than Suicide Witch to deal with you in the future. Of course, if you all insist on not creating an alliance, then I have nothing to say. I like Beiyang very much, and only wanted to help. If not, Su Yun would not come here today to fight with Suicide Witch. I have nothing else to say now, you can make your decision. After Su Yun finished speaking, he cupped his fists and sat down on the side to recuperate. He had said everything he needed to say, done everything he needed to do. Now, he could only wait for the result. He wanted the position of alliance leader very much, but he couldn't force anything. He could only leave it to the presidents of Chamber of Commerce to decide. Hearing that, people started to discuss in low voice. There were quite a few people who directly supported Su Yun, since this matter could not be resolved without Su Yun. But some people felt that Su Yun was out of place, and that these people were the minority. Alright, everybody, stop talking. Since you do not have a suitable candidate, then, I will propose, for Lord Su Yun to be the alliance leader. We have hundreds of chambers of commerce present, so with the numbers as the name, call it 100 Chambers Alliance. What do you say? Hey, you stood up in time and shouted loudly. Agreed. Support President Heiyu. I support Lord Su Yun. Some of the other presidents who were on good terms with Heiyu immediately shouted out. Very soon, the scene burst into an uproar. When President Cyan saw this, he opened his mouth, but could not say anything. From the looks of it, people were with Su Yun. Seeing that, Su Yun secretly took a deep breath. Heiyu had a good relationship with Su Yun. He would definitely be the biggest beneficiary of Su Yun being the alliance leader. Many of the people present still did not know his relationship with Sun Yun. With the help of Heiyu, Su Yun finally became the leader of 100 Chambers Alliance. Perhaps, there were many people who were dissatisfied with Su Yun becoming the alliance leader, but at least 70% of the people respected Su Yun from the bottom of their hearts, had no doubt that he obtained the position. After all, he was the one who killed Suicide Witch, and he was the one who caused the destruction of Suicide Valley. It was him who ended the oppression from Suicide Valley which lasted for many years. It was also he who facilitated the establishment of the 100 Chambers Alliance. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Within Suicide Valley, a tsunami of cheers and shouts could be heard. Countless members of the Chamber of Commerce knelt down and shouted towards the black-clothed man who was sitting on the stone. No matter who it was, at this moment, everyone revealed a look of reverence. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Su Yun quietly looked down at the people below him. He looked calm, but for some reason, he suddenly felt excited. In the vast ultimate martial world, there was finally a place for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543 Heaven-Seeking Treasure Bell. Within a luxurious room, Soo-Yun checked his items, and then kept all of them into his storage ring. Bai Yenshan had already left after the meeting with the Suicide Valley. Although she had inherited the Suicide Witch's inheritance, she had always viewed the Suicide Witch as her enemy. In her opinion, if one wanted to eat their own wolf to fatten themselves, they would have to give them a piece of meat. That was what Bai Yenshan did. Now that she had dealt with the Suicide Witch, she naturally had to return to the Emperor Palace to find the latter. Soo-Yun had also heard about Long Shanli and Bai Yenshan's matter. When he found out that Long Shanli had come to the Suicide Valley multiple times in order to save Bai Yenshan, Soo-Yun was angry and happy. He had never seen someone as silly as him, and with Long Shanli's strength, wasn't coming to the Suicide Valley just seeking death? In order to prevent Long Shanli from continuing to act foolishly, he pretended to be indifferent, hoping to scare her away. However, he did not expect that the woman would be so stubborn at times. Bai Yenshan guessed that after she left the Suicide Valley, she would definitely be hiding somewhere to save Bai Yenshan. However, the change in Suicide Valley would probably spread throughout the entire Beiyang very quickly. At that time, once Long Shanli finds out about this, he would definitely return to Emperor Palace by himself. Long Shanli was unharmed, but Soo-Yun was at ease. At least he knew him. He did not wish for anything to happen to Long Shanli. "I'll continue to look for my parents now," Soo-Yun whispered as he stared at the blue sky outside the door. He had already instructed Heiyu to contact the various Great Chamber of Commerces in private and have them assist him in finding Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue. Soo-Yun could only rely on his memories to provide some basic information about the two of them. Furthermore, they had once appeared in the Emperor Palace, and as the two of them had stayed there for a period of time, Soo-Yun had also specially sent people to Emperor Palace to investigate. What he needed to do now was to cultivate in meditation and wait for news. Heiyu ordered some people to set up the Alliance leader's ascension altar, and held a grand ceremony, and prepared an altar for Soo-Yun and the other leaders of the Chamber of Commerce. This altar was the most direct tool for the Alliance leader to contact the elders, and was also a symbol of their identity. Soo-Yun was confident he was not afraid of Heiyu harming him. After all, he had interacted with Heiyu for so long, so he was still a reliable person. "Master Soo-Yun." At this moment, a call sounded out from outside the door. A obese youth was seen walking over quickly. Lowering his head to think, Soo-Yun raised his head to look, only to realize that the person was Heiyu. Soo-Yun immediately got up and asked anxiously, "Is there any news about my parents?" "No." Heiyu's words were straightforward, and almost without hesitation. "However, although there is no news from your hall, I have found something that I believe is extremely helpful in finding your hall," Heiyu said. "What is it?" Soo-Yun asked. "Heaven-Seeking Treasure Bell." As Heiyu spoke, he took out a small bronze bell from nowhere and gave it to Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun took the bell and looked at it carefully. The outside of this bell was plain and ordinary. It was not a big deal, but the inside of the bell was different. The inside of the bell was densely packed with talismans that were over 10 times smaller than rice grains. This is a magic treasure created by the heavenly-seeking Tao Sovereign. It has the ability to peer into the heaven and earth. After the heavenly-seeking Tao Sovereign died, this treasure did a few twists and turns and eventually flowed into the Beiyang, Heiyu said. Hearing that, Soo-Yun was ecstatic, and could not help but nod his head. That's right, compared to searching by relying on people, relying on these magic treasure is much more realistic. Soo-Yun thought about the Through Heaven's Mirror in the Sky Martial Continent. Even there was such a treasure like the Through Heaven's Mirror. Does the ultimate martial world not have anything stronger or better? Without further ado, he immediately picked up the heaven-seeking treasure bell and injected it into the profound chi, starting to activate. In an instant, the characters inside the heaven-seeking treasure bell glowed with a white light, and then the characters started to spin on their own, and then flew out one after another, and started to circle around the bell like revolving stars. How do I use it? Su-Yun stared at the mysterious heaven-seeking treasure bell and asked. Touch these runes with your hand and think of the problem you want to solve and it will tell you the answer. Hei-Yu said. Su-Yun nodded and immediately followed Hei-Yu's instructions. He closed his eyes and transmitted the thoughts in his mind to the heaven-seeking treasure bell. Very quickly, the heaven-seeking treasure bell had a reaction. It shook gently, releasing bizarre sounds that floated out from the bell and went into Su-Yun's ear, into his heart. After a while, a bit of information appeared in Su-Yun's mind. Linglong Mountain. Su-Yun whispered. Master Su-Yun, what did you say? Hei-Yu asked. This heaven-seeking treasure bell tells me the 3 words Linglong Mountain, but... Su-Yun suddenly turned his head and asked Hei-Yu, Hei-Yu, do you know where the exquisite mountain is? Where is it in the ultimate martial world? Is it far from here? How many days will it take to get here? Su-Yun said anxiously, and spoke a few questions in a row, causing Hei-Yu to be stunned when he heard it. Hei-Yu shook his fat head and said, Master Su-Yun, Linglong Mountain is not an ultimate martial world, you might be overthinking it. What? Su-Yun was immediately stunned. The message the heaven-seeking treasure bell gave you is Linglong Mountain? If you want to go to Linglong Mountain, it might be a bit more troublesome, because Linglong Mountain is not the area of the ultimate martial world, it is actually the famous holy mountain in the Wanxiang realm. If you want to go, I recommend that you first go to the extreme martial Saint Plains to find the gate to the Wanxiang realm on the Holy Land, enter the Wanxiang realm, and then head to the Linglong Mountain. Hei-Yu said. Oh? The gate to the Wanhua world? Although the Wanhua world is a different realm, the people from the ultimate martial world often go to the Wanhua world, especially the merchants, because there are a lot of materials that are not produced in the Wanhua world, thus many merchants would go there to purchase them. It's just that, in the past few hundred years, the people from the ultimate martial world and the people of the Wanhua realm have created a lot of conflicts, and there have even been a few conflicts that have a significant impact, causing the people from the Wanhua realm to send experts to seal the door to the Wanhua realm. Hei-Yu said. What a twist. Su-Yun sighed, then laughed, but at least I found the position of my parents, and this is considered a good thing. President Hei-Yu, help me make the necessary preparations. I will immediately leave for the ultimate martial Saint Plain, and look for the door to the 10,000 world. Su-Yun was a little impatient. Now that he knew the location of his father and mother, he couldn't wait to fly over. After not seeing each other for so many years, he wondered how the 2 elders were doing. And the sister they had never seen before, he wondered if they had found her. Seems like Master Su-Yun just entered the ultimate martial world for the first time, he doesn't know much about this place. Hei-Yu said calmly, and wasn't in a hurry to prepare anything for Su-Yun. Su-Yun looked at him in puzzlement. What do you mean by that? My lord might not know, the ultimate martial saint is not someone who can enter just because he wants to. This place can be said to be a holy land for the warriors of the ultimate martial world. If you want to enter, it will be a little troublesome. You must first go to the desolate demon battlefield, kill a desolate demon beast and remove its heart. Then there will be a large number of supreme experts that will set up a teleportation formation outside the desolate demon battlefield. Only by activating it with the fresh heart of the desolate demon beast, the teleportation formation will be activated, and with the help of the teleportation formation, you will be able to enter the ultimate martial Saint Plain. Oh? There's such a unique teleportation circle? This was set up by the supreme expert to test the people who want to enter the absolute martial saint. If they can't even kill a desolate demon, then they don't have the qualifications to enter the ultimate martial Saint Yuan. Hei-Yu said. Then how many people want to enter the absolute martial Saint Plains? Many. How is it not much? The absolute martial saint had gathered a large number of experts and famous experts. That was the gathering place of the supreme expert. If they could stay there for a period of time, they would benefit greatly from it. The entire battlefield was filled with the figures of the spirit cultivator. Every day, many people would enter the absolute martial Saint Plains, but there were also many who died tragically on the battlefield in order to enter the absolute martial saint planes. Since it's like this, why don't you merchants care about a group of experts beating up the heart of the rage demons for the spirit cultivator? Used for the sale of peddlers. Sell? You should be able to get a windfall from this, right? Su Yun asked. This was a business opportunity. However, if that was the case, then there should be a lot of people entering the absolute martial saint planes. It would also be very convenient for him to enter. Master, someone had thought about this idea a long time ago and decided to take action as well. However, this action had attracted the anger of the supreme expert, who hired a person to obtain the rage demon's heart. Not only was the person who sold them completely destroyed by the supreme expert, even their properties, relatives, friends, etc. were all destroyed by the supreme expert. Not a single one were left alive. Such strict methods caused no one to dare act rashly. Heiyu said. Hearing that, Suyin nodded his head, and said, actually without relying on your own abilities, entering the ultimate martial saint origin would be useless. After all, that place is a gathering place for experts. What are you worth? Those people will naturally see through it. If you enter, it will only cause others to look down upon you. Your Excellency's words are correct. Heiyu nodded his head. He then took out the order badge and imbued a few threads of profound energy. Very quickly, a servant walked over. Prepare all the information related to the extreme martial Saint Yuan, and then prepare all the information related to the desolate demon battlefield and hand it over to Master Suyun. Do you understand? Heiyu spoke to the servant. Yes, guild leader. This lowly one will do it right away. After that, the man immediately left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544 Flame Emperor. Leaving Beiyang, following the map that Heiyu gave him, Suyun headed towards the south of Beiyang. However, before leaving the Beiyang, Suyun did not forget to remind Heiyu to take care of the Huairou family that was about to enter the Beiyang to pursue its development. Although the Huairou family was also very strong, they did not hold much advantage in the eyes of the merchants. Suyun was currently an alliance leader of the Beiyang's 100 Meetings Alliance, and had a very high position. His request was not excessive. Suyun did not ride, but flew on his sword. On this journey, he still needed to consolidate his strength. After Heiyu obtained a lot of good pills and medicines, it was said that after the 100 Meetings Alliance divided the heavy light Chamber of Commerce S up, the various Chamber of Commerce S obtained a lot of benefits, and as their alliance leader, how could they not take any? Suyun also got a cup, but most of it were profound coin S and pills. After all, he was a rogue cultivator, and these two things were what he needed the most. While Suyun was rushing on his way, he was absorbing profound coin S, so he lost quite a lot of stones along the way. This was established by Heiyu, and was claimed to be used to establish the 100 Meetings Alliance. Suyun could control it as he wished, and it didn't matter if he absorbed it because the 100 Meetings Alliance didn't have anything to develop or establish, it was just a resident organization. Although he had found out the whereabouts of his parents through the heavenly seeking treasure bell, Suyun was worried that the two of them would suddenly leave the Linglong Mountain and go somewhere else. After activating the heavenly seeking treasure bell once, the runes on it needed to be rearranged, and only after the heavenly seeking treasure bell had finished arranging itself would it be calculated again, and this period of time usually required around 3 months. With a single glance, Suyun was already close to the 9th stage and was about to step into the 10th stage, entering the Sky Spirit Master. While he was fighting with experts of a higher cultivation level, his own fighting strength had also received a huge boost. Especially the battle with the Suicide Valley, it caused his fighting strength to instantly soar to 1,300 points. Normally, the cultivation of the fighting strength was already at the Sky Spirit Master level. It was extremely rare for someone like Suyun to be able to break through 10,000 without even reaching the fighting strength. If he wanted to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane, he had to enter from there. However, the desolate devil battlefield was not at the Beiyang, and there was still an endless distance between him and the Beiyang. Su-Yun flew in the air, and according to the map, he traveled continuously for close to 2 months before he entered the desolate Devil Battlefield's territory. San 2. A barren land located above the Bei Yang. Although the San 2 and the Bei Yang were in the same situation, there was a dead woods between them that was extremely desolate. In this dead woods, there was only dead wood, not a single leaf of grass nor life, not even the slightest bit of spirit energy was present. It was said that one could not cultivate in this place, and it was also the only place that the spirit cultivator's only spirit cultivator did not want to stay. Passing dead woods meant entering the realm of San 2. The San 2 was not like the Bei Yang, they did not have many rules, and did not have many restrictions on the fighting strength, but the number of people in the San 2 was also not as many. Firstly, there were more devil cultivators, demons and evil beings, and secondly, the environment and resources there were very few. Compared to the Bei Yang, it was extremely chaotic, thus the amount of merchants staying in the spirit cultivator were fewer and fewer, and the majority of people who entered the San 2 were mostly headed towards the ultimate martial sacred plane. So. Not long after Su-Yun stepped on his sword and flew into the San 2, several blazing fireballs suddenly flew from below and struck Su-Yun's body. Bang! Su-Yun was not in time to react. He was forcefully struck by the fireball as the chi in his body churned, causing him and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword to fall down from the sky. Falling down from the clouds, they saw that what was below them was a pitch-black land. The entire land was filled with broken buildings, and the surroundings were all in ruins, and above the ruins were spirit beasts whose entire body was burning with flames. They were currently staring at Su-Yun, who was falling down with their blazing eyes, and all of their expressions were filled with desire. It turned out that these fellows were the ones who had knocked him down. When they sensed that a strange object was flying through the air, they immediately took action. These should be the evil spirits of this place. Could it be that they want to eat me? Su-Yun thought. He forcefully stabilized his chi and blood, holding onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He slashed at a nearby flame demon spirit. The cultivation of these evil spirits were not high. The fireballs from before had merely struck him, and did not cause much damage. The evil spirit's intelligence was probably not strong either. If it was an intelligent being, how could they casually provoke spirit cultivator? With a few slashes, one of the flame demon spirit turned into ashes and disappeared. Su-Yun killed a few flame demon spirits consecutively. The other evil spirits saw this and finally reacted. This fellow is not someone to be trifled with. As a result, the evil spirits all fled, and soon disappeared without a trace. The surroundings returned to silence. Seeing that, Su-Yun gasped for breath. With the intention to brandish his flying sword, he continued to rush forward. But, after walking a few steps, Su-Yun suddenly frowned. He stared at his surroundings and realized that it was strangely quiet. It was as if there was no wind, just like a painting that had died. His gaze landed on the ground, at the place where the flame demon spirit died, only to find that it was empty. There was nothing there. Su-Yun lowered his head and thought for a moment, then stood up and stepped on his sword and flew high up. However, just as he flew into the air, the sky suddenly turned a fiery red. Endless flames burned the entire sky, and those white clouds were dyed red. Su-Yun frowned. He looked up at the sky, only to see a gigantic devil face. With the sky as its surface, the face gradually split open the facial features. Its eyes were long and narrow like two huge fiery moons, with eyes filled with flames and a huge mouth. Each time it opened its mouth, flames would erupt out like a volcano. Seeing that, Su-Yun secretly placed his hand on the death sword's sword hilt. Damned ants! How dare you barge into my territory and kill my people? Don't you know what kind of place this is? The demonic face shouted towards Su-Yun with a loud voice. Who are you? Su-Yun asked. I am the ruler of the Flame Ruins, the Flame Emperor. The devilish face shouted loudly. With that said, a large number of flame demon spirit gradually walked out from behind the quiet ruins. Su-Yun looked around, and realized that there were a lot of flame demon spirits. Compared to before, it had increased by a lot. All directions were densely packed with flame demon spirit, and the number of evil spirits was too many, lighting up the entire place. With Su Yun as the center, they completely surrounded him. Su Yun became alert. He stared at the demon face and bellowed, "Then, what do you want to do? How is it?" The devil face revealed a cold smile, and looked down in disdain at the ant-like size of Su Yun, and said, "Since you've trespassed into my territory, if you don't leave anything behind, how can you leave? Ant, this great emperor will give you two choices. 1. Leave behind all the magic treasure and profound coin you have on you, and 2. Leave you with your life." Magic treasure and profound coin? Hearing that, Su Yun was startled. "Are you robbing? What are you saying?" The devilish face turned sinister. Why would this great emperor do such a vulgar thing? "Ant, if you are unwilling to hand over all of the profound coin you have and use them to please this great emperor can only take your life, and treat this as your punishment for trespassing into the flame ruins." With that, the demonic face acted as if it was going to attack. But just then, Su Yun made the first move. Stepping on his sword, he rushed forward and attacked the gigantic demon face. I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen people who don't care about their lives like you. Fine. Do you want to die? Then I'll help you. The demon face roared, and then suddenly opened his mouth and spat towards Su Yun. A huge thick spring of fire rushed towards Su Yun. Su Yun anxiously dodged. The fire spring fell on the flame ruins and submerged the entire place, but surprisingly the buildings on the ground did not turn into ashes, and they still existed. Approaching the demonic face, he pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and fiercely slashed at it. Crash! Star! Like a sharp blade slicing through cloth, a long gash appeared on that enormous devilish face. The demon face did not have any effect. After Su Yun finished his move, the demon face laughed out loud. "It's not painful nor itchy, and, is that all you have?" With that, the place where the demonic face had been cut was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Seeing that, Su Yun was secretly shocked. He secretly took a deep breath, quietly summoned his desolator sword and used it to pull the subordinate sword behind him. Seizing the opportunity, he chopped at the demon's face. A large amount of light and shadow erupted from the back of the demon face, like a blossoming flower. After that, the desolator sword led 100 subordinate sword directly through the demon face and flew back to Su Yun. Looking at the demon face, it was like a broken mirror. It had shattered into countless pieces. Seeing that, Su Yun gazed at the demonic face. However, the demon face was startled for a moment, and then continued to laugh loudly. "Looks like you have some treasures that even I haven't detected. But what's the use? I am the Flame Emperor, and in this flame ruins, I am invincible. This is my territory, I am the king here, ha ha ha." With that, the demonic face closed up again, unharmed. Seeing that, Su Yun's face was solemn, he did not fight with the demon face anymore, immediately stepping on his sword and flying out. Since it was unrivaled in the flame ruins, he decided not to fight with it. However, just as Su Yun was about to turn and flee, the sky behind him suddenly changed. Following that, a large amount of sharp flame thorns formed a wall, covering the entire sky, completely sealing off Su Yun's path. What? What spell is this? Su Yun was secretly shocked. He turned his head to look, only to see that the devil face was still floating in the air, smugly smiling at him. "You want to go under my nose? You are still a little too young. Ants, you cannot escape. Now, submit to me and offer up everything on your body to me. I will spare your life." The devil face smiled complacently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. He's persuading me to surrender again. Su Yun held onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword tightly. He stared at the demon's face and secretly thought in his heart. Why persuade? Doesn't it want to kill me? Or could it be that it was extremely merciful and could not bear to kill? None of this was possible. Since it was money, why would he care about his life? This was the sand too, not a Beiyang, nor a city. It was a normal thing for a spirit cultivator to die in a field. This flame ruins was also very strange before, suddenly appearing with so many flame demon spirits, suddenly disappearing without a trace, suddenly everything returned to normal. Could it be? Su Yun suddenly thought of a possibility. Since the other party was adamant in persuading him to surrender, it was not because of his kind intentions. It was likely that it could not kill him. Thinking about it, Su Yun pondered for a while, then suddenly turned his head, looked at the flames behind him that pierced the wall, and rushed forward. The 7th tier Imperial equipment was taken out and activated by him, a protective shield wrapped tightly around its body, and following his movements, it struck the flame wall. However, when Su Yunchong went and touched the wall, he was surprised to find that although the wall had temperature, it was not high. Although it looked sharp and powerful, it was terrifying, but when he touched it, the wall instantly broke. It was simply outer strength. Su Yun smashed apart the firewall and rushed out, only to see a blue sky and white clouds. It was extremely peaceful, and behind him, there was a gigantic illusion technique area. At that moment, the spirit demon was continuously pouring profound energy into the illusion technique area, as though it was maintaining this strange illusion technique area. When the spirit monster saw Su Yunchong leaving the illusion area, it was immediately shocked, and its heart jumped out of its chest as it looked at Su Yun. It was all an illusion. When I was hit by the fireball before, I was already dragged into this illusion, and then you used your illusion technique to trick me, trying to use the power created in your illusion to make me yield, and then you used the power of your illusion technique to make me yield. And this is a very shrewd thought. In order to make the illusion more real, you even used a part of your mana to simulate this feeling. How brilliant! Su Yun laughed as he stepped on his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and walked towards the monster. Although in the illusion area, the Flame Emperor gave off a very strong feeling, but in here, the cultivation of the spirit in front of him was very low, not even in the Sky Spirit Master realm. Hearing Su Yun's words, the monster was shocked and afraid. It had never expected that Su Yun would suddenly break through the wall and rush out of the illusion area. You actually came out. The spirit beast retreated a few steps, looking at Su Yun in fear. It screamed at the top of its lungs. It knew a little about Su Yun's strength. Although he was not at the Sky Spirit Master, he was not weak either. What's more, this monster was not an expert in direct combat, but was used to using illusions to suppress the enemy. Su Yun was too lazy to waste time with the monster. He immediately raised his sword and rushed forward. The monster did not hesitate and immediately turned its head and ran. The monster's speed of escape was not slow at all. In a flash, it disappeared into the sky. He ran so fast. Seeing that, Su Yun had no choice but to slow down. If he could not kill it, he would not blindly chase after it. After all, heading to Desolate Devil Battlefield was the most important thing right now. Put! Just then, an ear-piercing sound came out from afar. The monster that was running ahead suddenly had its body cut into a few pieces, the flames on its body dimmed and it died instantly. What? Su Yun raised his eyes and looked towards the place where the spirit beast had died, only to see the air there warp. Following that, a young man wearing white clothes, with a short hair, and a centipede scar on his face appeared. The man held a sickle-like dagger in his hand. Its color was similar to that of wheat, and his eyes were slightly sunken. He had an aquiline nose and looked very sharp. This was invisibility. But when did he get here? Su Yun was secretly on guard. Even the spirit demon did not sense his presence, and was directly slashed down. From this, the other party's strength must have already reached the level of Sky Spirit Master. This illusion technique is a clown. It often uses illusion techniques to deceive and kill off those spirit cultivators that have passed through here. Today, I will meet them and will definitely not let them go. The man took out his dagger and kicked away the dead body of the spirit beast, then he flew towards Su Yun. Brother, are you alright? You didn't let this illusion clown get hurt, did you? he cupped his fist and said, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Suyun cupped his fists. He secretly sized up the man and became cautious. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not linger, and immediately said, "I still have matters to attend to, I will not stay any longer, goodbye." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave. "Brother, please wait." At this moment, the man suddenly shouted. Suyun stopped and slightly turned his head. The man walked up quickly and glanced at Suyun's waist, and then bent down and cupped his fists, and bowed respectfully to Suyun. Auction House Master Bei Xian greets Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader? Suyun was startled, then realized. The plate on your waist shouldn't be wrong. Although Xian Yang is not in the Bei Yang recently, he is clearly known about the Bei Yang. The Alliance Leader used all his strength to cut down the suicide witch, and gave us back our Bei Yang piece. In fact, we, the Bei Yang, rebuilt our parents, and approved of you taking the position of Alliance Leader. As a member of the 100 Meetings Alliance, how can Bei Xian not bow when he sees the Alliance Leader? The short man said with a smile. He didn't think that he would recognize the Alliance Leader badge hanging on his waist. Hearing that, Suyun's guard relaxed, and he laughed. "I never thought that in the Santu's realm, we would meet people from the Bei Yang. We are destined to meet. I never thought that I would meet you, Alliance Leader, in such a situation. I am both surprised and happy." Bei Xian laughed in his heart, and then asked, "But Alliance Leader, aren't you in Bei Yang? Why are you here?" "I have something to attend to in the desolate devil battlefield." "Alliance Leader wants to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane?" Bei Xian asked in his heart. "How do you know?" "The people who are heading towards the desolate devil battlefield are most likely going to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane. Otherwise, who would go to such a desolate place?" Bei Xian laughed in his heart. "What about you? President Bei Xian, what are you doing in Santu? Is he also going to the ultimate martial sacred plane?" Suyun asked. No, of course not. I am here to collect some rare materials. I was entrusted by a friend to find a rare spirit herb called guyu grass for him. This kind of spirit herb only grows in the Santu, and it cannot exist for long after the spirit herb leaves the growing area, so there is no sale in the auction house. I personally found one for my friend, then used a method to send it to my friend. Bei Xian said in his heart. So that's how it is. However, this guyu grass is not easy to gather. I have met with some trouble. Bei Xian sighed in his heart, then looked at Suyun and cupped his fists. For Alliance Leader to be able to kill Suicide Witch, his strength must be powerful. If Alliance Leader is willing to help Xian Yang obtain the guyu grass, I will be extremely grateful. I beg Alliance Leader to help. Bei Xian's heart had always been like this. Suyun heaved a sigh of relief. He actually wanted to reject them. He actually wanted to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane as soon as possible, so he wanted to find the entrance to the Wanhua realm and meet his parents, but he was still Alliance Leader of the 100 Meetings Alliance. As a member of the Alliance, Bei Xian's request was undeniable, although Suyun could put on an airs and refuse, but he had just sat on the throne of the Alliance Leader. If he wanted to remain stable, he had to win some people's hearts. That's why the Suicide Witch died. For this matter, I have to first understand it a bit, then measure my strength. If I do not succeed in killing the Suicide Witch, I'm afraid that you will have no choice but to return with regret. Suyun said in a low voice. His cultivation is at the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master, so he has the attribute of being the master of the Spirit Life Chi, thus his vitality is extremely strong. If Alliance Leader is unable to subdue the Guardian Beast, he only needs to lure it away. And Xian will seize the chance to pluck the Moonjessen and seize the Moonjessen, then the Guardian Beast will have no need to bother. Then lead the way. If that Guardian Beast isn't too strong, I will help you. Suyun said. Hearing that, Bei Xian's face revealed joy. He bowed to Suyun again, and then went to lead the way. There were a lot of Chamber of Commerce in Bei Yang, but a president with a high cultivation like Bei Xian Xian Yang was extremely rare. Of course, there was a price to pay for his strong cultivation, and that was the consumption of a large amount of profound coin. The funds for the auction was little, and there was also a limit for the auction, so the scale of the Xin Yang auction house was not large, at least compared to Heiyu's. Bei Xian was extremely fast, and coincidentally, he was headed in the direction of the desolate devil battlefield, so it did not take long. Bei Xian, since you are the president, why not send more people to gather the items? Why did you come here alone? Su Yun asked. I'm used to doing this all by myself. Speaking of which, this auction house also inherited from my father. I don't like doing business myself. Bei Xian laughed bitterly in his heart. Su Yun nodded and did not speak further. After an unknown period of time, Bei Xian Yang, who was flying ahead, finally stopped. We're here. No, he said. Su Yun stopped and looked around. He was no longer in the desolate land, but instead, a strange grassland. The grassland was lush and verdant, full of life and vitality. It was hard to imagine that this was the Santu that the demonic cultivators were in. Su Yun looked ahead, but he could not see a single living thing, and asked, where is the guardian beast? Underground. Bei Xian pointed to the ground with a serious expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546. Hearing Bei Xian Xinyan's words, Su Yun looked down. Below was a vast grassland, completely devoid of wood or stone. Besides a few scattered but gorgeous flowers, there was nothing else. Bei Xian Xinyang bent down and smashed down, right into a piece of fragrant grass. Dong! Bei Xian unleashed a 5-colored palm print from his palm, directly smashing into the green grass. In an instant, the ground was pressed down by an inch, and a palm print appeared. Within the bright grass of the palm print, a green grass suddenly bloomed with a blinding moonlight. Geiyue grass. Bei Xian Xinyang immediately bellowed. This grass is psychic. Every time spirit cultivator passes by this spirit grassland, it would disguise itself and hide itself into normal spirit grasses, but I have a special magic treasure that can make it appear. It has nowhere to run. With that said, Bei Xian Xinyang immediately rushed over and landed beside the Geiyue grass. He took out a crystal shovel and carefully picked it up. Master Alliance Leader, I need some time to pick this thing. I'll leave it to you now. Bei Xian Xinyang shouted. Su Yun nodded and looked around. Not far from the Geiyue grass, a huge hole suddenly opened up in the ground, followed by an angry roar coming out from within. Who is it? How dare you steal what I want? You're courting death. With a roar, a black vicious beast in the shape of a lion scuttled out of the crevice and landed on the ground. It was as big as a small mountain, with a triangular head and eyes like bronze bells. It had a mouth full of metallic teeth. Its skin was like a boulder, mighty and terrifying. In terms of cultivation level, Su Yun was definitely not his opponent, but in terms of strength, he was not afraid of someone at the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master, or in other words, it was very easy for him. Lord Alliance Leader. Seeing this existence appear, Bei Xian Xinyang's face was instantly covered in sweat. His expression was somewhat anxious, as if he was extremely fearful of this thing. However, Su Yun remained calm and raised his left arm, secretly urging the profound energy. The runes on his left arm immediately started to boil. A beam of light rushed out of the runes, shooting straight to the clouds. In an instant, a large amount of vortexes appeared in the sky above, spreading out. This strange scene caused Bei Xian Xinyang and the vicious beast to be stunned. This vicious beast was intelligent. It sensed that something was amiss and it did not dare to go forward. Instead it kept on retreating, looking at Su Yun warily. It could not see through Su Yun, who was wearing the Longzhen's wristband, thus the vicious beast subconsciously saw Su Yun as a strong enemy. It had to be said that the vicious beast's instincts were not bad. The current Su Yun was indeed a strong enemy to it. Chirp 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 chirp. Multiple bolts of lightning descended from the sky and landed beside the vicious beast, followed by many giants standing beside the vicious beast, all of them looking down at the cat like guardian beasts. Bei Xian Xinyang was stunned. He even forgot to continue harvesting the Geiyue grass. His entire body seemed to have been petrified as he stared blankly at the 7 colossal beings that had suddenly appeared. In that instant, the atmosphere in the place changed. The aura of the place was previously suppressed by the vicious beast, and in that instant, the presence of the enormous creature completely enveloped the aura. Suyun waved his hand, giving the 7 devil bone giantess an order. In that moment, the 7 devil bone giantess moved, all of them brandishing their huge fists. With astonishing profound energy they fiercely rushed towards the guardian beast. Dawn! 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 The entire prairie was like a small boat thrown into a violent storm, constantly swaying. Large amounts of fresh blood dyed the prairie red, and a fishy stench filled the air. The tranquil prairie no longer seemed calm anymore. After about half an incense stick of time, the ground finally stopped shaking. The 7 devil bone giantess gradually dispersed and disappeared without a trace. In the middle of the mountain was an enormous mountain of flesh. Suyun jumped up, dug out a spirit core and threw it inside. Bei Xian, are you done? Suyun asked. Almost there. Bei Xian Xinyan regained his senses, and said with his mouth trembling. He glanced at the first stage Sky Spirit Master's corpse. His back was covered in cold sweat. He never expected Suyun's strength to be this powerful. It looks like it wasn't wrong for the suicide witch to die in his hands. Bei Xian Xinyan thought. Very quickly, the Gaiyue grass was dug out by Bei Xian Xinyang. Looking at the spirit grass in his hands that was emitting a bright white light, Bei Xian Xinyang couldn't help but smile. He carefully put the spiritual herb away. You have obtained this item and the matter is over. I should head to the desolate devil battlefield. President Bei Xian, farewell. Suyun said, and was about to leave. Alliance leader, please wait. Bei Xian Xinyang shouted anxiously. What's the matter? Suyun turned his head and asked. Today's matter is all thanks to Alliance leader's help. Bei Xian is extremely grateful. Bei Xian prepared a few thin items. Hopefully they will be bestowed to Master Alliance leader, and will help you to easily find and enter ultimate martial sacred plane. With that said, Bei Xian Xinyang took out a sparkling and translucent red gemstone from the space bag by his waist. He held it in both hands and gave it to Suyun. What is this? Suyun was slightly taken aback. Since the Alliance leader wants to go to the desolate devil battlefield, it would be much easier to obtain this item. Maybe the Alliance leader does not know, but the ultimate martial sacred plane is a holy land that most of the spirit cultivators look forward to, because there are a large number of experts gathered outside the mountain, hence many people want to go to the ultimate martial sacred plane. The desolate devil battlefield was once an ancient demon army battlefield, where a large amount of grievances would gather, and after a period of time, the grievances would turn into desolate devil, but every day, there would be a large number of spirit cultivators that wanted to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane, causing the number of desolate devils there to become less and less, so it will not be easy for you to find a desolate devil. Moreover, it's extremely easy for people to get into arguments with other spirit cultivators. After all, everyone wants to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane. According to what you said, if the supreme experts were to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane, wouldn't they also be here to kill the desolate devil? Suyun asked. If you have already been to the ultimate martial sacred plane, then you don't need to kill the desolate devil when you enter again, because the teleportation formations have already recorded your aura, and the people who are powerful like you do not need to use this method to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane. They can completely rely on their profound technique to forcefully enter, and no one can stop us. We have not reached that kind of terrifying realm yet, so we can only follow this method. Bei Xian Xinyang said. Suyun heard and nodded his head. He then looked at the red gemstone and asked, then what is the purpose of this thing? This is a demon-searching crystal. With it, we will be able to easily find the desolate devil. Although its usage isn't great, it is still very precious. If we have this in the desolate devil battlefield, we will definitely be able to find the desolate devil easily. Hearing that, Suyun was ecstatic. he took the red gemstone and nodded his head. President Bei Xian, thank you. Alliance leader has helped Bei Xian, and Bei Xian's heart is already filled with gratitude. Furthermore, you are the alliance leader, how can I thank you for such a trifling matter? Bei Xian Xinyang cupped his fists and said. Su Yun laughed. The two of them did not speak anymore, and just went their separate ways. Su Yun continued to head towards Desolate Devil Battlefield, while Bei Xian Xinyang returned towards Beiyang. After passing through this vast plain, they came to an extremely sudden desert. It was very strange, since this desert was connected to the grassland in such a manner. On one side was a sky filled with yellow sand, and on the other was green grass. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and the wind blew the sand around like knives. Stepping on his flying sword, Su Yun rushed forward, rushing into the desert region. After flying for half an incense worth of time, he saw a few dilapidated buildings made of mud. All of these buildings were grouped together. From the mottled array seal on them and the broken barrier, it seemed that these structures had existed for many years. Passing through these buildings, one could see a blue light soaring into the sky, staining half of the sky. Upon nearing the blue light, they discovered that this was an incomparably large, peerless formation. The diameter of the array was close to a kilometer, and the lines on it were actually constructed from hard rocks. They were extremely profound and glittered with light. Around the array stood many spirit cultivator. They were gathered together in groups of 2 or 3, discussing something, or talking about something, and when Su Yun got closer, everyone just glanced at him casually, and ignored him. 100 meters in front of this ancient temple was a huge and run-down ancient temple. The doors of the temple were wide open and a large amount of evil chi leaked out from within, and in front of this ancient temple, there were over 100 spirit cultivators gathered. Most of the people were sitting cross-legged, and each one of them was injured as they recuperated and recuperated. He could see that quite a few spirit cultivators were walking towards the ancient temple's entrance, and there were also some who were supporting the severely injured spirit cultivators as they climbed out. This should be the entrance to Desolate Devil Battlefield. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief, rode his flying sword and landed in front of the entrance of the ancient temple, and looked inside. It was said that the strength of the Desolate Devil was between the 10th stage and the 1st stage of the Spirit Master. Su Yun thought, and was about to go in. However, just as he lifted his front foot, a hand suddenly came from behind and pressed down on his shoulder. Halt! A deep voice came from behind. Su Yun's mind was confused. He turned to look behind, only to see 2 people. They were staring at Su Yun and were secretly sizing him up. They were 2 middle-aged men. One of them had hair that was an inch long, the other had hair that fell close to his ears. Both of them were dressed in brown robes with a few tokens and space baguettes hung around their waists. The man with hair that reached his ears cupped his fists towards Su Yun, and asked, "May I ask where you are from? What sect did he come from? Which power do they belong to?" 3 questions popped up consecutively, causing Su Yun to be baffled when he asked this question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547. Who are you? Why do you ask? Su Yun asked in confusion. We are the people of Lord Longxing. The 2 of them simply said this. Lord Longxing? Never heard of it. Please answer this little one's question. Me? I am from the Beiyang, and as for Witch Master, that is only a low-level sect. I do not have any power, only a rogue cultivator. Su Yun said casually. A rogue cultivator? The 2 of them looked at each other. Are you really a rogue cultivator? The man with long hair asked. Is there a need to deceive you? Su Yun frowned. However, just as these words were spoken, Lu Ming noticed that the faces of the 2 people had clearly darkened. Oh? You are a rogue cultivator? My Lord Langxing has made a rule that rogue cultivators are not allowed to enter Desolate Devil Battlefield. The long-haired man with the earrings said in a deep voice. Loose cultivators are not allowed to enter the Desolate Devil Battlefield? Suyun's face sunk as he asked, "Why is that?" "There is no reason. Since my young master has made the rules, then you are not allowed to enter, or else you are going against my young master." The long-haired man's voice was getting impatient, as though after knowing that Suyun was a rogue cultivator, he had lost the patience to chat with him. Hearing that, Suyun thought for a moment, and quickly understood. The number of Desolate Devil battlefields was limited, but there were countless of Spirit Cultivators who came to hunt for Desolate Devil every day. In order to smoothly kill the Desolate Devil, restricting other Spirit Cultivators from entering was definitely not a bad choice, but young Master Lang Xing was afraid of offending the Supreme Expert and wanted to offend a large force. Thus, he had his own men interrogate every Spirit Cultivator that came here. After all, an itinerant cultivator alone was easy to deal with and was not afraid of offending others. But just from this point, Suyun knew that this young master called Lang Xing was not very skilled. How could a rogue cultivator bully him? There were also quite a few incredible existences among the rogue cultivators. Furthermore, rogue cultivators didn't mean that they were isolated. Who could guarantee that rogue cultivators wouldn't recognize a few powerful saints? "Where is your young master?" Suyun asked. "My master is currently recuperating. If master wants to see my master, then there is no need for that." "Fine, you can leave quickly. You are not allowed to enter Desolate Devil battlefield. If not, don't blame us for being impolite." With that, the two of them ignored Suyun and left. What a big tone. Suyun looked at the two of them, shook his head, and continued walking towards the entrance of the ancient temple. His goal was to find his parents, so how could he stay here? No matter who it was, no one was able to stop him. When the two of them were leaving, they turned to look at Suyun, but Suyun was still walking towards the ancient temple's gate, to make the two of them burn with anger. This bastard! The long-haired man with ears rushed over and grabbed Suyun's clothes, growling in a low voice, "Didn't you hear what we said? You don't want a toast, but you don't want a forfeit? Scram! Get lost! This is not a place where you should be. Did the Desolate Devil battlefield get contracted by your Lord Lang Xing?" Suyun raised his head, his pale face facing the man. "If I'm answering you, then I have to tell you that I am," the long-haired man said without giving any face. The meditating spirit cultivators all opened their eyes to look in their direction. The dispute between the few of them had already garnered the attention of a number of people. However, it seemed that no one wanted to stop them. It seemed that the two of them were very familiar with each other in front of the ancient temple. Many people knew who they were. Hearing his words, Suyun did not utter a single word, and turned to walk back into the ancient temple without a word. He knew that there was no point in talking to these two. Since talking was useless, there was no need to say anything more. Seeing Suyun leaving, the two of them were burning with anger. "Bastard, did you hear us? Damn you!" The man once again extended his hand to press on Suyun's shoulder, but was flung away by Suyun. "I do not know your Lord Lang Xing, so I can only apologize. If he were my friend or my subordinate, perhaps I would have given him some face, unless you let him personally speak and beg me not to enter," Suyun said indifferently. "You!" The man was immediately enraged, his eyes turning red. He punched with his profound chi straight at Suyun's face. Suyun stood in his original position without moving, neither blocking nor dodging. Just as this menacing fist was about to land on his face, it suddenly stopped. When he took a look, the short-haired man at his side immediately pressed down on his arm. "Don't be impulsive, you are not allowed to cause trouble here," the short-haired man shouted. When the long-haired man heard this, he gritted his teeth and flung his hand angrily. "Brat, you just wait and see. I'll let you suffer." That person spat out those harsh words before turning around and leaving. Seeing that, Suyun shook his head, then turned and walked back into the ancient temple. There was a rule in front of the Desolate Devil battlefield. After all, the Supreme Expert had designated this place as the testing ground to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane. It did not allow people to act recklessly, so everyone in the desolate devil battlefield could fight for it, but here, rules were necessary, and there were many detection arrays set up by the Supreme Expertess, the purpose of them being there to monitor who was causing trouble, if anyone were to make a move here. The Supreme Expert would notice it, and they would not be able to take responsibility for it. Heyu had told Suyun the rules before, so Suyun was not afraid of the long-haired man's fists. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. In any case, the one who would suffer would be him, and even that Cold Star young master would be implicated by him. Without the harassment, Suyun walked straight into the ancient temple's entrance. Inside the door was a turbid devil chi. The moment he entered the door, he was immediately sucked in by the devil chi, causing his vision to turn black, his body becoming light as he moved forward quickly. After an unknown period of time, a bang sound was heard, and Suyun's entire person was thrown onto the ground. He stood up and looked around, only to see that there seemed to be an empty stone chamber. The stone chamber was nearly 100 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide, and in this stone chamber, there were many stairs leading downwards, and also a great number of stone pillars. At the edge of the stone chamber, several black stone doors appeared. Just as Suyun was sizing up the place, a few spirit cultivators walked out of the stairs. They glanced at Suyun, and then walked towards another staircase that extended downwards. Dong dong dong. 3 muffled sounds came from behind Suyun. He turned to look, only to see 3 spirit cultivators standing behind him. They had also cast a glance at Suyun, and separated, either towards the door, or towards the stone room. Seeing that, Suyun was confused. Are all these fellows here to hunt Desolate Devil? But then again, this was the Devil Cultivator battlefield? Doesn't look like it. What was known was that it was impossible for a Desolate Devil to appear here. Suyun looked around, pulled out his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and walked towards a pitch-black door. Just as he entered the door, he sensed many indifferent devil chi floating out, a fishy stench of blood emitted out. He took a deep breath and continued walking inside. Although it was dark inside, it was difficult for light to affect the visibility of an existence close to the Sky Spirit Master. The door led to a long corridor. Along the corridor was yet another 100 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide stone room. Only. There were some dried blood scattered all over the stone room. There were many dried-up bones on the ground. Some of them were from the spirit cultivator, while some of the dried-up bones were from the Desolate Devil. Judging from the bones, Desolate Devil should be close to 3 meters tall. He had a single horn on his head, his arms were powerful, and both claws were like blades. However, the Desolate Devil had not appeared here for a long time. Suyun found a flight of stairs that led downwards, and carefully walked inside. Who? Just as Suyun went down the stairs, a low shout came from the darkness. Who are you? Suyun asked. He then heard a loud voice from the darkness. I am Jin Zhanzi, one of the 7 great experts of the Imperial Jade Pavilion. This place has already been taken over by my Imperial Jade Pavilion, and my people have already entered to search for traces of the Desolate Devil. If it is convenient for you, can you go to other places to search for the Desolate Devil? Hearing this, Suyun was extremely gloomy. It feels like this place is being taken over by someone. He sighed and left without a word. Even though he was displeased, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did not want to bother with him anymore, not to mention that this place was so big. Since this place was occupied, there were still other places. Very quickly, Suyun went around to the second flight of stairs, his heart a little uneasy, going down the stairs, but at least he was relieved that there was no one around. After descending the stairs, the space inside was not as big as the space above. Or perhaps it could be said that the inside was a temporary tunnel, unlike the top, which was completely paved with stone. Although it was a tunnel, there were devil chi growing inside, and corpses were everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. Most of the corpses here belonged to the Desolate Devil, and all of the Desolate Devils were clad in armor, with weapons in their hands. However, they had all died a long time ago, so it seemed like someone had cleaned up this place a long time ago. What a good ultimate martial sacred plane. What kind of ghastly test was that? If all of the Desolate Devil were killed, wouldn't that mean that no one would be able to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane? Su Yun was gloomy. Suddenly, he remembered a gem that Beixian Xinyang gifted him, and anxiously took it out. I almost forgot about this treasure. Su Yun patted his head, laughed out, and pinched the ruby. He activated the profound energy. In an instant, the ruby flashed continuously, and a strange red aura seeped out from it. It circled in the air once, and then floated towards the front, as if it was attracted by something. Seeing that, Su Yun anxiously followed. The chi was drifting very fast. Su Yun followed it and quickly ran, stepping on the dead bodies of the Desolate Devils. He continuously went deeper into the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a strange black door. This door was still as black as ever and could not be seen. When one approached the black door, there would still be an irresistible suction force pulling them in. Su Yun entered the black door, his eyes flashed, his vision changing. He saw that inside the black door, it was a dark and empty field. At that moment, it was filled with corpses, swords and armors were all over the ground, a dense devil chi that was difficult to disperse floated in the air, and in the center of the field, there was an existence that was close to 5 meters tall. Beside this person were 4 or 5 bloodied corpses. Desolate Devil. Su Yun focused his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548. The Desolate Devil was holding onto a corpse and stuffing it into his mouth. It was the corpse of an old man. The corpse was extremely frail. It opened its mouth wide, and actually swallowed most of the corpse. Then with a bite, it spurted out fresh blood, clomping on it. Swallowing the spirit cultivator. Su Yun's eyes congealed. No wonder so many spirit cultivator were injured outside the temple. From the looks of it, Desolate Devil was not simple, especially this one. The corpses of spirit cultivator were all around its feet. It was possible that the fighting strength was very terrifying. Desolate Devil, who was enjoying his meal, seemed to have sensed that someone was coming over. He turned around and stared at the person behind him. The Desolate Devil was extremely tall, with red eyes, completely black muscles, and on his body hung broken armor. The surroundings was filled with a large amount of devil chi. When it saw Su Yun, the devil chi in his eyes erupted, releasing a thunderous roar. Throwing the broken corpse in his hands to the side, it directly flew towards Su Yunchong. Only the devil nature and wild nature remained. This was a monster that had completely revived from the grievances and life of the Desolate Devil. Su Yun lifted the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and rushed forward. Using his maximum speed, he stabbed it in the chest while the Desolate Devil was unprepared. In that moment, a torrent of sword sheath rushed out from behind and rushed towards Desolate Devil with an astonishing and terrifying force. Thousands of subordinate swords sent it flying, and its sturdy body directly struck a pile of soil nearby. Su Yun did not dare hesitate. The Desolate Devil was most likely a Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. It was not easy to summon a Devil Bone Giant. He could only use his own methods to defeat it. He threw away the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and let it attack Desolate Devil together. Then, he summoned the subordinate sword and started to dance. The ferocious Burning Heaven Sword formation was activated. Dark. The Fire Phoenix released a long cry, and from Burning Heaven Sword formation, a huge Fire Phoenix flew out, directly pouncing towards Desolate Devil. The surrounding temperature frantically rose. The heat wave continuously swept towards them. It was like a scorching hell. Bang! The Fire Phoenix collided with the Desolate Devil, and a violent explosion sounded. The whole field began to shake. The shockwave was blown over. Su Yun used the heaven-smiting fire in the other sword to stare in that direction, only to see the flames slowly dissipating, and Desolate Devil's broken body slowly appearing in his eyes. The destructive power of this move was extremely strong. The armor on Desolate Devil's body had already been turned into ashes, and his solid muscles were riddled with holes. However, it did not die. The power is sufficient, but the first Burning Heaven Sword formation of the Burning Heaven Sword formation has no spirit. I still need to practice more. Su Yun muttered, seeing the Desolate Devil rushing towards him step by step. He took a deep breath. raised the profound energy in his body, retreated a few steps, and then waved the Tribulation Fire Sword again, waving it forward. Second Sword of the Burning Heaven Sword Formation, Sword Demon Lu Xian. Hua, hua, hua. The sword pierced through the sky like a fiery meteor, striking Desolate Devil's sturdy body in an instant. The profound energy on the sword erupted with heat, like a blooming firework. It emitted out light in all directions, releasing an endless amount of might. Bang! 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 The power spread throughout Desolate Devil's body, and in that moment, his body released one intense explosion after another, the flames and scorching heat engulfing his entire body. The second sword strike was still weak and lifeless. It looked to be extremely powerful, but it probably did not harm Desolate Devil by much. In the end, the Burning Heaven Sword Formation was still the Burning Heaven Sword Formation, so every sword attack was very hard to control. If he could master it all, with the destructive power of the 9 swords, which existence was not able to kill it. A series of domineering attacks made the Desolate Devil lose his sense of direction, but because the Desolate Devil was made up of grievances, it had long since lost its nature. It did not know fear, it did not know excitement, but all its actions came from the grievances in its heart, which was a characteristic of devils. Even if it was facing an existence that was thousands of times stronger than itself, it would still follow the commands of the grievances. Roar! Desolate Devil released a heart-wrenching roar. He took heavy steps and rushed towards Su Yun again. Large amounts of pitch-black thorns surged out from his skin and shot forward like arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dense black thorns flew over and formed a thick rain of swords in front of Su Yun, but the moment the black thorns attacked, they were blocked by the translucent chi cover. 7th Tier Imperial Equipment. Facing Su Yun, the Desolate Devil could not even break his defense. I'll use you to practice my sword formation. Su Yun bellowed. He wanted to activate the Tribulation Fire Sword and use the Burning Heaven Sword Formation. The third slash. Sword Devouring Land. Su Yun growled. The Tribulation Fire in his hands suddenly thrusted fiercely towards the ground beneath his feet. In that moment, the subordinate sword floating in the air seemed to have received orders. They all brought their swords down, and then suddenly dropped them, piercing through the ground, sinking into the ground and disappearing. The ground began to tremble as time passed. Within a few breaths, it was as if there was a magnitude 9 earthquake. Cracks started to appear on the ground and 4 or 5 inches long cracks appeared. Fiery light shot out of the cracks, and hot air came out from the cracks. Following that, large amounts of magma surged out. Desolate Devil was not affected by this change at all. His red eyes only stared at Su Yun. His mouth that was filled with steel teeth released a terrifying roar, and pounced at Su Yun. However, just as it was getting close to Su Yun, the ground in front of Su Yun suddenly shattered. Following that, a great amount of fire pillars surged out, but what made everyone speechless was that the fire pillars did not fly straight to the clouds, but instead clashed against the Desolate Devil like fire dragons. Several fire pillars swallowed the Desolate Devil in an instant, as though it was suffering a baptism of fire lava. Ah! The Desolate Devil let out a painful howl, and was no longer able to launch an attack. Su Yun held onto the Tribulation Fire Sword. He continued to pour profound energy into the sword. The pale white Tribulation Fire Sword started to flash with a red light, and the temperature of the sword became even higher. The fire pillar around Desolate Devil started to move, slowly transforming into a rope to bind it. The fire pillars were not only intensely hot, but also seemed to be extremely sharp, and Desolate Devil's body was actually slowly being sliced apart. Upon closer inspection, there were a large number of flying swords moving within this pillar of fire. It was the Tribulation Fire subordinate sword that had sunk into the ground. Su Yun panted slightly. Looking at the Desolate Devil who was engulfed by the fire pillar, his heart skipped a beat. This destructive power. It was on a completely different level from the previous 2 slashes. It was also true that each strike of the Burning Heaven Sword Formation was several times stronger than the one before. The difference between the power of the third and first sword strikes was already like heaven and earth. Howl! Finally, Desolate Devil let out a mournful howl. and was devoured by the flames. He then fell to the ground, dead. The scorching heat waves were still rippling in the air, and the area was now as red as the inside of a volcano. Seeing that, Suyun stopped his burning heaven sword formation, took out his tribulation fire sword, and walked towards Desolate Devil. It was impossible for such a creature to pretend to be dead. It would fight until the very last moment, and when it fell to the ground, it meant that it was dead. Suyun took the tribulation fire sword and cut the Desolate Devil's boiling hot body apart. Then he took out the rotten heart and hid it inside the space bag. Not long after, I obtained a heart. In that case, I should be qualified to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane, right? He was relieved for a moment. He turned towards the entrance of the open space. Just as he was about to leave the flat ground, he stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked straight ahead, only to see that there were 7 or 8 people standing at the entrance of the tunnel. All of them were dressed in leather armor, wielding sharp blades in their hands. They had already released their profound chi. Their gazes all landed on Suyun's body with a vigilant look. You already came out alive, looks like you killed the Desolate Devil inside, right? The leading man in a jade crown and jade green robe stared at Suyun and said, "Who are you?" Suyun asked. However, the supreme expert has restricted us who have low cultivation from entering. If we want to enter, we can only obtain the heart of the Desolate Devil, but after such a long time, majority of the Desolate Devil have been killed, and there aren't many left. The remaining Desolate Devil are all extremely strong existences, do you know that? Not only that, we have lost the lives of a few of our comrades, but although we cannot win against the Desolate Devil, we cannot let our lives be lost for nothing, so I need the Desolate Devil's heart from your hands. That person didn't mince words and directly made his words clear. Hearing that, Suyun realized, you want to steal the Desolate Devil's heart from me? In order to be able to study in the ultimate martial sacred plane, I need a Desolate Devil heart, leave it to me. This way, perhaps I won't use force against you. The man said again. The purpose of their visit was obvious, and it was also obvious that they already knew Suyun was fighting with the Desolate Devil, so they waited here. If Suyun was killed by the Desolate Devil, perhaps they would go in to clean up the mess. Is that so? Suyun lowered his head to think for a moment. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. In the end, he still shook his head lightly, and said, although you all want this thing a lot, I will not give it to you guys. Firstly, I killed the Desolate Devil, and even if you guys fought with it before, it would still not change the fact. So you intend to go against us? The man secretly raised the sword in his hand, stared at Suyun with a solemn face and said fiercely, although this is not right, but it is not small. Don't worry, we will only steal the heart of the Desolate Devil, and will not kill you. You guys can't win against the Desolate Devil, but I killed him. Do you think you can be my opponent? Suyun asked. After your battle with the Desolate Devil, you must be exhausted. We are here to recuperate, why would we be afraid of you? Is that all? Too irrational. Suyun laughed bitterly. The man frowned, then bellowed, let me ask you one last time, will you hand over the Desolate Devil's heart? His expression was somewhat nervous, and there was even a strong sense of urgency, as though he hoped that Suyun would quickly compromise, but unfortunately, after he said those words, Suyun still shook his head and continued to remain. Then I'm sorry. The man clenched his teeth, then muttered, everyone, cut off his arms later, I will snatch his space bag, do not harm his life, do you understand? Yes, big brother. The people behind him shouted. Hearing that, Suyun's brows twitched, but he did not say anything. The tribulation fire sword in his hand tightened. Both sides had already pulled out their bows and arrows. A battle was about to erupt at any moment. Found you. Just as the atmosphere became tense, an angry roar rang out from the tunnel. Hearing that, Suyun and the Jade Crown Man looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that from the tunnel, a large quantity of small sounds could be heard, and then, a few figures rushed out. As he looked over, the leader of the group was surprisingly the long-haired man whom he had met before at the entrance of the ancient temple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549. Seeing someone walk out from the tunnel behind them, the man with the jade crown and his companions immediately backed away in nervousness. They gathered together and stared at those people. There were about 20-odd people scattered around in the tunnel. All of them had astonishing chi, with powerful cultivation. Almost all of them were 9th grade of Spirit Masteress and 10th rank existences. Standing outside the ancient temple, they were considered famous amongst the spirit cultivator. They were divided into 2 rows and stood on both sides. Each of them had a stern expression, and each of them had already activated their profound chi. Is the person who dared to ignore my rules and barge into the desolate devil battlefield without permission right here? How audacious! At this moment, a voice filled with arrogance and laziness came over. Su-Yun turned to look, only to see a skinny man dressed in a blue robe walking over. The man's face was pale, his eyes sunken, like a man who had stayed up all night, with pitch-black eyes. He was inhaling heavily and walking over, his gaze sweeping the place, as though he was looking for someone. Under the instructions of the man with long hair with ears, his eyes finally landed on Su-Yun. So it's you. Interesting. Is he wearing a shield magic treasure? However, an existence like you are most likely just at the 9th grade of Spirit Master or 10th pin level. If you are able to push your way to the death of Sky Spirit Master, even if it is just the Sky Spirit Master, I am not afraid. The man walked over, sized Su-Yun up, then shouted, "Then, do you know what happens when you offend me?" Offended? Su-Yun raised his brows. You are young Master Longxing? That's me. Oh. I thought that this young Master Longxing should be a suave and elegant person with sharp eyebrows, but I didn't expect him to be so wretched. It really disappoints me. Su-Yun laughed sinisterly. With that said, young Master Longxing and the rest started to pant, all of them burning with anger. Arrogant. Arrogant indeed. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless as they say. How dare you say such words in front of me? Very good. Today I will let you know the power of my young Master Longxing, and let you understand whether or not I am some undeserved genius. After he finished speaking, the young Master Longxing waved his hand and shouted, "Destroy his body. I want to imprison his soul and torture him." Yes, young Master. Everyone shouted, and then 6 of the spirit cultivators walked towards Su-Yun. Seeing that, Su-Yun was about to attack and fight. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. Su-Yun was startled, looked, and realized that they were young Master Yu Guan and the rest. They stood in a straight line in front of Su-Yun, sternly staring at young Master Longxing and the rest. Young Master Yu Guan shouted even louder, "All of you are not allowed to come here." The 6 spirit cultivators stopped in their tracks and looked at these people strangely. Young Master Longxing turned his head and looked at the long-haired man by his side and asked, "Didn't you say that this fellow was a rogue cultivator? Who are these people?" "I don't know." This guy was indeed alone when he entered. The long-haired man asked in confusion. Young Master Longxing turned his head and shouted to the people, "Are you with him?" "No." The young Master Yu Guan said coldly. "Then don't meddle in other people's business." The young Master Longxing snorted. Young Master Yu Guan did not say anything, but turned and shouted to the confused Su-Yun, "Hey, let me ask you again, are you going to give us the desolate devil's heart?" Hearing that, Su-Yun regained his senses, and asked curiously, "What are all of you doing? Didn't you want to steal my desolate devil's heart?" If not for the fact that I did not wish for my comrades to be sacrificed in vain, I would not have done such a thing. If I could openly obtain the desolate devil's heart, then that would be for the best. This was what love was all about. Hearing that, Su-Yun laughed bitterly. However, these guys didn't seem to be bad. The desolate devil heart is very important to me, I need to go to the ultimate martial sacred plane," Suyin said. Hearing that, young Master Yu Guan became anxious. "Idiot, you just fought with Desolate Devil, the consumption of profound chi is huge, and now there are so many people in young Master Lang Xing, his own strength is not simple, how can you be his opponent? You better not lose your life for the sake of the Desolate Devil's heart." Desolate Devil heart? Young Master Lang Xing seemed to have heard something, as his expression became serious. He took a few steps forward and asked loudly, "You guys have a heart of Desolate Devil?" "It has nothing to do with you," young Master Yu Guan said. "You can't touch this person. If you dare to do anything to him, don't blame us for being impolite. Now, you two can either leave quickly or fight us to the death. You choose one yourself." "Fight?" Young Master Lang Xing raised his eyebrows. "With just you few? What is it? Are you looking down on us?" A tall and skinny man beside the young Master Yu Guan said coldly, "If you guys really want to fight, then come over and try. I will let you all know just how powerful we are." "What big words you have there." The young Master Lang Xing did not hold back and immediately waved his hands. In that moment, the 6 spirit cultivators rushed towards young Master Yu Guan and the others. The 6 of them walked in a line and rushed over in unison. Their 6 auras struck like a wall, giving off a great pressure. Young Master Yu Guan and the rest felt the menacing aura and immediately became serious. These people had heard of the young Master Lang Xing, and knew that he was the son of a very powerful Force Lord. Not only was there a lot of experts around the young Master Lang Xing, he was also very strong. Ordinary people would not be able to offend him. But these people were not afraid, they were not from young Master Lang Xing's side, and would rarely meet. If they offended them, then they would offend them, and young Master Lang Xing did not know who these people were, and would not have the chance to take revenge in the future. They just did not expect the experts of young Master Lang Xing to be so strong. "I'm afraid it won't be easy." Young Master Yu Guan took a deep breath, raised his long and thin blade, filled it with swift wind spirit chi, and waved it towards one of the spirit cultivator at the front. The blade edge unleashed waves of profound chi, layer after layer, they struck towards spirit cultivator. This was a mystical technique unique to the young Master Yu Guan. The profound chi had been superimposed on the other two, and although this strike looked extremely ordinary, it secretly contained 36 levels of power. When the opponent blocked the first layer of the profound energy, the 35 levels of profound energy would rush towards the layer of profound energy. The power released by the 36 levels of profound energy was so strong that it would make one's scalp go numb. Clang! The leading spirit cultivator immediately raised the sword in his hand and aimed it at young Master Yu Guan. As the blade and sword clashed, the first layer of profound energy was already covering the sword. When the young Master Yu Guan saw this, he was instantly overjoyed. Judging from their auras, they are just existences of the 9th grade of Spirit Master. Maybe the fighting strength has not broken through 10,000. "Don't worry, go on." The young Master Yu Guan roared, and as his voice fell, the 35 levels of profound energy ruthlessly smashed towards the spirit expert. Dong 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 dong. A muffled explosion could be heard on the 35th floor as a tyrannical power instantly struck the sword. Before the spirit cultivator could react, he was forced to continuously retreat due to the power. Ka-cha! Star! A crisp sound rang out. Hearing that, everyone turned to look, only to realize that the sword that was supporting young Master Yu Guan had been broken by the 36th Sanglong profound strength. The young Master Yu Guan's blade slashed down unhindered, straight towards the spirit cultivator's head. Good! His companions all cheered him on. If he were to kill one of them, his chi would definitely increase, and it would be able to shake the entire young Master Lang Xing, which would be of great help to everyone in the upcoming battles. However, the reality wasn't as good as he had imagined. The spirit cultivator released his grip the moment the tip of his sword broke. He held his hands together and instantly attacked the slender blade. In the instant that he swung his palm, he summoned a terrifying true divine spirit chi. This chi completely fused with the blade's swift wind spirit chi, completely nullifying its power, and then firmly clamped onto the blade's edge. He used his bare hands to receive the white blade. What? Young Master Yu Guan and the rest were completely shocked. What a fast movement! Such accurate eyes! Such great power! What a terrifying true divine spirit chi! Impossible! The young Master Yu Guan mumbled, his eyes staring at the scene before him. One had to know that after breaking the opponent's sword, the blade still had the power of 36 layers of Sunlong profound strength. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the blade. Seeing the spirit cultivator's trembling hands holding onto his blade, his face that was filled with disdain, revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect you to have some ability, but for me, it's not enough. With that said, the man suddenly threw the blade he had caught up to the side. He rushed forward, approaching young Master Yu Guan, and smashed his fist on his chest. Don! Young Master Yu Guan was like a guide that flew out. The bullet smashed directly into the back wall, causing the wall to shatter and the surrounding space to tremble violently. Young Master Yu Guan spat out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. A spider web-like crack appeared on his chest. Big brother! The rest of the people roared. What are you waiting for? Kill them all, and take the hearts of the desolate devil off their bodies. The man shouted to the other 5 spirit cultivators. The remaining people nodded, and rushed towards their comrades from young Master Yu Guan. Very quickly, the group began to fight, and there was no longer any time to care about the young Master Yu Guan. It's over. The man placed his gaze back on young Master Yu Guan and suddenly took a step forward. Charging forward, he punched out with his true divine spirit profound energy that was able to pierce through his body. The fist tip was like a shooting star piercing through the sky. Young Master Yu Guan was stunned. He immediately stood up and mobilized all of his strength, planning to receive this punch with all his might. Although he knew that his opponent was no ordinary person, he had never imagined that he would be strong to such an extent. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Things had gotten to this point. He had nowhere to retreat to. If he didn't fight, he would die. However, just as the man charged towards young Master Yu Guan, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the person, young Master Yu Guan was immediately stunned. This man was Su Yun. Su Yun then smashed his fist towards the man's fist with lightning speed, the two fists clashing, and with a bang, the two were forced to retreat due to the impact. The man's expression was solemn. He stared at Su Yun. He never expected that the man would actually dare to come out and fight with him. Only. Just as he was pushed back by Su Yun, the surrounding space started to tremble again. The soil above the tunnel suddenly cracked, and immediately, a huge fist broke through the fist, smashing viciously towards the man. Dong! The sound of a huge explosion rang out. An aura as dense as raging waves swept out in all directions. That person was knocked to the ground by a huge fist as his body split apart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at the strange and huge white bone fist above the tunnel, everyone present was stunned. This. What is it? Young Master Lang Xing stared blankly at the slowly retracting fist, his eyes revealing shock. He looked through the hole that the hammer had made and saw that it was pitch black inside. Only a pair of blood-red, gigantic eyes were twinkling in the darkness, as if there was some terrifying existence in the darkness. The spirit cultivator who was struck fiercely by the fist struggled to get up. The current him looked to be in a miserable state. His entire body was filled with cracks. A large amount of blood flowed out from the cracks. It was extremely horrifying, but the surface layer of his skin was still reverberating with the terrifying profound energy that was overflowing from the huge fist. It was hard to imagine how much damage that strike had caused to him. In the midst of the silence, the spirit cultivator warriors who were fighting with young Master Yuguan and the rest all retreated. They all held their blood-red eyes in their pitch-black holes, looking extremely nervous and alert. Whiz! At this time, the bloody eye in the hole suddenly disappeared, and following that, the huge and terrifying fist came smashing down once again. Save me! The spirit cultivator screamed at the top of his lungs. 2 of the 6 hesitated, but the remaining 4 didn't hesitate and immediately charged forward. They rushed to the side of Spirit Cultivator and gathered all their strength into their palms, and then rushed up. Dong! The huge fist fell down, but was stopped by the 8 palms. However, the 4 of them were not in a good mood. Their arms were trembling, their legs were shaking, and their bodies were sinking down bit by bit. In terms of strength, he was not a match for this giant fist. What are you all still waiting for? Chen Xian, bring some people to help Feng Yu, and the rest of you go slaughter those fellows for me. Bring me the desolate devil's heart that was on their bodies, ah! Only then did young Master Lang Xing regain his senses, and shouted to the 10-odd people who were still in a daze beside him. With that said, everyone recovered from their shock, the bold people did not hesitate, and immediately rushed forward, the timid ones trembled, deliberately slowing down their speed, and carefully approached Su Yun and the rest. Su Yun quietly stood there, looking at the people rushing towards him. He did not make any defensive positions or attack gestures. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a large number of explosions sounded out from the sky above the tunnel, followed by a cloud of dust and dust. There were a total of 7 hands. The surroundings of the tunnel shook crazily, as if it was going to collapse. In the darkness, deep and vigorous roars could be heard from all directions. Those who were rushing towards Su Yun were not even close to Su Yun, but they were slapped to the ground by several large hands, like swatting flies. However, the power of the palm was so terrifying that it was hard to believe, and the powerful spirit cultivators were immediately beaten badly. The profound chi on their bodies crumbled, unable to withstand the attack. What the hell are these things? Young Master Lang Xing was completely shocked by the change. He felt fear and panic, and even his words were a bit slow. He opened his eyes wide and looked around, seeing the huge hole in his 4 directions and the pairs of red eyes, then looking at Su Yun, who was calm and carefree, as though he was an important person. He suddenly understood something, and exclaimed, "Could it be? Did you call all these over for yourself?" Yes. Su Yun admitted it shamelessly. Young Master Yuguan and the rest who were behind were completely shocked when they heard that, all of them break out in cold sweat, their hearts racing wildly. Originally, this person had such a method. I really have eyes, to think that I would actually think of stealing the desolate devil's heart off his body. If I really fight with him, I probably won't even know how I died. No wonder he was able to kill the desolate devil general inside. With such strength, how could that desolate devil general not fight him? Young Master Yuguan's face turned white. At that moment, he wanted to know, if Su Yun defeated young Master Lang Xing and the rest, how he would deal with his group of people. Dong! 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 The big hands that came out from the hole smashed towards the spirit cultivator madly, causing the ground to shake as though there was an earthquake. The tunnel was small, and it was difficult for the spirit cultivator to dodge. They could only use the profound energy and the magic treasure to forcefully endure, resisting the bone hands that plummeted down. However, the strength of the huge bone hands was extremely terrifying, and in a few hits, the defensive magic treasures were shattered, the profound energies were wasted, and were directly struck onto the ground, causing all their organs to shatter, and their bodies to be destroyed. Ah! The long-haired man and the short-haired man covered their heads and fled. Their strength was not high, and in the face of such a terrifying attack, how could they still have any thoughts of resisting? He only wanted to escape. However, before the 2 of them could escape the tunnel, they were grabbed by a big hand and dragged back into the hole above. Their miserable cries came out of the hole, then they stopped moving. The scene was a mess. Broken flesh, blood, and broken limbs are the only sights here. Young Master Lang Xing was completely dumbstruck. Whiz! A big fist flew towards him, causing young Master Lang Xing's heart to tighten. He immediately retreated to avoid the terrifying punch, and then without thinking, immediately ran towards the back. Damn it! You bastard, if you kill my people, I will get my revenge. Young Master Lang Xing fled in a sorry state, but he did not forget to show off, and kept on spitting out fierce words. Hearing that, Su Yun's eyes darkened. Then I'm very sorry, you will also have to die today. As his voice faded, he raised his left arm once more and activated the runes on his arm. Dawn, dawn, dawn. 3 gigantic paws broke through the ceiling of the tunnel and went straight for young Master Lang Xing. The 7 devil bone giantess all called out. At this moment, they were right in the middle of the dust above the tunnel. Su Yun never thought that he would be able to summon the devil bone giant here, and that the giant could even break through the spatial restrictions to forcefully open up a space. In the end, it was a terrifying artifact crafted by the devil realm, and not an ordinary one. Who would have thought that the young Master Lang Xing would suddenly have such a huge foot right in front of him? With a slight mistake, he fell to the ground. Su Yun did not stand on ceremony. He also moved, holding heaven smiting flame, and turned into a gust of wind. He instantly rushed in front of young Master Lang Xing and slashed out. He would never let anyone who threatened him go. He didn't want to regret it. He didn't want to wait until they hurt him or someone he cared about. Threats should be killed in the cradle. Damn it! Seeing that, young Master Lang Xing's heart tensed up again. Seeing that he could not escape, he gritted his teeth and decided to give up on his escape. He took out a purple pole and aimed it at the Tribulation Fire Sword. Clang! When the purple pole clashed against the Tribulation Fire Sword, a fierce heat wave came out from the pole and entered Su Yun's body through the Tribulation Fire. Su Yun's body trembled slightly, and retreated a few steps. Seeing that, the young Master Lang Xing dodged and once again escaped. Su Yun took out his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and waved it towards the young Master Lang Xing, causing the sword sheath behind him to shoot out thousands of subordinate sword like a storm and fly past. How fierce were the densely packed subordinate sword! In a split second, young Master Lang Xing was toppled over. In a breath's time, the profound chi all over his body was shattered, leaving behind thousands of sword scars, making him unable to stand up. Thousands of subordinate sword-s immediately moved their swords and aimed them at the young Master Lang Xing. Every one of the subordinate sword-s had a terrifying spirit lord chi coiled around them. The sharp aura in the air was extremely terrifying. Su Yun moved his finger. So. All the subordinate sword pierced towards the young Master Lang Xing. The 1,000 swords attacked together. Young Master Lang Xing was so scared that his face almost turned white. In his haste, without knowing what magic treasure, a glass-like square of chi cover caught him. However, how could he defend against such a concentrated number of flying swords? These pieces of glass began to crack, as though they were about to shatter at any moment. Young Master Lang Xing immediately threw away the purple pole in his hand, gathered chi with both of his hands and struck towards the glass, imbuing his profound energy into it. In the end, the young Master Lang Xing was very powerful. With the activation of the profound energy, the shattered glass immediately stabilized. It was just that, having solved the urgent matter, the profound energy in Su Yun's body was not any weaker than the young Master Lang Xing. If they were to fight head-on, the young Master Lang Xing would not be a match. The two continued to maintain a stalemate. Very well, the young Master Lang Xing had a plan to deal with it. With one hand on the glass, he extended his other hand towards the purple rod beside him while trembling. His eyes stared at the flying sword in front of him that was constantly stabbing at the glass and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he raised the purple rod and struck towards the subordinate sword. Clang! A heavy cry rang out. The subordinate sword suddenly turned, and then its sword body suddenly flew out, flying fiercely towards Su Yun. Su Yun frowned. He immediately activated his chi to control the sword, but discovered that there was an extremely similar chi on the sword, controlling it to attack him. What was going on? This aura seemed to belong to him? Even the strength is the same, but yet he couldn't control this aura? A lot of question marks appeared in Su-Yun's mind. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was slashed by the Tribulation Fire Sword, the young Master Lang Xing had used this strange rod to block his attack, while he himself was pushed back by the scorching energy. The heat was extremely similar to the energy of the Tribulation Fire Sword. And now, it was the same. Could it be? The purple stick in young Master Lang Xing's hand possessed the ability to counterattack? If that was the case, it would be extremely terrifying. Su-Yun thought. He turned to the side and dodged the flying sword. The flying sword flew straight ahead, but did not continue to chase after Su-Yun, but was restricted by the force of the sword, and then fell down. It seemed that his guess was correct. Su-Yun took out his profound chi again, controlling the flying sword to fly at young Master Lang Xing. But at this time, young Master Lang Xing picked up his purple pole again and continued to strike at the surrounding flying swords. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The flying swords flew over and pierced towards Su-Yun with all their might. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551. The swords were only controlled by the young Master Lang Xing's counterforce. They flew towards Su-Yun's direction, some directly aimed at Su-Yun, while some merely brushed past his side. It was very easy to dodge them. However, it was clear that the young Master Lang Xing did not do it to injure Su-Yun, but to force the flying swords to scatter, and then find an opportunity to escape. However, he was a bit naive. After all, there were thousands of flying swords around. Seeing that Su-Yun and young Master Lang Xing are still in a stalemate, the young Master Yu Guan and the rest behind did not know what to do. To help Su-Yun? It was completely unnecessary. The young Master Lang Xing was in a completely suppressed state. Why would they need their help? But if they were to leave, they would not be willing to do so. Could they leave empty-handed? And was it really good to go now? Big brother. Just then, the tall and skinny man standing by the side of young Master Yu Guan walked over and whispered to him. Young Master Yu Guan frowned and looked at him. What's wrong? We can't just stand by and watch. The tall and skinny man said in a low voice, we can't do nothing. We'll just sit back and wait for death. Waiting for death? What do you mean? Brother, could it be that you still can't tell the situation in front of us? The person in front of him is extremely powerful. I am afraid that young Master Lang Xing is not his match. He has completely suppressed young Master Lang Xing. If he were to kill young Master Lang Xing now, then, who would be the next to get into trouble? The tall and skinny man whispered. Hearing that, young Master Yu Guan's face congealed. Are you saying that he won't let us off either? Do you still need to ask? The tall and skinny man said, previously, we wanted to snatch the desolate devil's heart from him, but in reality, we are already his enemies. Big brother, do you know what kind of thoughts he has? Are you sure he doesn't care about us? If we can't, then we have to take action. I think that he will not let us go. He will definitely not let us go, and will definitely settle the score with us. Rather than waiting for him to take care of young Master Lang Xing, we might as well take the initiative and take action first, taking advantage of the time that he is focused on young Master Lang Xing, to take the initiative and kill him first. At this point, the lanky man's face was filled with killing intent. The young Master Yu Guan was silent. Big brother, Zhang Luan is right. Maybe we did not expect this person's strength before, but now that he has displayed such strength, even the experts of young Master Lang Xing have been easily destroyed by him. I am afraid that we are not his match. Now we can only choose to escape, or choose to launch a sneak attack. If we continue to be indifferent, we will just end up as fish. At this time, a woman on the side also tried to persuade him. That's right, big brother. Hurry up and make your decision. You can either escape or make a move. Flee? The place where they are fighting is the exit. We can't even pass. It's impossible for us to escape. We can only choose to take action. Then make your move. Yes. Brother, what do you think? The rest of the people advised. All of them revealed anxious expressions. looking at young Master Yu Guan, as though they were waiting for his opinion. However, young Master Yu Guan still did not speak up for a long time, neither retreating nor launching a sneak attack. Crack! Just at this time, a clear sound came out. Everyone looked over to see that young Master Lang Xing was unable to hold on. The cracks on the surface of the glass surrounding him was growing larger and larger. At this moment, young Master Lang Xing's face was frighteningly pale, and he was breathing rapidly, cold sweat continuously dripping down from his forehead, as though he was completely spent. Using the strange rod to counterattack the flying sword was not something that could be done casually. It also required profound energy to activate the purple rod to achieve such an effect. Although the young Master Lang Xing looked like it was helping him escape, in reality, it was speeding up his and Su Yun's consumption of profound energy. Although Su Yun's cultivation was not considered strong among these people, and even though he did not have a Sky Spirit Master, but because of the series of fortuitous encounters, the profound Qi was exceptionally thick, and the spirit core in his body was many times stronger than normal. And because of the monarch occult force, the strength and quality of the profound Qi were all extremely outstanding, and could not be compared to ordinary people. It's over. Su Yun suddenly gathered his energy. The surrounding 1,000 swords attacked together, the force increasing by several times. Su Yun ignored everything as the power in his body surged out. Finally! Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the shaky tunnel. The glass protecting the young Master Lang Xing shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Had the outcome of the battle already been decided? Young Master Yu Guan's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene before him. "Don't kill me!" Young Master Lang Xing screamed at the top of his lungs. Without thinking, he grabbed the pendant on his neck and threw it onto the ground. Crash! A golden light bloomed. This light was like a wall, enveloping all the flying swords that came at him. The closest flying sword was less than an inch away from the young Master Lang Xing. A little more and it would be able to pierce through his heart. Seeing this, Su Yun frowned. With the current state of the young Master Lang Xing, would there still be a profound energy to activate other magic treasures? At this time, light continued to flicker. These light rays completely enveloped young Master Lang Xing, and were even stronger than the glass sword Qi cover. No matter how the 1,000 swords attacked, they were unable to break through. "This lord, I don't know how this child offended you, but if he has offended you in any way, please, for my sake, let him go, okay?" Right at that moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded out from within the golden light. Immediately afterwards, a figure came out from the light. Seeing that, Su Yun frowned. It turned out that the golden light was a life-saving magic treasure, and was also a protective talisman that young Master Lang Xing's father had bestowed to him. When his life was at stake, he could use this protective talisman to quickly establish a teleportation connection with his father, Lang Xuetian, and quickly cause his father to appear beside Lang Xing. Lang Xing was Lang Xuetian's only son, and Lang Xuetian valued him greatly. How could he not be concerned about his own son's safety? This person's hair was white, and he wore a large robe inlaid with a golden rune. His beard fluttered, giving him the demeanor of a sage. Lang Xue Alliance, Lang Xuetian. Young Master Yu Guan's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Lang Xue Alliance, Alliance Leader, Lang Xuetian. Su Yun turned his head and stared at the old man. "Yes, that's me." The old man cupped his fists towards Su Yun, with a humble demeanor and respectful manner. "Dog, young master is not sensible, he has not trained for long, his personality is very pure, and today I do not wish to offend master. I hope that master will forgive me." Lang Xuetian will apologize to master, and everything is just a misunderstanding. I hope master will not take it to heart, and in a while, Lang Xuetian will bestow upon you a gift, as an apology. I hope master will not mind. Everything was just a misunderstanding? Su Yun said indifferently. "This alliance leader Lang, do you know what happened between your son and I? What makes you think this is a misunderstanding?" This old man knows that even though this old man had just arrived, in the instant he was teleported, this old man had quickly read through my son's memories today, and thus understood the cause and effect of the matter. My son has not even cultivated for more than 100 years, and has not experienced much. He is young and vigorous, and I hope that sire can forgive me. There is no need to bother with him. Reading memories? Su Yun heard and was surprised. This ultimate martial world really has many strong warriors. There are all sorts of strange methods. But from this, he could tell that this Leng Shui Tian was definitely an incredible person. This kind of mystical technique was terrifying. If used, one could easily obtain the top-grade profound skill technique from other people's memories. At that time, what kind of technique could he not learn? Since you know what happened between me and your son, what do you think we should do? Is it just something to lose? Let's just forget about it now. In the future, you guys can deal with me, but how should I deal with you guys? Su Yun said. Although I am an alliance leader, I am not one who bullies the weak, and the fault lies with my son. I will definitely discipline him more. If not, Master, how do you think we should settle this? I will follow Master's orders. If not, I am willing to destroy my son's flesh, and will only protect soul, crippling all of his cultivation, to appease Master's anger. What about that? As Leng Shui Tian said that, he cupped his fists towards Su Yun. Young Master Leng Xing, who was at the side, was instantly stupefied when he heard this. Father, am I still your biological son? You can't treat me like this. I have spent hundreds of years of hard work, used so many good pills, spent countless profound coins to achieve my current cultivation. If you really mean it, I would rather destroy my soul and die. If you really want to do this, I can't do anything about it. Leng Shui Tian said coldly. Xinger, do you know how many troubles you have caused me and how many people you have offended? Do you know how much trouble your reckless behavior will bring us? If I don't punish you ruthlessly today, I will never let you go. With that, Leng Shui Tian bowed to Su Yun once again, and said sincerely, Master, please tell me, I will do whatever you say. When the young Master Leng Xing beside heard this, he was so scared that his body went limp and collapsed onto the ground. How could he have imagined that his father would be so ruthless? Was he still here to save him? Seeing Leng Shui Tian being so sincere, Su Yun felt that her attitude had continued to be unyielding, and was slightly embarrassed. After all, they were willing to admit their mistakes. He thought for a moment, and his eyes began to roll. After today, perhaps they would not interact any longer with Leng Shui Tian, and taking advantage of the situation, would it not be better to kill Leng Xing? Thinking about that, Su Yun took a deep breath and asked, Alliance Leader Lang, although I am not an open-minded person, I am still a sensible person. Since you have said it like that, if I am still being calculative, it means that I am not. Since you say it like that, then do as you say. I will ask you, if I want compensation, can I bring it up as I please? Speaking till here, Su Yun felt that he, himself, was a little embarrassed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552. Hearing Su Yun's words, Leng Shui Tian's face became much more relaxed. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Master, do not hesitate to say it. As long as I am satisfied, I will definitely satisfy Master. All right then. Su Yun nodded his head. Since it's like this, then I won't hold back. To tell you the truth, I am not lacking in money right now, and there are a lot of magic treasure, but the profound skill is a bit lacking. If you can give me a high-level profound skill, then this matter can be resolved, but I will not pursue your son's fault. You want my father's profound skill? Don't even think about it? Who do you think you are? My father's profound skill is a heavenly treasure. Even I did not teach it to you. How can I teach it to you? When young Master Leng Xing heard him, he immediately shouted. But at this time, Leng Shui Tian flipped over and directly slapped young Master Leng Xing on the face. Pow! The crisp sound echoed through the shattered tunnel. Young Master Yu Guan and the rest who were behind were all stunned. Su Yun was also startled. He did not expect Leng Shui Tian to do this. Leng Shui Tian growled, Shut up, you beast. If you say any more, I'll break your body on the spot. Young Master Lang Xing covered his face and looked at Ling Shuetian in astonishment. He probably did not expect his father to slap him in front of everyone and was unable to say anything for a long while. Was this really his father? Isn't that a bit too much? Who knew what this guy Lang Xing did in the past to make Ling Shuetian so angry? But it had nothing to do with him. Su Yun sighed. Master, do you want a high-quality profound skill? However, I do not have any instance dungeons that I can pass on to you. I should be able to only teach you some chants. Lang Shuetian turned and said to Su Yun. Oh, that's all right. Su Yun waved his hand. Then, Master, what profound skill do you want to learn? This old one has learned quite a bit in my life, and I am very proud of myself. There are a total of 13 profound skills, one for killing power, the other for attacking and defending, the 9 jade palm, and... No need, I'm not learning these things. Su Yun waved his hands, interrupting Ling Shuetian and said, I am only interested in the profound skill that is used to read your memories. If it is convenient for Alliance Leader Lang, can you teach me this profound skill? Oh? Ling Shuetian was startled. Who would have thought that Su Yun would actually set his eyes on his unique technique? When Lang Xing heard Su Yun's request, he immediately became anxious. Just as he was about to say something, he was shocked by the corner of his eyes that Ling Shuetian squinted at, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, not daring to make a sound. Master, are you sure you want to learn this profound skill? Ling Shuetian asked again. Trouble? Su Yun asked. It's no trouble at all. I just need to follow the chants and practice according to them. With enough time, I can complete them. Ling Shuetian shook his head. That's good, that's it. Su Yun laughed. Ling Shuetian nodded his head. Without wasting any time, he grabbed the ground, and a rock immediately flew to his hand. He activated profound energy, and the rock was immediately enveloped by sets of green light, and in a short while, branches and leaves actually grew out from the rock, and was quickly covered by the vegetation. Ling Shuetian released his profound energy, and the vegetation was quickly sliced into a palm-sized piece of new wood. He extended his finger, activated the profound qi, and started to draw on the new tree. Ling Shuetian's qi only gave Su Yun 2 words to describe it: exquisite and vigorous. This aura might even be considered an extremely high existence within the Sky Spirit Master realm, and anyone who fought against this person would be unable to predict who would win. Young Master Lang Xing looked at the new piece of wood with a dry look, his eyes filled with desire. Very quickly, Ling Shuetian completed the task, and handed it over to Su Yun. This profound skill's name is Lingxi Spell. Its use is very simple, it is to read other people's memories, although it is not some kind of shocking technique. But it is also very practical, but there is a limit to reading it, and only when the opponent's mental strength is extremely weak, or when the opponent's mental strength allows it to be used, it will be done. For example, when using it on the dog just now, the dog is permitted, but if I do not use it, I will not forcefully read it, I will only end up with one result. Su Yun, who was still looking at the new tree, was stunned. What outcome? Either his brain has been damaged, or my brain has been destroyed. Brain damaged? Yes, if the opponent's mental strength is stronger than their own, then the person whose brain has been damaged would be themselves. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded his head seriously. Although the profound skill was not bad, if it was not used properly, it would harm him. I see, thank you for your reminder. Su Yun cupped his fists at Ling Shuetian. Although this profound skill is special, it cannot be considered to be any strong profound skill, and using it is also an extremely huge test to one's spirit. I hope that Master will be careful in using it, and those with high talent will perhaps be able to master it within a few years. Su Yun nodded his head and kept the new wood seriously. Seeing Su Yun put away the new wood, Ling Shuetian cupped his fists again and said, Then, Master, this old man will bring my son back to be taught a good lesson. Goodbye. Su Yun cupped his fists. Farewell. With that said, Ling Shuetian grabbed young Master Lang Xing beside him and rushed out of the tunnel. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared. After seeing Ling Xuetian leave, Su Yun then retracted his guard. He never expected that he would run into young Master Lang Xing and benefit from the Lingxi spell, although it was not some terrifying killing power magic treasure, but it was a very practical technique. With this profound skill, it would be able to deal with other people much better. Su Yun once again took out the new wood to have a look. After that he walked forward happily, and also prepared to leave. However, before he could even take a few steps, a strange sound came from behind him. Su Yun turned his head and suddenly remembered that there was a group of people behind him. "I almost forgot all of you." Su Yun laughed. He then turned to look at young Master Yu Guan and the rest, sweeping his eyes across their faces, and asked, "Are you guys still planning to snatch the desolate devil's heart from me?" After he said that, no one dared to make a sound. The tall and skinny man quietly looked at young Master Yu Guan, then looked at Su Yun. He no longer dared to make a sound. The young Master Yu Guan held onto the weapon in his hand tightly. He stared straight at Su Yun, and said, "We were blind, and actually offended you, Supreme Expert. Using the methods you have displayed previously, it should have been extremely easy for you to kill us, but even so, we will not accept your fate. If you want to calculate the debt, then come, we will retaliate with all our might. You can follow Ling Xuetian's example, and use the benefits to honor me, and calm my anger." Su Yun laughed. Unexpectedly, the young Master Yu Guan snorted and said, "Don't say that we don't have any treasures. Even if we did, we wouldn't give it to you." "Oh?" Su Yun was startled. He did not expect him to have so much backbone. "Big brother, you were undecided when you ambushed us. Now that we've fallen into such a situation, I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to escape." The tall and skinny man finally couldn't help but complain. "You all know my character. Although I'm not a gentleman, I really can't do such a thing. If it wasn't for Little Wei and the others, I wouldn't have gone to snatch it. It's too late to say anything about robbing this person. Everyone, get ready. I will try my best to delay him later. You guys think of a way to escape." The young Master Yu Guan said. "Oh? You sure are righteous, but do you think that under my watch, any of you can escape?" Su Yun smiled and waved his hand. Boom! The walls of the tunnel were shattered, and giant heads stretched out from the shattered area. They were all terrifying skulls. These skulls had blood-red eyes and were incomparably huge in size. They were filled with a baleful aura and devil chi. There were 7 people in all directions, each and every one of them extremely terrifying. The appearance of these skulls gave young Master Yu Guan and the others endless pressure. These people all had pale faces, and some of them even began to tremble. Only the young Master Yu Guan did not say anything, but his face became even more serious. There was no fear in his eyes, only the determination to fight to the death. He really couldn't be scared. Seeing that, Su Yun laughed bitterly and shook his head, then asked, "What is your name?" "Why do you ask?" Young Master Yu Guan frowned. "I won't kill a nameless person." The moment he heard it, without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Li Shuqing. It just so happens that I have taken note of Shuqing's name." Su Yun nodded. He then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In that moment, all the giants turned into pitch-black devil chi and disappeared. The tunnel regained its silence. Seeing that, the young Master Yu Guan was stunned. "My name is Su Yun," he said seriously. Young Master Yu Guan looked at him. "All right, you can leave now." Su Yun laughed. "You're going to let us go?" Young Master Yu Guan was startled. "You're not bad, and moreover, there is no deep hatred between us, so why should I kill you? It's not like I'm bloodthirsty." Su Yun turned around and walked out. "If you guys have the skills to steal my heart, then why don't you continue searching for the desolate devil and find my heart? Shuqing, see you later." While speaking, Su Yun had already left the tunnel entrance. With that calm voice, his figure slowly disappeared. Li Shuqing and the rest stood there in a daze, watching Su Yun leave. Only after a long while did they regain their senses. Big bro, he just let us off like that? The tall and skinny man said in a daze. Yeah. Li Shuqing took a deep breath and nodded. It should be easy for him to kill us. Not everyone likes to kill people. Li Shuqing slowly closed his eyes, his mind thinking about the terrifying giant. The dense flying swords, for some reason, had a brand in his mind. I hope that I will have the chance to meet him again in the future. Li Shuqing whispered. Big brother, where should we go next? We can't let Little Wei and the others die in vain. We will continue looking for the desolate devil. Alright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553. After obtaining the heart of the desolate devil, Suyun rushed out of the desolate devil battlefield without stopping. Although he had the Lingxi spell, it was not the time for him to learn it. He urgently wanted to go to the Wanhua realm to find his parents. If he delayed it for too long and his parents went to other places, then wouldn't this be a wasted trip? Suyun thought as he sped up his pace. Very quickly, he was out of the desolate devil battlefield, and outside of the battlefield, there was a sea of people, as though during the time he was in the desolate devil battlefield, there were many more spirit cultivator. Suyun quickly walked to the array in front of the ancient temple and found an unmanned array. He then took out the desolate devil's heart, and according to Heiyu's method, crushed the heart, and poured the blood and flesh on the array origin in the center. The moment the array origin was touched by the desolate devil's flesh, it immediately released a bright light that shone towards the surroundings. Upon seeing this, the spirit cultivators from all four directions all turned to look at Suyun. Look, this man has the heart of the desolate devil. I searched the desolate devil battlefield for 3 days and 3 nights, yet I haven't seen a single desolate devil. I only saw a large number of spirit cultivator, and I don't even know where this person found him. Don't tell me he is a desolate devil general? I have met 2 people in the desert, but they are too powerful and I do not dare to fight them. Without the help of my fellow cultivator, fighting them alone will only lead to death. But this guy is alone, there doesn't seem to be anyone else by his side. Could it be that this desolate devil's heart was obtained by him alone? The crowd discussed animatedly, and all sorts of guesses were continuously made. Occasionally, sounds of admiration, and jealousy could be heard from the crowd. As Suyun was activating the array, many spirit cultivators walked over. Hello, cultivator. May I ask if you are selling this formation? A person stepped forward and said. For sale? Suyun was startled for a moment, and immediately understood. He had crushed the desolate devil's heart to activate the formation technique, which meant that the desolate devil's heart was stained with his chi. The formation technique would automatically record his chi. Other than himself, no one else could enter, but if he did not enter, after a while, when the formation technique was completed, the other people could enter, but the formation technique would only transmit one person at a time, and if he did not enter, he would become a peddler. Sell it to someone else. The supreme expert had set a rule here: no one dared to cause trouble, so these powerful families could only use money to deal with it. This cultivator friend, I will offer 1,000,000 profound coin to buy your qualifications to enter the ultimate martial sacred plane. What do you think? 1,000,000? You want to buy the right to do so with just a mere 1,000,000? Do you think this cultivator is an idiot? Fellow cultivator, I offer 3,000,000. Hee 3,000,000, I say you poor bastards shouldn't even think about entering the ultimate martial sacred plane if you don't have the money, otherwise your poverty will spread to those renowned supreme expert. 30,000,000. 40,000,000. 50,000,000. Everyone was shouting out loud, and the higher the bid, along with their shouts, they attracted a few spirit cultivators over. Suyun had merely activated a formation array, but he was forcibly turned into an auction by them. Seeing the people around shouting for prices, Suyun could not help but shake his head. Did King sell it? Suyun did not even look at the people who were arguing until their faces and ears were red. Seeing that the array formation in front of him was completed, he immediately walked in and activated it. Chirp! In that moment, Suyun transformed into a ray of white light, and flew straight to the sky, and disappeared. The teleportation nexus also came to a sudden halt after Suyun left, returning to its still state. When the surrounding people saw that Suyun had left, they were all stunned for a moment, then shouted and separated. Crash! Star! Not long after Suyun stepped into the teleportation circle, he heard a strange sound, and then the man fell hard onto the ground. His head was in a mess. It was extremely uncomfortable. The aura of teleportation surrounded him for a long time. He sat up and began to meditate to recover his mind. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, he finally recovered. He opened his eyes and looked around. He saw that the surroundings were faintly discernible, and the surroundings seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze. It was extremely hazy. At this moment, he was sitting on a patch of green grass. In the distance was a dense forest. Under the influence of the fog, the woods were faintly discernible. This is the ultimate martial sacred plane? Suyun stood up and walked around. Other than the fog being a bit large, I don't think there's anything special about it, right? However, those fellows outside had their heads cut off in an attempt to get in here. It was likely that there would be something that would surprise him here. Suyun thought as he stepped forward. What he needed to do now was to find the Wanhua Realm's gatekeeper. He did not dare to use his sword. After all, this was a place where many experts gathered, and there were many experts present in the Supreme Expert. The surroundings were extremely quiet. In the distance, there was a hill, covered in green grass. It was extremely beautiful. The sky was blue, the trees swayed gently with the wind, there was not a single living creature around, there were no vicious beasts. It was as if there was a paradise. Welcome to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane, young and unfamiliar boy. Just as Suyun was walking and looking around, an aged voice suddenly came out from beside him. Hearing that, Suyun's heart tensed up. He subconsciously retreated, and looked towards the origin of the voice, only to see a thick and sturdy tree. But there was no one around. Suyun sized up the tree, and asked suspiciously, "Who is talking?" "Of course it's me." The voice came again. The source of the sound was the tree. The trunk of the tree gradually cracked open, and soon, a clear and aged face could be seen. Young people don't know the essence? I am the tree spirit here for 10,000 years, you do not need to be afraid, I do not have any enmity towards you. The tree spirit seemed to have sensed Suyun's vigilance and opened his mouth to speak. Seeing that the other party did not seem to have any hostility towards him, Suyun retracted his hostility and looked at the tree again. He was unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. 10,000-year-old tree spirit? Don't tell me you have 10,000 years of cultivation? Not bad. Is this really that rare? Of course. Suyun replied without hesitation. A spirit cultivator who could cultivate for thousands of years, especially someone from the ultimate martial world, with ultimate martial world's unique cultivation conditions, if he combined them with the profound coin, his cultivation would probably reach a whole new level. If it was 10,000 years, his cultivation would definitely reach the pinnacle and become a part of the Supreme Expert. However, he did not expect that in the ultimate martial sacred plane, even trees would have awakening, and it would even be in existence that had cultivated for 10,000 years. How could this not surprise him? Unexpectedly at this time, Tree Spirit began to laugh heartily. Young people are young, after all, and have never seen much of the world. This is your first time coming to the ultimate martial sacred plane, you definitely don't know that many things here have already awakened. The tree spirit released waves of ancient laughter, then continued, "Look at the stone over there, the fate flower, and the bird circling there, they have all awakened, and that stone has a cultivation level higher than mine by 20,000 years, it already possesses 30,000 years of cultivation, as long as it cultivates for another 20,000 years, with 50,000 years of cultivation, it can break through the petrifying man and become an immortal god-level existence." An existence on the immortal level? Could it be that there really are immortals and gods in this world? Su Yun was startled. Yes, why not? This world is so big that we don't even know how big it is. Tree Spirit laughed and said. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded. This time, he had a better understanding of the situation. Brat, why are you here in Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane? Tree Spirit asked. Find someone. Su Yun replied without hesitation. Is he also looking for an expert to take him as his master? I don't know how many spirit cultivator like you I've met over the years, but most of them are extremely arrogant and conceited, looking down on others. I'm afraid that some true master teachers are not willing to teach them anything. Even if there is a master teacher willing to give them some pointers, I'm afraid they will not be able to learn much from them. Senior, you're overthinking it. I am not here to look for a master teacher to offer guidance. I am here to look for the gatekeeper. Su Yun said indifferently, I am heading to the Wanhua realm, but the only way to enter the Wanhua realm is if there is a way, that's why I came here. Su Yun said. Go to the Wanhua realm? After a while, he returned back to normal and said, I'm afraid the Wanhua realm is not that easy to enter, the gatekeepers are not as easy to enter as before. If you can't get their approval, they will definitely not let you enter. The current spirit cultivator only cares about his own interests, and crazily absorb the Wanhua realm's resources, constantly harming the life forms within the Wanhua realm. How can the gatekeepers allow any outsiders to enter? No matter what, I have to go in. Su Yun said. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Since it was so hard to enter Wanhua realm, then how did his parents get in? Furthermore, how did they manage to enter the ultimate martial world? Are they really that strong? S. heart became restless as he was filled with doubts and anticipation. At the very least, right now, Xinger was not the only person that he possessed in this world. There was also Wu Qianmei, as well as Xian Li, his father and mother, and even his younger sister that he had never met before. Brat, since you insist on going, let me give you some pointers. Go west. Go west. Go straight west. You will eventually meet those gatekeepers. Tree Spirit's voice was serious as he said in a low voice, but I want to advise you, you must be modest, cautious, and not overboard to anger those guards. What awaits you is death. Those guards are not simple, even in ultimate martial sacred plane, they are incredible existences, understand? Hearing that, Su Yun nodded, cupped his fists and respectfully bowed to Tree Spirit. Senior's teachings, Junior has remembered them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554. With the guidance of the Tree Spirit, Su Yun headed straight towards the west. It wasn't until they passed through the crystal clear stream and over the steep hill covered in grass that Su Yun suddenly felt that something was watching him from the shadows. It was only after a period of time did he realize that many of the creatures here had already become intelligent. A flower, a tree, a grass, a stone, could all be in existence with nearly 10,000 cultivation bases. These were definitely not things that the fiendish demons that relied on some kind of demonic chi, resentful aura, or killing aura to refine their form could compare to. From time to time, one could see spirit cultivator in long white robes flying through the sky like a celestial being on a cloud, giving off the feeling that they were too high to reach. Su Yun, who was walking below, naturally appeared in their eyes. Although Longjin's bracers covered Su Yun's cultivation, these supreme expert techniques were unique. From Su Yun's attire and actions, they could guess his cultivation. Against such low cultivation people, most of the supreme experts chose to ignore them and flew away. Seeing that, Su Yun was not angry. After all, there were too many spirit cultivators with weaker cultivations rushing into the ultimate martial sacred plane, so these great saint supreme experts who were in cultivation were bored to death seeing all these people. After walking westward for an unknown amount of time, a strange scenery finally appeared in the distance. A village made entirely out of wood. Su Yun looked from afar, his heart was startled. Could it be that there were also original inhabitants here? However, this village was rather simple and crude. There were only houses, and not a single one of them was left. Moreover, these houses were covered with many runic formations. Suyun had some doubts in his heart, so he stepped forward. He wanted to go in and take a look, and conveniently asked him about the situation of the Wanhua realm gatekeeper to see if he could find anything. However, after only taking a few steps, he bumped into a transparent barrier, making it difficult to advance any further. Ugh! Suyun took a few steps back and looked over. He realized that it was a barrier that cut off the entire village from the rest. When Suyun touched the barrier protecting the village immediately fluctuated like a ripple. Then, a young boy wearing green clothes appeared out of nowhere into the peaceful village. The man quickly ran over and glanced at Suyun, and then let out a snort. "Who are you?" He actually doesn't know the rules. I wonder if my teacher is giving a lecture. Sir? A lecture? Suyun was confused. He did not know what the man was talking about, so he cupped his fists and said, "I am Suyun, for the first time in this place. There are many rules that I do not know of. If there is anything that offends you, please forgive me." Seeing that Suyun's attitude was not bad, his gloomy face was slightly relieved. He looked at Suyun and asked, "Then what are you doing here? Do you also want to ask my husband?" If that's the case, then in a few years' time, my teacher will only recruit 10 disciples every 10 years. It's only been 7 years since the last time he recruited a disciple, so you still need 3 years to do so. I'm sorry, I'm not here to ask for advice from your esteemed self. I'm here to ask for directions. Suyun said. Aren't you here to acknowledge me as your teacher? The man was startled for a moment. He did not think that someone would come here with another purpose. He once again sized up Suyun from head to toe, and then asked curiously, "What path are you looking for?" "It's about the gatekeeper of the Wanhua realm. Suyun said, "Earlier, over there, I was proud of Senior Tree Spirit's guidance, and said that it went all the way west, and that I could see the entrance to the Wanhua realm, but after going down for an unknown period of time, I still could not see the entrance, so I wanted to ask sir, do you know where that gate guard is?" Who knew that upon hearing Suyun's words, his calm face immediately turned cold. Seeing that he was staring at Suyun with contempt and disdain, he snorted coldly, "So you are going to Wanhua realm?" "Humph, I don't know where the Wanhua realm's gatekeeper is. If you want to ask, then ask someone else." With that, the man no longer paid any attention to Suyun and turned to walk back into the village. Seeing that, Suyun was shocked. What was going on? Why did he suddenly leave just like that? The people from the ultimate martial sacred plane were really strange. But let's go, the ultimate martial sacred plane was so big, if he was unwilling to say, could he not find him yet? Suyun heaved a sigh of relief, turned his head, went around the village and continued heading west. However, just as he arrived at the center of the village, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The barrier was transparent, and although it prevented people from entering, the people outside could clearly see what was inside. It turned out that this was not a village, but a gathering place for a group of spirit cultivator. These wooden buildings were their cultivation rooms. From the outside, it seemed very quiet and empty, but that was not the case, because at this very moment, everyone was gathered in the middle of the so-called village. There was a Bodhi tree there, and under the Bodhi tree, sat an old man in a white robe. His hair was almost completely white, and he had an incomparably long and slender body, messy falling to the ground. His eyebrows and beard were extremely thick, and both of his fur were drooping to the ground. The old man's eyes were like two slits. It was almost impossible to see his eyeballs. His hands were placed on his knees. He was staring forward, and some words were softly coming out of his mouth. Beside him sat a total of 70 spirit cultivators. Although the old man did not use much strength to speak, his voice was unexpectedly heard by everyone around him. The old man was extraordinary. With just a glance from Suyun, he had this strange thought in his mind, but what made him even more shocked was that out of the 70 people seated beside the old man, a portion of them were already unable to feel their spirit chi. Their auras were ethereal, like a dream bubble. It was impossible to determine their cultivation levels. What realm was this? Suyun thought. cultivators also have the spirit, and all things can become cultivators. Cultivators can also become everything, and become the masters of all things, becoming the masters of all things, becoming the cultivators of all spirits. When one cultivates the spirit, one's heart cannot become the master, one cannot become the master, one cannot become the master, only when one's heart becomes the master can one enter the supreme realm. At this time, the old man's voice came out from the barrier that cut off the entire village, and slowly seeped into Su-Yun's ears. At first, Su-Yun did not think much, but after the old man said those words, he could not help but feel that there was logic behind it, and felt a sense of novelty. Spirit master, mind cultivator, spirit cultivator, mind cultivator, everything was the same as the spirit cultivator. All of these things were completely new to Su-Yun, and the old man's words made him feel refreshed. Was this the old man's opinion? Although there were some areas where he didn't quite understand them, he couldn't help but reflect on them. In his heart, he had a strange feeling of suddenly being enlightened. As expected of the supreme expert, just a few casual words of comprehension was enough to give a person quite a bit of insight. Su-Yun thought in his heart, he was actually not moving at all, he was just standing outside the barrier, quietly listening to the old man's words. Everyone listened intently. None of them noticed that outside the barrier not far away stood a man with a black sword on his back and wearing a black cloak, carrying a sword sheath. The blue sky began to darken. Dark clouds covered the sky. A strong wind blew. The raindrops gradually fell on this magical land. However, Su-Yun did not know, and continued to listen quietly. The devil blood in his body was abnormally restless, but at this moment, he felt as if he had completely fallen into a world beyond the mortal realm, and his heart was incomparably calm. The rain had stopped, the wind had stopped, the sun was shining, and the sun was high in the sky. Su-Yun maintained his appearance, standing outside the barrier. The old man's lecture lasted a full 4 days and 3 nights. Within these 4 days and 3 nights, almost no one, including Su-Yun, had moved an inch. The old man raised his head, his slits-like eyes opened up a bit, sweeping across the people present. In the end, he secretly glanced at Su-Yun who was standing outside, and without reacting, he continued to tirelessly recount his experience, insights, and heart's experiences. The wind came and went, and the moon and sun alternated. This time, 6 days had passed. 6 days. Maybe when Su-Yun regained his senses, he would feel that it was like yesterday. Alright, that's all for today's lecture. The old man continued to stare at the crowd with his slit eyes as he spoke. With that said, many of the people below who had maintained their status as statues started to simultaneously move. After that, all of them stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed to the old man as they prepared to leave. 1, 2, 3. With the exception of a few people, the vast majority of them stood up and prepared to leave. After they had finished listening to the old man's lesson, they would usually return to their own training rooms to cultivate or organize their experiences. Of course, there would be some people who would have doubts, but today, no one seemed to be puzzled by the course. Wait! Just as everyone was about to leave, the old man sitting cross-legged beneath the Bodhi tree suddenly called out. Everyone stopped in their tracks, immediately turning around and clasping their fists towards the old man, as if they were all listening attentively. The old man stood up with his hands behind his back, walked down, circled around the people, then said indifferently, "None of you asked any questions, and all of you are planning to go into closed-door cultivation. That means, all the content you've given me in the past few days has been comprehended, right?" With this said, many people looked at each other in dismay, somewhat surprised that the old man would say such words. A few people who were confident that they had learned well spoke out in unison. The student thinks that if you learn from the person, you will gain enlightenment in the heart. Does that mean you understand? The old man turned his head and looked at the few spirit cultivators that answered seriously, and his eyes suddenly widened. The few of them felt uncomfortable under the elder's gaze. All of them remained silent and no longer spoke. However, the old man then continued, "Since that's the case, I'll test all of you on what I've explained this time. There shouldn't be any problems, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555. Everyone was caught off guard by Mr.'s words. Or rather, it could be said that Mr. today was extremely different from before. Everything was fine, why did he suddenly have to ask? In the past, the elderly would ask the students some questions about the profound chi, but they would not immediately ask them after the end of the lesson. After all, after the end of the lesson, the majority of the students would rush back to their own areas of cultivation after learning it. However, since Mr. had said it like that, none of the spirit cultivator present dared to go against his wishes. Since Mr. wishes to take the test, this student will naturally listen to Mr.'s teachings. A man wearing a purple gold crown and a cloud robe cupped his fist as he spoke. All right. The old man nodded decisively. He was silent for 3 seconds, and didn't care whether the other students were ready or not. What is the heart? What is spirit? And why? And what about Lingxin? With that said, quite a few people immediately appeared to be deep in thought. Some people touched their chins as they lowered their heads in thought, frowning. The atmosphere was quite strange. However, not every spirit cultivator was frowning. There were a few people who smiled, looking extremely confident, as though they knew the answer. Then, he said in a clear voice, the heart is the essence, the bone is the flesh, the eyes are the nose, for everything that one sees and understands, the spirit is the essence, the spirit, the bone, the flesh, the eyes, the nose. The heart is also the window that allows us to see the divine path. Those without a soul will be forever trapped in the darkness, unable to move forward, and the heart is the drill on the divine path that carries us here. The cloud-robed man spoke with confidence and assurance. His words were very clear, and every word he said was very appropriate. The students beside him listened quietly, and kept nodding their heads. His perfect and brilliant performance caused the people around him to secretly cheer. What the man said was exactly what the old man had said. There was nothing wrong with what he had said. Those who were able to do so were not ordinary people. Regardless of what they memorized, they would only be able to read 10 lines at a time, and would never forget anything. Although teacher has lectured for a full 10 days, during these 10 days, every word that he spoke was firmly engraved in everyone's hearts. No one would be able to forget it. When he finished speaking, the old man just stood quietly by the side. His eyes once again narrowed, and he did not say anything for a long time. He showed neither satisfaction nor displeasure. The man in robes was still smiling when he saw the expression on Mr.'s face. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fist and asked, "Mister, is what I said wrong?" "No, you are right. Not only that, you also added your insights, your experiences, and also combined them with the thoughts of many spirit cultivators to express a unique feeling." The old man nodded, but his expression didn't change much. Seeing this, a trace of doubt rose in the man's heart. What was going on? The old man raised his head and looked at the people around him. He asked calmly, "Then, what about you? Is it the same as Su Zi's opinion?" "It's all very different." The others all called out. However, as these words were spoken, the old man's face showed a strong sense of disappointment and helplessness. The previous calmness had already disappeared without a trace. People could not help but shake their heads. With that, the old man raised his hand and waved it. He said indifferently, "Okay, everyone who wishes to cultivate in seclusion can leave. There is no need to gather here." Although the old man said this, no one left. They all heard his sigh and knew that he must have something to say. Su Zi didn't point it out, or else he wouldn't have such an expression. Only know the watch, don't know the inside? What do you mean, sir? Was what Su Zi said wrong? Please explain, mister. Su Zi cupped his fists and said seriously. Watch, but the feeling in your mind is everything you associate with what I said. It's not your own feelings, you just interpreted what I said in the past few days. You did not say the specific meaning. The gentleman shook his head and looked at the others. Then, do any of you know the deeper meaning here? After he finished speaking, no one said a word. Everyone lowered their heads, but some had confused expressions on their faces. No one could answer this old man's question. The strange atmosphere continued for a while. The more the old man looked at it, the more disappointed he became. His long and narrow eyes had already closed, and he could not help but shake his head. Su-Yun, who was standing outside the barrier and listening, finally regained his senses. The old man's speech was very fresh, giving people a feeling of enlightenment. He had been at a loss the entire time, and had even exchanged for the devil blood. His stubborn heart, after escaping into the demonic path for revenge, also rose to a higher level at this moment. Why are people, why are spirits, and why are all things? Everything in this world was actually like the sand beneath his feet. Sometimes it was very strong, it could support the entire world, and sometimes it was also very weak, only a speck of dust. In this world, there were no truly strong experts, nor were there any so-called weak individuals. This type of weakness and strength were both caused by a thought. It was both a living being and a divine being. It could become a living being and it could also become a divine being. Everything in this world was like a giant disk, without the so-called strength or strength that could not be compared to the fog in front of them. It was uncertain, and it did not exist forever strong or weak. Su-Yun's current comprehension was very rich, but these insights were constantly changing. The elder's words had moved him greatly. He felt that he should find a place to properly digest these words and absorb the feelings in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the old man seriously. Then, he clasped his hands at the old man across the screen. After entering the ultimate martial world, perhaps no one's words could move him more than the old man's, and no one's words could help him so much. After he finished bowing, Su-Yun turned around and prepared to leave to continue searching for the guard gate of the so-called Wanhua realm. "Young friend, please wait." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Su-Yun stopped and turned his head, only to see the old man with his hands behind his back, walking slowly towards him. It was actually that Mr. Su-Yun was surprised, but he did not dare delay, and immediately cupped his fists towards the old man. The old man leisurely walked towards them, the barrier that had cut off the village instantly disappearing without a trace upon contact. The 70-odd students followed behind the old man. When they saw Su-Yun, they were all surprised, and all of them started whispering to each other, discussing amongst themselves. "Who is this person? Why are we here? Is this a passing spirit cultivator? I know this fellow. He has been standing here for quite a few days already. He must have eavesdropped on Mr.'s lecture. This shameless fellow is very unfamiliar, he must be someone who just entered the ultimate martial sacred plane. He probably came to the ultimate martial sacred plane to fish in troubled water, and asked for some supreme expert's guidance. TSK, this kind of junior with inferior strength who has a heart that is higher than the heavens comes every year." All sorts of small voices continuously sounded. Even though their discussion wasn't loud, there were still quite a few that fell into Su-Yun's ears. Hearing this, Su-Yun frowned. Amongst these people, there were quite a few whose cultivation were higher than his. Their foundations were strong, so their temperament shouldn't be too bad. How could they be like women who like to criticize others like this? "Oh, I know you." At this time, a young man in a green robe came out from the crowd. He ran to Su-Yun and ran in front of him for a circle, revealing a shocked expression. He pointed at Su-Yun and shouted, "Aren't you the guy that asked for directions? Why are you here? I see now that you must have overheard your teacher's lecture, you shameless fellow." With that said, a few extremely furious spirit cultivator appeared from the crowd. Stealing a teacher is a huge crime. If this person dares to do such a despicable thing, he must be severely punished. Destroy his body, destroy his soul, and execute him. Right, execute him. Kill him. A few grumpy guys immediately jumped out, as if they wanted to swallow Su-Yun alive. However, at this time, the old man raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Lifting up their hands, the crowd immediately fell silent. Su-Yun did not bother with the spirit cultivator that was much stronger than him, and instead bowed to the old man and said, "I wonder what senior wants this junior to do?" "Oh, nothing much." The old man looked at Su-Yun and smiled. "I saw that you have been standing outside for the past few days. I think you have heard of this old man's bad things. I wonder if little friend has any opinions towards my previous question?" Hearing that, Su-Yun shook his head. "All of the things senior has taught me these past few days are all words to wake the world up. As for the problem, please forgive me, senior. I was a little distracted before, so I didn't hear senior's question clearly. I hope that senior can ask it again. What is the heart? What is spirit? And why? And what about Lingxin?" The old man asked directly. With that said, Su-Yun turned silent. The 70+ people behind looked at Su-Yun with anticipation, as though they were waiting for him to speak. Some of them whispered to each other, and looked at him with ridicule. The old man was not anxious, he did not utter a word. With his hands behind his back, he stared straight at Su-Yun. After an unknown period of time, Su-Yun finally spoke up. He raised his head and stared at the old man with a pale face. Without the slightest hesitation, 3 words came out of his mouth. "I don't know." As these words fell, the entire scene became so quiet that it was as if a needle had dropped onto the ground. It was as if the heavens were being split apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556. Don't know? What a simple 3 words. However, was this the time to say these 3 words? Su-Yun might not know about the position of the old man in front of him, and even more so, did not know about the influence he had in the ultimate martial sacred plane. In order to receive his slight guidance, it was unknown how much effort the people here had expended. How could the crowd dare to offend this person? After listening to the lessons of the past 10 days, everyone had some answers in their hearts. After listening to the lessons of the past 10 days, everyone had some answers in their hearts. He actually doesn't know? Isn't this fellow stealing my teacher? From what I see, this fellow is just an inferior fellow. It's difficult for him to achieve great things. Some of their eyes were already filled with disdain, some even turned their gaze away, as though looking at Su-Yun made them feel like they were insulting their eyes. Su-Zi and the rest sighed again and again, while Su-Zi himself shook his head and said to Su-Yun, "Mr. has already explained everything clearly. I still remember that Mr. has said it twice. How can you not know about this? AI, what a disgrace to Mr.'s mysterious wisdom. You should hurry up and leave." With that, Su-Zi waved for Su-Yun to leave quickly. However, what surprised everyone was that the old man was not angry, but instead had a calm and peaceful expression. He nodded at Su-Yun and said, "You did not listen to my lecture? Why don't you know? I have indeed heard some of senior's lessons. Regarding this aspect, this junior has also heard some of the insights that senior has spoken of, but I'm not too sure why I didn't know." Su-Yun shook his head. "I feel that the way I think in my heart is changing at every moment. The spirit, and heart that I comprehend are all changing. So, I don't have a standard answer in my heart. I don't know. If you insist on asking, I'm afraid I can only tell you. Everything can be a heart, everything can be a spirit. Everything in this world, everything we think about, can become an answer." Su-Yun said, although he did not know what he was saying at the end, but it did not matter, this was what he was thinking, and although he did not know who the old man in front of him was, he admired the old man for the past 10 days of lessons, and would not lie to people he respected. What is he talking about? Su-Yun's reply attracted a buzzing sound of discussion from the back row. A few people scoffed at it and humped again and again, feeling that Su Yun's words were completely off topic. But in the next second, the elder actually started laughing. He. The old man smiled kindly, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to be very satisfied with Su Yun's answer. Upon seeing the elder's expression, the crowd was taken aback. What I said was merely my understanding, and was thought by my point of view. In reality, the understanding that I said before was not the standard answer, because right now, my state of mind is the same as this little friend's, and everything in the world is the answer. Suzy, your answer is a form, or maybe it's not even a form, because your answer is to think from the perspective of what I've said, not from your own perspective. You only understand and comprehend what I mean by what I've said, and that way you will never be able to comprehend to a higher level. In fact, not just this sentence, or even what I've taught you for the past few days, you guys shouldn't follow the meaning of my words, but instead, you'll have to think from the perspective of what I've said, and that's all. As these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The old man swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "The lecture process is very boring, but your cultivations are already not low, so you can endure the boredom, and endure the loneliness, but you cannot defeat the complacency in your hearts." The old man swept his gaze across the crowd and said calmly, "The lesson process is very dull, but your cultivations are not low, and you can endure the boredom, and endure the loneliness, but you cannot defeat the complacency in your hearts." As these words fell into the ears of the people around him, their hearts were filled with shock. So this was the meaning of what the old man had said. Some people lowered their heads, feeling incomparably ashamed. Suzy clasped hands and bowed her head, saying nothing. How could he have expected that his intelligence was nothing more than an act? His words were now slapping him in the face. The old man did not speak further. He turned and looked at Su Yun, and asked, "Little friend, who are you?" "Senior is too modest, Junior is just a countryside boy, and is not a good student. I came to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane for the first time, and do not understand the rules here. If there is anything that offends Senior, please forgive me." Su Yun laughed. When the old man heard that, his narrow and seamed eyes widened, and he said in shock, "You just came to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane?" "Right." Su Yun nodded. The old man looked at Su Yun again carefully, and actually nodded his head in satisfaction, and laughed. "Little friend, this old man sees that you are extremely talented, with a very good eye of discernment. You are a good genius spirit cultivator. It can be created but not created. If you are willing, are you willing to be this old man's student? Although this old one is not very capable, I still like spirit cultivator who have good talent. Maybe this old one can teach you something." Hearing that, Su Yun was ecstatic. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed 90 degrees, then said, "How can I reject Senior's hospitality?" "Good. All right." The old man was very pleased and his eyes were filled with joy. Just at this time, Su Yun's excited face suddenly revealed a look of difficulty, and after that, he shook his head, and said, "However, Senior, I am afraid that this junior cannot stay here any longer. This junior came to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane not to find a great sage to comprehend the great Tao, but to head to Wanhua Realm to search for my parents' whereabouts, so although I would like your guidance very much, but..." "Hey, kid, what's the meaning of this? Reject my husband? Do you know that my master is one of the 5 meridians in the Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane? How many people would not be satisfied even if they wanted to be his disciple? But you, my master has personally accepted you as a student, and yet you reject him?" Behind, Suzy saw that Su Yun was hesitating, and seemed like he wanted to reject, but he was angered and walked over, and shouted angrily, "Sigh! Suzy, don't be angry. This little friend here has no other choice. His parents are greater than the heavens, so he has his own difficulties." The old man said. He was not dissatisfied with Su Yun's words. Hearing that, Suzy lowered his head again, not daring to say another word. The old man looked at Su Yun and asked, "Then, little friend, I won't ask you anything else. I will only ask you, are you willing to become my master's student and receive my teachings?" "That is what I wish for." Su Yun bowed. "All right. The old man nodded, laughed, then took out a mask from his bosom and handed it over to Su-yun. Since that's the case, then, you can be this old man's student. But Junior has to first find his parents. Su-yun's face turned ugly. If you go find your parents, what conflict do you have with becoming my student? You can go find your parents first, and when you have free time, come here and listen to my lessons. I don't have any compulsion to keep you here. Subhuti chuckled as he spoke. Hearing that, Su-yun's heart was both moved and moved. It was very hard for him to understand what kind of mentality the first master of Subhuti had at this moment, but without question, it was an open-minded mindset that cared about everything but cared about everything. What sort of supreme realm was this? Su-yun paid his respects to the old man again, and accepted the faceplate seriously. Following the instructions of his previous master, he recorded his information on the signboard, and then turned and left. Heiyu's Chamber of Commerce's main hall. Fatty Heiyu was doing his usual rounds around the Chamber of Commerce. He led 2 spirit cultivators with decent cultivation base. With both of his hands behind his back, he paced around the place filled with people. When the spirit cultivators who entered the Chamber of Commerce to trade with saw this fatty, they would all respectfully bow or greet him. Heiyu could not help but nod his head, but he did not have a smile on his face. President Heiyu. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Heiyu turned his head, only to see a few people quickly walking over, and the person in the lead was Song-yen. Oh, so it's Miss Song-yen. How have you been, miss? Heiyu cupped his fists and said, I heard that you are reconstructing the Song family, but I wonder how it is progressing? President, you're being considerate. Song-yen laughed bitterly, and said, I am just a woman, I am still unable to pass on my legacy, how can I rebuild it? I was recently contacting a cousin of mine who was training outside, but he had not returned to the Song family for many years, and I do not know if he is dead or alive. All I did was wait for him to come back, and then we can build a team together. Right. Heiyu nodded his head, this is my daily mission. For Chamber of Commerce Heiyu to have such a scale, you must work hard, President. Song-yen sighed. Miss, is there anything you need? Oh, I just want to find some items here and see if you have any. Most of it is there. Let me help you take whatever it is that Miss Song-yen wants. Heiyu said. Hearing that, Song-yen was extremely grateful. However, just as she was about to speak, a call came from outside the door. Hey, does anyone here know Su-yun? Do you know where he is? Hurry and get him out to see me. As these words were spoken, the hall became a bit quieter. Song-yen and Heiyu's expressions became stiff. Who was so bold as to directly call out the 100 Meetings Alliance's alliance leader's name? And with such a frivolous tone? The two of them looked towards the source of the voice at the same time with extremely dissatisfied expressions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557. She wore fiery red clothes with phoenix stripes on them. Her exquisite and beautiful figure was perfectly wrapped in these clothes, making her look extremely enticing, but what caught people's attention was the large fluffy tail that swung behind her perky bottom, and the 2 cherry-like ears that had long hair that drooped down. The girl's eyes were golden yellow, giving off an intoxicating feeling. Her small face was delicate and charming, and her skin was as white as snow. On her forehead, there were a few golden-colored lines. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to see these lines. Seeing the girl, Song-yen and Heiyu looked at each other. The two of them could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Let's go take a look. Heiyu muttered to Song-yen as he walked towards the young lady. The girl's gaze swept in all directions and a large fluffy snow-white tail continuously swayed, causing one to be unable to help but want to clench it tightly in one's hand and play with it. Who is this lady? Why is she looking for Alliance leader Su? Heiyu asked with a serious expression. The girl looked at the fatty in front of her, placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Is your alliance leader Soo-Yun?" "That's right. I believe that everyone in the Beiyang knows about it." "Then does your alliance leader come from the Sky Martial continent?" the girl asked again. Hearing that, Hei-Yu thought for a moment, but did not reply to her words, asking, "Who are you?" "Who I am is none of your business. If he's still here, hurry up and get him out. Or, bring me to him, hurry up." The girl's eyes were filled with urgency, excitement, and anticipation. Seeing that, Hei-Yu immediately knew that he was not Soo-Yun's enemy. If she was, why would she reveal such an anxious and expectant look? He could not see even the slightest hint of hostility in the girl's eyes. "If you are not willing to reveal your identity, I am afraid that Hei-Yu will not be able to contact Master Soo-Yun for you." Hei-Yu cupped his fists and said. Seeing the fatty being so cautious, the girl Hu Qianmei could not help but pout her lips and become displeased. Fine, you damn fatty, you are simply as careful as a fox. I don't know what you are afraid of, but do you think I will eat your master? A fox? Aren't you a fox yourself?" Hei-Yu shook his head. "I am the wife of your alliance leader. If you like, you can call me Madam Alliance Leader." At this time, the young girl crossed her arms over her chest and said nonchalantly, "What?" The two of them were startled when their words sounded out. They looked at the young lady in shock. "Madam Alliance Leader, ... Could it be? You are Alliance Leader of the Lord of Alliance Leader?" Hei-Yu looked at the young lady in shock. He carefully sized Hu Qianmei up, and his eyes suddenly became strange. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei laughed. "That's right, your Alliance Leader Lord likes this kind of girl who looks like a child." Hee, how is it, isn't his taste very special?" Hei-Yu didn't know how to answer. "Lady, is that true? Even though I haven't known Alliance Leader for long, I have never heard of him having a dual cultivation partner. Furthermore, if it was a dual cultivation partner, how could she not follow you?" Just then, Song Yan suddenly came over and asked. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei turned and stared at Song Yan with her pair of golden eyes. Suddenly, she went over and stood right in front of Song Yan and stared straight at the lady. Hu Qianmei sized her up from top to bottom, then walked around Song Yan and laughed. "You don't have a big chest and a big butt, moreover you don't have any talent. Women like you, just play with me." Hearing that, Song Yan was annoyed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nothing." Hu Qianmei smiled lightly and said, "All right, stop beating around the bush and bring me to your alliance leader. I haven't seen him for a long time. I'm really concerned about him. How could you, a person of unknown origin, so casually meet our alliance leader?" Song Yan seemed to be annoyed by Hu Qianmei's words and directly rejected her with a snort. "Unknown origin?" Hu Qianmei took out half a jade-like thing from her pocket and handed it over to Hei-Yu. "Just take this and give it to your alliance leader." Hei-Yu looked at the thing, but did not accept it. In fact, he had already confirmed in his heart that the girl in front of him knew alliance leader, but he was unable to bring her to see her. "I'm sorry, but our alliance leader is not here anymore, and from what I know, he has already entered the desolate devil battlefield. If everything goes smoothly, he might have already entered the ultimate martial sacred plane," Hei-Yu said. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei was startled. Desolate devil battlefield? Ultimate martial sacred plane? What's he doing there? I don't know about that. Hei-Yu shook his head. Hu Qianmei frowned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but did not know what. She lowered her head in thought. Hei-Yu and Song Yan looked at each other, as though they had their own thoughts. President Hei-Yu. Just then, the servant ran over and called out to Hei-Yu. What happened? Hei-Yu asked. The servant anxiously said, President, outside. There's a woman outside. Woman? What woman? What a beautiful woman. The servant suddenly grinned and said, She said she was looking for you. Oh? Hei-Yu was startled. Song Yan, who was at the side, smiled. Seems like President Yu is quite popular among women. After saying that, waves of exclamations came from the hall. Then, a lady wearing a white robe walked in with light steps. When the servant saw this, he hurriedly said, "President, she has entered." Yu raised his gaze, looking at the lady walking towards him, his eyes grew big. In terms of beauty, the fox girl in front of him was already extraordinary. She was convex, concave, beautiful, and had a graceful figure. Especially her fox ears and tail, it added a lot of enticement. However, the person who walked over was even more extraordinary. Her appearance was unusually elegant, like a green lotus, with her long hair hanging down her back like an ink-colored waterfall. Her figure was tall and slender, and her bearing was elegant, as if a celestial daughter was nothing special. The fox girl turned around and looked at the person. She gave a light snort and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Oh, Junior sister, are you all right?" The white-robed woman also noticed the foxy girl, but she had her back facing her so she couldn't see clearly. When the girl turned around, she confirmed her opponent's identity and walked over quickly. She greeted lightly and said, "Greetings, senior sister. Come on, let's not play that game. I don't like it." Hu Qianmei's rosy lips curved up slightly. She walked in front of Long Xianli, circled around her, and said with a smile, "You didn't die, that's really great." Hearing that, Long Xianli's bright and profound eyes flashed with a trace of being moved. Unexpectedly, in the face of danger, the one who had risked her life to save her was not her loyal and devoted immortal sword sect, who would never doubt her words at all. Instead, it was this Hu Qianmei who had always wanted to kill and destroy her. After being planned and released by Bai Yanshan, Long Xianli did not immediately return to the Emperor Palace. She knew that continuing to plead for help for the Emperor Palace or for the Immortal Sword Sect was of no use, so the only thing she could do was to rely on her own strength to save Bai Yanshan. Otherwise, in her heart, there was no other option. She would be ashamed, and would let down the dead elder Shen Hong even more. Only, no one expected that while she was still thinking about how to take care of Bai Yanshan, an astonishing message came from the Suicide Valley. When the Suicide Valley was destroyed, the 100 Meetings Alliance was established, but the alliance leader, it's Su Yun. When Long Xianli heard this news, she was completely dumbfounded. Even though she had all sorts of thoughts, she never would have thought that the Suicide Valley would end up like this. Therefore, she decided to come to the 100 Meetings Alliance to take a look for Yu, who was extremely close to the alliance leader, and ask. If possible, she wished to see the alliance leader that appeared suddenly, and see if he was the Su Yun that came from Sky Marshal Continent. You don't need to confirm. That guy is Sky Marshal Continent's Su Yun. Hu Qianmei seemed to have guessed the purpose of Long Xianli coming here, and said while laughing. Long Xianli's heart trembled. She immediately asked, "Then where is he now?" These two guys said that he went to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane. Hu Qianmei sighed. Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane? Long Xianli frowned slightly. It is a sacred place, ordinary spirit cultivator have no rights to enter, junior sister. Although you followed Immortal Sword Sect, your current strength is too weak. Going to Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane is definitely not possible. You had better cultivate well. As for Su Yun, you have to it's better if I go find him. Hu Qianmei said with a smile. Long Xianli lowered her head and did not say a word. Song Yan, who was at the side, was confused, looking at the two women whose beauty had completely suppressed hers. She felt unhappy in her heart, and asked, "May I ask who this lady is? What is her relationship with my alliance leader?" "How so?" Hu Qianmei scratched her head, and said, "Her words. She should be considered the lover of your alliance leader." That counts as well. Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Long Xianli's fair face immediately turned hot, as she said sullenly. Nonsense? Hu Qianmei laughed bitterly and shook her head. You idiot, don't you know why the Suicide Valley was destroyed this time? Hearing that, Long Shenli was startled. Why? It's all because of you. Hu Qianmei sighed. Because of me? Long Shenli said as her eyes grew dim. Could it be? Su Yun, Su Yun can't possibly be because of Bai Yan Shan, who isn't even close to him at all. The reason he destroyed the Suicide Valley is definitely because of you. I guess that's the only possibility. Hu Qianmei said softly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558. Master Subhuti was one of the 5 sages of the ultimate martial sacred plane. His status in the ultimate martial sacred plane was extraordinary. He was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Knowing that the old man in front of him had such an outstanding identity, Su Yun was naturally both surprised and happy. After the lesson, the students all returned to their own places of cultivation. However, Su Yun was not in a hurry to leave. There was no one around the Bodhi tree, only the 2 sitting under the tree. Su Yun looked around, and then said, Teacher, do you know where the guard of Wanhua realm is? Although the ultimate martial sacred plane could not compare to the Bei Yang, he was not small either. He had always faced the west, but Su Yun did not know the specific location of the west. Grandmaster Subhuti raised his hand slightly. A cool breeze blew past, causing the Bodhi tree to rustle. A green leaf fell from the sky, gently landing in the palm of his hands. The master of Subhuti raised his other hand and lightly covered the entire leaf. Then, he lifted it up and handed it over to Su Yun. Take it with you. It will lead you to the entrance of the Wanhua realm. However, you are my student, although I do not really understand you very well, but I think it is possible for you to join the Wanhua realm. When we reach the entrance of the Wanhua realm, you can pass on the identity token I gave you to the gatekeeper, and I believe with my old face and the circumstances you spoke of, the gatekeeper will allow you to enter. Hearing that, Su Yun was overjoyed. He immediately cupped his fists towards his master. Master, this time, I really have to thank you. There's no need to be courteous, this is just a small matter. Subhuti laughed. The 2 chatted for a while. Su Yun looked at the cultivation rooms around him, and asked suspiciously, Teacher, you are a wise man. Logically speaking, this student should have inherited that wisdom, but why did you do it before? Su Yun spoke hesitantly. Why are all of those students from before unable to keep their calm, unable to keep their composure? Am I right? Subhuti laughed as he spoke. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded his head. However, Subhuti stroked his white beard as he laughed. That's because their temperament is nothing in comparison to their level of cultivation. No comparison? That's right, Su Yun. In your eyes, his cultivation is extremely powerful, but in reality, their cultivation is just a feint. False cultivation? Did I say that what I saw was false? Right. Master Subhuti nodded, and then said calmly, in truth, Su Yun, among the cultivation levels that you yourself possess, there is still a portion of your cultivation that is fake. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately understood. Master, are you referring to the cultivation obtained from absorbing the profound coin? Yes, that's what I mean. Master Subhuti said calmly, cultivation is something that one can gain through cultivation. True cultivation is obtained through one's own cultivation, not through absorption of the cultivation of others. This is merely a ploy, and what we want to gain is what we have comprehended through the course of cultivation, which is a form of training of the physical body and the spirit. We don't need to rely on external objects to forcefully fill in the gap. But they relied on the profound coin to become an incredible supreme expert, but they truly existed. Su Yun asked, how is this real? If so, how can you think they have a bad temper? Why would you ask me that? Subhuti laughed. Hearing that, Su Yun became silent. The truly strong have hearts of the world and they exist between all things. They have tolerance, they do not look down on people who are weak, they do not look down on people who are strong. From the very start, they have kept a calm heart. Those who truly possess great intelligence will not be taught by me, nor do they need me to teach them. They need me to teach them, and you, I want to teach you. As for my so-called teaching, it is merely a simple enlightenment. Subhuti said. I've been taught. Su-Yun, in truth, from the moment I first saw you, I already felt that you were special and mysterious. This is a type of miracle that is different from other students. Master Subhuti looked at Su-Yun seriously and said. Amazing? Su-Yun was confused. Teacher, what do you mean? Subhuti gently shook his head, smiling without saying a word. Su-Yun was even more suspicious. After conversing with his master Subhuti for a good 3 days, Su-Yun finally bid his farewell. This journey had greatly benefited him. The ultimate martial sacred plane was indeed extraordinary, but since they had just arrived at this place, they had already met such a great sage like the first master of the Subhuti sect. They did not know what the other great sages would be like. Su-Yun's heart was filled with anticipation, if not for him anxiously looking for his parents. He really wanted to pay a visit to all the sages in ultimate martial sacred plane. Taking out the leaf that the previous master had given him, Su-Yun activated the profound chi, causing the leaf to activate. In an instant, the leaf released sets of green light that was extremely dazzling, and then, the leaf suddenly flew out of Su-Yun's hand. Su-Yun immediately followed the leaf forward. The leaf spun in the air as if it was being blown by the wind. It was light and agile, floating in the air and never touching down. Under Leaf's lead, Su-Yun climbed over the mountain, traveled across the river, and past many cultivation grounds set up by the spirit cultivator, finally arriving at a vast ocean of flowers. This was an extremely beautiful sea of flowers. Su-Yun stood by the lakeside, his eyes looking ahead. He saw a colorful and beautiful scenery. A sweet smell that made people's souls drunk filled his nose. Above this magical sea of flowers, many palm-sized humanoid spirits were flying around the 100 flowers coil. These elves were very good-looking, the men were handsome and the women were pretty. They had long, slender bodies and very delicate features. They had a pair of bright, elite wings on their back that were constantly flapping. They were like butterflies. Some of the elves wore clothes made of leaves, while others were naked, not afraid of being seen naked. The leaf fell from the sky and returned into Su-Yun's palm. Su-Yun carefully kept the leaves, and then went down the ocean of flowers and walked towards the center. In the middle of this sea of flowers grew a towering tree that seemed to connect to the heavens. The big tree had lush foliage, and its huge branches and leaves covered the entire sea of flowers. Streaks of light seeped out from the leaves, making the flowers next to the tree seem especially marvelous and beautiful. Su-Yun gazed at the gigantic tree, only to see many mystical and agile spirit beasts on top of the gigantic tree. There was a single-horned, 7-colored cicada, there was also a 4-armed spirit monkey, and there was even a cute, snow-white spirit cat. When Su-Yun entered the sea of flowers, the spirit beasts and spirit elves all looked at him. Some of the elves were scared away and flew around, while the larger ones kept their guard up as they approached. Who are you? When Su-Yun entered the area covered by the huge tree, a lion covered in a dense fiery red mane walked over and roared as it questioned Su-Yun. I am Su-Yun, and am here to look for the entrance to Wanhua Realm. May I ask if this is the entrance? Su-Yun said humbly and seriously. Wanhua Realm entrance? The red-furred lion snorted. Another person who wants to enter the Wanhua Realm? How come you guys don't know what's good for you? The guards of the Wanhua Realm will not let you in, you should leave quickly. This one truly wishes to enter the Wanhua Realm. If Senior knows the locations of those few senior gatekeepers, please inform me, I am extremely grateful. Su-Yun cupped his fists and said. What is it about sincerity? Every man who came here shouted his sincerity, but in reality? Didn't they covet the resources of the Wanhua Realm? Originally, the Wanhua Realm was open to you people, but when you went to the Wanhua Realm, you continued to do evil, and did all sorts of evil deeds, causing the people of the Wanhua Realm to be angry, and restricted you people from entering the Wanhua Realm. You still want to go in now? Humph, that's impossible. The red-furred lion said. You are not the gatekeeper of the Wanhua realm, what's the use of saying all these? Seeing that the red-furred lion didn't seem to want to point the way, Suyin decided to not ask it anymore and went straight to its side, towards the big tree. His instincts told him that this gate to the Wanhua realm must be on this tree. The red-furred lion did not stop him, and the other spirit beasts here did the same. They surrounded Suyin, curiously watching him, and following him as he walked. Suyin looked around carefully, his heart becoming vigilant. However, just as he was about to approach the huge tree, two strange and mysterious auras descended from the sky, covering the entire area. Suyin's heart tensed up, he retreated a few steps. A graceful light flashed in front of him, followed by a voice that floated into his ears. Greedy ultimate martial world, leave quickly. Do not come any closer, otherwise, I will make sure you will not be able to return. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent and hostility. Don't know how many such annoying flies come here every day. Don't you people learn to be good? Do you think we would allow you to enter the Wanhua realm as you please? The one who spoke was a woman, and her voice was very haughty, filled with contempt and disdain. Hearing that, Suyin frowned, his heart was unhappy, but in order to quickly head to Wanhua realm, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only endure. Suyin took out the nameplate given by his master Subhuti, held it with both hands and asked calmly, Are you two seniors of the Wanhua realm? This humble one is Suyin, the student of the master of Subhuti, one of the 5 meridians. I have urgent matters to attend to in the Wanhua realm and would like to request that the 2 seniors allow this lowly one to cross borders. With that, he handed the nameplate over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559. Oh? Master Subhutis? The man was stunned. As the light faded away, a man and a woman appeared in the light. The two were dressed in green robes, the man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperament was excellent. They both gave off an oddly amiable feeling, but also gave off an indescribably elegant and outstanding feeling. But right now, the two of them were looking at Suyin with a hint of vigilance in their eyes, and deep in their eyes, there was a loathing that could not be concealed. Suyin understood where this disgust came from. Seems like the people from Ultimate Martial World had been completely rejected by them. The man's name was Mu Gue and the woman's name was Muing. The two of them had been standing guard here for 30 years, and when Wanhua Realm began to restrict Ultimate Martial World, they were sent here. Mu Gue took the identity badge from Suyin and covered it with his hand. In that moment, the identity badge released a green halo of light. Suyin felt it was magical. He knew that the nameplate given to him by his master Subhuti was definitely a magic weapon as well, but he didn't know what its effects were. The light rippled outwards, and quickly, the light dissipated. From within the nameplate, one could hear an old and kind voice. May I ask if you are my friend, Mu Gue? Master Subhuti, is that you? Mu Gue looked at the nameplate and asked. It's me. From within the nameplate, the voice of Master Subhuti rang out. I heard your voice. I believe you have already met my student Suyin, right? Yes. Mu Gue raised his head and looked at Suyin, and said indifferently, he is right in front of me. Since that's the case, then I ask for your understanding this time around. My student wishes to go to Wanhua Realm to find his parents, whose relationship is higher than the heavens, whose parents are greater than the heavens. This child has a sincere heart, and is hard to come by. Master Subhuti spoke out. Hearing that, Mu Gue was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Master, it's not that I am heartless, it's just that the Wanhua Realm has been messed up by these Ultimate Martial World people. The miasma is black. If I were to continue letting these people in, I'm afraid the Wanhua Realm will be destroyed. I am only looking for my parents and do not have any other thoughts. I promise that after entering the Wanhua Realm, I will not move a flower or a grass, a tree or a leaf, and will strictly follow the rules of the Wanhua realm. I will always remember Senior's instructions, and once I find my parents, I will immediately leave the Wanhua realm." Su Yun immediately cupped his fists and said with a sonorous and serious voice. Right now, he only wished to see his parents a little faster. Even if it was the Golden Realm or the Silver Realm, he didn't care. "Mugue, Muing, this child has already said so, what else do you two have to worry about? If that really doesn't work, then I am also willing to be responsible for their actions. Can you, for my sake, allow him to enter?" At this moment, Master Subhoodie interjected another sentence, and an ancient voice rang out from within the nameplate. "This." Mugue was silent. Mugue, the first master of Subhoodie, is a great sage. Even the elders of the Wanhua realm regard him with great respect. Muing saw Mugue's hesitation and spoke up. Mugue nodded, he raised his head again, looked at Su Yun, sized him up for a good while, and then said, "Since Master has spoken, then if I reject, then it would be disrespectful to you. Although Wanhua realm has restricted Ultimate Martial World from entering, but it is not to the extent of refusing. Master, I will grant you that request. That Subhoodie is here to thank you on behalf of my students." Subhoodie chuckled. "No need." Mugue shook his head. When Su Yun heard this, he was extremely happy. He immediately cupped his fists towards the two in front of him. "Thank you, both of you, thank you, teacher. Remember what you said before. Once you enter the Wanhua realm, you must follow the rules there. Don't lose your sense of propriety as a teacher." Master Subhoodie gave the order, and then the light emanating from the nameplate slowly faded away. Mugue gave his identity badge to Su Yun. Su Yun carefully took it, then turned and walked towards the gigantic tree. "Follow us." The girl called Muing said indifferently to Su Yun as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then, she leaped up into the air and followed Mugue. Su Yun anxiously followed, and flew up. The tree was extremely large, and one could see the incomparably thick trunk of the tree below. As for the top, it was a completely different world. As he continued to ascend, the scene before his eyes became more and more numerous. He could see that the tree was filled with dense spirit beasts, ranging from 3 to 4 meters tall. They were all curled up on thick branches, with their eyes closed in rest, while the small one was only an inch long. They stood on a branch, curiously looking at Su Yun. Sunlight seeped out from the dense foliage, shining down on the place, rendering the place extremely beautiful. There were also a large number of fruits, either red or purple, floating in the air, but they did not appear in the foliage. Instead, they were suspended in the air as if they had no master, and one could see quite a few spirit beasts casually grabbing a fruit, heartily eating it. The surroundings were filled with a harmonious scene, causing those who saw it to be unable to help themselves from sighing in their hearts. Soon, Mugue and Muing, who were leading the way, slowed down their pace. Su Yun raised his head and looked, and was immediately shocked. An enormous, thick branch appeared above it. This branch was nearly 10 meters wide, and its length was hard to calculate. It stretched out its lush branches and began to grow outside. This tree was very mysterious. It was most likely this branch that had the largest branches. In these villages, there were many short elves walking back and forth. In the center of the village, there was a 3-meter-tall wooden door, which was wrapped in vines, and the door was already tightly closed, with specks of light seeping out from the cracks of the door. Su Yun looked at the wooden door, and felt that the light that seeped out from the gap was extremely mysterious. This place was like a paradise. Everything seemed so harmonious, so beautiful: green leaves, colorful flowers, fresh fruits, spirits. Lord Mugue. Master Muing. When the elves saw this man and woman, they all ran out and cried out in excitement. At this moment, Mugue and Muing, who had been tensed up, finally revealed peaceful and kind smiles. They flew over and stood together with the elves. They lowered their heads and smiled as they said something to them. Their faces were both shining with radiance, causing people to feel extremely familiar with them. Seeing that, Suyun could not help but stop in his tracks, standing in the air and watching the scene from afar. He still remembered that Master Subhoodie had once said that the two of them were people with great intellect. Even though the two of them did not speak any words that were rich in philosophy, the feeling they gave others was that of a saint. That indescribable feeling of perfection and mystery they gave others was simply unforgettable. The two of them explained to the spirit creatures for a moment, then turned and spoke to Suyun. "Come over here, we will open the gate for you to enter the Wanhua realm, and hope that after you enter, you will remember what you said before, and abide by everything in the Wanhua realm, and treat it as your own home. After all, that's our home," Mu Ying added. Hearing that, Suyun's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and bowed. "I will definitely remember this." Mu Gue and Mu Ying nodded slightly. Afterward, the two of them, accompanied by the elves, walked towards the wooden door. The two of them stood on their left and right, both holding out one hand, and pressed on the door. They closed their eyes and began to chant, and their palms released a large amount of light, and after that, a wang-wang sound rippled in the air, and very quickly. Crash! The door slowly opened, and a dazzling light spilled out from within. The main entrance to the Wanhua realm. After entering the Wanhua realm and heading there, he would be able to find his parents. Suyun was extremely excited, his eyes blazing with fire that could not be hidden. He was stirred, and his body involuntarily flew towards the door. How many years had it been? Many days of longing. Years of care. Even though the past few days in the Su family were difficult for him to look back on, but no matter what happened, he would never forget that he was the son of Su Shintian and her, and his name was Suyun. "Father, mother, your son is here." Suyun looked at the dazzling door, and muttered. "Soon. We'll meet soon." Whiz! At this moment, a scarlet arrow suddenly shot out from the dense foliage of the forest and headed straight in their direction. The sharp arrow flew at an extremely fast speed, and almost none of the surrounding creatures could react in time. Suyun was thinking about his parents, but he did not notice it in time. When he sensed the sharp arrow flying towards him, the arrow had already reached Mu Ying, who was opening the door. Both of them were so focused on opening the door that they didn't notice the sharp arrows behind them. Suyun's pupils expanded as he shouted anxiously, "Be careful!" "What?" Mu Gue and Mu Ying were startled. They turned their heads, but the sharp arrow had already arrived. But an ear-piercing sound rang out. The blood-red arrow pierced through Mu Ying's shoulder and nailed her to the wooden door behind her. "Ah!" Mu Ying cried out in pain. "Who is it? Who was the one who secretly shot at people? Who is it?" Mu Gue's eyes were blazing as he glared around while shouting. The dense foliage around them were suddenly cut open by the blood-red devil chi. Countless of creatures did not manage to avoid the terrifying devil chi and were directly sliced apart. Following that, a large number of figures descended from the sky and rushed over. "The door guard of the Wanhua realm? Back then you did not allow us to enter the Wanhua realm, but today I want to see, do you dare to not allow us to enter the Wanhua realm?" A cold voice floated out, and a tall and thin figure flew over. The auras around these figures were incomparably cold. Moreover, they were filled with a frightening and ruthless aura, as though they were demons from the depths of the abyss. Devil Chi! Suyun's heart tensed up. He stared at the existence of the pills, and his relaxed heart tensed up again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 30 figures descending from the sky. Focusing and looking at them, they were all devil cultivators. Some were dressed in armor, some were in feathered clothing, and some dressed in different attire. However, all of these devil cultivators had extremely terrifying auras, and every single one of them were probably at the Sky Spirit Master realm. They formed a ring shape, enveloping the entire village, and the devil chi that filled the sky dyed the top and bottom of the big tree in an extremely strange manner. The flowers were no longer bright, the green leaves were no longer bright, the light was fading, and all life seemed to have turned into nothingness. Devil Cultivator. So many Devil Cultivator-s? Why did so many Devil Cultivator appear all of a sudden? Suyin only regained his senses after a long time had passed. Looking at the Muing whose shoulder was pierced and whose face was pale, he knew that the situation today was not as good as he had imagined. You all, were those Devil Cultivator who came here a while ago? Mu Gue pulled out the blood arrow and supported Muing, staring at the Devil Cultivator, and asked angrily. It seems like you haven't forgotten about us. Not bad, not bad. You even have some memory. This is good too, we don't need to introduce ourselves. A female Devil Cultivator with a slightly obese body and bulging twin peaks flew over. She glanced at Mu Gue frivolously, and then said with a teasing tone of voice. You want to enter the Wanhua realm? Mu Gue clenched his teeth and asked. Since you know, quickly open the door to the Wanhua realm. Otherwise, we can open the door ourselves. Another male Devil Cultivator with braids on his back and a red horn on his head spoke coldly. Last time, the two of us came here to request to enter the Wanhua realm, but you two were not willing, and in the end we fought and were defeated by you two. I admit that our cultivation is not as good as yours, but now, here are 30 experts from the Devil Cultivator. I want to see what other abilities the two of you have to contend against us. The female Devil Cultivator laughed, her face full of arrogance. Hearing that, Mu Gue clenched his teeth. Muing shook her head lightly, and said, Devil Cultivator is indeed Devil Cultivator, they are greedy and brutal, and do not know what's good for them. Last time, we spared their lives, and let them go, but I never expected that they would repay our kindness with hatred. What is it? Regret it? The laughed. I regret it, but what can I do? Do you think the two of us are afraid of you just because you have more people? Mu Gue snorted. From your words, it seems like you guys will not obediently open the gate to Wanhua realm? The male Devil Cultivator with horns asked. We would rather allow that ultimate martial world to enter, than to allow your Devil Cultivator to enter. Mu Gue said. In that case, don't blame us for being impolite. Devil Cultivator seemed to have lost his patience, he snorted and waved his hand. In an instant, all the surrounding Devil Cultivators rushed towards Mu Gue and without stopping. Devil Chi formed a huge and sinister mouth in the air, fiercely and cruelly biting towards the two people. The aura was so strong that it could suffocate people. Seeing that, Mu Gue and Muing immediately used all of their techniques, and struck towards the sky. The two released a myriad of green palm images, their chi exploding out, actually not weaker than the Devil Cultivator. As the gatekeepers of the Wanhua realm, their strengths were naturally not bad. If it was a normal person, maybe these 30 Devil Cultivators were nothing, but now, with Muing being ambushed, the fighting strength dropped sharply, and a dark red luster covered his shoulders, as though he was struck by a devilish poison. Every time he activated the profound chi, he would feel intense pain, and the profound chi that he released would also be extremely sparse, and in order to protect Muing from harm, Mu Gue had to go all out, but in order to protect Muing, he had to be restricted from using his strength like usual. These 30 Devil Cultivators' attacks were extremely ferocious. Most of them did not rely on the magic treasures attacks, and only relied on their own hands. The Devil Chi was 1,000 times stronger than sulfuric acid. Ordinary spirit cultivator, when they touched it, would definitely turn into blood and die, but Mu Gue and Muing were not hurt at all. The profound chi protecting their bodies was quickly being exhausted. Muing struggled to hold onto a slender bamboo stick and continued to dance around him. A large amount of dense spirit life chi flew out, isolating the dense and terrifying devil chi, while Mu Gue took out a slender curved blade, blocking the demon claw. It was extremely taxing for Mu Gue, and these Devil Cultivators seemed to know that Mu Gue was not easy to deal with, so they had to concentrate on blasting Muing to death. Protecting others and protecting themselves was two completely different concepts, while the female Devil Cultivator and Horned Devil Cultivator were attacking Mu Gue alone. Despicable. Sensing the other party's intention, Muing could not help but curse inwardly. Ha ha ha, there are too many people who call us despicable people, so I don't care about your words. The female devil cultivator laughed loudly. Hearing that, Muing became extremely furious. She wanted to counterattack and rush towards the devil cultivator, but when she tried to activate her chi, she felt a sweet sensation in her throat, and a mouthful of blood came out from her mouth, causing her to almost faint. Muing! Mu Gue shouted anxiously. An opportunity! The horned devil cultivator's blood-red eyes flashed with a ray of light, his claws releasing a ball of fiery red light that ruthlessly flew towards Mu Gue's head. Mu Gue was startled. She anxiously raised her blade to block, but because she was in a rush, she was not able to do it with her profound energy. The blade vibrated frantically under the claws. Mu Gue, who was carrying Muing, was forced to retreat, both of them striking the wooden door. Devil cultivator immediately surrounded the two of them. The female devil cultivator was holding onto her devil strength, walking towards the two of them, her blood-red eyes filled with ridicule. Now, with every passing period of time, you will have to lose a portion of your life. 6 hours later, no matter what your cultivation is, you will die completely without a single soul remaining. Right now, it is slowly nibbling at you. You are unable to retaliate at all. If you are willing to open the door to Wanhua realm for us now, maybe we will consider letting you go. What about it? Will you open this door for us? The laughed. Don't even think about it. Muing practically did not even think, and directly shouted back. Hearing that, the devil cultivator's smile froze, a trace of anger flashed past her blood-red eyes. What did you say? You better not refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Do you really think that we won't kill you? What is there to talk about with you, devil cultivator? Do you think we don't know the purpose of your trip to Wanhua realm? You still want to enter the Wanhua realm? Since we are guards, we will not surrender to you. If you want to kill us, then kill us, but I must remind you, if we die, you will not be able to live either. Mu Gue roared. When these words fell, it was as if a needle had stabbed into the hearts of these devil cultivators. All of them were enraged. The horned devil cultivator was even more furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. Reckless fool! Don't you know your own situation? If that's the case, then go and die. With a roar, the horned devil cultivator rushed forward. The thick devil chi was like a meteor falling from the sky, fiercely smashing towards the two of them. Seeing that, Mu Gue wanted to activate his magic treasure's defense, but all the surrounding devil cultivators seemed to know what Mu Gue was thinking, and immediately rushed forward, launching their storm-like attacks at him. The male tiger could not handle the pack of wolves, so with Mu Ying's obstruction, Mu Gue had no time to defend at all. The single-horned devil cultivator was already close by. In that moment, the devil cultivator who were attacking Mu Gue immediately retreated, leaving the last attack to the single-horned devil cultivator. Mu Gue opened his eyes wide and looked at the approaching devil cultivator in shock. The magic treasure in his hands were being pulled tightly. Muing shifted her gaze onto Mu Gue. Her eyes were filled with gentleness, as if she did not care about this fatal blow. We've done our best, Muing said softly. Hearing that, Mu Gue loosened his grip. He shifted his gaze back to Muing, gently nodded his head, and did not say any more. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing they could do. They had done their duty as gatekeepers. Why would they need to force anything? The horned devil cultivator did not hold back at all as his hand shot out like a meteor straight towards the horned devil cultivator's heart. Kill you, we will forcibly break open the door. The Wanhua realm is rich in resources. It will definitely be our true devil realm. You should just turn into dust on the ground, die. The sharp claws attacked, as though everything was going to end in an instant. Dawn! At this moment, a loud sound echoed out. A terrifying power spread through the entire giant tree in all directions, shaking it. Countless creatures were awakened as they fled in panic. The inside and outside of the giant tree were in complete chaos. The devil cultivators all looked over. However, What they saw was not what they thought it would be. Mugue was not pierced by the claw of the horned devil cultivator, but a huge fist knocked the horned devil cultivator down from his branch, smashing him into the ground with incomparable viciousness. What? All the devil cultivators were stunned. Unknowingly, a gigantic devil bone giant appeared beside Mugue and Mueng. The giant's eyes were cruel, domineering and vicious as he stared at the devil cultivator. It smashed down the horned devil cultivator with its fist, but it did not stop its attack. Instead, it withdrew its fist, raised its leg, and ferociously trampled over the horned devil cultivator. Dawn! Another loud sound rang out. The giant tree shook once again. What is this? The female devil cultivator asked in shock. A different set of devil chi has appeared. Another devil cultivator shouted. At this time, the devil cultivator saw a man wearing a black cloak standing on top of the giant's shoulder. The man raised his head, a pale face appearing in their line of sight. On this pale face, there was also a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. The strong wind caused his cloak to flutter and he firmly gripped onto a long pitch-black sword. The entire giant tree suddenly quieted down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561. Devil Cultivator? The female devil cultivator stared at Su Yun, who was standing on Devil Bone Giant's shoulder, and asked loudly, "Are you from True Devil Realm? May I ask which sect it is from?" "I am not from True Devil Realm." Su Yun raised his death sword and shouted to the female devil cultivator. When the female devil cultivator heard that, she was shocked in her heart. "But the devil chi on you." Su Yun did not want to explain. He opened his blood-red eyes and stared coldly at the devil cultivator, and shouted, "You all either need to leave quickly, or engage in a blood battle with me. I will not make any other comments." He was about to meet his parents, but he did not expect that such a group of devil cultivator would appear so quickly. If not for them, perhaps he would have already entered the Wanhua realm, and would already be on the way to the Linglong mountain. Thinking about it, Su Yun's heart surged with a berserk hatred. He looked at the devil cultivator with even more red eyes. "Humph, such arrogant words. If we don't fight with you, how will we have the face to return to the true devil realm in the future?" The snorted angrily. "I want to personally destroy this wild devil cultivator's body. I want to take out his soul and refine my demon essence." As the devil cultivator finished speaking, the surrounding devil cultivator immediately spread out. One by one, they became like a gale wind. With a berserk aura, they quickly moved. The entire ancient tree seemed to be surrounded by a black storm. Their aura was extremely ferocious. Dawn! Just then, a low sound came out from Devil Bone Giant's feet, only to see a figure swaying out from it, looking to be in a sorry state. Focusing and looking over, this person was the single-horned devil cultivator that was stepped on by the Devil Bone Giant earlier. At the moment, he was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and the skin all over his body was covered with cracks. In truth, the one-horned devil cultivator's physical strength was not low, but when he attacked Mugue just now, when the profound chi erupted, he was suddenly attacked by the Devil Bone Giant, causing the profound chi in his body to scurry around, causing his own body to be mostly destroyed, and he received heavy injuries. "Brambles, don't act recklessly. Kill these two gatekeepers first. Break open the Wanhua realm's door, and then deal with other matters. Don't forget our mission. This devil cultivator is very strong. Don't waste too much energy on him." The horned devil cultivator shouted in a hoarse and weak voice. But the female devil cultivator did not care. She continued to shout and call for all the devil cultivators to arrange a formation to deal with Su Yun, and then she turned and snorted at the horned devil cultivator who was flying, one-headed. "Are you still so naive? Do you think you can deal with these two gatekeepers if you don't kill this person? Don't be silly, this person is going against us to protect them." "But we do not have much time. The two must have informed the experts of Wanhua realm. If we do not break through the door in a short period of time, then we will not have any chance. Since that's the case, let's move quickly." the shouted and rushed towards Su Yunchon. From a distance, she opened her mouth and spat out a blood-red arrow that shot towards Su Yun. The arrow flew over and exploded, turning into a dense rain of fine arrows that flew into the sky. The long, thin arrow was so sharp that it seemed as if it could pierce the air. However, the devil cultivator's methods were not limited to just these. She was actually able to retreat for a few meters, waving both of her arms, her slender fingers fiercely thrusting towards Su Yun like a sword, her 10 fingers actually extending infinitely outwards, increasing the distance by dozens of meters, directly piercing through. The position of the sharp claws were not simple. She had targeted and attacked the vital points of the 10 main chi meridians on Su Yun's body. If they were to be punctured, the profound chi in Su Yun's body would certainly become a mess. Facing his opponent's rain-like attack, Su Yun was naturally not afraid. Grabbing his 7th-tier imperial equipment, the profound energy in his body started to surge towards the flag in his hands. In that moment, a thick chi cover was formed. Clank, 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 clank. The flying arrow and the devil cultivator's 10 fingers smashed onto the chi cover, causing it to shake non-stop. The ripples continued to spread, but the chi cover remained unharmed and did not break at all. The opened her eyes wide as she looked in shock. Hua! A large amount of smoke came from the side, enveloping Su Yun, causing his line of sight to be completely blocked, and not only that, he seemed to have been cut off, and all the activity outside had disappeared. Su Yun did not dare to remove the Imperial equipment barrier. His gaze swept across the pitch-black space, only to see that in the darkness, there seemed to be a figure moving. Was it those devil cultivators? Su Yun thought. Whiz! Just then, the devil chi above suddenly opened up, as though it had been ripped apart by something. Following that, a gigantic terrifying demon blade that seemed capable of slashing the sky came crashing down. Dawn! Shocking explosions sounded as the 7th-tier Imperial equipment suffered an unprecedented hacking sound. The entire place was in an uproar. A large amount of profound chi fell from the barrier, as though the barrier could collapse at any time. This is the formation cast by the devil cultivator? Indeed, it was no small matter. Su Yun's eyes congealed. Who dared to have the slightest bit of hesitation? With a swing of his arms, profound chi started to revolve frantically. The runes on his arms started to flicker incessantly, as rays of light broke through the dense devil chi, smashing through the dense leaves and leaves, straight into the sky. The sky turned dark, and the sunlight shining down on the towering trees disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds above the trees quickly rotated, and then, a strange light began to fall towards the shuttle. Devil chi, what a strong devil chi! The horned devil cultivator shouted. The female devil cultivator ignored him and continued to urge the other devil cultivators to attack Su Yun, who was trapped by the devil chi. One after another, demon beheading after another came crashing down from above, as though there was a peerless giant demon standing outside the sky, attacking Su Yun to destroy the world. The Su Yun's body was quickly being exhausted. Like a balloon that was leaking air, the 7th-tier Imperial equipment was already in imminent danger and could collapse at any time. But in that moment of life and death, all 7 devil bone giants appeared and stood around the huge tree. They stared at the single-horned devil cultivator and the others with their sun-like eyes. The tyrannical devil chi enveloped heaven and earth, pressing down onto the giant tree until it trembled. The female devil cultivator and single-horned devil cultivator were all shocked by the giant that suddenly appeared, and upon sensing the chi being emitted from the devil bone giant's body, all of the devil cultivators' hearts started to race, their souls trembling. This aura! This chi is so familiar, it seems to be the chi of Master Mo, the chi of Master Mo. The horned devil cultivator seemed to have sensed something, as though he had just woken up from a dream. He roared out loud, and shouted with all his might. What? Master Mo? Impossible, Master Mo has already died, this is impossible. They shouted to him. We need to retreat immediately. The horned devil cultivator calmed down, his face frighteningly pale. No way. The female devil cultivator clenched her teeth and said angrily, "At this point, we no longer have any reason to leave. No matter who he is, I want to kill him." After saying that, the devil cultivator took out a blood-red needle and threw it into the air. The blood needles flew in the air and split into 10, like lightning. They struck into the heads of the other devil cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the devil chi surrounding the devil cultivators expanded rapidly, and in a short period of time, the cultivation of each of the devil cultivators had increased to 1-fold. These were all existences above Sky Spirit Master. Although Su-Yun did not know their specific cultivation levels, but at that moment, he understood that their cultivation levels had already far surpassed his. Even if he used the 7 Devil Bone Giantess, it would still be difficult for him to defeat them. No matter who you are, today you must be used by me to feed demon essence. No one will be able to save you. The female devil cultivator roared. All of her devil cultivator extended out her palm and struck Su-Yun with all her might. When every devil cultivator's palm struck again, a huge mountain flew out, smashing towards Su-Yun. Every mountain was extremely pitch black, and contained sharp Changgu and scalding blood inside. It was as big as a mountain. Bullet! Dong dong dong! The 7 giants crashed into the leaves and rushed forward, surrounding Su-Yun in the center. When the black mountain crashed into their bodies, they released a series of explosions, causing scalding blood to spurt out from the mountain and splash onto the giant's body. The giant was dyed red with blood and white smoke began to billow out. However, he stood tall and unmoving. The 7 giants started to move, bearing the attacks from all around them. They faced the devil cultivators who were quickly revolving around the devil chi, and smashed their huge fists towards them. Facing such a terrifying attack, the devil cultivator couldn't help but be alarmed and hastily dodge. One of the devil cultivators did not manage to dodge, and was directly struck to the ground with his fist. The giant's strength shook him until his skin split open, and the profound chi crumbled. Seeing the miserable state of the devil cultivator, the other devil cultivators felt their scalps go numb. However, although Giant was strong, he was not so strong that they did not even have the ability to fight. Ancient Devil Tactic. A devil cultivator man chanted in a low voice, his mouth chanting some incantation, causing the devil chi around him to quickly arrange, transforming into a huge seal character, floating in the air. His hands danced quickly, as if he was accumulating some kind of profound chi. After a few breaths, the devil cultivator pushed his hands forward, and the huge word seal shot towards one of the devil bone giantess like lightning, smashing right into its chest. In the blink of an eye, the devil bone giant's movements slowed down. Not only its speed, but even its aura, strength, and so on all decreased at a rapid pace, as if it had been forcefully pulled down by countless levels. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. What? Seeing that, Su-Yun frowned. Ancient devil arts. Ancient devil arts. The other devil cultivators all started to shout, and stored up this strange demon art. Looking at their imposing auras, they actually wanted to use this magical technique to restrain all of the devil bone giantess. The situation wasn't looking good. Su-Yun held onto his death sword tightly and stared at one of the devil cultivator, planning to kill it personally. Although he was able to fight against these devil cultivator, he still relied entirely on their strength. Once the strength of Giant was restricted, it would be difficult for him to win against them with his cultivation that did not even reach the Sky Spirit Master. At this point, there was no other choice. Wan Hua Chang Heart Curse. At this moment, a loud shout came from the front door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562. This sound? Was it Mu Gui's? Su-Yun turned his head to look, only to see that Mu Gui and Muing had already activated their profound energy, supporting Su-Yun. Both of Mu Gui's hands released an emerald green light. After that, a ray of green light flew out and struck one of the Devil Bone Giant's bodies. In an instant, the surface of Devil Bone Giant's huge body was covered with a layer of strange vines. the vines were like armor that extended throughout the entire body, wrapping around it tightly. When these vine-like armor wrapped around the giant's body, the giant's speed, strength, and even profound chi had changed once again. They were growing at an astonishing rate, like wild grass after a rain. Not only that, there were even specks of green light that appeared within the blood-red pupils of these giants. It was extremely magical. Now the giant's strength had been restored. Not only did it recover, it was even stronger than before. Mu Gui and Mu Ying's cultivation were higher than all the devil cultivator. If not for Mu Ying being hit by the hidden arrow, the two of them would not have been forced to such a state. Right now, the two of them were working together to cast such a mystical technique on a giant. How could those devil cultivators restrict them? The strength of one of the giants increased greatly, immediately raising its head to the sky and releasing an enraged roar. The roar resonated through the sky. Following that, it released an unparalleled momentum and rushed towards a devil cultivator that was still sealed with profound technique. The power behind Giant's fist was like a torrential flood, unstoppable. The devil cultivator was startled, and immediately dodged. But the giant's fist was just too big. When devil cultivator dodged the fist in a hurry, on the other side, he extended his other hand into a palm, grabbing towards Su Yun. The palm seemed to be able to support the heaven and earth. It was so big that it seemed to be out of order. The branches and leaves of the palm were all broken, and the wind from the palm was strong enough to shatter people. Devil cultivator was immediately grabbed by his palm. After that, his huge palm clenched, and crazily crushed devil cultivator. Ah! The devil cultivator released a blood-curdling screech. The sound was extremely hair-raising. It sounded extremely shrill, making people's hair stand on end. It was extremely painful. A large amount of devil chi seeped out of the gigantic pale white hands. Following that, the devil cultivator's voice gradually faded, and very quickly, there was no sound at all. Just like that, a devil cultivator died a miserable death. When the female devil cultivator and single-horned devil cultivator saw this, they were extremely shocked. Woo! The giant who was sealed by the devil cultivator broke free from its bindings and regained his strength. The two devil bone giantess opened their mouths wide, and started to devour the devil chi that came out of the devil cultivator's body. The devil chi was like a small snake, swarming into their mouths, and very quickly, all of the devil chi were devoured. After the death of devil cultivator, the demon essence erupted, but these two magic tools were actually able to absorb demon essence. These must be Lord Inmo's magic tools. The horned devil cultivator screamed. Inmo. Could it be that this wild devil cultivator is related to Master Inmo? The female devil cultivator's hair stood on end. Thinking about how Inmo had slaughtered his way to the god realm with extraordinary means, she started to panic. It had to be known that Inmo was a supreme existence in the true devil realm, a legendary being. Although he had already died, there were legends circulating around the entire true devil realm, and no matter what kind of demon it was, before the grave of Lord Inmo, they had to seriously kowtow, and if not for his contributions, the devil sect would definitely break down, and once the devil sect was broken through, the great doors of the true devil realm would open. At that time, forget about the immortals. Even if it were people from other realms, they would be able to enter and leave the true devil realm. The two devil bone giantess were as though they had gone mad. They rushed towards the devil cultivators who were using sealing techniques to support themselves. Receiving Su Yun's order, they abandoned the female devil cultivator and the horned devil cultivator, and only grabbed the devil cultivators who were using sealing techniques. Since the war has already begun, there's no way to retreat. The horned devil cultivator forced himself to calm down, and raised his head to look at Su Yun who was on the branch. He growled, "Kill that wild devil cultivator first, kill him, then these magical equipment will break by themselves." After he finished speaking, he controlled his broken body and walked towards Su Yunchong. "Solitary head, you attack from the left, I will attack from the right, and it will consume a large amount of profound chi to activate these artifacts. Since there are 7 artifacts here, I'm afraid that he does not have many profound energies left, and will not be able to block our attacks." The shouted, then took a step forward, causing Devil Chi to surge as it charged towards Su Yun like a ferocious beast. "All right!" The horned devil cultivator roared. Suddenly his body was parallel to the ground, the horn on top of his head was aimed straight at Su Yun, his entire body suddenly exploded. He moved, and with a speed that almost made it seem as if he had teleported, he crashed into Su Yun. Fast. It was too fast. This speed was definitely faster than light. Even if Su Yun pushed the divine wind sword technique to its limit, it would still be slower than this. Put. The horned devil cultivator's horn pierced through Su Yun's chest, his entire body flew out, smashing into several tens of gigantic tree branches with a diameter of 5 meters, and then smashed into the ground, smashing into the flower beds, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out of the ground. Su Yun was attacked, causing the 7 devil bone giants' bodies to immediately tremble, and even the giants' footsteps became unstable, let alone attacking. Not good, he suffered an attack. The profound chi and orders were cut off from the magic tools. Once he dies, his magical equipment will stop activated, and we will be finished. Mu Gue exclaimed. Protect Su Yun first. Muing asked anxiously. But what are you going to do? If they attack you right now, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Mu Gue clenched his teeth and said. Don't worry about me, once Su Yun dies, we will all die. Do you wish for me to die, or for everyone else to die? Muing anxiously shouted. Hearing that, Mu Gue's expression became extremely painful, but as matters stood, he did not have any choice, and immediately ditched Muing, accumulating all the energy in his body, and rushed towards Su Yunchong. Tens of thousands of vines. Mu Gue shouted. The ground immediately shook, and a large amount of vines as thick as pythons broke out from the ground and tied them up as they headed towards the 2 devil cultivators near Su Yun. The horned devil cultivator's body was tied up, he had suffered from the previous attack, his body was severely injured, and the existing fighting strength was not strong, so when he faced the vines, he was unable to struggle, but the female devil cultivator was strong. With a low roar, her arms suddenly swelled up, and forcibly tore the thick vines apart. Don't worry about me, I'll kill that person first. As long as he dies, and his magic tools stop working, these 2 gatekeepers will not be able to escape. At that time, we will have control of the Wanhua Realm's gate. The horned devil cultivator shouted. The nodded, with killing intent in her eyes, she rushed towards Su Yun who had struggled to stand up. Facing the female devil cultivator who was brimming with killing intent, Su Yun took a deep breath and stared at the death sword in his hand. Then, he turned to look at the female devil cultivator. Whiz! The sword sheath behind him flashed with a white light, and following that, a bolt of lightning struck towards the devil cultivator with an astonishing speed. The sudden change made the devil cultivator extremely surprised. She quickly retreated, not daring to touch the white light. The white light swirled in the air, and returned to Su Yun's side. When the light disappeared, a beautiful lady wearing a white dress stood by his side, her beautiful eyebrows and beautiful figure, but her small face was filled with seriousness. Xingyu, why did you come out? Su Yun said weakly, the wound on his chest was still bleeding, but the fresh blood was now completely black. You're about to die, and I'm still not coming out? Ling Xingyu said resentfully. I'm not dead yet. Su Yun laughed bitterly. Enough nonsense, this devil cultivator is very strong. Even though my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds in this period of time, I am not her match. Ling Xingyu raised his hand, pointed the center of his palm at Su Yun and said, unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly display the strength of a death sword. I have no choice but to rely on this sword of mine. Su Yun nodded her head. Without any hesitation, she placed the death sword back into the sword sheath, then raised her hand and extended it towards her palm. So you have helpers? The female devil cultivator secretly snorted. She sized Ling Xingyu up. Ling Xingyu's body was not covered by the magic treasure, her cultivation was exposed to the other party. When she realized that Ling Xingyu was not even a Sky Spirit Master cultivator, he immediately revealed a disdainful smile. But such a cultivation? Oomph, with just this alone, you want to contend against me? You are simply acting recklessly. You will all become food for my demon essence. The female devil cultivator growled, and attacked again. She did not attack Su Yun, but instead attacked Ling Qingyu. From her point of view, Ling Qingyu must have a reason for her appearance. But when she got close to Su Yun and Ling Qingyu, a strange scorching heat enveloped her in an instant, and before she could even react, the devil cultivator's body had already been pierced with a few large holes. The intense pain made her body shivering a few times, and following that, the female devil cultivator's body was covered with scorching white flames. Ah! The screamed in pain, she anxiously retreated, activating the profound energy to extinguish the flames on her body. The flames were extremely tenacious, and it took a while before it was extinguished. She hurriedly raised her head to look, only to see that in front of Su Yun, there were actually hundreds of flying swords spiraling about. These flying swords were actually all invisible and floated in front of him. It turned out that when Su Yun landed, he had quietly brought out his Desolator Sword S and hid them by the side, waiting for the two Devil Cultivator S to attack him. What is this? The shouted. Something that can kill you. Su Yun snorted, then raised his hand and pulled out the contracted sword from Ling Qingyu's palm. A long sword that was suddenly white like a whip was unleashed, and a ray of white light that cut through the darkness appeared around the ancient tree that was enveloped in devil chi. Taking advantage of the moment that the female devil cultivator was being attacked by Xiao Chang Xiao and Qi Yang, Su Yun attacked once again. The contracted sword was like a churning flood dragon as it charged towards him. They did not know how deep the sword was, and did not dare to clash with it. She could only retreat, dodging to the left and right. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately activated his divine wind sword technique. He wanted to control the contracted sword with his speed to suppress the devil cultivator, but before he could fully utilize his sword techniques, he was already dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu anxiously supported him. Idiot, your injuries are severe, and you're still trying so hard to win. Don't you know that your body doesn't have many profound Qis left? Hurry up and think of a way to run away, don't fight anymore. Ling Qingyu asked anxiously. No. This is the only way to enter the Wanhua realm. If I am unable to go there, what about my parents? Su Yun asked as he forcefully endured his unconscious mind. You're such a fool. With the mountains at your disposal, you're not afraid of nothing. Your parents aren't dead yet, so why are you afraid that you won't be able to see your father and mother? Ling Qingyu was so angry that she did not care if Su Yun was willing or not, and directly carried him on her back and wanted to escape. But now that she had taken out her contracted sword, she no longer had any cultivation, so where could she run to with Su Yun? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563. Chengyu, what are you doing? There's no way for us to escape. Since that's the case, why don't we go all out? Su Yun raised his head, and said weakly. How are you going to compete? Ling Qingyu opened her eyes wide and looked at him seriously. Death Sword. Do you think your body can still withstand the power of the Death Sword? Other than that, we have no other choice. The other party's cultivation is much stronger than ours, and even if we take away the contracted sword, it would be impossible for us to escape. Right now, what we can rely on, other than this Death Sword, are the two other experts from the Wanhua realm. But that person was severely injured, and the other person did not have the time to care about you. Even if all of you joined hands, how could you push back all of the true Devil Realm's experts? I didn't say that I was going to repel him. Su Yun smiled slightly. All we need to do is defend. Defense? Ling Qingyu was startled for a moment, then suddenly understood something, and said, You mean? Could it be? Are you waiting for help from the Wanhua realm? This is the main entrance of the Wanhua realm. If we were to be attacked here, how can there be no news from the people of the Wanhua realm? As long as we can endure for a while longer, Wanhua Realm's reinforcements will definitely arrive, and at that time, these devil cultivator will no longer be a threat. But Ling Qingyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. But just then, the female devil cultivator had already rushed over. Eat the horn on your head. You are already dead. Stop resisting and quickly submit to my claws. The shouted loudly. As her claws attacked, the devil's strength was like the waters of a raging river, filling up the entire place. Su Yun's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He took out the death sword and slashed horizontally with one hand right into this palm. It just so happened to land on the female demon dweller's palm. Then, he swung his left arm and the contracted sword attacked. Ah! The devil cultivator opened her mouth and released a sharp and ear-piercing scream, causing a circle of sound waves to spread outwards. The contracted sword was blasted away by the strange sound. The female devil cultivator seized the opportunity and slammed her claw onto Su Yun's shoulder. 5 clear invisible scars appeared, exposing even Su Yun's shoulder bones. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse, as if he would faint at any moment. However, the more it was like this, the harder it was for him to relax. Once he lost consciousness, he would never be able to wake up again. Calamity Fire. In this moment of crisis, Su Yun bellowed. Several streams of sword cheese were produced from this back and the terrifying sword intent instantly wrapped around her. The Lady Devil cultivator's face changed. She anxiously retreated, only to see hundreds of swords quickly flying over, surrounding her as they continued to attack. The Devil cultivator frantically waved her claws, striking towards the sharp sword surrounding her. The devil chi around her mixed with the desolator and heaven-smiting flame. It was hard to tell them apart. The attacks of the origin sword required the profound chi to be activated, so Su Yun was already at the end of his rope. It was already difficult for the 7 devil bone giantess to launch an attack, so they could only stand at their original spot to defend, let alone the subordinate sword. The speed and strength of the swords surrounding the female devil cultivator slowed down very quickly, causing the pressure on her to decrease by multiple times. Seeing Su Yun gasping for breath and consuming pills, they immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I told you this earlier. You can't hold on any longer, so why are you being so stubborn? Hurry up and give in. With that said, he directly pushed away the dense amount of flying swords and rushed towards Su Yun. Very good. Seeing the devil cultivator rushing towards him, Su Yun was not only not nervous, there was even a trace of victorious light in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes suddenly turned red, then raised his death sword and ferociously smashed towards the... In Su Yun's current state, the devil cultivator knew very well that when facing this attack, she did not care at all. However, this sword was extraordinarily fast, as if a ray of light had flashed past them. It was so fast that they were unable to keep up with the light, and in an instant, it was completed. This was not the sword force that a spent person should possess. Thus heart turned cold. Without waiting for a reaction, she felt a pain in her chest, her entire right arm went from the left side of her stomach, her right arm broke, devil blood gushed out crazily, she was also slashed into the ground, the tyrannical aura frantically devoured the devil chi in her body. Ah! The cried out in pain, urging some magic treasure to move 100 meters away. She fell to the ground, her body was almost split into two, she had already gasped for air much longer, the chi meridian in her body had been cut into countless of pieces. When the sword struck out, Su Yun seemed to have become a completely different person, his entire body was filled with a ruthless aura, his pale white face also recovered its color, but a strange pitch-black pattern started to climb beside his face. This was the power of a death sword. Su Yun, stop! Ling Qingyu shouted, you can't withstand this power at all, stop it quickly. If this continues, the injuries on your body will only get worse and worse, and you will eventually die from it. It's our chance now. If we kill her, the pressure on us will lessen. Su Yun opened his red eyes and walked towards the devil cultivator, as though he wanted to end the female devil cultivator's life. Seeing Suyun coming towards her step by step, this body immediately trembled, her face was frighteningly white, her eyes were filled with fear. She wanted to activate the profound chi to escape, but just as the profound chi was about to activate, an intense pain surged from her entire body, the profound chi immediately overflowing from the broken chi meridian and striking onto the other organs of her body. This pain almost made her faint. She simply could not imagine that Suyun's sword would be able to directly chop her into pieces. Even more so, she could not imagine just how terrifying this sword that used all its strength was. One-headed, save me. One-headed. Come and save me. Finally, the devil cultivator could no longer hold on. She used her last bit of strength and screamed at the top of her lungs. But at that moment, the rest of the devil cultivators were stopped by the 7 devil bone giantess, and the horned devil cultivator himself was blocked by Mugue, so he had no time to pay attention to her. Hearing that, the horned devil cultivator wanted to throw Mugue off to help the female devil cultivator, but Mugue knew how important it was at that moment, and immediately bit at the horned devil cultivator, refusing to let go. The horned devil cultivator's strength was not mediocre, but after taking the attacks of the devil bone giant, causing the profound chi to fly around chaotically in his body, he was heavily injured, so blocking Mugue now was extremely difficult, and there was no need to talk about using his power to save the female devil cultivator. Suyun shook his body and walked forward step by step. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but his heart was beating slower and slower. The widened her eyes as she looked at Suyun, who was nearing her with fear. At this moment, she no longer had any strength to resist. Suyun raised the death sword that was filled with dense evil force, and stared at the female devil cultivator coldly. He was about to activate the death sword's power, and end her with a raise of his blade. But at that moment of life and death, Suyun loosened his left hand, and the one that contracted sword suddenly disappeared. Following that, a cold light flashed and instantly cut off his right wrist. The death sword and its wrist fell from the sky at the same time. The attacks came to a halt. Suyun was startled. The female devil cultivator was even more surprised. She looked at the cold light in shock, and saw that the cold light was Ling Qingyu, who was standing beside Suyun. She kept her own origin sword, then released a sharp sword chi from her hand and cut off Suyun's right wrist, then with a lightning-fast speed, slashed towards the female devil cultivator's head. Her speed was not any slower than Suyun's when he was using his divine wind sword technique at all. The female devil cultivator didn't even have time to react before her head was separated from her body. Demon blood gushed out and the head spun in the air a few times before heavily crashing into the ground. Devil cultivator died and her soul flew out. But Ling Qingyu did not care about the soul. She immediately dispelled the sword chi and went back to support the unconscious Suyun on the ground. She forcefully cut off Suyun's wrist, causing his connection with the death sword to be cut, and severed the bridge of power between them. Without the death sword's power, Suyun naturally could not forcibly continue fighting. However, this was the best outcome. If Suyun used death sword's power again, it would most likely cause great harm to his body. It would not affect him if his wrist was broken, but his body was broken. If there was any problem with the spirit core and the chi meridian, it would affect him greatly. They died, so the fight on Suyun's side ended. However, Suyun had also fainted because of overuse of his strength, and there were no fighting strength. However, this was the best result. Damn it! When the horned devil cultivator saw that her devil cultivator was killed, she was immediately enraged. She roared, and her broken body started releasing red light circles around her like a horned bug, causing a large amount of devil chi to surge out from all directions and gather on her body. Especially the dead female devil cultivator, her soul seemed to have received a call from the single horned devil cultivator. They stuck themselves onto his chest, and then burrowed inside. In that moment, the chi of the single-horned devil cultivator sword, a terrifying overbearing and berserk intense sword. Demonification? Mugue's face changed, and immediately rushed forward. Scram! The one-headed devil cultivator suddenly swung his arms, ferociously smashing towards Mugue. The sturdy arm smashed onto Mugue's shoulder, causing him to fall from the sky. With a dong sound, he created a huge crater on the ground. Crap, I never thought that the devil cultivator would actually control demonification. Ling Qingyu said with an ugly expression on her face as she supported Su Yun. Mu Gui, Su Yun, run away quickly. Mu Ying clenched her teeth and started to drag her wounded body forward. Everyone present understood the power of demonification. This was a powerful move that completely released the life of the devil cultivator. Once it was used, there was no way they could survive. However, in a short period of time, they could obtain strength that exceeded their limits. This was a suicidal profound skill released by a devil based on the will and belief in its own heart. Unless it was absolutely necessary, devil cultivator would not use such a move. You will all be buried with me. The horned devil cultivator bellowed, his voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds. The entire ancient tree was already enveloped by the extremely dense devil chi. This place is like the apocalypse. Whiz! Just then, a green light suddenly shot out from the side. With lightning speed, it instantly struck the body of the single-horned devil cultivator. The green light wrapped around him, instantly enveloping him tightly. The horned devil cultivator was stunned, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the devilish energy he had instigated was retreating in a way that would cause people to be terrified. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564. This is this. Mu Gui was stunned. He anxiously looked at the direction of the green light, only to see that the light aura was coming from the entrance of the Wanhua realm. At this moment, the door opened and a slim and graceful figure appeared before it. Ling Qingyu looked over to see a large group of people rushing out from the big gates. All of them had powerful spirit chi. They were tyrannical beings. When they moved, the ground around the ancient trees immediately shook. Countless of big trees rose up from the ground, and a large quantity of thick vines flew out. The vines were alive, piercing through the devil cultivator. Following that, a large number of vines wrapped around the single-horned devil cultivator, binding him into a dumpling, causing the one-horned devil cultivator to fall onto the ground. No matter how he activated his profound energy, he was unable to break free from the suppression. Seeing that, Mu Gui and Mu Ying were instantly overjoyed, and walked over quickly. The two of them knelt in front of the gentle and graceful figure that came out of the door and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Sector Lord." Yes. The slim figure slowly raised her chin, and looked at the arrow wound on Mu Ying's shoulder. The wound there was already rotten, and Mu Ying's entire arm was almost crippled. She could not even feel a thing. The graceful figure stooped down and extended her slender white hands to slowly caress Mu Ying's wounds. A bit of green film was formed, covering all the parts that were rotten, causing Mu Ying to close her eyes. Her face, which was twisted by the pain, had become much more relaxed. Bring her down there and treat her wounds. Don't wait until the poison spreads to her heart. At that time, you'll probably have to use spirit wood spring water to cure her. The slim figure said softly. Yes, Sector Lord. A few spirit cultivator behind cupped their fists, and then brought Mu Ying into the door, and disappeared in the light. Mu Gui sat cross-legged and recuperated on his own. The graceful figure was not in a hurry to deal with Mu Gui, but instead, walked quickly towards Ling Qingyu and the rest. Supreme Expert, quickly save him. Save him. Seeing the shining, miraculous beauty in front of him, Ling Qingyu felt like she had found her own savior as she cried out anxiously. The graceful figure did not reply to Ling Qingyu in a hurry, but turned to look at Mu Gui. Mu Gui immediately cupped his fists, and said, Sector Lord, the true devil realm has come to attack. If not for these two risking their lives to help, I'm afraid that the gates would have been broken and occupied by the people of true devil realm, and they would have been injured because of us. I hope the realm lord can help save this Su Yun. And that's right, although this Su Yun is a devil cultivator, he is still a student of the Master Subhuti. Oh? Hearing the voice, the slim and perfect figure slightly raised her eyebrows, then she nodded and walked over. Please put him flat on the ground. The slim figure whispered. All right. Ling Qingyu nodded her head and quickly placed Su Yun on the ground. The graceful figure stooped down and gently placed her hand on Su Yun's chest. She closed her eyes and urged her profound energy. A light green halo of light was released from her hand, and quickly covered Su Yun's entire body. A moment later, the slim figure lifted up her hand and frowned slightly. His injuries are much worse than Mu Ying's, or perhaps it can't be called injuries, but they are dry. His body seems to have received an extremely strong attaching profound energy, causing his body to be injured, and the situation is dire. The slim figure said softly. That's right. Ling Qingyu nodded lightly, a look of helplessness and sorrow flashing past his eyes. He is only at 8th grade of Spirit Master existence. He doesn't even have a Sky Spirit Master, yet he wants to contend against those Devil Cultivators. How can he have any chance of victory? In order to defeat the Devil Cultivator, he had no choice but to activate a magic treasure that he could not control, causing his body to be injured. Is that so? The slim figure turned to look at Mu Gue, and asked softly, why is he here? He wants to enter the Wanhua realm. This subordinate sees his sincerity, and he agreed to follow my Wanhua realm's rules, so he allowed him to enter, but who would have thought that at this juncture, there would actually be an intruder from the true Devil realm? Mu Gue said. In that case, my Wanhua realm owes this person a favor. The slim figure pondered for a while, then waved her hand and said, quickly bring these two into the world tree and recuperate. Understood. With that, a few spirit cultivator walked over, and brought Su Yun towards the big gate. After she was done, the graceful figure walked towards the single-horned devil cultivator. Amongst the devil cultivator who had invaded this place, only this person did not die. Looking at the dumpling-like single-horned devil cultivator, the slim figure raised her hand and lightly tapped a few times, causing the lush vines that were wrapped around the one-horned devil cultivator to completely disintegrate. The horned devil cultivator didn't have any restraints on him. He anxiously climbed up from the ground and was about to escape when his feet were half an inch off the ground. Then, a ray of light came out and struck his knees, cutting off the lower half of his knees, causing demon blood to gush out like a spring. Ah! The single-horned devil cultivator screamed in pain and fell from the sky. When he fell on the ground, it was hard to get back up. If you were to continue escaping, the thing that will be cut off will not be your legs. Instead, it will be your head. The slim figure said expressionlessly. The horned devil cultivator groaned. He did not dare make a sound. In such a simple exchange, he already knew the disparity in strength between him and this person. He only saw a gentle and graceful figure walk around the single-horned devil cultivator, a pair of eyes that were smooth like the stars sweeping over his body, and then asked, who sent you here to harass my Wanhua realm's gate? I don't know. The horned devil cultivator snorted. My world tree will produce a myriad flower fruit in a year's time. I am lacking fertilizer right now, so I don't mind using your soul and body as fertilizer to let the world tree absorb it. Oh? The slim figure said. You. The horned devil cultivator stared wide-eyed, staring at the slim figure in shock. He exclaimed, rumor has it that the hearts of the people in Wanhua realm are like a Buddha. They will not be easily killed. How dare you do such a thing? That was the Wanhua realm in the past, and they were all kind and innocent. At that time, the Wanhua realm was a true paradise on earth, but now it is different. The Wanhua realm was completely stained with your dirty things, and naturally the people of the Wanhua realm cannot be like before. If it is like before, they will only be ruthlessly destroyed by you, and the Wanhua realm will be completely destroyed. The voice of the graceful figure was sonorous and firm, as if nothing could change her resolution. The horned devil cultivator stared blankly at her for a long while before speaking. You said that you would spare me. Is that true? Saying yes and no, as a sector lord, how could I be trifled with? Do not compare me to the fickle people of your devil cultivator. The slim figure said. The horned devil cultivator was silent for a moment, then said, the one who sent us here was the sect leader of the devil sect. Cut it off. Hold on to the soul and use it to feed the world tree. The slim figure turned and walked towards the door. Her voice was cold, without a trace of hesitation. The horned devil cultivator panicked and shouted, "Sector Lord, what are you doing? Didn't I already say it? You should have let me go. You're not speaking the truth, and yet you're trying to deceive me. How can I let you go? In Mo's position in the devil sect, you should know that he is revered by the countless devil cultivators here. When Mo is buried in the ultimate martial world, no matter who it is, whenever they see his descendants, or the people related to him, they must treat him with respect, and even if the other party is an enemy of the devil sect, they must immediately report it to the devil sect. Not only did you not do that, you must continue to attack the young man called Su Yun. It's gone. Yes, sir. The few spirit cultivators behind all took out their profound chi, and rushed towards the single horned devil cultivator full of hatred. When the horned devil cultivator saw this, he was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head, finally shouting out in a mournful voice, I said, everything was said. Then quickly tell the truth, this sector lord will only give you one last chance. The slim figure said indifferently. The single-horned devil cultivator was lying on the ground, his mouth screaming in pain, "It's the Dark Demon Palace, we are from the Dark Demon Palace. It was our hall master who asked us to do this." Exorcist? The slim figure frowned, "This is only an entrance that leads to the Wanhua realm, why would the squire want you to snatch this place away? Furthermore, even if you were to obtain the right to enter this door, so what? We from the Wanhua realm will definitely be able to take it back. Although the strength of the Dark Demon Palace is not bad, but in front of my Wanhua realm, we are just ants on the ground, and can casually crush them. Seize the gate, as long as we have the right to own it for an incense's time, it would be enough. Master Hu Demon has a secret technique, if he can replicate this gate, our main mission will be to duplicate this gate to the Wanhua realm, and once we can copy this gate, we will be able to enter and exit Wanhua realm at will. At that time, Master Hu Demon can incite other powers of True Devil Realm to invade the Wanhua realm, and all of Wanhua realm's resources will belong to us. The horned devil cultivator said. As these words fell, the hearts of everyone from the Wanhua realm were palpitating with fear and their hearts were trembling with fear. The slim figure stood still in her original spot for a long time. Finally, her watery eyes moved towards the 7 devil bone giantess who were standing around the giant tree. The giants stood there quietly, like statues. After an unknown period of time, their bodies slowly turned into sand and disappeared with the wind, eventually disappearing from the world. Seems like the Wanhua realm is about to have wind. The slim figure whispered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565. Chapter 565. In a trance, an intoxicating fragrance entered his nose and entered his body. It stuck to his mind and surrounded his soul, causing Su Yun, who was unconscious, to come back. He slowly opened his eyes and a warm light shone through them. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was able to see everything around him. This was a very simple room with very simple decorations, but it was surrounded by green leaves. Inside the room, there was a table, a simple dressing table. The window was very large, but it didn't look like it was made by man. It seemed more like it was formed naturally, although the window was more square, but the edges were not smooth. Not only that, a large number of vines had extended from the outside into the window, twisting around the window, climbing within. The smell in the air was good. Su Yun could not help but take a few more breaths. You're awake? At this moment, he heard a soft voice that sounded like it came from the side. Su Yun raised her head to look, only to see a lady dressed in green with veins on her clothes standing beside the bed. Her hands were lightly held together, her graceful figure standing beside the bed, looking at him with a pair of peaceful eyes. Just a glance was enough to make people feel dizzy. It was a strange feeling that made their hearts thump. The woman was beautiful, with a kind of refined innocence. Su Yun had never seen such a pure and pure woman. She seemed to be the most successful masterpiece of nature. Huayro Muyu was already beautiful enough. Her beauty was able to evoke the desire of most men towards women, and this was also true for her beauty. However, she was slightly stronger than Huayro Muyu, and that was her temperament. Huayro Muyu's temperament was gentle and calm, but hers was pure and holy. In terms of temperament, her purity far exceeded Huayro Muyu's gentleness and calmness. "Who are you?" Seeing this lady with bright eyes and white teeth, Suyun calmed himself down and asked. "I'm the master here." The woman said softly. "The master of this place?" Suyun looked around, then looked at the lady in front of him. Honestly speaking, whether it was the interior decoration or the clothes of the lady, they were both not of the best quality, but with such a mystical house and such a beautiful woman, it still caused him to be more or less shocked. "Where am I?" "Wanhua Realm." The woman walked to the front of the table, took out a wooden cup, poured out some bejeweled nectar jade liquid from a gourd, and lightly handed it over to Suyun. Suyun did not borrow it, and his face revealed a look of astonishment. "Wanhua Realm? You were severely injured by the True Devil Realm, and then we rescued you and treated you. It's already been 73 days, and now that you're awake, you should rest a bit more. Come, drink this first." The woman said. A coma of 73 days? The more Suyun heard, the more astonished he became. He asked anxiously, "Where is the woman that came with me?" "Oh? You mean the spirit? After you were sent here, she returned to the interior of your magic treasure." The lady pointed at Limitless Sword Sheath, who was leaning on the bed. Hearing that, Suyun turned his head and looked. He immediately took the sword sheath and looked, and said, "She is not an artifact spirit." The lady did not say anything, but just held out the wooden cup to Suyun, indicating him to drink. "What is this?" "World Tree Juice." "Boundary Tree?" Suyun took a whiff. It was extremely fragrant, and asked, "Why do you want to drink it?" "It can cleanse your body, and repair the damaged chi meridian and meridians in your body." "Oh? To think that it would be such a good item." Hearing that, Suyun's eyes lit up. Without hesitating, he took the wooden cup and drank it. He had been unconscious for such a long time, and it was most likely this woman who took care of him. Presumably, she wouldn't harm him. Just like that, the sweet and fragrant juice slid down his throat and into his abdomen. Suyun licked his lips. This type of taste could not even be described with words. Perhaps, with how big he was, Suyun had never tasted such a delicious thing before. "Delicious, is there anything else?" Suyun said as he handed the cup over. "Only a single drop of this will appear in 50 years. You've just consumed 1,000 years worth of it." The woman said softly. "What?" Suyun was instantly dumbstruck. 50 years for a drop, 1,000 years for such a small amount. How precious would that thing be? Suddenly, he felt his stomach heat up. Following that, a strange energy rushed out from his stomach. It instantly exploded, splitting into 9 parts and rushing towards his body. What was going on? Suyun was surprised. He immediately sat cross-legged. All the chi meridian in his body started to itch. There was an uncontrollable throbbing sensation. This throbbing was astonishing. Crash! At this time, the spirit core began to change. Every single one of its body had a green pattern. The spirit core was even more lively, sturdy, and powerful. Not only the spirit core, even the chi meridian seemed to be blessed. The walls of the spirit vein had become a lot thicker, and the interior of the wall was extremely smooth, allowing the spirit chi to travel even more easily. Breakthrough? Suyun was shocked. However, the heat in his lower abdomen was still there. It continued to operate that strange energy, sending it endlessly to every part of his body. When she saw Suyun sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, she immediately turned around and walked out of the house. Suyun sat cross-legged inside the house, continuously operating his cultivation. The energy that seeped out of the sap had actually dug out all of the potential within its body. Not only was it excavated, the benefits it gave were innumerable, and it was like a teacher pulling the various energies within his body to circulate, ascend, and ascend into an even more powerful existence. It was like a seed being buried in the ground, and then it started to thrive, giving birth to shocking strength. In just a few short days, the power had increased several times, and it was still erupting non-stop. Suyun's heart was in ecstasy. He was seriously coordinating with the burst of energy in his lower abdomen, carefully controlling the profound energy, making that mystical energy revolve around every inch of his flesh, every inch of his bones. After an unknown period of time, Suyun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he'd been reborn. He felt as if he'd been reborn and had become a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an unspeakable and mysterious energy, and his condition had been restored to its limit. What the hell is going on? What exactly is the boundary tree sap? Suyun happily whispered. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The profound chi burst out from his palm like a flower. Sky Spirit Master level. Suyun's eyes released a gold light. He never thought that he would actually jump a few levels and step into the Sky Spirit Master realm. Although he had jumped a few levels up, Suyun did not feel like he was missing anything. In his mind, he already had a lot of insights into the 9th and 10th stage of the Spirit Cultivator realm. Even though it wasn't comprehended by him, it seemed to have grown inside his body, making it difficult to move. No one could take it away from him. You're awake? The familiar sound of nature once again drifted in from outside the house. Suyun anxiously raised his head. He looked towards the voice and saw a beautiful young lady walked in. This world tree sap has such a magical effect. My cultivation has actually jumped several levels? Isn't that too inconceivable? Suyun exclaimed. The world tree is the mother tree of the Wanhua realm. It contains a mysterious and powerful energy of nature, and every 50 years, the spirit liquid that it exposes is called holy water by the Wanhua realm, and only those who have rendered meritorious service to the Wanhua realm can consume it. In order to save you this time, I had some people take out all the resources that the world tree sap has accumulated over the years, and for you to consume it, your cultivation would grow by leaps and bounds. The woman said softly. Suyun heard and was surprised. How could I drink such a precious holy water? What virtue or ability did I, Suyun, have to do this? How can you accept such a gift? How can this be a gift? Do you know how much contribution you have made to my Wanhua realm by helping Mu Gue repel those true devil realm people? The lady said softly, if not for you, the true devil realm would have succeeded. The gate to my Wanhua realm would have been open wide for the true devil realm, and at that time, my Wanhua realm would have been burned to ashes, and everything would be gone. So, you have contributed so much. I, the Wanhua realm, have never been an ungrateful person, and currently, the holy water is the only thing that can save you, so we are willing to use it to save you. Hearing that, Suyun was moved. He stood up and said, many thanks to young lady. Oh, right. I still don't know young lady's name. Suyun said, but upon landing on the ground, just as he was about to stand up, his body suddenly went soft, and fell forward. The lady frowned. She immediately wanted to use her profound chi to hold Suyun back, but halfway through using the profound chi, the lady once again released the profound chi with lightning speed. Seeing that, Suyun was stunned, and he fell into her embrace. The lady let out a pampered cat cry. Her breathing became hurried, her legs slipped, and she fell down, right under Suyun. How was this possible? Suyun was shocked. He found that his knees were numb, uncontrollable at the moment, except for a strange warm energy that swirled between his legs. What made him even more surprised was that this woman actually wanted to remove the profound chi that could have held him back? And with her strength, wouldn't she be able to help him? You want to use me as a cushion? Although Suyun enjoyed this kind of cushion a lot. He raised his head and looked at the woman beneath him. The girl's face was like a peach flower, her watery eyes quietly looking at him, but she did not seem flustered or surprised. Instead, her cheeks, which should have been as white as snow, turned even redder and redder. Not only that, her breathing became more rapid, as if she could die at any time. What was going on? Had he fallen in love? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566. Chapter 566. This embarrassing scene made Soo-Yun feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to store the profound chi and let his body stand up, but the person beneath him cried out urgently, "Don't activate the profound chi." Soo-Yun's movements froze. He was still maintaining the position where he was pressing her, and asked her in astonishment, "Why? You just fell down. Did you lose consciousness in the blink of an eye?" Her breath quickened as she spoke in a soft voice. "How do you know?" "That's because the boundary tree's sap has started to repair your legs, but I never thought your legs would be so severely damaged." The woman gently bit her tender lips, which was enough to make people go crazy, and said with a trembling voice, "The main purpose of the boundary tree's sap is not only to increase one's cultivation, but to revive and recover from death. Normally, the existence of severe injuries will cause it to regenerate and restore itself. Other than the existence of souls that are damaged, it will also only be able to repair itself once and your soul is still injured." "What?" Hearing that, Soo-Yun immediately broke out in cold sweat, and shivered, a chill rising up his back. How could he have imagined that the matter would be so serious? No wonder she didn't use the profound chi to stall him. Once she used it, the consequences would be unimaginable. But then again, why didn't she use her hands to support herself? Was it fun to be a meat cushion? Soo-Yun thought. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Soo-Yun took a deep breath and asked. Earlier, I did not know that your legs would be like this. After all, when I checked your injuries for you, the injuries on your legs were not serious. Perhaps, when you broke through, did you deposit a large amount of liquid energy into your legs? The woman seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and asked while breathing rapidly. Hearing that, Soo-Yun awkwardly laughed. I did indeed do it on purpose. It's because I have cultivated a divine windsword technique, and have already mastered it. It's just that I want to break through my current speed, and reach a higher and more powerful speed. That's why I have this kind of intention. I hope to use this mystical juice to achieve it. So that's the case. No wonder. Everything is as it should be, everything is as it should be, everything is as it should be, and nothing can be forced, so this is what it is. You should not do it intentionally, otherwise it will be the opposite, and the sacred water of the world tree will repair itself according to the damage done to different parts of your body. What you need to do is cooperate, not command. Fine. Soo-Yun nodded his head. I was greedy. The woman no longer spoke. At this moment, her face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment. Her breathing became faster and faster, and traces of sweat appeared on her face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long, curved eyelashes gently swayed. Seeing that, Soo-Yun was startled. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? He felt the warm body of the creature beneath him tremble slightly. She tried her best to make some sounds. How is this possible? Your cultivation level should not be low. I did not urge you to use profound energy at all, and the only thing pressing down on you is my body's weight. You should be able to bear it, right? Soo-Yun said in shock. However, the woman did not speak. Only, her body was trembling even more violently. What was wrong with this woman? Soo-Yun was confused, but at the moment, he felt like he was pressing down on a soft cotton. That kind of feeling was hard to describe with words. Say, when will you be able to get up? You can't get up until your legs recover their senses. When will that be? I don't know. Then push me away first, and get up first. I can't do it. The woman whispered. Why? Soo-Yun was surprised. I can't use even a little bit of strength right now. What? Soo-Yun looked at her with wide eyes. However, the woman still tilted her head, not saying a single word. Her cheeks were bright red, and she looked extremely adorable. What the hell was this? The lady did not explain, and Soo-Yun did not understand either. The two of them maintained their postures in such a strange manner, without stopping. Soo-Yun did not dare to activate the profound energy. Both of his legs went numb and he laid on the ground like a cripple. But at least he knew how to cherish a lady. Supporting himself with his hands, he turned his body. However, just as he fell off the woman, she let out a sound as if her bones were being crushed. Then she took a few short and heavy breaths. Finally, her breathing calmed down, and the sweat on her face became more and more obvious. This. Could it be? Soo-Yun stared blankly at the lady's beautiful and pure face that revealed such a captivating look, causing people to go crazy in their desire to seduce her. Their hearts suddenly jumped, and an inexplicable heat rose from their stomachs. How did it feel to see this woman for the first time? It was the stunning feeling of one meeting a white lotus for the first time. Only when one saw the white lotus did one truly understand what it meant by untainted by mud, untainted by water, and not demonic. However, when the white lotus turned into a colorful lotus, it finally understood what beauty was like. It made people worry about it and unable to forget about it. It made people go completely crazy. Soo-Yun had seen a lot of beauties in his life, but it was his first time seeing such a pure and charming person. This was simply a combination of a fairy and a witch. What's going on? What's the matter with you? Soo-Yun felt that his own breathing had become rapid. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. His body swept on the girl's beautiful and exquisite body. However, just as Soo-Yun asked this question, the woman actually turned her body and directly pressed down onto Soo-Yun's body. Soo-Yun was dumbfounded. Before she could even react, an icy cold and soft, incomparably fragrant lips pressed onto his mouth. What? Soo-Yun's eyes widened. Are all the people of Wanhua realm so open-minded? She carelessly kissed Soo-Yun's wide chest with her two small, ice-cold, soft hands. She seemed to be at a loss as to what to do, and her pair of watery eyes contained not only confusion, but also a deep sense of fear and pain. Seeing this strange look, Soo-Yun's heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. Perhaps he didn't even have the time to enjoy the feeling of comfort brought by the intoxicating fragrant lips. Miss. Soo-Yun did his best to control his body, which was on the verge of losing control, and shouted a few words in a dry and hoarse voice. But at this moment, the girl seemed to have gone completely crazy. She didn't answer him at all. All that was left was a cat-like snort and a random kiss from her small mouth. The fragrance surrounded Soo-Yun. The softness. The tender feeling was even more difficult to leave. She seemed to lose herself. However, that trace of innate instinct seemed to have a strong resistance to all of this. Sensing this extremely obscure resistance, Soo-Yun was suddenly awakened, and his entire body once again broke out in cold sweat. She must have been affected by something and ended up like this. If she took advantage of him, would she still be considered human? The other party had saved his life. Thinking about that, Soo-Yun suddenly pinched the flesh of his arm, although it did not hurt, but he was more clear-headed. He pushed the woman in front of him aside and pushed her down to the ground, not letting her move, but the woman's lotus-like arms were still tightly holding onto Soo-Yun, and her eyes were filled with confusion as she stared at. It was clear that she was moved, her face incomparably flushed red, and her breathing became extremely quick, as though she would die any time. Wake up, wake up! Soo-Yun no longer cared about the fairer sex as she directly slapped her delicate face twice. Even though it wasn't very powerful, its face already had shallow palm marks imprinted on it, causing people to feel heartache. However, these two slaps actually worked. The girl's breathing gradually slowed down, and her blurry eyes slowly became clear. Seeing that, Soo-Yun heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was just as he had thought. This woman wasn't convinced by his handsome appearance, but was influenced by some other factor. However, what was the reason? The woman slowly regained her composure and her breathing gradually stopped. She did not stand up, but laid down on the ground with Su-Yun, both of her eyes looking up at the green leaves and fresh flowers, her expression a little lonely. Su-Yun quietly went to sleep for a long time. When he realized that his legs could only feel something, he immediately sat up. After getting up, he did not rush to his feet. Instead, he stared at the woman and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl stood up with some difficulty. She bit her lips tightly and lowered her watery eyes. Her appearance was truly pitiful. Seeing this, Su-Yun understood that she had already returned to her normal state. "I'm fine," she said so softly that it was almost impossible to hear her. Looking at her downcast expression, Su-Yun frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Just what happened? Why did you become like that?" The lady raised her head and looked at Su-Yun's face for a long time, then said, "If I don't tell you, I'm afraid you will misunderstand me. I am not a shameless woman, I can do that for a reason." "Why is that?" Su-Yun asked. The woman exhaled as she gently lifted her fair and delicate hand. She opened her mouth as though she did not dare to say anything. In the end, she still pointed at her full and tall chest. Su-Yun was startled, and looked at her soft bosom with a strange expression. "Why?" "This is the reason," the woman said in a low voice. When she sensed the other party's burning gaze, no matter how well a woman controlled herself, she was still a little embarrassed. "What's the reason?" Su-Yun realized that he was getting more and more confused. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567. Chapter 567. Seeing Su-Yun's puzzled face, the woman's face turned red. She could only shake her head slightly. "Do you really want me to explain it so clearly?" "Alright, I'll be frank." She stood up, looked at Su-Yun and gently said, "My physique is rather special. It is a natural body, different from normal people. Every 3,000 years my body will undergo a change, and every change will cause my cultivation to increase explosively, all the way until my peak. But I also have a weakness, which is my body has two extremely sensitive areas, my breasts. Once being touched, it will disrupt the flow of my spirit chi, causing all kinds of discomfort." Su-Yun, when you fell earlier, I didn't dare use my profound chi to touch you, so I wanted to reach out to support you. However, my strength was relatively small, so I accidentally let you touch me. The woman spoke very calmly, her expression very calm, but Su-Yun did not know if she was forcing it or not. "Since you say so, this should be your secret. How dare you tell me? You are a benefactor of my Wanhua realm, and I can see that you are a person. There is no harm in telling you. What you see may not be true." Su-Yun laughed bitterly, then asked, "But come to think of it, your cultivation should be higher than me, right? I simply cannot sense the profound chi on your body, so your strength must be unfathomable. Since that's the case, why can't even me hold on? I should be very light." Hearing that, the lady shook her head again. "I said it before, my physique is special. I do not need to cultivate. My cultivation is directly absorbing everything in the Wanhua realm to slowly grow, until the flowers bloom and fruit. Although my cultivation is strong, but putting aside my cultivation, I am afraid that when compared to ordinary people, my own strength is no different." "No different from an ordinary person?" Su-Yun looked at the petite girl in front of him, then looked at his own big and thick body, and immediately understood. "So that's how it is." He smiled coyly and said, "Please forgive me for the offense I have committed just now. It has nothing to do with you. No one wishes for such a thing to happen. Furthermore, you did not take advantage of others when they were in danger." The woman said. "That's good." Su-Yun heaved a sigh of relief. "One more thing." The woman slightly tilted her head and softly said, "Regarding everything that happened just now, everything that you have heard, please keep it a secret. Do not tell anyone else, is that possible?" "Don't worry, I will definitely keep this a secret." Besides, I don't think anyone would care about this. Su-Yun patted his chest and laughed. The girl nodded and turned towards the door. Since you've already recovered, follow me. I've already arranged a banquet to properly entertain you. Have someone set up a feast? Su-Yun was startled, seeing the lady walking out. He immediately followed her. Speaking of which, this woman hadn't said who she was yet. Su-Yun was full of suspicions as he followed the woman out. Outside the house was a wide wooden path extended downwards, and the wooden path seemed to be like the branches of some huge tree, but in the distance, there were many gigantic buildings, some houses, all of them were made from wood. However, these buildings were either suspended by vines or dragged by even stronger branches, and not a single building landed on the ground. Where is this place? Su-Yun looked around and asked in surprise. This is the top of the world tree. The woman said. Boundary tree? Is it big? How big is it compared to the huge tree that is right outside Wanhua realm? Compared to the world tree, the Haoyuet and the firefly, the earth and the sand, the world tree is the center of Wanhua realm and is the source of life for the entire Wanhua realm. Most of the Wanhua realm's people live on top of the world tree. The woman spoke simply. Although she did not give a detailed introduction, from her short words, Su-Yun already understood how terrifying the world tree was. Su-Yun was well aware just how big that giant tree was. However, compared to the boundary tree, it was like grains of sand or fireflies, so how huge would the tree be? The world tree, it shouldn't be too bad. The lady led Su-Yun forward, following the path down. They arrived at a huge green leaf, and at that moment, on the green leaf stood 20 beautiful young ladies dressed in green. They were slim and graceful, all of them had their heads bowed. When the two of them walked over, they all spoke in unison, "Greetings, Realm Lord." The clear voice was pleasing to the eyes, but these people calling out the girl's name completely shocked Su-Yun. Realm Lord? He stared blankly at the girl in front of him, and asked in shock, "You are the Realm Lord of Wanhua Realm?" The woman nodded slightly. "Didn't you ask me before?" "You just said you're the owner of this place." "I am referring to the Wanhua Realm." "I thought you meant the room." "That counts, because that is my place of cultivation." "What?" Su-Yun was stunned. Such a simple room, was it actually the cultivation grounds of the master of the realm? It didn't seem to have a spell formation, right? Although this woman didn't need to train intentionally to increase her cultivation, it was still too simple and crude. The Realm Lord seemed to have seen through Su-Yun's thoughts, and said, "You don't see me as an ordinary person. Even though I am the master of a realm, this is only an identity. No matter if it's the residence or the place of cultivation, there's no need to intentionally decorate it, is there?" Su-Yun heard and nodded. After that, with the company of the 20 beautiful servants, the two of them walked straight towards the World King Palace located in the center of the World Tree. The World King Palace was different from the other buildings. Most of the buildings here could still see the signs of man-made things, but the World King Palace was different. It was simply a huge natural gourd. The mouth of the gourd was the entrance, and inside the gourd was the universe. A long flight of stairs extended from the mouth of the gourd into the inside, and there were more than 1,000 of them, and at the waist of the gourd, there was an incomparably large multicolored leaf. Its leaves were wiggling, and everyone was already sitting, too. Long wooden tables extended from the head of the leaf to the end. The wooden table was filled with fruits and vegetables. When Su-Yun and the Realm Lord stepped down the stairs, the people on both sides of the table all stood up and shouted in unison, "We greet the Realm Lord." The shouts were uninterrupted. There were several hundred people shouting at the same time. It was an enormous display of power. Hearing that, Su-Yun was secretly shocked. He secretly sized up the people here, and realized that majority of them had difficulty smelling anything. Their strength was deep and unfathomable. Seems like this is the core of the Wanhua realm. Su-Yun, you must make good use of this opportunity to build a good relationship with the people here. In the future, you can ensure your safety wherever you go. Just then, a voice came out from beside Su-Yun's ears. It was Ling Qingyu. Su Yun was startled. Xingyu? It's you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Back then, when you were continued being treated by the Realm Lord, I had to return back to the sword sheath to treat my injuries. It's good that you're fine. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. You're still worried about me. You're already injured like that, and this time you were the lucky one, meeting Lord of the Wanhua Realm. If it was a normal person, even if they could save your life, they wouldn't be able to protect your cultivation. Ling Qingyu said snappily. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. This time, it's all because I'm in a hurry to see my parents. Su Yun laughed. But then again, those devil cultivators were probably in the 4th or 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. How could they fight so hard with just the 7 of them? Su Yun thought. Su Yun, why don't you invite that young lady artifact spirit out to enjoy the banquet? At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Su Yun turned his head to look, only to see the eyes of the Realm Lord looking at him. Without waiting for Su Yun to speak, Ling Qingyu's voice came out from the sword sheath. Thank you, Realm Lord, for your good intentions. Xingyu understands. Xingyu still has some enlightenment, and can't accompany you anymore. Please forgive me. With that said, the sword sheath lost Ling Qingyu's presence. Seeing that, Su Yun laughed bitterly. The Realm Lord wasn't angry. She nodded at the maid beside her and then headed towards her seat. Su Yun, on the other hand, was brought to the right side of the banquet by the maid and sat down. Everyone sat down. None of them dared to use their chopsticks first, and instead, all of their gazes turned towards the young woman in front of them. Su Yun lifted his hood and looked at the Realm Lord. His gaze landed on the fruits and vegetables on the table, and realized that the food was not simple. There was an indescribable spirituality floating about the surface of the table. The Wanhua realm was a wise man. Under the observation of the true devil realm, they had abundant resources, and it was possible that the things used to receive them were not ordinary. Su Yun thought. At this time, a loud shout came from the audience seating area. Pour the wine. Everyone immediately picked up the wine pot in front of them and filled their own wooden cups. The maid, who did not have any clothes on, had to make a move on her own. Seeing that, Su Yun also filled up the space. Following which, the enchanting Realm Lord raised the wine cup in her hand and said loudly, "This cup, honoring my mother, may the life of Wanhua Realm never be extinguished. Respectful mother, may the life of Wanhua Realm be eternal." Everyone shouted loudly and drank their wine. Su Yun immediately took out the green liquid from his cup and poured it into his mouth. When the alcohol entered his stomach, he could not help but savor it. Compared to the previous sap of the boundary tree, this was even worse. However, when the juice entered his stomach, it made his body feel refreshed, causing his spirit to multiply. It was also quite effective. The Realm Lord said, "Do as you wish," and everyone began to eat and drink. The scene immediately became lively, devoid of any complicated etiquette. No one made any effort to salute the Realm Lord, nor did anyone make any attempts to curry favor with him. Everyone was in a blissful mood. The atmosphere was just right. Seeing this scene, Su Yun could not help but be moved. Even though he had just met this woman, she might still be a good Realm Lord. Su Yun, let us drink a cup together. This wine will be my toast to you on behalf of all the living things in Wanhua Realm. At this time, the Realm Lord walked over, gently lifting the wooden cup and saying softly, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 568. Chapter 568. Seeing that, Su Yun anxiously stood up and raised his cup to toast her. The two of them finished drinking and then put down the cups. Su Yun could not wait and opened his mouth to speak. "What's the reason for the Realm Lord holding this banquet today?" "Why not?" "Just for you," the Realm Lord said. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Su Yun laughed bitterly. "I appreciate your kindness, but I may be leaving soon." "I know. The realm lord nodded and said, I heard from Mu Gui and Muing that you came here to find your parents, right? That's right, my parents are currently in Linglong Mountain. You are the realm lord of the Wanhua realm, so the Linglong Mountain should be under your jurisdiction, and the Linglong Mountain is not small as well, so it will be difficult to find them in the near future. If the realm lord is able to help, after reuniting with my parents, I will definitely repay you heavily. Su Yun immediately said. Actually, the reason that he had followed this woman here all the time and didn't left as soon as he recovered was he hoped that this woman would be able to help him. Your parents are in Linglong Mountain? The realm lord asked. Several months ago, I received news that they are still in Linglong Mountain. I think they shouldn't be going anywhere in such a short period of time. Su Yun said, although he said it like that, he was still a little worried. He had to find a time to use the heavenly seeking treasure bell again. Its internal energy was recovering, and could support his next usage. She frowned, lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, Su Yun, I will send someone to accompany you to Linglong Mountain, but whether or not I can find your parents, I can only rely on you. Hearing that, Su Yun was surprised. Why do you say that, realm lord? You might not know this, but the Linglong Mountain is different from the other places in the Wanhua realm. It can be said to be the most complicated and mysterious place in the Wanhua realm, and we are in the most special place here. Because there are a total of 50 sects residing in the Linglong Mountain, which is a paradise for cultivators in the Wanhua realm, and a place where cultivators from other realms gather. The fish and the dragons are mixed, and don't belong to me, so I am unable to help you. So it's like that. Su Yun was a little disappointed. He had thought that with the power of the Realm Master, finding his parents would be extremely easy. But you don't have to be too disappointed. Although the Linglong Mountain isn't under my jurisdiction, the people there still have to obey the rules set by me. If anyone goes out of line, I still have the authority to punish them. Other than that, all the sects in the Linglong Mountain have to pay tribute to me every year. I give you a divine leaf. With this divine leaf, no matter which sect leader, they must receive you. The Realm Lord raised her hand. A ray of golden light flew out from her palm, passing through the mouth of the gourd above, and flew out of the mouth of the gourd. After a while, beams of golden light descended like raindrops, and those who were drinking below all looked up, watching the miraculous scene. After a while, the light faded, and a golden leaf gently fell, slowly entering the mouth of the gourd. The Realm Lord stretched out the divine leaf in front of Su Yun. Su Yun looked at the divine leaf. Feeling the profound chi that was being released from it, he sighed in his heart, and took it out, leaving it untouched. Thank you, Realm Lord. Su Yun cupped his fists and said. It's just a small task. Don't say too much. Drink your wine. The Realm Lord smiled gently and saluted Su Yun. Then, she turned and walked towards her seat. During the banquet, there were people who came over to chat with Su Yun. All of them had high cultivation levels and terrifying strength, but right now, facing Su Yun, they did not dare to reveal any of their arrogance, and all of them addressing him as master, which made Su Yun extremely flattered. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet started dispersing. Su Yun then got up to leave. The Realm Lord did not say too much, and immediately arranged for 4 bodyguards to accompany him, but they were all rejected by Su Yun, and with the divine leaf, Linglong Mountain would definitely be unobstructed this time. Although the bodyguards were strong, but their speed was not as fast as his. Bringing them along on the road was more like a burden. Once Su Yun stepped out of the realm tree, he immediately released his flying sword and rushed towards the Linglong Mountain. Stepping on the flying sword, he transformed into a rainbow, rushing straight into the horizon, his speed making others unable to catch up. The Realm Lord and the Wanhua realm stood on a branch outside the realm tree, looking at the direction that Su Yun left in, not making a sound. A few green-robed, middle-aged looking supreme experts whispered to each other, and one of them walked over and cupped his fists as he spoke. Realm Lord, I heard that you gave all of the holy water to this person. Why is that? According to common sense, a drop of holy water should be enough to save his life. Once we are exhausted, in the future when we go against the people of True Devil Realm, what will we do to save the people of Wanhua Realm? You think I'm broken? The realm lord didn't look at him, her eyes were still looking into the distance, her lips parted. This subordinate does not dare, but I feel that it's not worth it. There's nothing worth it. This person just resolved a huge crisis in Wanhua realm. If it wasn't for him, what's the use of this holy water? What's more, we may have to rely on him in the future. When everyone heard this, they were all confused. That person hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why do you say that?" "I do not know, I hope that he will help us, but no matter what, he is still the benefactor of our Wanhua realm, so the people of the Wanhua realm must be grateful, understand?" Suyin said in a low voice. After the realm lord finished speaking, he turned around and walked lightly towards her cultivation grounds, leaving behind a group of confused supreme experts. In the vast sky, that majestic palace descended from the clouds, as if it was a holy and noble immortal cave mansion. There were shadows on the horizon, approaching the palaces, entering and exiting. The group of people walked out of the palace, and upon seeing these people, all of the people in the palace bowed in respect. "Nephew, you have been in the Emperor Palace for quite some time, but these few days I have always made you cultivate in seclusion, so I forgot to take you to see the scenery of the Emperor Palace. Today, I will use this opportunity to take you on a good tour." Wang Tianyang led a group of Emperor Palace faction leaders and said to Lin Shishan, who was beside him, "Emperor Palace is vast and majestic, I am afraid my eyes are going blind." Lin Shishan laughed. Wang Tianyang laughed undeniably, then said, "Nephew, are you sure you want to leave Ultimate Martial World and return to Sky Martial Continent?" "Yes." Lin Shishan nodded his head. "There are a lot of things that I have learned in Emperor Palace, and it has opened my eyes, but in the end, this is not my place. Immortal Sword Sect cannot live without a master. I want to return to Sky Martial Continent and visit a sect. They always say that people go higher, and water flows lower. The cultivation conditions of Ultimate Martial World, the profound skill technique, the ingredients for the pills, and so on, which one of them isn't stronger than the Sky Martial Continent by a level? What can you build in such a low plane? You are extremely talented, and in time, you will definitely become a great sage of a supreme expert. If you continue to stay in that low realm, you will have to suffer for your entire life." Wang Tianyang said earnestly. When Lin Shishan heard this, he opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say something, Great Elder Tang Tian coughed lightly. Lin Shishan turned his head. Tang Tian cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader does not forget his homeland, his spirit force is worthy of respect, but what the palace master said was definitely for the good of the Immortal Sword Sect. In truth, Sect leader, it is extremely difficult for the scale and development of our Immortal Sword Sect to increase. This time, Sect leader obtained quite a lot from the Emperor Palace, but even if we go back, we will only surpass the Profound Sky Sect and become the #1 sect in the Sky Martial Continent." What happened next? Once the Immortal Sword Sect is at its peak, it will be difficult to break through again, because all of the conditions of the Sky Martial Continent is restricting the development of the Immortal Sword Sect. So, Sect leader, if you want the Immortal Sword Sect to continue to grow stronger and multiply, it is the best choice to enter the Ultimate Martial World. With the help of a peerless supreme expert like the Palace Lord, it will be extremely easy to stay in the Ultimate Martial World. So, Tang Tian asks Sect leader to reconsider. Hearing that, Lin Shishan frowned. Returning to Sky Martial Continent was indeed his own intention. He did not discuss further with them, and straightforwardly did not care about their feelings. He secretly glanced at the sect leaders and elites of the Immortal Sword Sect, only to discover that, to his astonishment, almost everyone's eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. From the looks of it, after coming to the Ultimate Martial World, everyone liked it here. Lin Shishan immediately understood. It was true that the spirit chi here was abundant, and should be extremely valuable in the Sky Martial Continent, but here, they were worthless. Cultivating here was a few times faster than the Sky Martial Continent. How could they possibly want to leave? Thinking up to this point, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless in his heart. "Uncle Wang, let me think about it." Lin Shishan sighed, and said, "If you like, I can help you." Wang Tianyang chuckled. Let's talk about it again, we'll talk about it later. Lin Shishan was no longer willing to discuss this issue, so he continued to watch the scenery. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Tang Tian, who was beside him, "Is there any news from Elder Long?" After the Suicide Valley was destroyed, Clan Elder Long went missing. I have already sent 100 disciples to various places to look for her whereabouts. Someone claimed that they met Clan Elder Long at Heiyu Auction House. Have you sent anyone to inquire about it? I've asked them. However, Elder Long is already gone. Thus, they do not know where he has gone to. Where's Bai Yenshan? Where is Bai Yenshan? I don't know where he went either. Lin Shishan frowned. It's just 2 disciples, although your immortal sword sect can't compare to her, but there are still many people. Why do you have to worry so much about her? Wang Tianyang shook his head. Hearing that, Lin Shishan did not say another word, but the worry between his brows could not be dispelled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569. Is this Linglong Mountain? Stepping on his flying sword in the sky, Su Yun gazed into the distance and muttered. In the distance, a giant mountain peak could be seen amidst the clouds. This mountain was extremely large and tall. Some parts were craggy, while others were incomparably flat. It was faintly discernible in the clouds, giving off a mysterious feeling. Su Yun did not hesitate. He anxiously stepped on his flying sword and rushed forward. He was extremely fast. Halt! Just as he was about to close in on the misty and mysterious immortal mountain, a voice suddenly sounded from below. Su Yun was startled. He looked down to see 2 figures rushing over. They were 2 men dressed in purple Blademaster cloth, both wearing long swords and jade crowns, both of them looking pretty good. There were also 2 men wearing purple Blademaster cloth, both of them wearing long swords, and both of them had jade crowns. The 2 of them stood in front of Su Yun, sized him up, and asked, "Is this your first time in Linglong Mountain?" "Right." Su Yun immediately cupped his fists and said, "Sir, do you not know that flying is prohibited within the Linglong Mountain? Please proceed onward on foot. In addition, please familiarize yourself with the rules of the Linglong Mountain, and observe the customs and styles of this place. Do not overstep them, otherwise, it will bring unnecessary trouble to both sides." One of them said solemnly, "I understand. But what were the rules of the Linglong Mountain? Please advise me." Su Yun said, "We're very busy, so we don't have time to explain it to you," another man shouted. "I have a copy of the Linglong Mountain's rules here. I'll sell it to you for 50,000 profound coins." The man said as he took out a black leather book from his bosom and handed it over to Su Yun. 50,000 profound coin? Su Yun opened his eyes wide. What's the difference between this and stealing? Friend Xiu, what you said is wrong. The spirit cultivator said, then pulled Su Yun down, and the 3 of them landed on the mountain path below. Look! The man pointed to a huge stone tablet by the side of the mountain path. Su Yun looked over, to see a few words carved on the stone tablet. Linglong Mountain, those who are not familiar with the rules of the mountain are not allowed to enter. Su Yun was slightly startled. Who set this up? When the man heard Su Yun's question, he became angry and shouted, "Don't worry about who set it up, either you pay the 50,000 profound coin to buy this book, or you leave. You are not allowed to enter Linglong Mountain." Oh? Su Yun rolled his eyes, and said, "It couldn't have been the 2 of you, could it? You? What are you talking about? How can we have that kind of power?" A person said anxiously with a panicked voice. Seeing that, Su Yun had a rough understanding of the situation. "I have to follow the rules of the Linglong Mountain, but the rules are dead. If others want to follow it, they have to at least tell me what rules they have to follow." However, not only did the 2 of them not speak of it, they were even using their power to obtain benefits. Most likely, the mountain coat of the Linglong Mountain was standing here, and not this kind of stone monument. It was most likely something the two of them did. If it was a normal day, these 50,000 profound coin would come out. After all, it was not a lot. Seeing his parents was important, but he did not have that many profound coins on him, so although the Suicide Valley's battle had made him rich overnight, he had kept all of the money with Heiyu. It was naturally very difficult to pay them now. "Can you give me a discount?" Soo-yun thought for a while and asked. "This book can't be given to you if you're missing a cent." "There's nothing to discuss?" "I haven't." That person's voice was very firm. Hearing that, Soo-yun became silent. "What is it? Do you have no money?" "If you don't have any money, then go back quickly. Don't waste our time." The man snorted. Hearing that, Soo-yun thought for a while, then asked, "If I barge into Linglong Mountain, what will happen?" When the two of them heard this, they looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. "He barged into the Linglong Mountain? Ha 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 ha, is your head all right? Ha 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 ha. If you have the ability, then try to barge in. You don't even know the rules and want to enter the Linglong Mountain? Ha ha ha, you need to know that once you do this, you will offend all of the spirit cultivators that occupy this territory. If you have that kind of ability, I'll let you enter any time." Ha 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 ha. The two of them began to laugh out loud. Their laughter was exceptionally ear-piercing, causing those who heard it to be angered. "If that's the case, then tell your superiors to come." Soo-yun's voice became calm. "Did you see the people above us whenever you wanted to?" That person snorted with laughter as he spoke with extreme disdain. But in the next second, Soo-yun moved. He raised a fist and punched that person's face at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Bang! A muffled sound came out. The man flew tens of meters and fiercely crashed into the ground. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth and nose. He climbed back up with a startled look on his face, and looked at Soo-yun in shock. "How dare you!" The other person immediately flew into a rage, pulling out a sword from his waist and thrusting towards Soo-yun. "You dare to behave atrociously here, I'll teach you a lesson. Eat the sword!" As the sword came crashing down, the body of the sword exploded with streams of sword chi, giving off a very powerful aura. But in the next second, that person's wrist received a heavy blow, the profound chi in his body loosened, and his strength collapsed. The sword in his hand dropped, his attack instantly dissolving. Looking at it, it was unknown when Soo-yun's hand had smashed onto his wrist. What a fast speed! Currently, Soo-yun's cultivation was at the Sky Spirit Master realm. After consuming the World Tree Juice, his strength had explosively increased. How could the two 9th grade of Spirit Master cultivators contend against him? The two of them were defeated in an instant, and they immediately knew that he was powerful, but how could their pride allow them to lower their heads to Soo-yun so easily? "Just you wait. Damn you, when our head instructor arrives, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." The two of them did not dare to fight anymore. They rolled and crawled to their feet before rushing up the mountain. "I'll wait for you," Soo-yun shouted. Both of them cursed as they ran. Soon they disappeared into the mountain. After who knows how long, a group of spirit cultivator dressed in purple robes with swords at their waists were charging towards them. Although flying was prohibited in Linglong Mountain, they were flying close to the ground. Their flying speed was not slow either. The group rushed over. Upon seeing Soo-yun, they surrounded him. "Who is causing this trouble?" A middle-aged man with a mustache shouted. "Instructor, this is the guy." He claimed that he didn't know the rules of the Linglong Mountain, and refused to listen to our explanation. He insisted on barging into the Linglong Mountain, and we forbid him from doing so. Then he heard us. That spirit cultivator whose nose was blooming and face was covered in blood shouted impatiently. "Is that so?" Hearing that, the head instructor became angry. He stared straight at Soo-yun with his dignified eyes. "Who are you? How dare you? Do you know where this is?" "I know. If I don't, why would I be here? Suyun said indifferently, but the words of the two people do not seem to be right. When did I refuse to listen to you explain the rules of the mountain? However, you guys insisted that I spend 50,000 per pound coin to buy the mountain rules manual in your hands. If I refused, you all would not allow me to enter. It said that there are a lot of sects in the Linglong Mountain. Which faction are you from? He actually accepted the tickets in public? I wonder if the other sects did this. Should I ask them? After saying this, the head instructor's face turned ugly. However, he was not angry, nor was he surprised. It seemed like he was aware of the matter of charging the admission ticket, and might even be involved in it. Don't tell me that it's useless. You don't know the rules of the Linglong Mountain. You are not allowed to enter the mountain. This is the tacit agreement of all the sects in the Linglong Mountain. If you don't know, quickly scram. Don't come here and cause trouble, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The man with the mustache shouted. Suyun was too lazy to waste words with this group of people. He immediately took out the divine leaf that the Realm Lord had bestowed to him from the spatial ring, and indicated to the group, and said indifferently, "This is the divine leaf that the Realm Lord bestowed to me. My name is Suyun. I am here to take care of an important matter. If anyone obstructs me, I will not go against the Wanhua Realm Lord." Everyone was startled when they heard this. Wanhua Realm Lord? Divine leaf? The mustache man looked at the mysterious golden leaf in Suyun's hand carefully. A look of doubt flashed past his eyes. You are the person sent by Realm Lord? In theory. Then why did you come here? It has nothing to do with you. Release them quickly, or else I will immediately return to the World Tree and report this matter to Realm Lord. Suyun said in a serious tone. He didn't want to waste any more time with these people. The most important thing was to find his parents. Seeing that Suyun was serious and did not seem to be lying, the middle-aged man became hesitant. What rotten leaf are you going to take, and tell me you are someone from the Realm Lord? Who would believe that? If I can casually produce a handful of golden leaves, wouldn't I also be a person of the Realm Lord? Don't laugh your teeth off, brat. You obviously want to enter the mountain, so you did it on purpose, right? At this time, Spirit Cultivator, whose face was covered with blood, shouted. That's right, don't try to trick us, Don't bother with this. Even if you know the rules of the mountain, we can't let you in today. You've injured our sect and offended our sect. If you enter, how will our Lotus Star Sword sect be able to stand up for you in the future? Under the noses of the whose face was covered in blood, the other Spirit Cultivator started to clamor. When the mustache man heard this, his wavering heart made a decision. He then said solemnly, You are right. How can our Lotus Star Sword sect tolerate others trampling on us? I don't know if your golden leaf is real or not, but you injured one of my men first, so no matter what, I won't let you enter the mountain. The mustache man was emboldened. In any case, he was doing this from the perspective of the sect. Even if something happened, the sect would protect him, so what was there to be afraid of? However, in his heart, he was unwilling to say such words. However, all of his subordinates had the same intentions. If he were to go against the rules, then it would freeze the hearts of his subordinates. Fine. Suyun's expression became cold. Since that's the case, then don't waste your breath. With that said, Suyun immediately pulled out his sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570. Clang. Clang. A crisp and powerful sword hum resounded through the mountain. Seeing how determined Suyun was, everyone could not help but be angry. He was clearly looking down on everyone else. How dare you? Seems like you plan to go against my Lotus Star Sword sect. Since that's the case, then come. If we don't do anything, then I'm afraid we won't be able to save our face. Crash. 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 The sound of a large group of people drawing their swords rang out. Waves of sharp sword light flickered in the eyes of them. causing people to be unable to open their eyes? Both sides were at each other's throats. Instructor Gu, what happened? Why are you all gathered here? Just as the atmosphere became tense, a voice suddenly drifted over from the distance. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a loose blue robe flying over. This man carried a huge heavy sword on his back, his build was sturdy and broad, and he looked middle-aged. When they saw him, everyone was stunned. Then, with the mustached man leading the group of people from the Lotus Starsword sect, they all bowed and cupped their fists as they called out respectfully, "Disciple greets Protector Ching." Disciple pays his respects to Protector. There were constant shouts. Cleansing Protector? Suyun frowned. From the looks of it, this person should be an inner sect higher-leveled existence. He turned his head to look at the approaching person, trying to analyze the profound chi on his body and judge the other party's level, but unfortunately, the other party's profound chi was extremely profound, to the point that they were unable to comprehend his level. Coming to this ultimate martial world, all those who saw it were people with extraordinary means. If not for their powerful magic treasure and luck, Suyun would not have been able to live until now. Get up. That person quickly landed in front of the instructor and said with a smile, "Thank you, Protector." Everyone was in unison. Protector Chang nodded at Suyun, then turned and asked the mustached man, "Instructor Gu, weren't you guarding the sword altar? Why did you come here? Is there any mission that the sect leader wants to delegate to you?" The mustache man called Instructor Gu had a troubled expression, hesitating, but he did not say anything. Instead, it was Spirit Cultivator, whose face was covered in blood, who shouted out, "Protector Ching, it is not that the sect leader is tasked for sect leader Gu, but someone has come here to cause trouble, humiliating our Lotus Starsword sect." After Instructor Gu heard the news, he quickly rushed over to this place. "Enforcer Ching, look, it is this person. Not only did he dare to insult our Lotus Starsword sect as a third-rate sword sect, he even injured us. Protector Ching, you have to seek justice for us." That disciple's voice was filled with tears and he felt extremely wronged. "That's right, Protector Ching, please help us defend our reputation. Protector Ching, please make the decision." The others also shouted in unison, their voices loud and impatient. Hearing that, Suyun was startled, the anger in his heart grew even higher. This group of people were simply spouting lies with their eyes wide open. When had they ever insulted the Lotus Starsword sect? Speaking of which, did he not know about the existence of such a sword sect in Linglong Mountain? How could he insult a sect that had nothing to do with him? When Protector Ching heard this, he glanced at Instructor Gu and his expression became solemn. He asked, "Instructor Gu, is this the case?" Instructor Gu hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. "Yes, that's right." Seeing that, Protector Chang was quiet for a long time. After a long while, he turned and looked at Suyun. He did not immediately become angry, and directly used Suyun as a weapon, and instead cupped his fists towards Suyun. "I am Chang Wenlu, a right protector of the Lotus Starsword sect. May I know your name?" What he said was very serious, and the etiquette was all in order. Seeing that, Suyun also saluted and said, "I am Suyun, from Ultimate Martial World." "So it's Master Suyun." Chang Wenlu nodded, then asked with a serious tone, "I believe that the Lord has heard the words of the disciples I have sent. May I ask, sir, is what they said true?" Suyun laughed coldly, and said, "Can the words of a group of shameless and cunning people be true?" "What did you say?" "You are the one who is shameless and cunning. You are insulting our Lotus Starsword sect again. It's simply unforgivable." Instructor Gu and the others were infuriated. However, Chang Wenlu actually raised his hand, signaling for them not to speak anymore. He could clearly see Wenlu looking at Suyun seriously, and asked, "What brings you to Linglong Mountain, sir?" "However, just as I was about to enter the mountain, I met a group of good disciples from your Lotus Starsword sect. Using the mountain rules, I forcefully charged the travel fees, and was unable to enter the mountain without paying for it. Is Linglong Mountain a member of your Lotus Star Sword sect? Su Yun sneered. Chang Wenlu frowned when he heard this. What do you mean? What do you mean? The person who asks you. Su Yun snorted. When Instructor Gu and the others heard this, they broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? What? Could it be that using the mountain rules to collect 50,000 profound coin was a lie? Su Yun shouted, and directly told them everything that had happened. He was not as shameless as these people, adding oil to the fire, and creating something out of nothing. Hearing that, Chang Wenlu's serious face started to turn serious, and after Su Yun finished speaking, his face, which could be considered as tolerable, became extremely gloomy. Instructor Gu, is what he said true? Protector Qing, do you believe his words, or do you believe ours? Instructor Gu hurriedly asked. Chang Wenlu was in trouble. However, he was not stupid. Seeing Su Yun like this was probably the first time he came to Linglong Mountain, and was here alone, so why would he humiliate the Lotus Star Sword sect? It was most likely due to the arrogant and despotic behavior of those people who had provoked others. However, he did not have any proof that could convince him, so he did not know who to trust. But at this moment, Chang Wenlu suddenly saw something from the corner of his eyes. He anxiously took a few steps forward and walked in front of Su Yun, lowering his head. His face was filled with surprise when he saw Su Yun's hand. Master Su Yun, what is this thing of yours? Chang Wenlu asked hurriedly. Divine leaf. Su Yun raised his hand, and waved the golden leaf in front of Chang Wenlu, and said indifferently, It is bestowed to me by Realm Lord. It is a pity that these people do not recognize the divine leaf. I can't do anything about it. If I do not go to Linglong Mountain today, I can only return to the World Tree and tell Realm Lord about this matter, and before I can even enter the mountain, I met with the obstruction of the Lotus Star Sword sect. Hearing that, Chang Wenlu's face immediately became pale. He stared at the leaf in Su Yun's hand, then anxiously retreated a few steps, held his fists in front of his chest, and bowed respectfully to Su Yun 3 times, and said, Master Su Yun, do not be angry. The disciples of the sect do not have much vision, and do not recognize this divine object. Please forgive me, Sir Su Yun. This is all my Lian Xing sword sect's fault. Please forgive me. I will immediately bring you into the mountain, and take you in immediately. Chang Wenlu's actions were devout and his expression was terrified, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Seeing that, Su Yun was confused. What was going on? As for the disciples of the Lotus Star Sword sect, they were even more confused. Why did it seem like Protector Qing sought his ancestors? Do I need to do this? Protector Qing, what's wrong? This guy is provoking our Lotus Star Sword sect. Why are you? Instructor Gu did not understand. However, Chang Wenlu snorted coldly and said angrily, You reckless fool, you have truly harmed our Lotus Star Sword sect. This is a God Realm leaf, only 5 in total, and is a treasured treasure of the Realm Lord, an incomparably mystical treasure that would normally not be given to others. Since this Lord has such a close relationship with the Realm Lord, how can we neglect him? If this Lord dares to be angry at the Lotus Star Sword sect today, all of you will become the sinner of the sect. Kneel down and kowtow to the Lord to admit your wrongs. If he were to report this to the Realm Lord, all of us will die here and become fertilizer on that tree. Ha! When Instructor Gu and the others heard this, they were so scared that their entire bodies were trembling, and their brains were muddled. What are you waiting for? Chang Wenlu shouted. The bodies of the crowd jolted, and one by one, they kneeled down. Lord, please forgive us for not recognizing him to tie with our eyes. Please don't be angry. Instructor Gu's mouth trembled as he said. Although many people did not react at this moment, seeing Wenlu's appearance, everyone understood that they had provoked an incredible existence. Su Yun looked at the situation, and only realized what was happening after a long while. It seemed that the Realm Lord had a lot of influence in the Wanhua realm. To think that the people of the Lotus Star Sword sect were actually so afraid of her. Not bad, not bad. With Yuan, it would be much easier for him in the Linglong Mountain, Su Yun thought. Looking at the man in front of him, he rubbed his chin, rolled his eyes, and said, "You want me to forgive you? Humph, is it that simple? If you do not even know who the Realm Lord's divine leaf is, could it be that you can ignore the fact that the Realm Lord is standing in front of you? How dare you? How dare you?" Chang Wenlu hurriedly said. Instructor Gu and the others also kept talking, not daring to raise their heads. "You guys wouldn't dare." Su Yun said, "Originally, I planned to return to the World Tree to explain the matter to Realm Lord immediately, but since this Protector Ching is here, for his sake, I will not go back for now." "Thank you, Master," Chang Wenlu said happily. "However, it's impossible to understand this matter just like that," Su Yun hurriedly added. Chang Wenlu's joyous face immediately froze. After pondering for a while, he hurriedly asked, "Then what does the Lord need to do in order to understand this matter?" "Very simple." Su Yun kept the divine leaf and said indifferently, "I want your Lotus Star Sword sect to immediately dispatch all their disciples to search for 2 people for me. These 2 are inside Linglong Mountain." "Are you the Lord's parents?" "That's right." "What's the name of your esteemed father's hall?" "Su Shintian, Shinshueshue, you 2 go look for him immediately. If there is any news, inform me immediately, understand?" Su Yun shouted. "I will immediately give the orders," Chang Wenlu hurriedly said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 571. If one did not enter the Linglong Mountain, one would never know how big this mountain was or how intelligent it was. Outside the mountain, Su Yun only saw flowers roughly in the mist, but after entering the Linglong Mountain, Su Yun finally understood that he was only able to see the tip of the iceberg. Flying was forbidden in the Linglong Mountain. Under the lead of Chang Wenlu, Su Yun followed a gentle and rugged path and walked for half a day. The so-called walking was actually just flying close to the ground. He was about 3 inches off the ground, and his speed was not slow at all. In half a day's time, with Su Yun's speed, it would take him who knows how far to travel, but he had not reached the Lotus Star Sword sect yet. There are more than 50 sects in the entire Linglong Mountain, and countless rogue cultivators. Most of them are from the Wanhua realm, and most of them are from the outside world, so it is very chaotic here. "Master, I have already used my sect's command medallion to send a message to the sect leader, and the sect leader has already issued a decree asking everyone from our sect to help you find your esteemed lord. Master, you can temporarily return to the Lotus Star Sword sect with Wenlu, and you will be able to obtain it as soon as you have any news." On the way, Chang Wenlu respectfully said to Su Yun. "Yes." Su Yun nodded and agreed with Chang Wenlu's method. Compared to the Lotus Star Sword sect, his personal strength was insignificant. Now that there was an entire sect searching for him, what else could he worry about? In less than 2 hours, the 2 of them arrived at a mountain peak. Chang Wenlu, who was leading them, slowed down their pace. "Lord, we have arrived," Chang Wenlu said. Hearing that, Su Yun looked forward, and saw that in the distance, there were hundreds of steps, and at the end of the stairs, were large buildings with purple lines painted on them. The roof of the buildings, the roof of the palaces, all of them were at the end of the steps, and right in front of them was a gigantic doorplate. On it were 3 gigantic words. Lotus Star Sword. At this moment, there was a large group of about 40 to 50 people standing in front of the stairs. At this moment, there was a large group of about 40 to 50 people standing in front of the stairs. Chang Wenlu and the rest quickly knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sect leader." "Greetings, sect leader." Everyone shouted in unison. "Get up," the old man said with a smile. "Thank you, sect leader." Chang Wenlu stood up. The old man's gaze fell on Su Yun's body, he sized him up, then nodded and smiled. Is this the lord who wields the realm lord's divine leaf? Sect leader, it's him. Chang Wenlu said. Su Yun stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, this humble Su Yun greets sect leader. Master Su Yun, please do not be so polite. The sect leader of the Lotus Star Academy chuckled and said, the divine leaf in your hands is my Lotus Star Sword sect's distinguished guest. Please come in quickly. I have already arranged a banquet to entertain you, sir. With that, a group of the higher-ups of the Lotus Star Sword sect cordially invited Su Yun in. With a feast, Su Yun naturally would not be polite. The purpose of the feast in Ultimate Martial World was not only for the guests to enjoy the delicacies, but also to use some miraculous food to increase their cultivation. For example, during the banquet in the World Tree, Su Yun had calculated that it would increase the cultivation of a normal person for 3 years. Right now, there was no need for Su Yun to personally search for it, so eating at this place was naturally the best decision. Sure enough, Su Yun was brought to a spacious and clean hall. There was no water, but there was a lotus flower growing in the middle of the hall. After Su Yun ate for an hour, he felt that his cultivation had started to increase again, and the benefits he obtained made him extremely excited. However, this benefit was only secondary. With the combined efforts of the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect, the news regarding Su Shintian and Shin Shueshua quickly spread over. Su Yun almost dropped the wine cup in his hand. He anxiously stood up and asked the messenger, "What did you say? Is there any news of Su Shintian and Shin Shueshua?" "That's right, I have indeed investigated them, but I just do not know which Su Shintian and Shin Shueshua you were looking for, Master Su Yun." The yellow-skinned girl who was standing in the middle of the hall with a long sword on her back cupped her fists and said, "Who is it?" Su Yun was slightly taken aback. "What? How many people are there?" Currently in Linglong Mountain, there are a total of 3 males with the name Su Shintian and a total of 16 females with the name Shin Shueshua. The woman said. Su Yun was speechless, but he quickly asked again, "Then does that mean that there is someone among them who was with Shin Shueshua?" "Sorry, Master Su Yun, these people are scattered around, they are not together." "What?" Su Yun was shocked again. "This is only the result of my initial investigations. Linglong Mountain is extremely big, and it is very difficult to cover all of them with human strength alone. Furthermore, we cannot obtain reliable information in some areas, such as within sections. So, please do not take offense." The woman cupped her fists in apology. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately said, "Everyone has already tried their best. Su Yun is extremely grateful. Why would I find it strange? I should be thanking you." I don't dare, the woman said quickly. Very quickly, the lady retreated, but Su Yun did not have the mood to continue eating. He stood up and cupped his fists towards the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect. "Sect leader, I do not feel well, and am afraid that I cannot accompany everyone else to drink. Please allow me to withdraw and rest." "Oh, really?" The sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect looked at Su Yun and nodded, then smiled and said, "The journey from the Realm Tree to Linglong Mountain is very long. Master Su Yun has been traveling the entire way, and indeed needs to rest when riding the boat." "Yes, sect leader." Someone immediately responded, and with quick steps, he walked in front of Su Yun and led him away. It was said that the sword was a personal sword left behind by the creator of the sect. It could be considered a divine item only by training the Lotus Star Sword technique, which was passed down together. Would one be able to wield this sword? To date, amongst the masters of the Lotus Star Sword sect, only 2 of them were able to wield this sword, the first being the creator of the sect, the second being the 3rd generation of the Lotus Star Sword cult. It was said that after the creator, the 3rd generation of the Lotus Star Sword cult was in charge, the sect developed at an extraordinary pace. Although 1,000,000 sects was not really that rare, as Profound Sky sects were similar to them, there was one thing that they had to know: these 1,000,000 sects existed in the ultimate martial world, and all of the inner disciples were already extremely powerful. They were definitely not something that the Profound Sky sects, who had been presumptuously constructed as a sect, could compare to. However, it was a big deal. Back then, for the sake of the sect's development, the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect had acted in a swift and decisive manner, regardless of the consequences. In order to develop the sect and obtain resources, he had usually resorted to the method of forcibly seizing resources. Finally, after the prosperity of the Lotus Star Sword sect for 300 years, the sect leader, who had mastered the Lotus Star Sword technique, was ambushed. His body was destroyed and his soul scattered. This attack against the Lotus Star Sword sect had occurred in two places, the Ultimate Martial World and the Ultimate Martial Sacred Plane. It was extremely famous in history, and it was said that millions of the spirit cultivator had died in this battle. The reason why the Lotus Star Sword sect was able to develop to such a grand scale was inseparable from the Lotus Star Sword sect and their sword techniques. In order to obtain these two divine objects, more and more powerful spirit cultivator had come to participate. In order to preserve the last bit of incense, the Lotus Star Sword sect had hidden in the Linglong Mountain and relied on the Wanhua Realm Lord, thus not getting destroyed. However, the Lotus Star Sword sect was injured, and they only had a broken copy of the Lotus Star Sword technique. After the scene of decline, there had once been a bustling scene. After the flourishing had ended, there would only be a drop in the sky, and no permanent victories. Returning to the room that the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect had arranged, Suyun closed the door, took out the heavenly seeking treasure bell, activated it, and searched for the whereabouts of his parents. Linglong Mountain was so big, and there were many people occupying the place. There were definitely many that had the same name, but he had to know if his parents were still in Linglong Mountain. When the profound energy was injected into the bell, it immediately started to vibrate gently. A strange sound came out from the bell and floated into Suyun's ears, into his heart, and not long after, a message from the heavenly seeking treasure bell appeared in Suyun's mind. Linglong Mountain. Suyun muttered, as expected, they are still in Linglong Mountain. However, why had his parents been here for so many months? Could it be that his younger sister, whom he had never met before, was also in Linglong Mountain? Suyun was suspicious. Through the heavenly seeking treasure bell's inquiry, Suyun was now much more at ease. The only thing he needed to do now was to wait. With so many people in the Lotus Star Sword sect, he believed that they could find the whereabouts of his parents in less than half a month. Suyun sat cross-legged in his room, preparing to train his profound energy and nurture his spirit core. But after a few days, there was no longer any news from the Lotus Star Sword sect. Suyun frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Even if there were to be no gains during this period of waiting, at least someone would come to inform him or her. However, it had been too quiet in the past few days. Suyun exhaled, stood up and prepared to walk out, to look for the sect leader to inquire. However, just as he was about to go out, he heard a series of hurried knocks on the door. Dong dong dong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572. Suyun walked over and pulled open the door. A disciple of the Lotus Star Sword sect stood outside, clasped his hands together and anxiously said to Suyun, Master Suyun, please take a step into the Lotus Garden. What's wrong? Suyun was puzzled. What happened? This. The disciple hesitated for a moment, his face showing a trace of hesitation, but he still said honestly, someone has come to challenge us. All of the experts in the sword faction are here to welcome the enemy. Protector Qing was afraid that the battle would affect this place, so he asked the disciple to bring you to the back garden to rest. Is that so? Suyun thought for a while, then asked, someone has come to challenge me, what about me? Is it about finding Su Shintian and Xin Shueshue? Naturally, we have to put that aside. The disciple said helplessly, now that even the sect leader has gone to the front to fight the enemy, who would still have the mood to look for the two of them? The purpose of these people is to get stronger and stronger, and the goal is for me to use my treasured sword and the Lotus Star Sword technique. The disciple said helplessly, seeing that Suyun was indifferent, he anxiously cupped his fists and shouted again, Master Su, please quickly follow me to the backyard. After I settle you down, I still need to go to the front sect to fight the enemy. I'm not in a hurry to go to the backyard, so you guys don't have to worry about my safety. Suyin shook his head, and said, but I am curious, this place is the Linglong Mountain, and even more so, what kind of person would dare to cause trouble here? Aren't you afraid of offending the Supreme Expert's people? Aren't you afraid of offending the Realm Lord? Master, you don't know that the one who is challenging our Lotus Star Sword sect is actually the sect in Linglong Mountain. The man sighed helplessly. Otherwise, with the fact that my Lotus Star Sword sect has existed in the Linglong Mountain for almost 1,000 years, how could we not have external help? They are trying to steal from us by challenging us, but if we lose, the treasures won't be able to hold on. This is according to the rules of the Linglong Mountain, not to mention the other Supreme Expert-s, even the Realm Lord-s can't stop us. We have no other choice but to accept the challenge. Hearing that, Suyin frowned. Is the opponent difficult to deal with? This time, he's an expert who hasn't returned for many years, his sword skills are outstanding, and currently, Protector Qing has already entered the stage to fight him, so if he is also defeated by him, then only the head will be able to accept the challenge. Once the head loses in battle, according to the request made by the person before the challenge, we must hand over our 2 treasures and disband on the spot. Hearing that, Suyin remained silent. If that was the case, then the Lotus Star Sword sect might not be able to help him find his parents anymore. It would be impossible if that was the case. The Lotus Star Sword sect had a large number of people, and even after searching for so many days, they still could not find any results. Thinking about it, Suyin said, there's no need to go to the back garden, quickly bring me to the front sect, I want to take a look at the situation. Master, you are an esteemed guest of our Lotus Star Sword sect. If anything were to happen to you, we, the Lotus Star Sword sect, would not be able to explain ourselves to the Realm Lord. The disciple was in trouble. Don't say any more, quickly take me. Suyin bellowed, his voice not allowing the slightest bit of doubt. The disciple opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. Seeing the imposing look in Suyin's eyes, he did not seem to be joking at all. He could only bite the bullet and lead Suyin forward. The front sect was extremely close to where Suyin was. After flying for less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the former faction. No wonder Qing Wenlu wanted this disciple to lead him to the backyard. This place was indeed too close to the battlegrounds of the previous sects. It was as if the existence of the Spirit Master had been eliminated, and all the experts of the Sky Spirit Master were contending with it. As they neared the location of the battle, a large number of explosions could be heard. A sharp sword beam shot into the clouds, slicing the thick clouds in the sky in half. Suyin had seen this place before. The buildings, arrays, and landscapes were all destroyed. The air was filled with the complex profound qi. At this moment, he could see quite a number of people from the Lotus Star Sword sect rushing over. Some of them had rushed over and directly flew up into the air, dashing towards him. After passing through a dilapidated house, they arrived at the former faction. At this moment, the former faction was a sea of people. Everyone was gathered in one area and looking towards the sky. Suyin was brought to the front of the group by the disciple, and at the same time, there was a huge array in front of the group, and in the array formation, there were 2 light swords, one slender while the other thick. On top of the light sword, 2 human figures were intertwining with each other, both of them holding a light sword which was no different from the light sword in the array, crazily flying towards the other side, releasing extremely powerful sword chi horizontally, flying far away. The people below did not dare to get too close. One of them fell down, while the stronger ones were able to dodge. The weaker ones were injured by the sword chi. Suyin stared intently at the 2 people up there. One of them was Qing Wenlu, who had heard everything clearly outside Linglong Mountain, while the other was the one who had seen it for the first time. This person was dressed in a white robe, and he was not considered good-looking, but he had a well-proportioned body, extremely short hair, and surprisingly white skin. However, he was not fair in color, but pale in color. Which sect is he from? Suyin asked the disciple who brought him here. The disciple looked worriedly at the battle in the sky, then bowed to Suyin and replied respectfully, reporting to Master Su, that is a member of the Black Hawk cult. the one fighting with us, the one who is from the Black Hawk cult who has been away for the past 200 years, the sword envoy Yendongha. It is said that his sword skills are extraordinary, reaching the acme of perfection. The fastest is lightning, the slowest is lightning, the slowest is heavy, the sword can transform into an attack, or the blade can break the opponent's defense. He is extremely powerful. That person was extremely worried. Is that so? Suyin stared at the pale white face of the man, his gaze landed on the erase seal on the ground, and asked, "What is this formation?" "This is the contract formation for the challenge." The disciple said worriedly, "This is a rule of the Linglong Mountain, and in truth it is also a rule set by the Realm Lord. The people of the Wanhua realm stand for peace, and the majority of the people of the Linglong Mountain come from the outside world. So the Wanhua Realm Lord and the great wise men of the Linglong Mountain have set down the rules of the Linglong Mountain, and inside the Linglong Mountain, battles are prohibited, and the battles can only take place through battles, as long as there is a challenge. The formation can only be signed using the conditions set by the two of the competition. The two will sign on their lives, and when the battle ends, the formation will immediately force the losers to satisfy the conditions of the defeated party. If they do not, it will destroy the link between the two of them, and the erase seal will be destroyed. He pointed to the two light swords on the erase seal, and said, "Sir, do you see? Those two light swords are the marks left by Protector Ching and Yendongha, and as long as both sides are able to determine victory or defeat, the seal formation will force the defeated party to fulfill the conditions set by the defeated party. If the defeated party fails to do so, the light sword on top will be destroyed, and that person will definitely die. Those who have come forth to meet him. The conditions which both rejected the victor have already been destroyed by the erase seal." The disciple said with a sorrowful expression. "Since that's the case, why didn't you refuse the challenge?" Suyin frowned. "I can't refuse." The disciple shook his head. "Once you refuse to accept the challenge, it will be considered a defeat, and the conditions for the victor must be fulfilled. Otherwise, it will be deemed a violation of the rules of the Linglong Mountain, and will be regarded as the public enemy of the Linglong Mountain. This rule is too inhumane. Sai, where is there humanity to speak of? Although the Wanhua realm was peaceful and harmonious, revering nature, true beauty, but even if the people here worked hard, how could they do it? With so many outsiders entering, this place had already become a chaotic mess. How could it be peaceful? This place has also gradually become a world where the strong eat the weak, and become king. It is because of this that Wanhua realm began to restrict people from entering other realms." Suyin heard this and fell into deep thought. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this moment, a series of sharp sword whistling sounds exploded in the air. Everyone heard the noise and looked up, to see a series of sword images that covered the sky and covered the earth. They could see the vast and terrifying sword images, and in the sword images was Qingwenlu. At this time, his entire body was covered with sword scars, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth as he held the broad and thick greatsword tightly. He swung it around crazily, but he could not even touch a hair on his opponent. He was completely suppressed. Looking at Yendongha's light and casual attacks that surrounded Qingwenlu, Suyin knew that the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Dawn! A muffled sound rang out again. Unknowingly, Qingwenlu had suffered a kick on his neck. His entire body fell from the sky and landed heavily on a tall pavilion below. The pavilion collapsed instantly. Protector Chang. Seeing that, the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect were extremely anxious. They shouted together, and all of them rushed over like madmen. "Quick, let's see how Protector Chang is doing." Another middle-aged woman shouted to the person beside her. Several experts moved like the wind towards the collapsed pavilion. Beside this middle-aged woman was the old and experienced sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect. He had a calm expression, but deep inside this serenity, there was also a trace of unconcealable sadness. Qingwenlu was defeated. Suyin sighed in his heart. It didn't matter how injured Qingwenlu was now. According to his personality, he would definitely not agree to his request. If so, there would only be one result waiting for him. That was to go against Eraseal's will and be killed by it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573. A few experts of the Lotus Starsword sect used the profound chi to cut away the broken pieces of wood from the pavilion, causing Qing Wenlu's broken body to appear in front of everyone's eyes. At that moment, he was lying quietly on the ground, his entire body covered in blood. He opened his listless eyes and looked at the sky. A disciple of the Lotus Starsword sect wanted to help him up, but he was stopped by someone beside him. The disciple looked at him in surprise, only to see him helplessly shaking his head, indicating that he should not go forward. The disciple wanted to say something but hesitated. He quickly understood the helplessness in the expert's eyes. In an instant, his eyes flickered with tears and his lips tightened. He looked like he was enduring his grief. Yes, saving him was useless. According to the mountain rules, if Qing Wenlu lost, he would die. Before the war began, the people already signed the erase seal, and no one could change it, nor could they save it. The people from the Lotus Starsword sect all gathered around him. Those who were still thinking of saving him had no choice but to stop at this moment. Sobbing sounds could be heard from the crowd, filled with sorrow and grief. Protector Chang. The white-haired hierarch slowly walked over, his deep eyes staring painfully at the man lying in a pool of blood. Sect leader. Qing Wenlu replied weakly. He shifted his eyes and looked at the old man who was walking over, his lips moving yet full of blood as he said weakly, Sect leader, I'm sorry. Wenlu. I was useless. I failed to live up to your expectations. I'm sorry. Don't say any more. The old sect master walked forward a few steps, his hands trembling as he grabbed onto Qing Wenlu's slowly raised hand, and called out in a sorrowful voice. No one said a word, they only stared at Qing Wenlu. Some people quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of their eyes. The female cultivator's eyes were all red, not daring to look at this scene. Su Yun looked at the people around him and sighed in his heart. The people of the Wanhua realm seemed to be more humane than the people of the ultimate martial world, and the people of the Lotus Starsword sect were even more so, who said that cultivators were ruthless, and the strength of a cultivator had nothing to do with human nature. Today, I'm afraid that I can only rely on you to resolve this calamity. Qing Wenlu's voice slowly became weaker, her raised hand also slowly fell down, without any strength left. The old sect master tightly grasped his hand. After a long time, he finally stood up without making a sound. The sorrowful look on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by an endless solemnness and majesty. Want to save them? At this moment, Yen Dongha flew down from the sky and landed in front of the hundreds of Black Hawk Hall disciples. He held onto the thin sword in his hand as he glanced at Qing Wenlu, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently, As long as you fulfill my request and hand over the Lotus Starsword technique and the Lotus Starsword, then Qing Wenlu can live. Otherwise, according to the mountain rules, once a race seal is activated, he will definitely die. Bullshit. Without waiting for the old sect leader to speak, a shout came from the crowd of the Lotus Starsword sect. One of the disciples shouted at Yen Dongha, Don't insult Protector Qing, he is an honest man, he has bowed to the sect and died. Why would he hand over the sect's treasure to you for his life? Wishful thinking. That's right, you guys shouldn't underestimate our Lotus Starsword sect. We haven't lost yet. I don't believe that you can kill all of us at the Lotus Starsword sect. Come if you have the ability. The disciples were all excited and shouted loudly. Seeing that, Yen Dongha's face immediately burned with anger. He swept his eyes over the group of people, secretly snorted. Without wasting any time, he directly walked forward a few steps and asked Qing Wenlu, who was lying on the ground, Qing Wenlu, you have lost. According to the terms of the contract, you have two choices now. 1. Obey the contract you made previously, and hand over the limitless Starsword sect's ultimate treasure Lotus Starsword and its sword techniques to me. 2. Die. Quickly choose. His shout was so loud that the excited crowd instantly quietened down upon hearing his words. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Cheng Wenlu, who was in front of the old sect leader. Just then, Cheng Wenlu opened his eyes, and from who knows where, he drew out a bit of energy. He immediately recovered a bit, and grabbed onto his heavy sword. Supporting his broken body, he stood up. Everyone held their breaths. They looked at Cheng Wenlu, and at that moment, everyone seemed to see a gigantic being standing straight up. Only Su Yun knew that this was merely a last resort. Cheng Wenlu's eyes were wide open as he stared at Yin Dongha, like an evil spirit or a ferocious god. His aura was extremely powerful, and then, he bellowed angrily, "Don't be wishful thinking, there has never been anyone who was afraid of death in my Lotus Starsword sect. Today, you have to slaughter all of my Lotus Starsword sect, if not, you won't be able to obtain my sect's treasures." Ah! Cheng Wenlu released a sharp roar that broke the heavens.